What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second season, the part 7 of a story where Issei was a Gremory and had a harem with Serafall, Tiamat, and Ophis. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male. This time, we have female volley. Well, with that out, let's get into part 7. Underworld. Currently in the capital of the demon territory, every inhabitant had perfectly heard the loud scream of 3 people transcending the laws by which nature and logic are governed, and for a certain female group that walked the paths between shops in the capital, it was not impossible for them to hear such a strange noise. What was that? A black-haired, violet-eyed woman from the group asked as she looked up at the sky in doubt. I don't know, Akeno, but it seemed very familiar, a certain redhead responded in the same state to her best friend. President, is that your brother's building? A certain brunette questioned, being the bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon. That's right, being so tall and located right in the center of the capital, it gives Oni-sama a view of his entire kingdom, Rias replied to her friend as they looked at the enormous building. Ugh, it's too high for my taste, the brunette's best friend Kate said nervously. I wonder what Issei-sama is doing right now, maybe he's watching us from the top of the tower, Asuya asked her friends while lightly waving her hand at the tower in case the brown-haired boy was looking at them. Well, anything is possible when it comes to the president's brother, Yuma commented with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck at his little sister's action. I wonder what it would feel like to be at the top of the tower, Irina said excitedly, admiring the structure of the building. Maybe it's like flying. You're just standing still in one place with the constant danger of the structure collapsing, Zenobia answered without regret to her friend's imperative. Hey, where did Gasper and Kiba go? Murayama asked, after looking away from the building and noticing the absence of the 2 men from the group. They said something about going on their own, instead of going with us, or so I thought I heard when they ran off, Yuma replied with amusement, and at that moment all of them were carrying some shopping bags in their hands. I think it was just so we wouldn't have to carry our groceries, Kate commented with slight disappointment for her friends for leaving them alone. Anyway, let's continue with our girls' day, Rias expressed excitedly to her friends, raising her hand high. Hey, Madam President, they all responded in the same mood, but it was then that the redhead noticed the absence of one of them. Wait a minute, where's Akeno? Rias asked when she saw that her best friend wasn't with them. In fact, where was she? Here I am, Rias. Akeno's simple response almost made the redhead scream once she appeared behind her unexpectedly. It was then that Rias turned around, after calming her heart at her friend's fright. Upon doing so, not only she, but everyone else observed how in the hands of the Gremory Queen there was a small plastic bag with the Gremory clan logo printed on it, something that confused them all because of the material that was inside. And that bag? Rias asked the brunette strangely, since if she remembered correctly her friend hadn't bought anything until now. Oh, you won't believe it, but in a store there was a figure of your brother so I decided to buy it. Doesn't he look amazing and handsome? My mini Issei, Akeno responded enraptured, taking out of the bag a mini figure of the brunette with Ascalon in hand, which the brunette rubbed against her cheeks. Love makes you stupid, the girls of the Gremory entourage thought at the behavior of the brunette. TSK, I want one, Rias, on the other hand, looked upset and jealous of her friend's purchase. I almost forgot, here's your card back, Rias, Akeno commented, taking a black card out from between her breasts and placing it in the redhead's palm. Wait, you paid for that figure with my money? Rias questioned and almost screamed at her friend's audacity. She hadn't even realized when her card had been taken away. Yes, is there a problem? Akeno replied smiling, as if she didn't care about the subject while she put mini Issei in the bag. Damn it, that means that technically speaking, that figure belongs to me, Rias angrily mentioned to her queen, pointing at the bag in her hands. Fufufu, I never thought you would be an incestuous sister, Akeno commented gracefully and covered her mouth to the embarrassment of the others for her words. Did her master have those fetishes? It's not that, you know very well that Oni-sama is my greatest admiration in the world. Having a figure of him would be a great honor for me, give it to me, Rias sentenced seriously and with a cold look at her friend that would chill the blood of more than one. Excuse me, Rias, but this piece of art is only mine. You better learn to respect other people's belongings, you spoiled brat, Akeno replied with a smile on her face but with several small-sized lightning bolts running around her. Oh, are you rebelling against your master? Rias questioned, her eyebrow twitching at her friend's desperate behavior. "No, I'm simply putting a spoiled girl in her place," Akeno responded without flinching, ready to protect the treasure in her hands with her life. "I think we need to run away from those two," Murayama whispered her opinion to her friends, showing her nerves for the upcoming fight. "You're right," the others responded, fleeing the place in terror as quickly as they could so as not to lose their lives in the crossfire between mistress and servant. Boom! The only thing that was witnessed in the capital was the rumble of a loud crimson explosion accompanied by several yellow lightning bolts, as well as the screams of two women willing to do anything to secure what is theirs. Who would say that a small doll would cause such a disaster? But since it was Issei, the problems were always on his side even if it wasn't the original. On the other hand, in the Demon King's offices a somewhat complicated situation was taking place, but not on a larger scale than the one in the capital. Rather, it was a calm one that brought doubts, nerves and surprises to those who were inside the central office. "Issei Gremory, I have come with the intention and proposal in hand to unite our two worlds. In order to forget all differences and create the mutual cooperation of Olympus with the underworld, Zeus has offered the hand in sacred marriage of one of his virgin daughters to the Demon King, being I, the goddess Athena, in charge of such an act with my present consent to form this union. Issei, I have presented myself before you today for you to accept this proposal and take me as one of your wives," Athena revealed, turning around completely revealing in her hands a small box with 2 gold rings in it. "What?" Kuroka said with her eyes wide open as well as her mouth at such an unexpected turn. "What?" Albedo was shocked because no one expected this to happen. Nanny, and the most affected was Issei, who remained stiff looking at those 2 objects in the hand of the smiling goddess. "Ahai," the 3 of them expressed, although in Albedo's case it was only heard by Issei. But the brown-haired boy was sure that at that shocking moment, his scream could have broken the dimensional walls and the laws of nature, being heard throughout the world. "A marriage," Kuroka exclaimed incredulously and annoyed, all while looking at the divinity present in the room. "This is totally unexpected. I never saw this coming, so I give that woman points for catching me off guard. But making this kind of proposal is," Albedo was saying in her mind while she was sitting at the desk. "I know," the brunette replied without taking his eyes off the purple-haired girl standing just a few centimeters in front of him. "Well, Issei, would you grant me the honor of uniting our worlds, forming a relationship and in the future creating a family together until the end of our lives?" Athena mentioned, showing a radiant smile on her face that Kuroka and Albedo could identify as that of a woman in love, something that neither of them liked, but they decided to keep it to themselves. "Athena, Issei didn't even know what to answer. The goddess's longing gaze added to her radiant smile, and the jewels she held in her hands through the little box had him against a hard place. Knock, knock. As if by some miracle, the doors of the room sounded with a small knock. At that moment all tense and nervous atmosphere vanished, where Issei could swear that he heard some celestial bells marking his salvation, or at least it was like that during the first seconds. Thanks to that interruption, Athena returned to her normal state, regaining her composure, still holding in her hands the little box containing the 2 engagement rings. Without a word, Kuroka prepared to go to the door to greet whoever was on the other side. Since being the brown-haired girl's secretary, she had to do her job, all under the gaze of her king and the goddess of war. Once in front of the door, the Nico Mata prepared to open it, only to discover that on the other side was a well-endowed young woman with shoulder-length gray-white hair with a single ahogue. Her eyes were between yellow and golden tones, these being the ones who looked at the brunette with strangeness and curiosity. "Who is Kuroka?" Issei asked the Nico Mata, once he noticed that she remained still looking outside. "Does a woman of medium height, albino and with a well-proportioned bust sound familiar to you?" Kuroka asked the brunette with doubt, looking at him slightly as she tilted her head. Issei expressed, confused by the strange description of the black-haired girl, but curiously with her someone came to mind. Every thought and assumption was resolved when Kuroka stepped aside, letting the albino woman pass, turning out to be one of the brunette's fiancés, who showed astonishment at seeing the divinity in the room, as well as to a lesser extent the objects she was holding. "Yui," Issei mentioned in surprise, not expecting one of his girlfriends to show up at that moment. "Who would have thought, saved by the demoness?" Albedo commented humorously, laughing a little as she lay on the desk. "Do you know her, Issei-sama?" Kuroka asked with intrigue after closing the door and standing next to the albino. "True, you haven't seen the girls yet. Kuroka, let me introduce you to Yui Lucifer, one of my fiancés," Issei responded calmly to the Nico Mata, who was amazed by his words. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know," Kuroka hastily apologized to the brown-haired woman, bowing to her. Don't worry, we haven't introduced ourselves yet, so it doesn't matter. As Issei said, Yui called me Lucifer and held the position of Bishop in Issei-sama's entourage, Yui mentioned kindly as she extended her hand to the Nikomata. Bishop, then you are one of my teammates. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yui-sama. I am Kuroka Hellcat I, Rook, of Issei-sama. The brunette responding to the albino's greeting presented at the time with a friendly smile. There's no need to be so formal with me, Kuroka. Downplaying the matter, Yui gave the Nekoma a sincere smile. I understand, Kuroka commented in response, removing her hand from the demon's, just as she did from hers. Anyway, I see I'm interrupting something, right? Yui mentioned, focusing her gaze on the purple-haired girl in the room. Long time no see, Athena. How have you been? Yui greeted her old friend from the era of the emergence of the underworld. Well, thanks for asking. And you, Lady Yui? Athena replied, approaching her old friend, whom she greeted with a small hug. Likewise, I suppose they were in the middle of the important meeting you requested in the letter, Yui commented after separating from her friend's contact. Indeed, we were just about to finish with the answer that Issei-kun would give me regarding my request, Athena mentioned, smiling, lightly squeezing the little box she held in her hands. Issei-kun, Yui expressed with doubt, focusing her sight and attention on her fiancé. Kuroka, would you mind leaving me alone with Athena and Yui? You can have the rest of the day free. Issei spoke firmly with his eyes set on the beautiful Nikomata. As my king commands, Kuroka replied, hiding as best she could her happiness at having finished work. Now she could go see how her little sister was doing. You too, Albedo. If you don't mind, I would like to be alone with the two of them to discuss that topic. The brown-haired boy mentally communicated with the dragon at the desk. Calm down, I understand the situation very well. Besides, I think it was good that woman appeared to lighten the mood in the room, especially yours. We'll talk later, Issei. I'm going to go get some sleep. Albedo responded calmly, beginning to get off the desk, but not before giving the brown hair of her cleavage a good look in the process. That's all you do, Issei commented humorously at the brunette's behavior. What else do you want me to do in this desolate space? At least you should have given me a game or whatever, Albedo protested in the same state, taking a few steps forward and coming face to face with the brunette. Just tell me and I will open the gates of hell, Issei mentioned without knowing that his words would cause a bad expression on the dragon's face. It's not the time yet, sweetheart, and don't say those words again, I don't like them, Albedo commented, strangely serious and fearful, confusing the brunette as she turned her back on him. Albedo, Issei expressed with doubt at the dragon's unexpected change of mood. Had he said something wrong? Just don't say them. You associate them with my seal. I associate them with something else that would bring me much sadness, Albedo mentioned with a certain tone full of anguish, causing astonishment in his friend. Alba, just when he tried to talk to the brunette, since her behavior was not what she usually showed, Issei was interrupted when he saw her turn around to face him. Never fall into the abyss, Issei. Coming back has a very high cost, and if you did, I would be alone. We'll talk later, champion. Albedo said goodbye to the brown-haired man, disappearing from the place, or rather from Issei's mind, who could see before she left how his gaze denoted sadness and fear. What happened to her? That behavior was strange, and what did she mean by not falling into the abyss? I had never seen her like that before. Issei thought a little worried about his friend and her reasons for being upset and sad. With Albedo's withdrawal from the room, leaving Issei with new doubts in his system, it didn't take long for Kuroka to also leave the room, heading back to the Gremory mansion where her little sister was waiting for her. Once the Nikomata said goodbye to everyone, the room was silent for a few seconds as the two women present watched the brunette, who seemed to be arguing with himself inside about the expressions and gestures he was showing at that moment. So seeing the situation, the albino decided to break the ice in the room. I'm not understanding anything. Isn't it necessary for me to go too? Yui asked, drawing the attention of her fiancé and friend. Yui, come with me. In a certain way this is a topic that involves you and also the other girls, but since they are not here, it is up to you to solve this with me, Issei responded after coming out of his thoughts and proceeding to sit in his chair. Is this okay? Yui mentioned doubtfully as she walked up to her boyfriend, noticing immediately how Athena took a seat in front of him. When she reached the brown-haired boy, he took her by the waist, sitting her on his lap, much to her joy. Athena, could you say again the reason why you have come? Issei commented calmly to the purple-haired girl while he had his fiancée at his side. Okay, Athena replied, smiling without taking her gaze off the couple in front of her. For the next few minutes, the goddess of war set about recounting her intentions for her arrival to Lucifer again, who remained stoic at the information received. Or at least that was the case until she heard the second reason for her visit, which caused Yui to almost fall out of her seat along with Issei for not expecting that kind of proposal, to the amusement of Athena, who couldn't help but let out a soft laugh as she watched the albino hit the brown-haired boy on the head for almost kicking her out when she was the cause of the whole problem. By the time Athena finished her story, Yui acted like any sane woman would when told that they want to marry her boyfriend. What marriage? What did you do now, Issei? Yui reproached the brunette with a pout, giving him small blows on his chest. Why do you assume that I did something? Issei replied with a drop of sweat running down his neck when he saw that he had been blamed for something that for the first time, he was not responsible for, something very strange. Sorry, it's the custom, Yui commented with a nervous smile, putting her pout aside. Fufufu. Athena's soft laughter caught the attention of the happy couple who looked at her closely. Now I understand why you told me to stay, it's a delicate subject, Yui mentioned, recovering her posture by settling herself on the brunette's lap and rubbing her hips against her boyfriend. I'm waiting for your answer, Athena commented patiently and smiling while looking at the individual hands. Yui, Issei questioned, hoping that his girlfriend would know what to do, because as far as he was concerned, he was lost. There are two things that don't seem right to me in your words, Athena. One of them is that your father is seeking his own benefit by giving his daughter's hand to Issei, who in the past caused a lot of damage to his kingdom until it was on the verge of ruin. But I understand that he took desperate measures in order to make peace and ensure that he had Issei's support in the future as well as that of Azazel and my grandfather. The other thing is to see that you are happy with this deal. When you are supposed to be a goddess who swore to remain pure until the end of her time, I feel that you are hiding something. Fortunately, Yui was one of the smartest of the brown-haired couples, always thinking in detail in an intelligent way, something that Issei internally appreciated. But I have a high regard for you since you were a great help in the past when Ares attacked the underworld. If you had not arrived in advance to warn us of your brother's movement, we would probably have suffered many casualties among our people. And you even came out in support of Issei when he subdued your father, uncles and brothers, claiming that it had all been a misunderstanding, and not only that, but you also defended Issei, saying that he was only doing his job as a ruler when they tried to take his kingdom by force like Ares did, and defending himself when Zeus attacked him. Lucifer's words brought a small smile to Athena, who couldn't help but remember those moments lived with the brown-haired man and his friends. I can say with certainty that I'm not the only one who thinks that way, since Serafall, Merigene and Tiamat, who were present at that time, also hold you in high regard. As incredible as it may seem to you, the proposal you make does not bother me regarding you marrying Issei. What I don't like about it is that your faction desperately seeks to create a union with ours through our king, so much so that Zeus went so far as to offer the hand of his favorite daughter to the one who once humiliated him. Your father is hiding something, and that information is what makes me doubt if it is a good idea to accept your request, Yui finished saying, showing a serious face to the purple-haired girl while standing with her arms crossed. I understand, Athena replied, her head slightly downcast at the albino's words. Did that mean she had no chance with the brown-haired boy? Tell me one thing, Athena, outside of the whole alliance thing, the mysteries of your father and your arrival to this kingdom. I want to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest with your answer. Do you like Issei? Yui asked firmly but gently as she noticed her friend's mood, which changed from one moment to the next with her question. Yes, Athena answered without delay, showing confidence in herself and her feelings. Gulp. I don't even doubt it. How did that happen? As far as I remember, I didn't do anything. That was what Issei thought as he recalled the past. Incredibly, he couldn't find anything in his memories that would force Athena to reach those feelings. Can I know how it happened? Guessing her boyfriend's thoughts just by seeing his idiotic expression, Yui asked the question that would solve his doubts. I guess you could say it was thanks to the time we lived together during the war against Ares, as well as during the confrontation where he prevented my late brother from hurting me when he found out about my intervention. In addition to what I experienced during the near destruction of Olympus. Finally, during Issei's time away from this world, I began to see that I missed him and wanted to see him again, even if it was just one more time. It was then that I discovered my feelings. But I guess that accident in the past between the two also influenced it, Athena finished saying with a certain mischief while looking at the brown-haired boy. Accident? Yui asked her friend, intrigued as to what kind of accident she was talking about. Do you remember Issei-kun? When you saw me naked, Athena revealed, causing different reactions in the subjects in front of her. On the one hand, Yui appeared calm at her words, but unfortunately the dark aura that was beginning to surround her did not favor her calm state. On the other hand, Issei was horrified at Athena's words, since that secret was something he wanted to take with him to the grave. "Ugh, honey, what does Lady Athena mean?" Yui asked sweetly with an angelic smile at the brunette who was beginning to get scared of her. "You really like to condemn people, Athena," Issei mentioned, ignoring his girlfriend's smile, because despite being sweet, her intentions were not. "Fufufu, stop the purple-haired girl, that moment was funny, especially when you saw how the albino girl made a rather adorable pout. Before you jump to a crazy conclusion, let me explain, Yui," Issei commented after seeing how his girlfriend began to show small tears in her beautiful eyes. "Go ahead," Yui replied, acquiring a cold expression and a dead look that promised a lot of pain. "I'm supposed to be a pure goddess, but could I still be considered one after being defiled by the Demon King?" Athena expressed with feigned sadness, holding her face with both hands pretending to be crying. "That was an accident and you know it. How the hell was I supposed to know you were at the spa?" Faced with the scene that promised much pain from his pretty girlfriend, Issei jumped to her defense in order to keep her life intact. "It doesn't take away the fact that I was defiled," Athena countered, childishly sticking her tongue out at the brown-haired boy. "Issei Gremory," Yui shouted, starting to get angry at what she thought her boyfriend had done to the poor goddess. "Wait, Yui, let me explain," Issei hurriedly expressed nervously at the demonic image of his girlfriend. He could even swear he was beginning to hear Lucifer singing the ceremony of his funeral. "Fine, but whatever I'm thinking, he killed you," Yui sentenced, burning with jealousy, and settling herself on her boyfriend's lap. "How curious, I'm going to do the same." At that moment Issei felt a small chill run through his body as he heard Albedo's voice whispering in his ear, as well as seeing her arms begin to surround his neck. He didn't have to be too smart to know that she was behind him. "Weren't you asleep?" Issei asked, mentally trying to hide the fear that those two women gave him at that moment. "I was, but I heard something very interesting, so go ahead and explain it to us, Issei-kun." Not even Albedo's sweet tone helped his state of fury and jealousy. "Well, this is what happened," Issei began to recount, remembering that little incident he had had in the past with Athena. Flashback 3,000 years ago. Underworld. Gremory residence. In the halls of the great mansion where the new king of the underworld, Issei Gremory, lived, he was walking through the halls in a terrible mood, and it was noticeable in his facial expressions and the constant loud pounding of his footsteps as he walked. Issei's state was due to the fact that exactly a month had passed since the civil war had been fought in the underworld, where the new Mao faction had emerged victorious against the descendants of the original Mao faction. Since then, the home of the demons has begun to rise again beneath the waste left by the war. Countless lives were lost and many demonic clans had become extinct, leaving the demonic population with low numbers in their ranks. It would take a long time before they could again recover the desirable figures for a prosperous life, but it was all a process that had to be resolved little by little. And all the responsibility fell into the hands of Issei, since he was the ruler of the underworld, so the work, responsibilities and stress fell on his shoulders. Fortunately, the brown-haired boy had the help of his team to support him in whatever they could, as was the case with Ajuka and Yui in technological and scientific fields, Serzex and Serafall as two Maos appointed by him, for the better functioning of the underworld, in addition to having the help of Grafia, Mira Jean and Tiamat as his assistants in the work of ruler to lighten his load. Everything was beginning to work and emerge slowly. Who says that a kingdom is created overnight? Everything is a process that has many variables that must be attended to one by one. But at least, peace was present in the underworld with the ceasefire between the three biblical factions and the end of the civil war, or so Issei and his friends thought. But one day, they received news and arrival of the goddess Athena of the Greek faction, who warned them in advance that the underworld had fallen into the sight of her brother Ares, the god of war, who had in mind to take over the underworld when he saw that the original Maos were no longer there, so according to him, he was going to crown himself as the new king. Since then, with the help of Athena, they have been preparing the underworld for a possible confrontation against the god of war, which has caused great stress in Issei, seeing that problems continue to arise relentlessly in his life, always asking himself when could he rest. And at that time, according to some informants, the war against Ares and his army was only 2 weeks away from starting the confrontation, so Issei was more stressed than ever, having many things on his head to think about. Generally, he would have already gone out to confront Ares, but he was the leader of the demon race, and as such his duty and priority was with his people. Besides the fact that his position could put him in serious trouble with the Greeks if he did something stupid, it's not like he cared, but his friends had emphasized that point a lot. It was then that the brunette, after so much stress, decided to go take a shower in the large bathroom of his house, to be able to relax a little and avoid any stupidity. Unfortunately, in those moments, being so focused on his thoughts, Issei overlooked one thing when he was in front of the door that led to the spas of his home. Damn, this is all bullshit. War here, war there. Is this your way of telling me to fuck off? Elohim, Issei thought with annoyance, placing his hand on the cheekbone of the door without thinking to ask if there was anyone inside. Damn it, when will I ever get a break from all this? The brunette thought for the last time before slowly opening the door, taking a big surprise with him in the process. And how could he not be surprised by what was right in front of him? Standing there in the same state of shock as the brown-haired man was a beautiful young girl with lilac hair and eyes of the same shade. But the main characteristic to highlight about this woman was the lack of clothing on her body, the only one being white pantyhose that kept hidden the area of her body that no mortal had ever seen. Unfortunately for her, it was the only piece of clothing she was wearing, which left her other skin exposed to the brown-haired man's view, especially her voluptuous breasts barely covered by her long hair. This woman had many titles such as the goddess of war, civilization, wisdom, strategy and combat, science, justice and skill. But her name was none other than Athena, one of the daughters of the Greek god Zeus, and who currently resided in the Gremory mansion waiting for her problematic brother to arrive to deal diplomatically with him and cease his intention to confront the underworld. But in those moments, every correct and unshakable image of hers came crashing down with the unexpected arrival of the brown-haired boy. Where to his greatest shame, he found her in a vulnerable state. Neither Issei nor Athena moved a single muscle as they looked at each other with expressions that were difficult to decipher. But if anything could be rescued from them, it was the surprise etched on the brown-haired boy's face, who had his eyes wide open at the half-naked woman in front of him. On the other hand, the purple-haired girl showed an expression of surprise as if she had been discovered doing something wrong, and as time passed her lips began to tremble slightly and a quite noticeable blush began to appear on her cheeks, because at that precise moment she was beginning to feel nervous, embarrassed and mainly tainted, because no one had ever seen her so exposed in her life as Issei was doing at that moment. The brown-haired boy, seeing that Athena was beginning to react, came out of his shock, taking with him the image of the naked goddess for his memories. Time seemed to go back for both of them as they kept their eyes glued to each other's, and it was there that the purple-haired girl was the first to react. Just when Athena was going to have a reaction according to the situation, showing a massive blush on her beautiful face, she was abruptly interrupted by the brunette. Wait, Issei cut the purple-haired girl off as she regained her composure, raising one of her hands forward in the process, probably stopping a scream from the goddess. I know what you mean. I'm not even going to make up an excuse saying that I didn't see what I saw, that's why, the brunette mentioned with confidence, determination, and his eyes closed while he brought his hands to his shirt. Why didn't you take off my clothes and we were considered even? Issei finished saying with the idea in mind that it was the best solution to the problem. Therefore, he lifted his shirt up to his shoulders, exposing his well-marked abdomen and chest to the embarrassed goddess in front of him. Hearing nothing, Issei slowly opened his eyes only to see how Athena was super blushed and even steaming from her head because of the brilliant idea that had occurred to her. The goddess's body trembled as her face went through different shades of red for seconds as she saw the strong masculine body of the brunette, which for a virgin like her turned out to be too much. Steeling herself, Athena finally gathered all the strength in her body and prepared to open her lips slightly as she looked nervously at the brunette. With that alone, Issei knew what was coming, so he closed his eyes waiting for the purple-haired girl's response. No. Plash. Throughout the Gremory mansion, not only the loud scream of an embarrassed woman was heard, but also the loud bang caused by a slap that made the birds near the hearth flee in terror. That day would be marked for posterity as the day in which a man had unconsciously done what many would wish to do in their lives, to see in all her splendor one of the pure, chaste and untouchable daughters of Zeus. And a flashback. That's what happened, Issei finished telling, noticing his girlfriend's deathly gaze directed at him and Athena's shyness. You have such incredible luck, Yi said, shaking her head while rubbing her forehead. I rather see it as a misfortune of life, which enjoys screwing up my existence every second, Issei mentioned, trying to get the image of the purple-haired girl out of his head. But you can't deny that you didn't like what you saw. Unfortunately, with Athena's comment, the image came back stronger than ever to the brown-haired boy's mind. Really, Athena? Issei questioned, shaking his head away from those insane thoughts. Anyway, getting back to the starting point of all this, my feelings for you, Issei Gremory, are as real as they are in the air and water, Athena commented, now braver and more confident with herself, so she stood up and leaned on the desk, giving the brunette a view of her cleavage. "Hey," Issei expressed like an idiot, trying not to see those two objects in front of him. If he did, he was sure that Yui would kill him. "I love you, Issei, enough to listen to your laugh all night and sleep on your chest, without shadows or ghosts. I love you enough to never let you go. Those lips of yours are my obsession, and you are everything I swore I would never feel for anyone. Maybe I won't be the reason for your living, but at least the reason for your smile. I would like to be only yours and live forever inside your heart. I would like to be that person who is always on your mind, that person you always respond to quickly, that person who leaves a big smile on your face. That person would like to be me." Athena began to speak from the bottom of her heart, openly expressing her feelings. "Athena, I don't." Despite her words, Issei couldn't find any response to the goddess's confession. In fact, he hadn't even felt this nervous with Akenos. "Just give me one chance, and I'll make sure it's worth it. Every time I see you I feel like injecting your name into my veins. And even when I'm asleep I dream of you. When I'm awake I want you. I don't want you to remember me. It's enough for me that you don't forget me. If you asked me I can push away the gray clouds so you can have a good day. Forgive my longings. But what I saw in you I haven't seen in anyone else," Athena finished saying, resuming her posture to the brown-haired boy's relief. In that moment of doubt, Issei sought help from his girlfriend who was sitting on his lap, finding in Yui only a mocking look and a smile that showed she was having fun with his suffering, or so he believed. "The decision is only yours, Issei-kun. It is clear that she is very much in love with you," Yui responded, giving her support as best she could to her beloved, while waiting for his answer. Did it bother her? Not one bit, and that was because she and her harem sisters had never set a fixed number of partners for the brunette, and they only got angry when they saw that there was a woman interested in Issei, carrying bad intentions with her. But if it was a woman who showed the complete opposite and all she wanted was the brunette's love, they were willing to allow it. And in the case of Athena, being an old known friend and the one who helps them in the past to face Ares, they would inevitably have a feeling of liking her and even saw a sister in her, because something that had moved Yui, Serafall, Tiamat and Mirajin in the past, was seeing how Athena, despite Issei's actions, faithfully defended him before her father, brothers and uncles. Even Yui could remember that Athena was almost expelled from Olympus for siding with Issei, but despite this, she continued to defend him even if it meant the risk of no longer being an Olympian. For the women of Brown, seeing someone defend Issei, an evil in the world, was the best way to earn their respect and admiration, since not all of them would risk so much for one person. "What is wrong with you all? How dare you blame him when he's done nothing wrong? Did he kill an Olympian? Did he attack Olympus? Before you blame someone else, you better inform yourself of what happened." Ares unscrupulously attacked the underworld of demons with the idea of establishing himself as its king. And I know because I was there and I even tried to get him to desist from the attack. But he didn't listen to me and here's how it ended. Issei only did what every faction leader would do, defend his people and deal with the enemy. Don't we do the same when we are attacked? Don't come here and act innocent now. And another thing, who caused the destruction of Olympus? Issei, or the god who went looking for him with clear desires for revenge. Zeus not only went to the underworld, but he attacked his leader. What did you want Issei to do? Let himself be killed for something that was more than justified. The only one who caused all this was Zeus and his bad decision-making, just like all of you by blaming someone for no reason. Guided only by empty words. Go ahead, expel me. I don't care, because I realize that Olympus is a damn corrupt place with a bunch of brainless people, who can't see that Issei Gremory is a hero, a bringer of longings, the one who brings hope, the one who walks in the face of death, the one who stands firm in the face of any circumstance with a fiery determination that never fades, someone who fights diligently for those he trusts. That's Issei. That's a hero. Tell me, are all the gods so conceited? Is this how you hide your incompetence? Will we gods always be better than you? Maybe Issei was right when he said that all gods were the same, a bunch of idiots believing themselves to be better than others. It's incredible how far your incompetence and blindness can go. In any case, I don't care what happens to Olympus anymore. For all I care, it can go extinct with all of you. At that moment, some of the words that Athena had shouted on Mount Olympus to her gods came to Yui's mind while she protected Issei with her body and life from her father, brothers and badly injured uncles who were lying on the ground of the place. Yui remembered that Issei had emerged victorious in that fight, but also very hurt since he had faced Zeus and his brothers and children who wanted his head alone. The albino perfectly remembered how Athena had joined the fight between all the gods against Issei, helping him in his brutal fight, to finally shout to her family the painful truth that they refused to accept. Remembering those small fragments of the past made Yui feel great pressure for the purple-haired girl, who had confronted her family in the past in order to protect the brown-haired girl, and that had earned her approval, as well as that of the others. The problem is that I don't know what to answer, Issei thought when he saw that his girlfriend had left the final decision to him. I don't know all the details, but I see that you have a history with her when that whole Aries thing happened. While I could see your memories, I have never done so because I prefer you to be the one to tell me things. Regarding this topic, let me ask you the question that no one has asked you. What do you feel for her, Issei? Albedo asked curiously, resting her head on her friend's. That's the question, Albedo. I don't have the slightest idea since I've never thought about it. I like Athena and I'm very grateful to her for her support in the past. I even came to see her as a good friend, but I never thought about more than that. It's not like I had time, since after the problem with the Olympians, Great Red and Ophis came to me shortly after for help to confront you, and from there my life became a complete mess, Issei replied, letting out a sigh as he looked at the ceiling. Well, you have to give her an answer. Albedo was right, because Athena was expecting an answer. Would you accept to be my husband? The purple-haired girl asked again, showing a sincere smile and pure feelings while placing the little box with the rings in his hands. I'm so sorry, Athena. Issei finally gave his answer as he stood up, pushing Yui aside, placing her in her chair and then slowly walking around the desk until he was in front of the goddess. Oh, I see. So I'm the only one who, just when Athena's spirits were falling through the floor and her emotions were beginning to run high, she was interrupted by the brunette. I'm very sorry, but I can't give you a clear answer for now. There are many things I have to think about: the alliance, the underworld, diplomatic relations with other kingdoms, and your proposal. For now I can't give you an appropriate answer, but if it helps, I promise I'll think about it carefully. Plus I'd like to talk about it with the other girls and come to a verdict. I know it sounds a little bad, but would you mind waiting a little longer? Issei finished saying calmly, stroking the purple-haired girl's head in the process. Okay, I figured I could end it this way so I won't push the subject any further. That being the case, I think it's time for me to go, Athena mentioned with a small smile as she turned around ready to leave. Athena, Issei stopped her suddenly, so she turned around to see what he had to say to her. Tell your father that I will pass the message to Elohim and Azazel about the Supernatural World Alliance, and that if at any time he needs help he can feel free to count on me. Also, if at any time you are in danger or want company you can call me and I will go as soon as I can. We are friends, right? Issei questioned with a smile on his face that spread to the goddess. Simple friends, or those who can become more? Athena asked gracefully, hiding the smile on her face with her hand. The answers she got were not expected, since Issei, without saying a word, slowly approached her, removing the little box with the gold and ruby rings from her hands, to her astonishment. And in the same way, without saying a word, only a penetrating look, he left her side, turning his back on her. I will keep this, and the day I have the answer to your proposal I will personally go find you to return it to you with my answer, Issei reported, turning his face slightly, giving the beautiful goddess a charming look and smile. Fufufu, why do you always have to give me hope? Athena shook her head, regaining her spirits with the brown-haired boy's action. I wish you a good trip back to Olympus, Issei finished saying, ending the meeting while he put the little box in his pockets. See you soon, Issei-kun, I'll be waiting for you in my palace. Athena said goodbye, recovering her staff, creating a teleportation circle with it. It was good to see you again, Yui. Say hello to the others for me and give my congratulations to Mira Jean and Tiamat for their pregnancies. With your permission I will be leaving, Athena concluded with a slight bow. See you later, Athena. I'll pass on the message, Yui replied cheerfully, constantly waving her hand goodbye to her friend. Just before leaving, Athena took one last look at Issei, to whom she blew a small kiss followed by a wink at the brown-haired boy's amusement, who let out a small laugh at the purple-haired girl's antics. Once the goddess of war left the room, it sank into a comfortable silence for a few seconds. It was a good answer, Yui spoke, breaking the silence as she looked at her boyfriend. She was the only one I could give her for now, Issei commented between sighs, returning to his seat, where the albino stood up for him to sit down and then climbed onto his lap. So, will you think about it? Yui asked calmly, leaning her face on the brunette's chest, enjoying his warmth and the sound of his heartbeat. I promised, didn't I? Issei mentioned humorously, tilting his chair a little and beginning to caress his fiancée's silky hair. Yes, and you never break a promise, Yui responded cheerfully, giving her beloved a beautiful smile in that moment of peace. That's a fact, Albedo stated, lying on the other free side of the brunette's chest. At that moment, she wished Chisato was there to help her feel her friend's body warmth again. My life is so uncertain, you always take unexpected turns, Issei mentioned with his gaze fixed on the ceiling while he was the pillow of the two women. But that's something that makes you unique, plus expecting the unexpected is exciting. Not knowing what tomorrow will bring is part of living, Yui commented calmly, not taking into account that at that moment she had the dragon of the apocalypse in front of her, looking at her. I guess you're right, Issei replied, downplaying the matter, enjoying his few minutes of peace. Come Yui, let me pamper you, Issei expressed affectionately to his girlfriend, drawing her closer to him, being centimeters away from her pink lips. I would never refuse that, Yui finished saying, melting into a soft kiss with her beloved. Several minutes passed while Issei and Yui gave each other their little hugs without going up that level. They only gave each other small kisses, as well as laughing either because the brown-haired boy was tickling his girlfriend, or because the albino girl was kissing every part of her lover's face with tenderness, although it wasn't just them, since when Yui rested on Issei's chest, he silently joked with the dragoness in his mind who was also on his chest, making random comments among themselves. From what kind of lingerie was she wearing, to how many feathers do you think I have on my wings? These were some of the questions that Albedo asked Issei mentally as they spent a pleasant time between laughter and occasionally risque comments. That was what the dragon of the apocalypse liked, always having the brown-haired man's company, since for a being like her who had spent her entire existence in complete solitude, Issei's arrival in her life had been a good antidote to her loneliness. Because in him she had found what she had lost in her. In such a cold and empty world, she could lie awake just to watch him breathe. At the height of the night, where Issei had become the darkness in her. Blah, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep, Albedo commented between yawns as she stood up on the brown-haired boy's chest and began to fade away. Rest Albedo, Issei mentally said goodbye to the dragon, receiving from her for the last time a beautiful and sincere smile, one of those that he liked a lot and that were only said to him. By the way Yui, why did you come to my office in the first place? It's not that it bothers me, but I'm curious, Issei questioned once the dragon left, observing his fiancée lying on his chest. Oh, for a moment I had forgotten, Yui expressed with shock jumping off the brown-haired boy's body since her arrival had a purpose. I need more funds for the new project I'm working on, Yui mentioned as she pulled out a document from her clothes that needed her boyfriend's signature. Exactly how much? Issei asked suspiciously, taking the leaf to inspect it in detail. A little bit, almost nothing. Despite his words, Yui seemed nervous and tense, avoiding looking directly at the brunette. Yui, why are there so many zeros on this sheet? Issei expressed in disbelief at the amount of figures requested. To put it in simple words, it was approximately half of the gold of the underworld. It may be a lot, but I assure you that it will be for the benefit of the underworld, Yui commented confidently, and sure that it would be a favorable sacrifice for her people. Yui, as your partner and future husband I wouldn't mind giving you what you ask for, but as your king I am forced to take more responsible actions, Issei responded with his role as leader present to the demoness in front of him. Please Issei-kun, Yui dramatically begged on her knees about to cry. Too bad the brown-haired boy wasn't easy to fool. HAA, at least tell me what you want so much budget for, Issei commented tiredly, shaking his head at his beloved's behavior. Well, it's easier for me to show you than to explain it, so let's go to my lab, Yui mentioned excitedly after jumping to stand up again. Okay, but first let me ask you something. As a member of my entourage you earn monetary compensation for your service like all members of entourages in the underworld, plus all my women including you, have access to my pocket dimension where I keep parts of my treasures collected over the last few years. Why didn't you resort to those? I'm sure it would have been more than enough, Issei questioned with intrigue as he got up from his seat, only to see his girlfriend looking nervous to the point of sweating a little. Yes, well, you see Issei-kun, the girls and I spent all your fortune on shopping, Yui revealed with shame and ashamed of herself for having spent all the brown-haired boy's fortune with her friends. Are you serious, Yui? Issei wasn't upset, surprised, yes, disappointed, not that much, after all, they were just material goods that could be recovered. You can't blame us, you gave us a lot of gold that we thought was infinite, so at some point in all that buying we realized that it did have an end, but it was too late, Yui recounted with puppy eyes to suffer one of her boyfriend's scoldings. Still, I'm surprised they spent it all, Issei commented as he rubbed his forehead and thought that maybe it hadn't been the best idea on his part to give all those treasures to his girls at once. Hey, beauty costs money, we need clothes, makeup, accessories, among other things to always look beautiful in front of you, Yui protested childishly while gently hitting the brunette's chest. With or without nothing, they always look beautiful, Issei declared smiling, taking the albino by the shoulders, lifting her a little in the pacriso, enjoying watching her move her feet so as not to touch the ground. I know, but I guess it's a woman's thing, and since you're a man you'll never understand it, Yui concluded after breaking free from the brown-haired boy's grip where she stuck her tongue out at him when she hit the ground. They should have told me that they had nothing left, Issei mentioned, not in a scolding way but rather in an understanding tone. Teehee, we all came to the conclusion that we shouldn't say anything to you so as not to cause you to get angry and also add new stress to your life, Yui replied, imitating the gesture Serafall always made when she made a mistake. Yui, you are my reason for living and for not falling into the darkness that surrounds me. I would never get angry with you for something like that, Issei commented calmly, attracting his girlfriend to a hug that she accepted with pleasure. I guess I'll have to visit that planet and mine some gold for you guys, the brown-haired boy murmured, audible enough for the albino to hear. Planet? Yui questioned with intrigue, separating herself a little from contact with her beloved. Yes, Chisato didn't tell you, Issei asked, now being the one who looked strangely at his girlfriend. What thing? Either of them went to one side, and with so many questions Yui was getting more and more confused. That I have a planet at my disposal, which protects throughout its land the loot that I have made throughout my adventures across the vast universe, Issei revealed, having in his mind the image of that lifeless body in outer space. You have a fucking treasure planet, and you're just saying it now, Yui screamed, totally incredulous at the news. They'd been super rich all this time, and now she only knows about it. I thought you already knew, or at least that Chisato had told you, since she was the one who gave me the planet, although I later ended up hiding it away from your sight, Issei replied, showing a nervous smile at the look the albino was giving him at that moment. So where is it? Yui asked with interest about the location of her beloved's treasure, or rather his treasure, since everything of his was hers and vice versa, right? With what you told me a little while ago, I'm not going to risk revealing the location of my treasure, Issei replied with a dead expression in his eyes. If he wanted his future children to have a prosperous life, it was best to become the sole person responsible for the finances. "My bad, Issei," Yui protested childishly as she saw her chance slip away. Okay, you'll have the income you needed for your invention anyway, so would you show it to me?" Issei asked as he caressed the albino's fine hair. "Yay, that's why I love you so much, Issei-kun, of course I'll show you," Yui expressed as she jumped and hung on the brunette's neck, rubbing her cheeks in the process. With his beloved in his arms, Issei proceeded to make a magic circle beneath him that worked to transport him to different parts of the world. He could open a gap with Great Red's powers, but it would risk being discovered or that they would start asking questions about where that ability came from, and he was not yet ready to give explanations. "By the way, Yui, how will you repay me for this favor?" the brunette asked as he was about to leave his office. "Compensate?" Yui questioned doubtfully while in her boyfriend's arms, who held one on his hips and the other on his chin. "Nothing in this life is free," Issei mentioned in a seductive tone that caused his girlfriend to blush noticeably. "Well, what do you want?" Yui asked, not very sure, since that look and smile on the brunette's face said that he had something mischievous in mind. "I don't know, maybe," Issei began to say, bringing his lips closer to the albino's ear while moving one of his hands to his chest. "Your virginity," Issei declared in a hoarse voice, giving his beloved's chest a light squeeze, causing her to let out a small moan. "Hey," Yui said, about to faint after being caught off guard. "Haha, that's my Yui. Don't worry, I was just joking," Issei commented, returning to his usual normal state that he usually shows to his partners. "Idiot, although I wouldn't mind accepting your request, you huge idiot," was the last thing Yui said between murmurs as they left the room in a flash, hearing a small laugh from the brunette for the last time. Thanks to Issei, it didn't take long for them to reach their destination, which turned out to be the technological facilities of the underworld, this being a space created by Yui and Ajuka for the benefit of the underworld. There, the one who had the leadership was Lucifer, since apart from being a beauty, her intelligence was very high, placing her among the most brilliant demons of all time. She did not reach the level of the Mao Beelzebub, but it could be said that she was a little below him. Once they arrived at their destination, the magic circle left them right inside the scientific building, where Issei could see all kinds of inventions, machines and projects captured in plans that he couldn't understand. The facilities themselves were already large, but the room they were in seemed to be the main one, and the albino's, since the brown-haired boy could identify her handwriting on the various papers wherever he went. Fortunately, they were the only ones in the room, or at least that's what Issei wanted to say. But unfortunately they weren't, since right in front of them were three people, two of them being taller than the others. The brunette kept a dead expression on his face while he looked at one of those people in particular, The curious thing was that that guy also did the same, all while the others and Yui greeted each other with their hands. "I'm confused," Issei expressed as he stared at the three people in front of him, one of them being the one he paid the most attention to. "What's wrong, honey?" Yui asked strangely, since she didn't understand what her boyfriend was referring to. "I know we're here because you wanted to show me the new project you're working on, I understand that. But what the hell is she doing here?" Issei shouted, outraged by the presence of that horrible person staring back at him. "Oni-san, we're just here spending our free time with Milika's-kun, so we brought him here since he wanted to see his aunt." One of the guys in front of the couple turned out to be Serzex and his son, which meant that the other person was. "Besides, I'll go wherever the fuck I want, you idiot." Indeed, the cause of the brown-haired boy's discomfort was none other than Grafia. "Excuse me, I just don't speak the language of grumpy old ladies with brains the size of a walnut," Issei replied, approaching the silver-haired girl who had a prominent vein on her forehead and a twitch in her right eye. "Really? You don't want me to teach you by punching you?" Grafia suggested, starting to get in a bad mood while showing a defiant smile to her brother in front of her. No, Grafia-chan. If I did that, I'd be arrested for assaulting an old lady." Issei shook his head as he shrugged his shoulders with a mocking smile. "At least I'm not an idiot with mental delusions, as well as being bipolar, grumpy and worst of all, a breast lover," Grafia commented, taking a step forward, stepping on the brown-haired boy's right foot with her slipper in the process. "Oh, so Oni-san likes those things too. I thought I was the only one," Serzex thought in amazement at the discovery that he could assure was the one of the century. "So that's how it is. You know, I'm not one to hit old ladies, but I think I can make an exception today," Issei mentioned, showing a tense smile as he rolled up the sleeves of his outfit. "Likewise, I am against animal abuse, but I suppose there are some who do not learn until they are forcibly trained." Grafia did not lose the initiative, and began to undo the band that held her hair tied, as well as to loosen her maid dress a little for greater mobility when hitting her brother. "You want to fight?" the brown-haired boy and the silver-haired boy shouted irritatedly, clashing their foreheads and bringing out some of their power. The silver-haired girl surrounded herself with a cold, light blue aura, while the brown-haired girl with a destructive, crimson one. Both of them began to destroy the ground beneath them, as well as shake the entire building they were in, scaring the two redheads and causing the albino to twitch her eyebrow as she approached the wonder duo who was about to start one of their fights. Or so they had planned to do. "Enough!" Yui shouted loudly, grabbing both of their heads and then smashing them against the ground. There was no way she was going to let them destroy her laboratory. "She started it. He started it," Issei and Grafia protested in sync once they emerged at the same time from the small crater in the ground that the albino's blow had generated. "I don't give a damn who started it. We're not here to watch one of their little scenes. Serzex, please keep your wife under control. She's setting a bad example for Milika's-kun and you." "Issei, stay still," ordered the always calm and tender Yui, showing a side of her that wasn't usually seen very often. "Hi," the three adults responded in fear of the demoness, much to the amusement of the only child present. "Well, since we're all gathered here, I want to show you the new invention I'm currently working on, with you the van generator." Making a radical turn in her temperament, Yui quickly moved to one of the tables in the room, where she uncovered an instrument covered by a blanket. There for everyone to see was a small machine of dubious origin and operation that generated doubt in Serzex and Milika's, while in Issei and Grafia it generated a strange feeling, as if that thing was the one that would cause a disaster for them. "What are you going to do?" Issei and Grafia said in coordination, showing a face of not having understood anything at all. "As you may know, the main problem facing our world is the lack of water. Water is a basic element for the proliferation of life, but today, the underworld lacks access to drinking water. Hence the idea of creating this machine," Yui began to explain, ignoring the Wonder Duo's stupid question. "According to my notes, the machine will be able to generate drinking water from the air. The generator takes advantage of the absolute humidity of the air, condensing it with the support of a refrigeration system using exchangers. I estimate that if we produce generators that produce from 50 to 5,000 liters of water per day, we can install several modules to produce the desired water. The best of all is that the machine does not need to have a water source nearby, since it is capable of obtaining the liquid of life," Yui finished by saying, showing an air of confidence, and even pride in herself for her technological advances. After those words, Serzex and Milika's could not hide their amazement, and even admiration for Lucifer, giving her some applause after she finished her explanation. That would definitely be an invention that would bring many benefits to the underworld. On the other hand, Issei and Grafia were left like idiots after the explanation, since they had only understood that machine plus air equals water. They had to admit that it was an impressive invention, or at least it would be when it worked. Now Issei understood why the requested budget was quite a lot, since he assumed that the production was very expensive, and they would need more than one of them to support the underworld. Why those faces? Didn't you understand anything? Yui questioned after receiving the praise, observing the duo and their reactions. I got lost in Van. I don't know what, Issei commented with a poker face, since he didn't remember the name of the machine. I only understood that the machine creates water, Grafia answered in the same state while standing next to Issei. Grandpa, give me peace, Yui mentally screamed so as not to lose her temper in front of that pair of idiots. It's an impressive machine, Yui. You were definitely made for this. From what you said, it's not finished yet. When do you think it will be? Fortunately for the brown-haired and silver-haired man, Serafall came to the rescue with his comment. Its components are expensive and its creation takes its process, but I estimate that within a few months it will be ready, if no inconvenience arises, Yui informed for the understanding of Maleficent, who only nodded his head. And Yui is amazing, Milica said with excitement and pride as he stood next to his father, hugging the albino's legs. I'm just doing my job, Milica's queen, Yui replied affectionately as she ruffled her nephew's red hair. Unfortunately, Yui and Serafall, while in their conversation, had taken their eyes off the two problem children in the room, which would generate the beginning of a disaster, and in front of Lucifer's machine, Grafia was leaning forward, making her hips shine as she observed her friend's invention with amazement and detail, being proud of her for her performance. What the beautiful silver-haired girl didn't know was that at that moment she had two pairs of eyes on her with different intentions. One of them was Milica's, who was looking at his mother, like every good son who was always looking out for his parent, and on the other hand was Issei, who showed perverse intentions in his gaze and an unholy smile as he watched his little sister with her guard down, perfect to do something to her. This will be fun, Issei thought maliciously as he headed to where his little sister was, being right behind his fiancée. It's an amazing project, Yui. I'm proud of you. The brown-haired boy praised his girlfriend after reaching her where he stood behind her, giving her a hug and a kiss on her cheeks. I really don't think it's that bad, Yui commented, a little embarrassed at being the center of admiration and praise. Unfortunately, no one guessed Issei's true intentions, as he once stood behind Yui out of sight and with his little sister leaning right behind him admiring the machine. A devilish smile formed in the brunette's mind as he carried out his Machiavellian plan. Taking a strong step back, Issei ended up pushing an unsuspecting Grafia against the machine. In the room, only the loud sound made by the woman's head and the metal of the machinery colliding with each other could be heard, causing everyone to vote to see what had happened. Serafall, Yui and Milica couldn't believe what they were seeing. There on the floor with her knees on and her hands holding on to the edge of the table where the machine was placed, was Grafia lying down. Once they were more perceptive, they noticed that on the main screen of the electronic device there was a large dent, and just when the Lucifuge slowly turned her face towards them to see the cause of her accident, everyone could see how on her forehead there was a red mark turning out to be a bump from the blow she had received. Oops, sorry. Those simple words from Issei, plus the smile on his face, was enough for the others to see that he had been the one responsible. Assuming what was coming next, Yui and Serafall tried to stop the duo before disaster struck. Unfortunately, their reaction was late and they could do nothing when a completely furious Grafia got up from the ground, turned around, took the machine tightly in her hands and without thinking, she finally crashed it into Issei's hard head, ending up with the remains of what was once an impressive machine and of great importance for the future of the underworld falling to the ground. Oops, I slipped. Those were the words Grafia gave innocently, showing herself to be regretful. So that's how things are, Issei mentioned, showing a rather tense smile to the Lucifuge in front of him. Not even half a second passed when Grafia and Issei were already fighting and rolling on the ground on the rubble of Yui's machine. The silver-haired girl scratched her brother's face at every opportunity, as well as suffocating him on her generous breasts, in addition to biting him everywhere, the neck being her favorite place since in that area he was weak. On the other hand, Issei, when he was the attacker, didn't go overboard because apart from his opponent being a woman, she was also his family, so he only pulled or messed up the silver-haired girl's hair, as well as drooled on her cheeks to her disgust, in addition to making her small wrestling holds to irritate her more. All this was happening while Serafall and Milica watched the duo nervously, but it was not because of what they were doing but rather because of the dark presence that was at their side. At that moment Yui was surrounded by a dark aura, while her face was shadowed and her fists were tightly clenched. Stop destroying everything. Yui's loud scream was more than enough to stop the two idiots from fighting, and also ended up breaking the windows in the room. Ack, why does it always have to be like this? They can't get along for a damn second, you damn spoilers. Were they raised by beasts to behave like that? Yui began to scold, losing her temper and her characteristic kind tone as she watched the problematic duo kneeling on the ground. I'm scared but also attracted by that dominant way of Yui. Issei thought nervously at how beautiful and terrifying his girlfriend looked at that moment. And to think that she was the calmest of all and the one who didn't hurt a single fly as a child. Where did the tender Yui go? Grafia wondered to herself while she was a little nervous about the furious woman in front of her. Yui. And the worst thing is that they just stand there looking at me like idiots. Don't they have anything to say? Like an apology for all the harm they've done and the years of investigations they've ruined in their childhood fight. Yui's face was red with anger, something that had never been seen before and that caused astonishment and fear in those present. She's a Lucifer, everyone thought, seeing in the albino the demonic shadow of a woman. I feel sorry for those two, Serzex muttered, silently watching as his wife and brother were scolded. Oto-san, should we help them? Milikas asked, worried about the fate of his mother and uncle. It's better that we don't get involved in this, son, not if we want to be like them, Serzex replied, pointing at the individuals on the ground kneeling in front of the demoness. Well, Yui shouted, expecting an apology from both of them for seeing her creation ruined and destroyed. Yui, just when Issei was about to apologize, he couldn't do so once his pretty girlfriend gave him a strong downward kick that ended up embedding his face into the ground. Who gave you permission to talk, damn good for nothing, Yui said angrily, repeatedly stepping on the head of her idiot boyfriend. You didn't want us to answer, Grafia questioned nervously in her head, watching as her friend stopped stepping on the brunette, only for him to raise his face in pain. That hurt incredibly, Issei complained, holding his neck looking from below at his furious girlfriend and her cute panties. Thinking about it, it wasn't that bad. But you can't deny that it was fun, the great Issei Gremory defeated in a single blow by his fiancée, Grafia whispered mockingly, hiding her laughter from the albino as best she could. I hate you, Issei expressed resentfully to his little sister as he stood up. I love you too, Issei-kun, Grafia commented sweetly, showing a beautiful smile to her brother. Yui, it's that you. Everything is destroyed. I don't know why you can't. I worked for years. On the other hand, Yui was still angry while kicking and stepping on the remains of her invention. Hey, go calm her down, she's starting to scare me, Grafia whispered in the brown-haired boy's ear, fearing for her life. You're crazy, she's going to kill me, Issei replied in the same state as his little sister. It was then that everyone saw how Yui took a deep breath of air to mitigate her bad mood, inhaling and exhaling more and more calmly until she returned to her usual self, to the relief of those present but more so to Issei and Grafia, who thought that everything was over. How wrong they were. Yui, friend, they both called out to the albino girl who stood with her eyes closed in front of them, which generated a feeling of alert in them. That's it, if you're going to continue with that childish behavior, do it. But I'll make sure you think about it once or twice before messing with my work, Yui sentenced, creating a magic circle in front of her, from which emerged some magic handcuffs that ended up being placed and joining the hands of the wonder duo. Hey, what's this? Grafia said doubtfully about the object on her arm, which connected hers to the brown-haired boy's. Those are special handcuffs created by Chisato, Yui informed, crossing her arms ready for the Viria show. They remind me of the ones Mirajin used that night, Issei thought as he remembered his special night with the eldest Lucifuge, where she had handcuffed him to the bed. I know what you're thinking, Issei, and yes, they are those handcuffs but with a different functionality. You see, they won't be released until the two of them express pure and loving feelings for each other. Those words from Yui fell like a bucket of cold water on those involved. Just a glance between Issei and Grafia was enough to understand what they had to do, therefore the brown-haired man stretched his free hand forward and pronounced the name of his sword. Seconds later, Ascalon appeared in Issei's hand ready to carry out the command of its bearer. Being handcuffs created by Chisato, it could hardly be destroyed by normal means. That is why the brown-haired man had called upon his weapon to help him not to cut the handcuffs, but rather. I guess it's time to say goodbye to my left hand, Issei commented with nostalgia but determined to cut his wrist to free himself. It was good to have two hands all these years. But this is as far as you go with your right hand. Grafia had still accepted her fate with her head held high. Fine, it will be a clean cut with Ascalon. Are you ready? Issei asked as he placed his captured hand on the ground and with his free hand he lifted Ascalon to drop her. Go ahead, Graphia answered confidently, placing her hand next to the brown-haired boy's. It would hurt a little, but it would be worth it to be free. Okasan, Milikas expressed, worried about the madness that his always correct mother was about to commit. Don't look, Milikas, Graphia said as if she was saying goodbye to her life. Honey, I really don't think it's necessary to go that far, Serzex commented, presenting a drop of sweat on the back of his neck at how far those two would go to avoid telling each other what they feel. Yes, it is, darling, the silver-haired girl stated dramatically, looking at her hand for the last time. Enough of your nonsense. Ascalon, come here. Unfortunately, nothing went as it should and the sword flew out of the brunette's hands and into Yui's. Damn, I forgot that Ascalon also obeys girls, Issei complained loudly as he watched his weapon rest in his girlfriend's arms. Traitor. No more cutting off limbs, you're going to apologize and express your feelings like the two brothers you are, and you'll do it now, Yui sentenced strongly, causing the two troublemakers to swallow hard as they looked at each other. Ugh, Issei and Graphia let out a sound of displeasure at what they had to do. Well, let's get started. To their bad luck, Yui wasn't willing to let them go until they said their feelings, so deciding to end it, the first to speak was the brown-haired boy. Gee Graphia, even though we don't always hug each other or say words of affection, you always have a place in my heart, you understand me and you always want the best for me. I love you more than you can imagine, little sister, Issei revealed affectionately, showing a radiant smile to the silver-haired girl who blushed a little at his words. Oh Oni-chan, we may not always agree, but you are my older sister and I admire you, you have achieved a lot and you are always there for me, to save me from the mistakes you made and the problems that lurk along the way and that you have already defeated. Thanks for being my personal guardian, I adore you. It was Graphia's turn to bring out her feelings as she looked at her brother smiling. For a second, Serzex and Yui believed it was a beautiful scene where both siblings confessed their affection for each other and smiled at each other. At least that was at first, as it didn't take long for them to kill the entire beautiful scene with their actions. As if they were synchronized, Issei and Graphia turned their faces to the side and then vomited a small amount of blood, as the words they had said had torn them apart inside, or at least that was what they thought. Are you serious? Yui and Serzex stopped with beads of sweat on the back of their necks as they saw that not even those two could reveal their feelings without suffering any harm. This is hell, Issei commented after spitting out some blood as he sat defeated on the ground. The worst punishment that can exist, Graphia followed, both of them looking forward without turning to see each other, and with their hands still together. Graphia, Issei mentioned without wanting to see her, and strangely enough the silver-haired girl understood what he meant. Yes, me too, Graphia responded in the same state with her face turned in the opposite direction to the brown-haired boy. Click! It was the sound that came from the handcuffs opening, to the astonishment of Yui and Serzex and the happiness of Issei and Graphia, who jumped when they saw that they were free and had not had to confess anything, or at least not what was expected. We are free, the brown-haired girl and the silver-haired girl said in unison as they hugged their captive hands. The method was strange, but effective, Milikas mentioned with doubt due to the results of today's situation. And just in time, because we have to go now, Serzex commented, after checking the time on his watch, noticing how it was starting to get late. We will stay a little longer, to repair everything that was broken and check some things, Yui spoke sweetly while hanging on her boyfriend's arm. Us? Issei repeated with doubt and surprise as he had planned to flee from that place. Yes, Gremory, you will not leave here until you fix the whole damn mess in the laboratory, Yui ordered sweetly, too sweetly the brown-haired boy would say. But Graphia, trying to take his little sister with him, Issei protested, or at least tried. I already notified the girls about this and they said it was okay for us to be a little late. Anyway, they had to prepare the residents in the human world for our return, Yui informed with disinterest, showing her phone to the brunette. Hey, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Issei couldn't save himself from his fate. If you don't believe me, look for yourself, Yui mentioned intimidatingly, giving her phone to the brunette so he could see that she had the support of all her friends, so he was screwed. There on the screen of his girlfriend's cell phone, Issei began to read the messages that were in a group called Gremory Women, where each of his girls sent him something discouraging. Serafall, don't worry Yui, take all the time you need and make sure you put that idiot in his place and repair everything he destroyed. Mirajine, that's amazing, to think that Tiamat and I bought him a little something for beating his record of staying out of trouble. Make sure to give him a smack for me. Tiamat, is that the father of my future daughter? Now I fear that my child will be born with his stupidity. Don't let him go until I collect everything. Gabriel, Issei, why can't you last even a single day without causing trouble? That's a no-no, our dragon definitely needs to be trained. Penimune, I guess if he doesn't cause trouble for a day, he wouldn't be our Issei. Still, he went too far by destroying your years-long research, so just this once bring out the Lucifer in you and beat the shit out of him, Yui. Irene, a dragon will always be a dragon, and in this case Issei will continue to be an idiot. It is a fact that we all love him madly. But in these moments when he behaves in a childish manner, it is up to us to be the adults and determine his punishment. Therefore tonight he will sleep alone on the zone for all in the house so that he learns. Isabella, that behavior is not worthy of a demon king. Just wait, Issei. When I have you in front of me I will get you in shape and teach you how a real demon behaves. No one knows that better than the queen. Chisato, just tell me, friend, and with one blow I'll send him flying through different worlds so he stops destroying things. I did it once, so I don't see any problem in repeating it. Since when did I stop being respected? Issei thought as he read the cruel messages from his girlfriends, unable to help but start writing while curling up in a ball in a corner of the room. And to think that you Serafall could be so cruel to me by not supporting me. I wonder what gift you bought me, Mira. Anyway, I guess you won't give it to me now, and what's that about? Is that the father of my future daughter? Don't be so cruel, Tiamat-chan. With the luck I have, my daughter will probably turn out just like you. I'm still surprised by your character, Gabriel. You may be the purest seraph in heaven, but when you get angry all that goes to second grade. I really don't want to think about the punishment you have in mind for me. And about your sister, needless to say, your words hurt me, Penimune, and I who love you so much. Really, Irene, take a limb from my body but don't make me sleep alone. I got so used to having you all by my side that without you I would die of cold, because you are so cruel to me, Dragonet. Isabella, you are so cruel and direct that I like it, and your words scare me. But honestly I don't want to face the queen. That part of you is very scary, Issei-chan. I also don't want to receive a blow from you, Chisato. The last of them ended up sending me through 18-dimensional realms. Even now I don't understand why you did it if I just touched your chest by mistake. Please don't be mean to me. I love all of you, was what Issei Chibi murmured in the corner, crying comically at the words of his women. With that cleared up, let's go, Yui finished saying seriously, grabbing the collar of Chibi Issei's shirt, and then starting to walk, dragging him in the process, towards her offices. I feel so sorry for him, Serafall thought at that moment as he saw how his older brother was treated like a child. Oto-san, what will Yuyoba-san do to OG-san? Milikas asked with doubt and concern for his uncle's life. That's something that neither you nor I, son, want to know, Serafall answered wisely, ruffling the red-haired Minnie's hair. Whatever, why don't we continue with our family day? Grafia suggested, showing a positive and cheerful attitude, something that wasn't seen much in her. You are very happy, darling, Serafall commented, a little strange but at the same time attracted by the beauty his wife showed at that moment. How could I not be, if that useless man will suffer a punishment, and will have to repair the whole mess by himself? Grafia responded triumphantly, jumping up and down like a little girl. Oka-san, enjoying the misfortune of others is wrong, Milikas scolded her mother, showing a rather adorable pout. And a 10-layer ice cream would be bad too, Grafia proposed in an angelic manner, hiding the demoness inside her who smiled triumphantly. Let's go, Milikas said, forgetting what they were talking about, only having that big ice cream on his mind. Honey, Serafall scolded his wife, as that was not a good example for his son. SHHH, if you keep quiet and behave, Anata, you will receive a very special gift tonight, Grafia began to say in a sensual and purring tone in her husband's ear while she leaned her sexy body against the redhead's. What do you mean? Serafall asked a little nervously because of how damn sexy his wife was being at that moment. I don't know, how about tonight when Milikas is asleep I put on that kitty cosplay you bought me a while ago and put on a show just for you? Would you like that? Grafia finished by saying in a sensual air, licking her husband's ear before leaving his side. It was then that the image of his wife wearing pink lingerie, as well as wearing pink cat ears and a tail, came to Serafall's mind, all while lying down looking at him with a mocking smile and urging him to go to her. That simple image ended up convincing the redhead, who quickly took his son in his arms, then turned his gaze to his beautiful wife. Oh, look at the time. If we don't hurry, Milikas-kun won't get his ice cream and we won't be able to get home quickly, on foot. Serafall finished saying to leave the place quickly in search of his son's ice cream, all in order to have his beautiful and sensual wife that night all to himself. Fufufu, Gremory are so easy to manipulate, Grafia mentioned, smiling while maintaining a sensual and sexy air about her. Slowly and maintaining her flirtatious aura, Grafia left the laboratory with a sway of her hips that would kill more than one just by looking at her. At that moment she was not the maid of the Gremory clan, but rather a perverse, ambitious and lustful demoness who satisfied her own desires through deception and seduction, worthy of being called the wife of the Mao Lucifer. After the departure of the family trio, the laboratory was only inhabited by 2 people, who were in the office at the back of the warehouse that functioned as an office for Lucifer. At that moment, Yui was at her desk carefully observing the rare specimen in front of her, trying to put together a device, but for each thing she put together, the others didn't fit. Meaning that she was doing everything wrong for the albino's little patients. "I am Issei Gremory," the brown-haired boy said with determination, observing the different pieces in front of him with random sizes. "Honey," Yui called, immediately having a dead face because of how the brunette looked. "I have destroyed countless worlds, spread peace to others, and ended the evil that ruled them," Issei said to himself, ignoring his fiancée. "Issei," Yui called again, letting out a sigh as she saw her boyfriend racking his brains trying to solve the problem in front of him. Not only that, free the demonic village from the corrupt government of the original Mao, promote peace and prosperity in these lands and create with the help of friends, alliances that could never before be thought of. Therefore, Issei mentioned seriously taking the device on the desk in front of him, raising the machine in the process. "Issei," Yui shouted, increasingly irritated by her boyfriend's stupidity. "So how is it possible that I can't solve this?" the brown-haired boy finished saying with frustration, moving the device from one side to the other. "You've got it backwards," Yui shouted from her seat, as well as throwing a paper ball at her boyfriend, hitting him on the head on the spot. "Oh, that explains a lot," Issei replied with a nervous smile. As he did so, the damned device was already taking shape. "Just leave it, puzzles and riddles have never been your thing," Yui commented reluctantly, using her powers to levitate the machine and leave it on another table. She would fix it later. "Without saying it directly, you just called me stupid, Yui," Issei commented with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. "What I meant is that your mind works differently than normal beings," Yui corrected her words, but she couldn't say that her boyfriend was the smartest either. On some occasions he was very perceptive, but on others he was a complete idiot. "Thanks, I guess. I honestly feel like it was an insult," Issei mentioned hesitantly as he settled into his seat, showing a smile in the process. "You know, Issei, you've changed," Yui suddenly commented from her desk, looking fondly at her beloved. "Hump," Issei expressed with confusion. Due to Lucifer's use of words, they seemed strange to him because it was not only her, but also her family used to tell him that on several occasions, but despite that, he still looked the same as in the past. Had he changed? "In the past you used to belong to the elite of the demons, and your enormous power always swept away everything in its path. You were known for your brutality, the most feared by your opponents, the respected and hated leader of the Gremory squad, a man who had no feelings when it came to executing his plans. You betrayed your people and especially my father, the Demon King, who ruled us regardless of whether you could find death. You fought against my father and his followers with courage. You also fought against the Red Dragon Emperor to defend the girls and me, but you fell defeated by his enormous power. But, in the end, there is no effective attack to see you perish, since every time you fall you get up even stronger than before," Yui mentioned, smiling while moving a pencil between her fingers from one side to the other. "Why are you saying all that, Yui? I don't understand," Issei asked, leaning forward a little, assuming a thinking pose. "It's not just me. All the girls have noticed that the Issei from that time and the one now are very different. Maybe there are things that remain, like your seriousness, your ideals and ways of thinking, but as far as your person is concerned I can say with certainty that you have become more controlled and more affectionate," Yui answered without erasing the smile from her face, mentally comparing the brunette in the chair with the one she had known in the past. Maybe Issei couldn't see him clearly, but he was very different from the one he used to be. Before he was colder, more serious, violent and disrespectful, but now he was different since all his features had been lowered. It's true, he could be the same Issei as always, but Yui knew that he was changing for the better. Looking at him, she couldn't help but compare the brown-haired man now with the one from the past, believing for a moment that right there were 2 different Isseis looking at her, one big and one small. The older one gave off a dark aura, while the smaller one gave off a light aura. It almost seemed like they represented good and evil trapped in one body. Strange. "Affectionate. I am many things, Yui, but I don't think I am affectionate," Issei commented, shaking his head at his girlfriend's crazy ideas. "Who knows? But yes it is, maybe you don't notice it but you are slowly changing and at the same time you keep your unique features, Yui mentioned with fun and mischief while winking at the brunette. Fufufu, even the girls and I have come to think at certain moments while we observe you in silence, that in that enigmatic body of yours there live two different mentalities, almost as if there were two totally different Isseis trying to coexist in one. Is it strange? Yui finished saying, noticing how her boyfriend avoided looking at her. Was that strange? Haha yes, it's very strange Yui, Issei commented a little tense about the subject while his thoughts went from one side to the other on the same point. Two of me, maybe it's true, since deep down I feel that that child exists, Issei thought with some nostalgia and regret for that child he forced to grow up. Issei, Yui called with some concern seeing how her boyfriend reacted. It's nothing Yui. By the way, haven't you talked comfortably with your granddaughter? Issei asked, changing the subject since it wasn't a very comfortable one for him, especially if he kept remembering the events of that day. Ugh, so you've noticed? Yui questioned regretfully, leaning her face against her desk. What thing? That even though they are family, they don't exchange more than 2 words without feeling uncomfortable, Issei answered for the albino, putting his feet up on her desk to be more comfortable. That could be true, Yui murmured with a rather adorable pout, once the brunette had placed his feet on her table. Valerie is not like Resivim or your father Yui. In fact he is more like you, the brown-haired boy informed, knowing why his girlfriend looked sad. It was all because of her real family. And what am I like? Yui asked the brown-haired boy with curiosity and excitement to find out what he thought of her. Beautiful, adorable, fair, with a kind heart, cheerful, outgoing, spoiled, affectionate. I can go on if you want, Issei commented calmly while listing each quality of his girlfriend with his fingers. No need, I already understood your point, Yui replied with her face slightly blushing and looking away because of the embarrassment she felt at that moment. Yui, I know better than anyone that you hate your blood and surname for what your family did, Issei mentioned calmly, walking towards where his girlfriend was, staying right behind her where he held her shoulders, lovingly giving her a massage. They are not my family, Yui declared strongly, while avoiding letting out a moan because of the feeling her lover gave her at that moment. But Valerie does. I know you're scared to trust your biological family, but she's different, and just like you, she didn't have a good life like a Lucifer at the beginning, Issei said in a scolding tone to the albino, while applying a little force on her shoulders. What do you mean? Yui questioned, leaning her face back to be able to look at her fiancé. This is something that no one knows, especially Valerie, but I investigated her story with the help of Chisato and what I discovered is very tragic to tell the truth, Issei commented, regretfully removing his hands from his girlfriend's shoulders. As you know, your brother is still alive and hiding somewhere in the world, Issei reported seriously, noticing how his girlfriend lowered her head a little. I know, Resivim escaped during the underworld incident with the faction of the descendants of the original Maos against the new Maos. His body was never found. Some time later many attributed that he probably died over time, but I'm not stupid enough to believe something like that. My brother is many things but not a fool. I know that somewhere in this world he is hiding, perhaps even planning something against you, but honestly I don't care what he does with his life, Yui Minor answered bitterly and disinterestedly while thinking about her idiot older brother. Valerie, why do you say his life was hard? The albino asked after putting the subject of her brother aside. This will be something that will have to stay between us, at least until she decides to talk about it, Issei began to say, getting a nod from his girlfriend. Valerie Lucifer was born as the daughter of Razivin, the son of Resivim and a human woman, making her a half-blood. Once it was revealed that she had one of the Longinus, divine dividing, in addition to the power inherited from her great-grandfather, Lucifer. Her father soon developed an inferiority complex towards his daughter, whom he saw as a monster for retaining those two powers. Due to Resivim's advice, Razivin began to bully and physically abuse Valerie for her powers as he was very afraid of her, the brunette recounted while recalling the story of the Albion wielder obtained thanks to Chisato's intervention. That's it. After hearing that, Yui covered her mouth with both hands, unable to help but feel pity for her granddaughter and hatred for her brother as well as her alleged nephew. Although she received physical abuse from her father, her human mother loved her and treated her wounds, tried to protect her and fed her with everything she could, even if it was pasta, which became her favorite despite the bland taste. Valerie soon ran away from home before being found by Azazel, who brought her back and raised her in Gregory, teaching her about her demonic powers and the handling of her sacred gear, with the intention of eventually killing both her father and grandfather for their abuse during childhood. At 13, she began living with the members of Slash Dog's group, which included Tobio and Lavinia, the two members she saw as older siblings. She then left the group to become independent on her own, being accompanied by Lavinia at all times, since she had a lot of appreciation for her as her younger sister. The rest you already know, so that would be her story in summary, Issei finished telling, noticing the afflicted face that his beloved presented. Now I feel really bad for how I treated her, Valerie. Those bastards, Yui muttered as she clenched her fists tightly on the desk. From what I found out, Valerie's father was killed by Rezavim, and as for his mother, she is safe living in a small town where she started a new family, Issei mentioned to the relief of Lucifer, who let out a sigh. I see, Yui replied regretfully as she had the image of her granddaughter in her mind. She definitely felt bad for not dealing with her in the past and avoiding her suffering. After all, she was her family. Yes, we see it from one side. You and she are similar since both had the bad luck of having despicable parents. But just because she is a Lucifer doesn't mean she is the same as them. You are a clear example of that, Yui. The only family that Valerie could call her is you. Don't reject her or fear her anymore, Yui. Both of you lived through regrettable things, but you have each other to face family problems, Issei advised calmly while caressing his fiancée's hair. I guess you're right, I'll do my best to talk to her, I promise, Yui mentioned, showing a small smile to the brown-haired boy that conveyed confidence and sincerity. Sounds like a good idea to me, Issei commented with relief as he began to retreat to his seat, but his progress was interrupted by his girlfriend's words. So, one of your sexual fantasies is to have your granddaughter and your grandmother in the same bed, Yui questioned mockingly, and having a great time seeing how the brunette almost fell over because of her question. Huh, Issei expressed with intrigue and a little nervousness as he looked at the smiling Lucifer. Phew, I'm sorry but I couldn't help it. Valerie is in the position of future partner, so in the future you would technically have the last two women of the Lucifer clan for yourself, Yui mentioned, letting out a few light laughs from her desk watching her boyfriend. Who do you take me for, Yui? Issei questioned, showing a tense smile while scratching his head. Issei, all of us your current partners, but especially Gabriel and Penamion, know that you enjoyed yourself greatly when you spent intimate time with both sisters. I know you have an image to maintain, but you are still a man, and although you hide your perverted desires, for us your partners it is easy to see through you, Yui informed subtly, only to see later how the brunette fell to the ground dramatically. Please Yui, stop, Issei begged, ashamed of himself while on his knees and hands on the ground. Tell me one thing, Issei-kun, and I want you to be completely honest with me. Between Valerie and me, who has a better body? That simple question from Yui made the brunette feel a slight chill running through his body. Really? Issei questioned nervously to answer that question. If he told the truth he would get hurt, and if he didn't tell it he would get hurt anyway. Come on, I'm not going to get angry, Yui promised, showing a radiant smile and a pure look. I doubt it, the brown-haired boy thought, certain that this was the last day of his life. Even so, he had to answer truthfully, as this was the best option to more or less save his life. Let's see, if I think about it, they both have slim figures, quite proportioned bodies and a divine beauty. Issei began to praise them, only to see a pencil brush across his cheek and end up embedded in the wall behind him. Stop beating around the bush and answer the question, Yui said, smiling, with a floral aura around her that sent shivers down the Issei's spine. Well, in my opinion Valerie is the one with more volume in the chest area, while you beat her in the hips with better curves, Issei confessed with some fear, as incredible as it may seem when he was caught in the gaze of the demoness in the room. Pervert. So if you've paid attention to my granddaughter's breasts, how disgusting, Yui mentioned with anger and amusement, while groping her breasts to emphasize her point. That's why I didn't want to answer, Issei muttered, looking to the side so as not to be the laughing stock of his fiancée. I was just joking, Issei-kun, Yui commented as she wiped away a tear that was coming out of one of her eyes. Let's forget about the subject and get back to work, Issei mentioned, tiredly returning to his seat to repair the machine, or at least try. But you would love to have us both under you moaning your name, Yui expressed in an erotic way while reviewing some documents. Yui, Issei shouted, a little embarrassed by his girlfriend's words. Damn, where had the sweet and tender girl gone? For the next few minutes that passed, Issei and Yui talked about random topics, as well as the white-haired girl making fun of her boyfriend every chance she got about his fantasies, causing the brown-haired boy to feel a little embarrassed. Many believed that Issei was an iceberg who would never show any nervousness or fear. But the truth was that it was only in front of others, since generally when he was alone with his partners, he was sometimes a little embarrassed by the insinuations they made to him, showing that despite being a rough and strong man, he also had his fragile side like every living being. And what no one else knew was that even Issei could feel fear. He always kept it hidden, but there were 3 fears in his life and they were associated with his position as the strongest. Even the most powerful beings in the universe are afraid of something, since it is a common and natural mechanism of every living being. Issei was no exception, since of all the things that can be scary, 3 of them affected the brunette, these being the fear of not being strong enough to save them all, fear of losing an important being in his life, and the last of them was the one he could never get rid of. Fear of himself. Monster. That was the word Issei used to describe himself. How else could you refer to a being created from 3 genetics? They could call him God. But he would always be seen as an abomination of nature, something that should never have existed. That was Issei's, himself, greatest fear for what he had become. It was no secret that Issei had always hated what he became. For that reason he did not usually use the powers of Ophis and Great Red, since he did not want to lose the foundations with which he was born, or at least with those that he still believed were still there. If something caused Issei sadness, in a certain way, it was knowing that he had lost all blood ties that united him to his family. When he had accepted the request of the 2 dragon gods, he had to die as a devil and be reborn as something new, so technically he had stopped being a Gremory. By losing his biological roots, could he still call himself the son of Venelana and Zeoticus? His original body had been broken down and used as nutrients for the new body, and his blood had been mixed with that of Great Red and Ophis. For that reason he had not lost the power of destruction inherited from his mother. Issei knew that all his sacrifice had been for an important and noble reason, but sometimes he wondered if he was still part of that family when he no longer had anything that tied him to it. That was something he kept quiet, but sooner or later it would come to light. He just hoped that his mother would forgive and accept him. In the midst of the tranquility present in the room, upon coming out of his thoughts, the brown-haired boy remained in his seat waiting for Yui to finish her work so they could go home together. He had already given up on the device he had broken, so he remained seated like a good boy waiting for his mom, and while he did so and watched his fiancée concentrated on her work, making some plans that he couldn't understand, Issei remained in a trance admiring the incredible beauty of his wife. That was something he always did when he was free. He could spend hours and hours just admiring the beauty of the lights in his life and wondering if he was worthy of them. He always sat there silently staring at them, and they liked that a lot because they saw that despite time and age he was still faithfully interested in them, and how could he not be? Stop Issei, Serafall, Mirajine, Yui, Tiamat, Gabriel, Penamune, Chisato, Irene, Isabella, they were all beautiful. For everything they believed in, for the way they thought, for those sparks in their eyes when they talked about something they liked. They were beautiful for those abilities to make others smile, even when they feel like they are broken. They were beautiful, not for something superficial, but for everything they were and gave from the bottom of their hearts to an idiot like him, who was lucky enough to have all of them by his side. She's beautiful, Issei couldn't help but think about that every time he looked at her. But at the same time another thought occupied her mind. He loves her, and he loves her too much to let her go at any moment. Yui felt her boyfriend's violet gaze on her and stopped looking at the plans for her project when she saw that the brown-haired boy was looking at her with such eagerness, presenting in his gaze a feeling that was indecipherable to her at that moment. What? Yui asked, somewhat amused at seeing her beloved looking at her as if she were the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. She couldn't help but give him a smile, a beautiful smile of those that drove him crazy. Nothing, Issei replied with a shrug, as he thought if he had ever told her that he loved her, because he certainly did. He loves her, but he loves her so much that the words wouldn't come out of his lips. Hey, seriously Issei-kun, what's wrong? Yui asked her lover again, as she felt that something was not right with him. On the other hand, Issei couldn't help but feel like an idiot for having stared at her so enthralled and not having an answer to her question, or rather, he didn't want to say the answer openly, and instead of answering with words since that wasn't his strong suit, the brown-haired boy walked around the desk and took the silver-haired girl by her chin, ending up bringing her closer to him. So slowly that it seemed like the moment would never come, but instead of going to her lips, he kissed her cheeks, her nose, her chin, her forehead, trying with each kiss to tell her what he couldn't with words. Yui could do nothing but half close her eyes and enjoy every touch of her man's lips on her skin. But her boyfriend's laughter brought her out of her reverie, and she noticed how Issei was so close to her but at the same time so far away. The golden orbs met the violet ones, until the brown-haired boy's violet gaze ran to her lips. In seconds that seemed like hours, he placed his hands on her cheeks while with his thumbs he caressed her blushing cheekbones. And finally he joined their mouths in a tender kiss, as brief and chaste as it was full of meaning. letting an electric current run through their bodies, which was born in their lips and traveled through their blood, filling them with a feeling as pure as it was inexplicable. Issei filled her lips with small kisses, 1, 2, 3, until he stopped and their eyes met again. The brunette took her by the waist and brought her even closer to him, causing chills in his fiancée. Then he joined their mouths again in a longer kiss, separating only a millimeter when they were out of breath. But there was something more in that violet gaze than just desire or affection, and Yui could feel it every time they kissed with love, but she didn't want to get her hopes up until she heard it from her own lips. Their hearts were beating rapidly, and Issei could see his girlfriend's beautiful, full lips that were half open, so he took the opportunity to take her lower lip between his own, in a game of mouths to savor all the feelings that floated inside her. The kisses became more and more intense, and neither wanted to stop. Yui sat on Issei's legs trying to shorten the distance between them, while the brown-haired boy ran his hands along his girlfriend's back, drawing a mental map of her beautiful figure. They both separated when they were short of air and looked at each other madly. Then they put their foreheads together, closing their eyes, being able to feel their agitated breathing mix, letting the silence of the place be filled by the beat of their loving hearts. When they opened their eyes again, gold crossed with violet, and each one gave a smile to the other. Issei held his beloved by the back, firmly, and pushed her back, both of them lying on the table in Yui's office in her laboratory. Then he kissed her passionately again, crazy for her and for being inside her. The kisses went down from the silver-haired girl's mouth to her collarbone and continued to descend further and further, and she couldn't help but moan, managing to unsettle the brown-haired boy even more. Gremory Mansion. In the main gardens of the residence, a small farewell was taking place. Among those gathered there were Venelana, Xiaticus, Graphia and Milikas, who were saying goodbye to the members of the Gremory entourage of the third daughter of the Gremory patriarchs, Issei Gremory, this being the one in front with her friends behind her, giving her last words before returning to the human world, as her vacation was over. "Very well, father, mother, Oni-san, Milikas-kun, we must go," Rias mentioned kindly while performing a small bow to her family. "Rias-nisama, are you really going home already?" Milikas asked a little sadly while standing next to his mother. "Sorry, Milikas, I promise I'll come visit you," Rias replied affectionately, placing a kiss on her nephew's forehead. "Rias-sama is very busy, you must be reasonable," Graphia commented in a somewhat scolding tone, being in her role as a maid of the Gremory house. "I understand, Oka-san," Milikas replied defeated. If there was something in his life that he couldn't face bravely, it was his mother. "I hope you have a good trip, my girl, and make sure you send letters more often," Venelana mentioned with sadness, affection and any other feeling of a mother who experiences the departure of one of her children from home. "I will do it, Oka-san," Rias promised, hugging the brunette, who almost broke her spine. What strength! "Don't let Issei get into trouble. He may be the oldest of the three brothers, but he's the one who gets into the most trouble," Xiaticus commented to his daughter, placing his hand on her head and ruffling her hair a little. "Don't worry, Oto-san. I think his fiancées can keep him perfectly under control. By the way, have they left yet? I didn't see any of them when I returned from the capital," Rias asked doubtfully after adjusting her hair back to how it was originally. "The girls have already left for their home in the human world, and some are also working. In your brother's case, as far as I understand, he's in Yui's laboratory, repairing a disaster that he caused with Graphia," Venelana answered thoughtfully while glancing at the silver-haired girl. "Oni-san?" Rias questioned her older sister with doubt, who showed a satisfied smile on her beautiful face. "The best thing of all is that he ended up cleaning everything," Graphia commented mockingly, imagining the punishments Yui could have given the brown-haired boy as soon as they left the laboratory. "That's not right, Oka-san. You always say that you have to be responsible for your mistakes, but you ran away from the laboratory without helping OG-san first," Milikas reproached his exemplary mother, who always spent her time instructing him on the path of good. "Milikas-kun, when it comes to your uncle, you can forget everything I've taught you," Graphia advised her son, stroking his red hair. "What a great mother," everyone else thought with several drops of sweat running down their necks. "Then, with your permission, we will be leaving," Rias finished saying, before leaving the gardens in a hurry, since they had a train to catch. It was seconds before Rias and her friends disappeared through a magic circle bound for the train station to leave the underworld in a legal way. Once they left, in the gardens of the Gremory mansion, the three adults and child remained observing the place where the redhead had previously been. "I miss her already," Venelana commented dramatically, her spirits on the floor. "You don't even have half a second, my dear," Xiaticus commented with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck due to his wife's childish behavior. "Issei and Rias are my furthest children in terms of distance, Serzex lives in the underworld, so I always have him close to me, but those two are another story. At least I have Milika's coin to pamper," Venelana expressed, recovering her spirits once she caught her only grandson in her arms. "Help," Milikas asked in a whisper as he was being suffocated by the 2 large pillows on the brunette's chest. "Be strong, my son, be strong," Grafia thought as she gave her support to the redhead with an understanding look. "In any case, let's go back inside the mansion," Ziaticus suggested, saving his grandson from dying in the mortal arms of his wife in the process. He found it funny since his 3 children had gone through the same thing in their childhood. "What time is it, Oka-san?" Milikas asked once he caught his breath, glaring at his mother for not helping him. "I think it's 3 in the afternoon." "Why?" Grafia asked doubtfully, as she didn't understand why her son wanted to know the time. Did he have something to do? "Oh no, Gremory is about to start," Milikas shouted before running off into the mansion. "Now that I think about it, Issei doesn't know yet that there is a children's program created by Serafall where he is the protagonist along with his group, right?" Venelana mentioned with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck as she looked at the cloud of smoke her grandson had left behind in his departure. What Venelana was talking about was a program that told the adventures and stories of a group of young people, starting with the life of Serafall Citri, a 17-year-old girl specialized in ice and water magic, who on her boat on a path full of adventures meets Issei Gremory, a young man 2 years older than her who seeks to be the strongest in the world, and who travels accompanied by his younger brother Serzex and his friend Ajuka. Shortly after the meeting between the two, the 4 embark on an adventure around the world. In it they meet Tiamat, Yui, Mirajine and Grafia. They form a team to go to the different missions that exist in the world. As the series progresses, new challenges are revealed, so the members of the Gremory group must join forces and prevent the dark purposes of those subjects who seek to sow evil from being fulfilled. "Yes, it's still on the air. I imagine you don't know yet," was the only answer Grafia gave, shrugging her shoulders. "He asked me what will happen when he finds out," Ziaticus asked playfully, thinking of possible scenarios that his firstborn would carry out. "She'll probably punish Serafall at first, and then threaten to cancel the show, to which the girls would interfere claiming it was for a good cause. Issei would be forced by his women to let the show continue to air, but that doesn't take away the fact that Serafall will be punished," Grafia commented thoughtfully as she headed to the mansion, being followed by her in-laws. "Fufufu, we'll only know until we see it," Venelana mentioned with a cheerful laugh as she thought about her eldest son. So the 3 adults entered the mansion in search of Milikas, who would most likely be in the living room with the television on waiting for his show, so they would also go to accompany him, in addition to the fact that they also liked the program that was about Issei and his adventures rewritten and adapted into a series by Serafall, which seemed interesting to all of them. Unknown location. Somewhere in the supernatural world, where the skies turned purple and the land looked arid, on one of the rocks that stood out in the area being the highest of all, a beautiful young girl with long black hair down to her hips and gray eyes remained on it. Her ears were different from those of a normal human as they had pointed tips, although her long black hair made that feature difficult to notice. Her dark gray eyes had slit reptilian pupils, and on her thin body she wore a black gothic Lolita-style outfit. This young girl, despite her appearance, the truth was that she could be considered the oldest being among all those who had lived on planet Earth, since that young woman was none other than Ophis Ouroboros, better known as the Dragon Goddess of Ouroboros and the Dragon Goddess of Infinity, in addition to holding the position of leader in the Cows Brigade and also that of the strongest being in the world, recorded in first place in the top 10 of the supernatural world. This beautiful goddess remained static, suspended in the air centimeters from the ground, observing in detail the sky above her with a certain feeling engraved in her gaze as longing and desire. I guess it's about time I showed myself to him. The Cows Brigade will soon make their first move, so I might as well take advantage of that to meet up with him again. But honestly, those guys are only looking for death by messing with the wrong guy. But what can you expect from a bunch of insignificant ants? Ophis expressed monotonously, looking at the purple sky of the underworld. "It's time for the Infinite to attack. I hope you're ready, Issei, because I'm going for what's rightfully mine. My power runs through your veins, and everything that's mine belongs to me without exception. You are my property, Gremory, and what's mine must be with its rightful owner." A small wicked smile formed on the dragon's face, and her gaze showed the same characteristic. "I guess that troublesome dragon goddess isn't the only one you'll be facing. I wonder how strong you really are, Issei." She ran her little tongue over her thin lips, licking them while a blush appeared on her beautiful porcelain cheeks and her hands caressed the surface of her body barely covered by her attire, having in her mind the image of a certain brown-haired man with a penetrating gaze that drove the dragoness crazy. "That's what I want to find out." Gremory residence. Old woman. Bitch. Bitch. Harlot. Shut the fuck up already. Currently in the Gremory home in the human world, a peculiar situation was taking place in the middle of the dining room, which was where all the residents were having breakfast, or at least that was what they were trying to do, but the constant loud screams of the two Lucifers present in the room made it difficult for them to digest their food as well as be in a peaceful environment to the irritation of a certain subject. It all had happened when the sun had appeared, marking a new day that brought many problems with it. Once Valerie woke up and noticed that Issei gave off the scent of her grandmother, as well as seeing that Yui had a mark on her right shoulder of a draconic nature. That simple thing provoked the fury and jealousy of the Hakuriyudai against her relative, causing a verbal fight with the elder Lucifer in the middle of the dining room under the gaze of everyone, be it the brown-haired man's partners, as well as the female members of the Gremory entourage, Sona, Tsubaki, Irina and Zenobia, who were the ones who lived in the Gremory mansion. With the whole situation and the two albino girls' moods through the roof, neither of them noticed that the brown-haired boy's patience was beginning to run out, because despite the scream he let out, neither of them took it into account as they were caught up in their argument, and the others just kept silent as they knew that sooner or later the brown-haired boy would reach his tolerance limit. Unfortunately for Issei, who had a twitch in his eyebrow, while having Yui and Valerie on both sides of him arguing loudly about him, for the brown-haired boy, those two were beginning to become annoying due to their constant screams that were hurting his enhanced senses. But if we were talking about noise, there was a certain woman who won by a long shot. Issei's right hand constantly tapped his right arm with his fingers in a rhythmic movement. His right eyebrow twitched in irritation. The expression on his face was a serious one that did not promise anything good, and his eyes were fixed in front of where an impeccable beauty was perched on the dining table. There stood a woman with lustrous jet black hair and the face of a goddess. Her irises were golden and her pupils were divided vertically. On her left and right temples were two thick horns that stuck out crookedly, and on her waist was a pair of black angel wings. She was wearing a pure white dress with silk gloves covering her slender hands and a golden spiderweb necklace covering her shoulders and chest. And at that moment she was carrying in her hands a black electric guitar of dubious origin for the brown-haired man. Issei could tell that at that moment Valerie and Yui were a pain in the ass as they were arguing near him, but Albedo took the jackpot. The dragon was standing on the table, although of course that was something that no one else apart from the brown-haired boy could see, and to his regret he was also the only one who could hear her, something that at that moment he wished not to do. To Issei's bewilderment, he saw something he had never imagined seeing in his life, Albedo singing her own song with exceptional guitar playing. If it had been another time, he would have admired the dragon's determination, but now with Yui and Valerie's screams above his head, the noise of Albedo playing and singing, all of that was somehow annoying for the brunette. Unlike Issei, Albedo at that moment was feeling in a good mood and with high spirits. That was why she had taken the trouble to express her feelings in a way not very common in her, a song, and what better than expressing her feelings for the only man she loved with devotion, although of course, that was something she kept to herself because the time had not yet come to open up emotionally to her rival. Feeling free, Albedo spun around the table with fun while keeping her fingers moving on her guitar, and every now and then she threw a wink or a kiss to the brunette who looked at her with a dead expression. Showing a dangerous look and a devilish yet devilishly sexy smile, the brunette licked her lips as she looked and pointed at her favorite prey. Albedo sang, looking in a bad way at the brown-haired couple, who according to her always held him back, and for that reason she had a certain resentment towards all of them for not letting him be free, in other words, not letting him be a dragon. Deep inside, Albedo hid the fact that she didn't like being alone, much less in a space as dark as the one she inhabited, which was why the company and interaction with Issei filled her with happiness and tranquility. For the dragon, her moments and talks with the brown-haired boy were something she didn't want to change for anything in the world. Reaching the edge of the table, Albedo sang that part while looking at Issei, as if telling him to realize his feelings, or rather to know that they were there waiting to be released, a feeling that she knew she shared with the brunette. The black-haired girl finished singing, breathing heavily, while sitting on the edge of the table, face to face with the brunette who was rubbing his forehead, probably irritated, something that confused the dragon. Shouldn't she be happy about her song? Had she done it wrong? It had taken her a whole century to write it, and another one to get the courage. Albedo, I already have enough with those two without you making noise. Also, where the hell did you get an electric guitar? Issei questioned mentally, observing the instrument in the brunette's hands. Well, I was experimenting a little with my power and I managed to create this. It's incredible how easy it is to handle. And what noise? Didn't you like my song? I made it for you, Albedo answered, finally looking hurt, to the point of shedding a fake tear. You being Romantic. That's new. Unfortunately for her, Issei knew her very well and knew when she was lying. What does that mean? I may be a little crazy, but I'm still a woman and sometimes I like to express what I feel, the brunette complained indignantly, crossing her arms, highlighting her breasts for the brown-haired man to enjoy, although he only thought about it inside. Don't be angry anymore. It was a nice song, Albedo. I definitely want to listen to it personally when you're free, Issei commented, forgetting about the outside world for a few minutes while he was dealing with the dragon. Well, I could do it, Albedo mentioned embarrassedly, showing a slight pink tint on her cheeks, which confused the brunette when he saw that this reaction was true. Seriously, who the hell are you? Issei questioned with a dead expression, although internally moved by how adorable his friend looked. Leave me alone, you big idiot, Albedo shouted once she noticed that he lowered his guard, showing himself to be a woman in love, so she quickly disappeared from the brunette's mind, but not before giving him a slap that ended up passing through him, but the feeling was understood. I will never understand women, Issei whispered mentally, not understanding the brunette's reaction. Had he done or said something wrong? Especially us, darling, the brown-haired boy heard one of his fiancées gathered at the table say mentally. I guess you saw all that, right, Chisato? Issei questioned as he turned his gaze and focused on the smiling brunette with glasses. To my regret, yes, that woman is really loud, but it seems that she loves you very much, Chisato joked while sticking her tongue out at her boyfriend while signing a childish letter. I won't deny it, Issei sighed, shaking his head as he thought about the dragon of the apocalypse. And you, Issei-kun, do you want her? Chisato asked curiously, keeping her gaze on her partner. I think the answer is pretty obvious, even if she and I haven't said it yet, Issei answered half-heartedly, much to the chagrin of the brunette, who couldn't help but think that those two were idiots for not revealing the obvious. Typical of dragons, to solve everything with a fight, even their feelings, the beautiful goddess lamented, holding her forehead with her hand. Dragon, huh? Can I really consider myself one of them? I really don't think I belong anywhere, not with the demons, not with the dragons, a monster isn't. As he spoke, the brunette felt a painful sting on his head provided by his partner that made him stop in his speech. Issei Gremory, never ever say you're a monster again, because you're not, Chisato snapped seriously in her partner's head, being very upset by his words. So what am I, Chisato? You know better than anyone what I became to save this world from the clutches of Albedo, demon and dragon, two different elements that should never have come together before, but here we are. I am a soul-breaking monster, horrendous, miserable in life, unhappy, someone without feelings, a killing machine, a fact that should never have happened, Issei lamented, clenching his fists tightly as he thought about what he was, or rather what he had become. I understand that you hate yourself for what you had to accept, but let me tell you that you are very wrong. You are not a monster, nor do you want to hurt anyone, despite what people say. You are unique, special and innocent. That is why I can't be angry with you, Chisato mentioned calmly and with an understanding tone, wishing to be with her partner to hug him and give him her support. You say that because you love me, but there are people out there who think very differently than you, Chisato, Issei mentioned with some bitterness, because even though he didn't usually care what others thought of him, that didn't take away the fact that the words and comments about him didn't hurt him a little inside. Your enemies don't really fear or hate you, and that's because they actually see in you a reflection of what they wish they could be. They don't hate you, they hate themselves. Everyone sees what you appear to be, but few know what you really are. To me, you're not a monster, Issei, and even if you were, I would still love you, Chisato said, smiling and affectionately to the love of her life and the cause of her happiness. Who would have thought that at first they both hated each other? Fate sometimes turned out to be uncertain, even for her. Thanks, Chisato, Issei mentally thanked his wife, noticing how she gave him a loving look and sent him a sweet kiss in the air. For a few seconds while being trapped in his mind, Issei had forgotten the current situation, and which brought him back to reality with a strong movement of his shoulders. All mental connection between the brunette and Issei was cut off, and the tranquility was ruined, once Yui and Valerie took him by the shoulders, shaking him strongly in the process, while placing their faces in front of his. Are you listening to me, Issei? Yui shouted loudly while shaking her partner, much to his annoyance. Huh, Issei expressed with his eyes spiraling at being awakened in an unpleasant way. Tell this brat that you prefer me, Yui said with annoyance as she pointed at her irritating granddaughter on the other side of Issei. Oh no, not that old lady. Everyone knows that the fresh meat of a young woman like me is much better than the old meat of a woman like you, Valerie counterattacked, boiling with anger as she looked at her relative, causing sparks to fly between their eyes. Really? Well, this old lady gave Issei-kun the greatest pleasure in his office yesterday. You should have seen how wild she was in the act and how much she enjoyed my body. But of course, that's something that a virgin will never understand, Yui declared with airs of grandeur while caressing her body, showing an attitude not very common to her usual. Now you're going to pay for this, you damned old woman, Valerie shouted, annoyed by the jealousy of a dragon present, as well as the instincts to start fighting. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hakuri Yuri 5th class. Likewise, Yui did not stay behind and began to release part of her power to put the insolent little girl she had as a relative in her place. Enough. With the two Lucifers about to start a fight beyond words, salvation came from the hands of Issei, who, fed up with the situation and senseless dispute of the two noisy women, he brought his hands to the collars of the shirts of both Lucifers, lifting them in the process to their annoyance, as both began to kick and tried to break free from his grip, but no matter what they did, the result was in vain. Under the silent gaze of everyone present, they saw how the brown-haired boy was preparing to leave the dining room carrying Valerie and Yui in his hands. Just seeing that, everyone felt sorry for what the brown-haired boy would do to them, but they did not interfere for fear of suffering the same fate, or something worse. Not even Lavinia or Issei's women tried to do anything and just continued eating without looking, much to the disappointment of Valerie and Yui as they saw themselves betrayed by their almost sister friends. Leaving the room with a serious expression, Issei headed to the second floor of the house with the two problematic women carried and dragged by their shirts all the way, despite their protests, which were ignored by the brunette. Upon reaching the second floor, Issei headed to a specific room in the hallway, being the last one in it. Kicking open the door, the first to enter the room was Valerie, closely followed by Yui. Although her entry was not entirely normal and she lowered her consent, how would it be if they flew in until they fell face first into a mattress on the floor? The worst part was for Valerie, being the first to fall and consequently the one who ended up receiving Yui with her own body, the two of them hitting their heads under Issei's dead gaze. The brown-haired boy, without any annoyance or worries, had thrown the two Lucifers into the air once he entered the room, and just as he came, with his serious face he brought one of his hands to the cheekbone of the door, but not before giving a cold look to the two troublemakers who were rolling on the mattress as a result of the blow to their heads. You won't leave here until you resolve your differences and stop bothering others, Issei declared seriously from the door to the two troublesome women. What? Valerie said in horror when he saw that he would be in the same room as his grandmother. Wait, honey, you can't, Yui began to say in the same state, hoping that her boyfriend would reconsider his decision, but unfortunately for her and her granddaughter, all attempts were in vain. This is my last word. Bam! The door to the room closed tightly, locking the two Lucifers inside and leaving Issei outside, who placed a special seal that would hold Yui and Valerie for a few hours, which he hoped they would use to settle all differences between them and stop causing so much trouble in their discussions to him. Letting out a sigh, Issei proceeded to turn around and walk away from the room to return with everyone else to the dining room without bothering about what would happen in that room with the two Lucifers. They were too old to do something stupid, or so he thought. When he returned to the dining room, many looked at him strangely, probably because 3 had left and only 1 had returned. No matter what, don't let them out until nightfall, Issei commented irritatedly, rubbing his forehead as he entered the dining room. Don't you think it was a bit excessive, love? Serafall questioned, presenting a drop of sweat running down her neck just like everyone else due to the brown-haired boy's methods. They earned it, Issei replied with a shrug, downplaying the matter. That's something we can't deny, but I guess it's normal considering the fact that Veil-chan is half-dragon, so her jealousy at seeing that her love interest was taken made her react that way, Lavinia began to say from her place at the big table while looking at the brunette. You're right, Lavinia, we dragons tend to be a little jealous when it comes to our partner, Irene stated, unable to find any flaws in the blonde's words. A little? Issei questioned, showing a dead expression on his face at the sexy redhead's words. Master, you better keep quiet and come give me affection. Or do you not love me anymore? Tiamat questioned, being in one of her changing moods while she stretched out her arms to her partner. You know very well that I love you with all my heart, my beautiful dragon queen, Issei mentioned affectionately, going to where the blue-haired girl was, taking her in his arms, accepting her hug and both standing. Joining their lips in a soft kiss, Issei and Tiamat shared a pleasant moment as a couple, while he held her with one of his hands around her waist and with the other he caressed her swollen belly where he could feel, although slight, small movements on the skin covered by the blouse. It seemed that someone was awake at that moment and, like the mother, wanted the father's attention. In those moments Tiamat was invaded by an enormous happiness at being pampered by her male receiving his pure love and acceptance both for her and for the daughter she was carrying in her womb, a daughter born from the love of master and servant, which is how she has always considered herself since the day she had accepted that child as her master. Who would say that that child would turn out to be the one who in the future would give her the greatest happiness in the whole world? Despite the fights and arguments they have had throughout their relationship, they have never given up or abandoned the love between them, a love that for Tiamat turned out to be the greatest love imaginable, and that any obstacle that came their way they would always overcome because the love between the two was pure and sincere. The beautiful Dragon Queen could affirm one thing, and that was that she loved Issei Gremory with all her might. Haha, of course I love you too, my beautiful princess. I haven't seen you yet, but I'm sure you'll be as strong and beautiful as your mother, Issei commented as he felt his firstborn make slight movements in her mother's belly. Master, Tiamat whispered, moved by the brown-haired boy's words to her and her daughter. Having a daughter with you, Tiamat, is the greatest happiness that a man as idiotic as me can receive, Issei mentioned, showing a smile to the blue-haired girl while giving her a small kiss to her sweet lips. Issei, Tiamat expressed in love, after the contact of lips that left a small thread of saliva in their mouths. Unable to contain herself, Tiamat threw herself into the brunette's arms, ending up burying her face in his chest as she let out a few tears. But these were not from sadness but rather from happiness, a happiness that only her partner could make her feel. On the other hand, Issei remained motionless, hugging his wife with one hand and with the other he calmly caressed her fine light blue hair, not caring if his shirt was getting wet by the dragon's tears. As long as they were his partners he didn't care much about several things. It was then, as the two hugged each other, that Issei felt two round masses of incredible softness resting on his back. As well as on his hip there was a surface that he could say was a little swollen. Turning his gaze back a little to see what was there, he found Miragen's white hair, who rested her face and hands on his back, that being the reason for what Issei had felt at first, when he noticed that on her back were also the demoness breasts, and below her belly a little less swollen than Tiamat's. And what about me, Issei-kun? Or are you going to tell me that I'm not important, and that you only got me pregnant to have my body? Miragen began to say with sadness and fake crying, even shedding a tear. You know well that that is not true. Look, come here my beautiful demoness, Issei responded as he turned around, still holding Tiamat in his arms to receive the lucifuge. With the two of them in his arms and their faces resting on his chest, Issei distributed several small kisses on the foreheads of his partners, something that happened under the gaze of everyone present, who witnessed firsthand how Issei was different from his usual self, because at that moment, when he had Miragen and Tiamat hugged, he showed a sincere smile, a relaxed expression and a dreamy look that moved the other women of the brown hair, seeing a side that hardly came to light in the presence of others other than them. But that was Issei. Even though on the outside he appeared serious, cold, dark and dangerous, the truth was that all that only kept his qualities and true way of being hidden, almost as if it were some kind of protection, a protection imposed on himself. That was something that Serafall and the rest of the girls did not understand to this day. Why did Issei always keep his true self hidden? It's not that they didn't like the one he showed, but sometimes he was different, good, bad. It seemed that in the brown-haired boy's body there were two different personalities that were always in dispute, where one dominated over the other. Was it strange? And also, something that only Issei had the answer to, an answer that he did not want to bring to light, or rather that he did not want to remember, only forget. If I had to choose who to fall in love with and who would be the father of my children, I would definitely choose you, because you are the right man, because you are what I have always wanted. I love you, Miragen whispered barely audibly to her man, giving him small kisses on his neck. Thanks for being my husband, lover, friend, life partner and my compliment. I love you. I know it is not easy to understand me, but thanks because our love surpasses all barriers. Likewise, Tiamat did not stay behind and gave her words full of affection to her male. You two are the first to turn this complicated man into a future father. I'm really very grateful to both of you, and to all of you for staying with me. I love you like you have no idea, Issei mentioned as he hugged the mothers of his two future children harder but without hurting them, while looking at his other partners who smiled at him with love. We love you too, Issei, Tiamat and Miragen said at the same time as they placed a kiss on their man's lips together. Ending the affectionate contact between the three, Issei sat back down in his place at the table, but this time with the inclusion of Miragen and Tiamat, who took a seat on his lap while hugging him, showing him all their affection while feeding the father of their children. All of this was a pleasant sight for those present, who, like the trio, began to eat in complete tranquility and conversation. Just give me a few more rounds of intense love, And you'll see that I'll make you a father for the third time, Penamion commented flirtatiously from her place to her partner, pointing at him with her cutlery while giving him an unholy look. Oni-san, be more discreet, Gabriel scolded the purple-haired girl, embarrassed by her unrefined behavior. Oh come on Gabriel, it's no secret that all of us wish to give birth to our man's children. Being mothers is everyone's biggest dream, Penamion replied while pecking her sister's cheeks. That's something I can't deny, Gabriel whispered sadly, while pushing his sister's hands away from his face. Unfortunately, it is not as simple as it seems, and to be fertilized by Issei, time and luck are necessary. This is Isabella, being the voice of reason and reality among all the women of Issei. Ah yeah, the brown-haired couple sighed in disappointment at having to wait for their moment. In my opinion, Irene is the one who would have the most chances of getting pregnant due to her mating season in Chisato if she alters her fertility system, but as for Yui, Serafall, Isabella, Gabriel and Penamion, they have it a bit difficult due to their races and their birth rate. There have already been no records of a seraph giving birth, Issei began to say, keeping his eyes on his partners while his hands rested on Miragen and Tiamat's bellies. Father told me that it is possible for me to get pregnant, but that the time to generate life is similar to that of demons, Gabriel mentioned a little blushing as she remembered some conversations she had had with her parent. We fallen don't have that problem. In that sense we are like humans, but even they have their difficulties. After all, in the end it's a matter of luck, Penamion commented with his arms crossed, highlighting her breasts for the brunette's visual enjoyment, something she noticed immediately and gave him a wink with her eye. Being a mother would be great, but have you ever thought about the pain we'll feel when giving birth? It'll be something we've never experienced before, and in a way it's terrifying, Serafall mentioned a little nervously, smiling tensely as she thought about that important moment of getting pregnant. Ugh, don't even remind us, Tiamat and Miragen said nervously and slightly shivering at what they would feel when they gave birth. I imagine it must hurt, but in my opinion it is a pain that I am willing to feel in order to hold my son or daughter in my arms, Chisato commented dreamily, bringing her hands to her flat belly showing a smile full of longing. You know, I'm afraid of what will happen to my hand that day. Oto-san once told me that when Serzex and I were born, Oka-san almost broke his hand, although she did when Rias was born, Issei said, feeling a shiver run through his entire body at the same time. Oto-san once told me that when I was born was the day he lost the bones in his right hand. Rias couldn't help but agree with her brother, as it was something her parents once told her. Well love, I won't lie to you, we'll probably break more than one of your hands. Penamion's sweet words did everything but calm the brunette. After the words of the beautiful cadre, each of the brown-haired girls gave a slight nod of their heads, confirming that the day they gave birth, their boyfriend would suffer a painful fate. Just seeing that, Issei swallowed hard, and although strange, for a few seconds he could feel phantom pains in his hands and the rest of his body. The brown-haired boy was sure that every battle he had faced to date would be no match for the day he had to be by his wife's side in childbirth. Not even his fight against the three most powerful gods in the EXC world would hurt as much as those future days of childbirth, and saying that was already a lot considering the fact that those guys had given him a difficult fight to the point of almost killing him if it weren't for Chisato's intervention, who released 100% of her self-imposed sealed power as a last resort to use if the situation became too dangerous. That was a power that Issei did not usually use unless the situation warranted it, because that power was in a way the perfect union of demon and dragon god, resulting in a new state that was difficult for the brown-haired boy to control, but that put him at a great level of power, reaching the point of fighting against Chisato at 65%, and that was already saying a lot. Returning to the central theme, the brown-haired boy at that moment could not help but think that it would be less painful to fight against Melvizoa, Regal Ziva and Sarah Selby's again, than to face the 9 future births, or they could become more in case of more than one child with Serafall, Yui, Miragen, Gabriel, Penamion, Irene, Isabella and Chisato, or even with those who are not yet his partners but are in the process of becoming so, these being Albedo, Akeno, Valerie, Lavinia, Sona, Tsubaki and Kuroka. What fate did the future have in store for him? Would he survive? Putting his worries aside, Issei opted to continue with his breakfast in silence, while everyone else chatted and laughed among themselves. Thanks to this, the brunette was the only one who managed to hear certain distant noises with his senses heightened, even hearing several things breaking, complaints, screams and more coming from the second floor of the house. Those simple sounds made Issei let out a sigh halfway through drinking his cup of coffee, as he knew where they came from and couldn't help but wonder what was happening in that room, or rather what Yui and Valerie were doing, because making peace and getting along better was something the brunette highly doubted they were doing. In the Lucifer's room. Is that all you have? Yui asked, panting, her clothes showing cuts of her belly and cleavage. But unlike her rival, she remained standing and with energy to spare to fight. Unlike the eldest Lucifer, Valerie was on the ground with her hair disheveled, scratches on her face and arms. And she was breathing rapidly and had a small trickle of blood running down her lips. Despite this, the silver-haired girl was showing a defiant smile to her relative, as well as a sharp look that said she was not willing to lose. It is worth noting that while the two Lucifers were looking at each other intensely, the room or war zone of both turned out to be a complete disaster, with all the furniture destroyed and the walls burned or cracked, a result of the release of powers of both women. Fortunately, the room was reinforced by a barrier, or they would have already destroyed half the house in their dispute. Ha, those blows of yours are so insignificant. Wiping the blood from his lip, Valerie began to get up in a little pain, although of course it was something he didn't show. Valerie, is it necessary to enter balance break? Albion's question came once the divine dividing wings appeared on the silver-haired girl's back. No need, Albion, I'll kick her old lady's ass with my own hands, Valerie replied, bumping her fists and giving the older Lucifer a challenging smile. Oh, I advise you to listen to the dragon, you don't want your beautiful virgin face to be spoiled, Yui advised after listening to Albion's conversation with his granddaughter. Don't worry, by the time we're done there will only be one Lucifer left. I'll teach you to respect the male of a dragon, you damn bitch, Valerie declared, beginning to form a sphere of light in his hand. As far as I know, Issei never agreed to be your partner directly, he only placed you in the position of future couple where you have been getting to know each other ever since. Don't confuse things, little bitch, Yui responded in the same way, beginning to create an orb of light in her palm. Unimportant details, after all one day I will officially be one of your women, Oba-san, grandmother, Valerie commented, taking a step forward and bringing her hand charged with energy back. But to do that you will have to learn to share and not the childish things you are doing now, Amagu-san, granddaughter, Yui mentioned, taking the same stance as the younger silver-haired girl. Says the demoness who acts the same way, Valerie commented with humor, beginning to expel his own demonic power. How about this? If you manage to stay standing when I finish beating you, I promise you will sleep one night with Issei. What happens in it is your business. No one will judge you, Yui assured as she began to be surrounded by a black aura. She accepted the challenge, Valerie replied, smiling and ready to do anything to win. With their determination and desire to fight high, both Lucifers launched themselves head-on against each other without a hint of fear on their faces, but rather they were adorned with defiant smiles and a look full of thirst for battle. By the time they were both face to face, their fists met in a strong clash that ended up completely shaking the room, as well as generating a small flash of light from the strong impact, this being something that marked the beginning of the fight between granddaughter and grandmother to resolve their differences. And while the inside of the room became the battlefield of the two Lucifers, inside the divine dividing was Albion sitting in front of a large screen with popcorn in his claws and a cap on his head with the words, Team Lucifer, written on it. You can do it, Valerie, Albion supported with a bugle and pennants to its bearer. Nah, who am I kidding, I better root for the winner, you can do it, Yui, changing his mind, Albion cheered on the eldest Lucifer. I wish Drade was here to see this spectacle, the white dragon commented, while eating his popcorn and watching the two women through the screen launching their attacks. Khachaturian Orchestra, Divine Light. Numerous musical notes formed from Yui's hands that pierced her opponent's body, and in this case, when controlled and moderated, they would only hit Valerie. But the Hakuryu was not far behind, and joining both hands, she launched a ray of light energy, since being a descendant of the Lucifer bloodline brought its advantages, and one of them was her mastery of the element of light. The only thing Albion witnessed of the encounter was the loud explosion caused by the two attacks colliding with each other, marking the beginning of the dispute between the two Lucifers that turned out to be a great spectacle for the white dragon, who wondered which one would emerge victorious from the fight. Back to the dining room. By the way, Onai-sama, will you return to the underworld or will you continue being the advisor of the Occult Research Club and the Student Council? Rias asked, curious about how events would be from now on. In fact, I have to attend to some matters outside of this world, so I won't be in the underworld or with you for a few days, I suppose, Issei replied, letting out a yawn as he rested his head on Tiamat's breasts and Mira-Jean caressed his hair. Are you going somewhere, Issei-kun? Akeno asked curiously, bringing one of her fingers to her lips. Worried Akeno, the brown-haired boy questioned with an amused smile that caused a small blush on the brunette. A future wife must always be aware of her future husband. Resuming her posture, Akeno winked at the brunette, who was now the one who looked a little nervous. "I like that you are direct, worthy of a fall," Penamion praised, giving a thumbs up to the brunette and daughter of his old friend. "Thanks, my goal is to become as splendid as you, Penamion-sama, and to be able to entice Issei-kun with my charm and body like a good fallen angel," Akeno thanked, making a small bow to the purple-haired girl. "Oh, tell me, Akeno, do you want to learn the art of seduction to catch Issei?" Penamion asked, crossing her arms and giving the brunette a challenging look. "Yes," Akeno answered firmly and decisively, nodding her head several times. "Then I will be your master," Penamion declared as she stood up from her seat and displayed an attitude of greatness. "Thanks very much, Penamion-sama," Akeno thanked, moved to have a new and respectable teacher who would guide her on the right path of the art of seduction, anything to have Issei at her feet. "Friend, I don't know what to think of you right now," Rias thought, presenting a drop of sweat on the back of her neck due to her best friend's shameless behavior. I'm just going to attend to a matter in a faraway place, nothing to worry about." Returning to the main topic, Issei caught the attention of everyone at the table. "It's about you and Chisato, isn't it? I mean those dimensional matters and stuff," Serafall commented somewhat doubtfully, but vaguely remembering having been informed by her friend about her job and the one her partner was supposed to do. "Exactly, so I'll be absent for a few days while I attend to my duties. But you don't have to worry about anything, since Serzex is in charge of the underworld, and Azazel will be his advisor," Issei reported, getting a nod from his loli. "Everything is fine, I guess. But don't you think you put too much weight and responsibility on your shoulders?" Tsubaki questioned, causing for some strange reason the brown-haired girls to let out a sigh of resignation. "Nothing can be done, Tsubaki. Everyone has their own responsibilities that they should not neglect. For example, you and Sona with the academy. In fact, I'm curious to know what happened to her," Issei replied as he looked at the two black-haired girls with glasses mentioned. "Not much to say, Issei-sama. We are furnishing and filling the academy with all the necessary materials for its operation. Starting from scratch has its delays, but in the end, when everything is ready, it will be worth it," Sona spoke calmly, informing her sister's boyfriend about her project. "If you need monetary help, you can." As he spoke, Issei was interrupted by the heiress Citri, who raised one of her hands to silence him. "Excuse the intrusion, Issei-sama, but any help you can offer is not necessary. It is enough that you have given me the place and structure. I would like to do everything on my own," Sona commented confidently, giving the brunette a sincere smile. "Good answer, Sona," Issei mentioned with pride at the decision made by the Citri heiress. "That's how you talk, little sister," that earned points in Issei-kun's heart. The words spoken by Serafall caused her younger sister to blush noticeably. Whatever, we must go to the student council before my other pieces arrive. With your permission we will leave." Quickly getting up to leave that room, Sona stood up ready to leave. "See you soon, Issei-sama. I hope you come back soon," Tsubaki said goodbye, standing next to her mistress to leave using a magic circle. "Oh, something on your mind, Tsubaki-chan?" Issei asked with interest and a seductive tone to the brunette, managing to embarrass her a little. "Nah, nothing," Tsubaki responded nervously when she saw herself discovered by the brunette, to whom she couldn't tell what she wanted. "I will gladly accept to go on a date with you, although first I must go on one with Akeno," Issei commented calmly after guessing what the black-haired girl with glasses wanted. "Really? I mean, I'll be delighted," Akeno mentioned happily, seeing that she would have a date with her best friend's older brother. Thinking about it, well, that sounded strange. Who cares? She was happy, and from now on she had to start thinking about what she would do on her date. Would it be too soon to see what kind of lingerie she would wear for that day? "I'll be waiting," Tsubaki said with her face downcast and blushing, as well as a little embarrassed. Taking that as time to leave, the Citri heiress began the teleportation, being a little jealous of what her best friend had obtained. But just as she was about to leave, seeing the look and smile that Issei gave her, they made her see that even she would have her moment, making her feel relieved. With that, Sona and Tsubaki disappeared from the room, leaving everyone else behind as they headed to the student council room to attend to their daily duties. Getting back to the starting point, it will be a shame if you can't join us, Onai-sama. After her friends left, Rias looked a little disappointed as she looked at her brother. "That's it, girl," Issei replied without much importance, shrugging his shoulders. "When will you stop calling me that? I have a name and it's Rias, the same name you sometimes say. Why don't you call me by it?" The redhead asked, a little annoyed and sad when she saw that some things remained the same between her and her brother. "Why haven't you fully earned it yet?" Issei commented seriously as he looked at his sister firmly. "And when will it be?" Rias asked again, eager to know what she had to do to fully win the brunette's approval. When you wake up, was the short response Issei gave as he tightened his grip on Tiamat and Mera Jean's waists. Wake up. Hearing that strange request, everyone present looked confused. I still don't quite understand what you expect from me, Rias mentioned with her face downcast and her gaze filled with confusion. Are you a Gremory? Issei asked seriously, making his sister look him in the eyes. Of course I am, Rias answered firmly, since if there was one thing she was sure of, it was that she belonged to the Gremory family, that she was a Gremory. Then why haven't you woken up yet? Issei questioned with his eyebrow raised and a serious tone to the redhead. I don't understand it and I want to do it. Tell me what I need to do to earn your full approval, Rias asked, standing up and placing her hands on the table, looking at her brother pleadingly. Wake up, again. Issei only gave a vague answer that confused more than one, so he took the trouble to explain his point. In our family it is said that Okasan was the strongest woman of all time of the House of Baal, being known as the Dark Princess of Ruin, which is where your warrior name, Crimson Ruin Princess, derives from. When Serafall was born, Oto-san relates that he floated in the air releasing the power of destruction that was so powerful even as a newborn, that it could disintegrate or deform the furniture and surrounding decoration without a trace. None of the doctors were able to touch him, except Okasan, who held him. And you already know my story, Issei related, noticing how everyone was paying attention to him. But mainly his sister. What I'm getting at with all of this is that Okasan became who she was because of her great talent in using her power. Serafall grew and became stronger until he became a super devil, and as you've seen, I surpassed the power of a super devil. All of us have taken our power, the power of destruction, to new levels never seen before and developed deadly techniques with it. Serafall with his transformation into the energy of destruction, and I with absolute control of the concept of destruction, by changing the color of my eyes. Emphasizing his point, Issei showed his 2 crimson orbs to everyone present. What I want from you, Rias, is that just like Serafall and I did, you wake up and show your true power, the brown-haired boy concluded seriously, surprising the others with his request. But I don't think that. Just when Rias was about to show a pessimistic attitude, her older brother stopped her midway. You are the daughter of Venelana Baal, younger sister of Serafall Gremory and Issei Gremory. Believe me when I tell you that you can go far too. It's just a matter of time, patience, training and above all, confidence in yourself, Issei advised, giving his little sister a small look and a smile of support. I will try hard, Rias replied confidently, after seeing that she had her brother's strong hopes placed on her, and that was why she couldn't allow herself to fail. That's right, Issei commented with some hidden pride in his little sister's behavior. By the way, when I return from my little trip I would like you to give me a few minutes of your time, Zenovia, to instruct you and help you handle Durandal correctly, the brunette reported while looking at the azal-haired exorcist. It would be an honor, Issei-sama. I will look forward to it, Zenovia responded, hiding the happiness she felt at that moment when she saw that she would be instructed by the brown-haired boy. Come on, there's no need for so much formality, Issei mentioned, unconcerned about how they referred to him. So Issei-san, Zenovia proposed a little nervously but confident in what she was doing. It's better than Issei-sama, the brown-haired boy accepted, shrugging his shoulders at the honorific used in his name by the blue-haired girl. Honey, do you really think you can help Zenovia? Gabriel questioned, a little doubtful of his partner's decision. Oh come on Gabby, I control and have in my possession one of the sacred swords of Elohim. How difficult can it be? Issei answered confidently, although deep down he was questioning the same thing as the blonde. It's just that I feel like this isn't your field. It's fine that you can handle Ascalon at an exceptional level, but Durandal is different. I thought it would be better if I asked Griselda-chan to help Zenovia. At the mention of the Queen of Hearts, both Gabriel and the rest of the women noticed how the brown-haired boy and the brown-haired girl looked nervous at the mention of that woman. No thanks, Zenovia replied strongly as she remembered some traumas from her childhood with that demonic woman. Ugh, that woman is terrifying. I support Zenovia, Issei mentioned with traumas hiding his face in the middle of Mirigen's breasts. Did something happen? Irene asked, confused by her partner's ridiculous behavior. Nothing important, Issei murmured from the breasts of the Lucifuge who was caressing his hair. When Griselda found out that I was no longer a pure woman, she chased Issei-kun all over heaven with swords in hand during one of her visits to my work. It was the first time I saw Issei-kun run away from an opponent weaker than him, Gabriel revealed innocently, bringing his index finger to his lips. That day I was close to dying. The worst of all is that Elohim did nothing to stop her and just stood there watching while laughing. Damn old man, the brown-haired man cursed, finding protection and safety in the albino's chest. Only you get into those problems, Issei. What a pathetic demon king, Isabella commented with disappointment, looking coldly at her partner. Issei-chan, Issei expressed hurt to his queen, burying his face further into the albino's breasts. The brown-haired boy knew that Isabella was a woman of firm and strong character who kept the traditions of her race alive, this being that of the demons. And since she was considered in her time the queen of all demons when her world still existed, she always acted according to her status, and seeing that her partner was also a demon king, she always looked for him to behave as such and not the ridiculous thing he always did to her discomfort. Isabella loved Issei with all her might and accepted him as such, but her demonic side demanded a husband like her, so she always worked to train the brown-haired boy, something that did not always turn out as she wished. Just wait, darling. This queen will help you become a worthy and respected demon king, Isabella promised, showing herself to be dangerous and sexy in the brown-haired boy's eyes. Even though you look beautiful, your words scare me, Issei commented nervously. Because of all his women, the one who scared him the most because of her attitude was his queen. Now that I remember Issei-kun, there was no meat in the refrigerator anymore. Deciding to save her man from what would be a beating from her best friend, Irene remembered the lack of food in her pantry. Tiamat, Issei questioned the blue-haired girl, sensing that she was responsible for everything. I couldn't help it. My cravings were getting worse, and the worst thing of all was that the raw meat was so delicious, Tiamat mentioned, embarrassed but satisfied with the delicacy she had tasted. What a pitiful woman, Mara Jane commented mockingly, hiding her laughter with her hands. Look, if I remember correctly, I saw you eating a fish covered in chocolate last week, and the fish was alive, Issei mentioned with a dead look as he remembered finding the albino in the kitchen covered in chocolate devouring a live fish with such devotion. Issei, do you want my baby to be left without a father? Regardless of whether Mirajin showed an angelic smile, the brown-haired boy saw death itself about to claim his soul. I'm so sorry, Mirajin-sama, Issei apologized, begging for his life with his face pressed against his wife's chest. Where is the cruelest demon of all time? Everyone questioned the brown-haired boy's deplorable actions. If it's not too much trouble, Issei-sama, I could go shopping, Murayama suggested, getting up from his place after finishing breakfast. Are you sure, Murayama? Issei asked, resuming his posture to preserve what was left of his image. I have to go get something, so I have no problem with that, Murayama responded kindly without showing any annoyance about running errands. Can I come with you? Asuya asked her friend, offering her help. Of course, Asuya-chan, Murayama answered happily and smiling to her blonde friend. Well, take this, Issei accepted, taking out a black card with his clan's logo from his pockets. Just by seeing it, the brown-haired girls lowered their gaze, because that small card was something that their partner had refused to let them touch after spending all their money. The expenses are on me, Issei mentioned to the brunette, looking from time to time at his embarrassed women with a suspicious look. Then, with your permission, we will leave, Murayama spoke after taking the card, leaving with Asuya from the Gremory residence. Well, Onai-sama, we must leave for the academy anyway. We will be waiting for your return, but for now we must return to the club. Following in the footsteps of her, Pawn, Rias and the rest of her team stood up to leave. I have to check on some things, so I'm also leaving. See you girls in a few days. Pushing Mirajin and Tiamat aside, but not before giving them a kiss, Issei proceeded to get up, while being surrounded by a dark mass beginning to sink into its own shadow. Take care of yourself, love, all the women of Issei said before he left, just like the Gremory entourage, only with a cooler signature. I know it will be fine, but I would feel safer if someone went with him, Gabriel said with concern, noticing how they had to clean up all the mess on the table. Don't worry, Gabriel, Irene and I will accompany Issei and make sure he doesn't get into trouble, Isabella mentioned firmly and with an evil smile, easing the blonde's worries. Well, that makes me feel better, Gabriel commented smiling, because if Isabella was going to accompany her man, she could be sure that Issei wouldn't get into trouble, not if she wanted to suffer the Demon Queen's fury. Hey, has anyone seen Kuroka? Serafall asked doubtfully, not having seen the Nico Mata and her boyfriends, Rook, all day. When I passed by her room, she was fast asleep, Penamian commented with a drop of sweat running down his neck as he remembered how the Nico Mata was curled up in her blanket and muttering things like, no more work, kill me, and stronger Issei. A day of work was too much for her. Tiamat sighed with amusement as she saw that her entourage companion had not lasted long. Poor thing, he can't imagine what awaits him. all the women in Issei thought in sync with regret, because work was something that tormented every living being and the Nikomata would not be saved from that, especially if it was with Issei that she had to work. Moments later, while Issei couples were spending the morning before having to attend to their different chores. In the city of Kuo, several humans could be seen moving from one side to the other, either to go to work or to enjoy the day that was presented to them. But we are not here to know that, but rather what happens in the central food market of the city, where they walked slowly on the Murayama and Asuya sidewalks, carrying in their hands several bags with food contents for the home in which they lived. We bought quite a lot, Murayama mentioned with shock that she carried more bags than her friend. In a certain way, having the boosted gird was of great help. Well, that's what you spend in a house where many people live, Asuya commented gracefully, letting out a light laugh in the process. Especially if there is a pregnant dragon in that house. Heavens, I never thought the day would come when I would see Tiamat like that, but I believe that for Issei there are no impossibilities, the brunette heard Drake say in her head, and she couldn't help but agree with him, regarding her president's brother and his incredible feats. Although the bastard is also a damn lucky one, he has to satisfy his desires, the Mao Leviathan, who despite her height has an exceptional body and a cheerful attitude. And there are also the other demonesses, Yui, Mira Jean and Isabella, 3 beautiful women who can have men eating out of their hands. He has 2 sisters, these being none other than the Seraph Gabriel and the Cadre Penimune, both sisters that could be considered the fantasy of many men. Coming to the end, there are 2 dragon queens that any male of their race would wish to have as a partner, and finally there is a super powerful goddess at Gremory's disposal in any sense. If that is not luck, I do not know what is, Drake mentioned mentally in a tone full of humor. You seem jealous, partner, Murayama questioned at the dragon's words inside him, almost seeming like he was complaining about Issei's fate. Nah, just impressed by what Gremory achieved so easily, Drake replied, quite disinterested and carefree. And apparently there are still more couples missing, Murayama whispered as she watched Asuya look at her strangely, to which she managed to smile at her so she wouldn't worry as they continued on their journey. You're talking about the granddaughter of Lucifer, the blonde human, the Nikomata, the priestess of lightning, the younger sister of the Mao Leviathan and her queen. To be honest, I wouldn't find it strange at all if they ended up together, Drake commented between yawns from inside the boosted gird. It seems that nothing can surprise you, Murayama mentioned mentally with a certain grace. When you interact with Issei Gremory, nothing is ever the same, although I would scream to the heavens if I saw that he managed to have someone like Ophis. But that is something that I highly doubt. Besides being impossible, Drake let out a long laugh at such a possible scenario. It was ridiculous just thinking about it, right? I don't know why, but I have a feeling you're wrong, my friend, Murayama thought to himself, out of the mental link with his scaly friend. For several minutes, after the conversation between the woman and the dragon, Asuya and Murayama continued walking through the market paths calmly, laughing and talking about various topics for women that would be boring or impossible for a man to understand. Along the way, the brunette was interrupted in her walk once she passed by a store that displayed clothes and sports equipment in its window that made Murayama think of a certain event that her school was celebrating. As the brunette looked at the window, Asuya looked surprised as she didn't understand why her friend had stopped. Did she want to buy some sports equipment? It was fine that the expenses so far had been paid by Issei Gremory's credit card, but was it okay to go overboard? For someone as devoted as she was to the path of good, it was frowned upon to take advantage of other people's things. So with that in mind, she was going to stop her friend from spending her master's older brother's money. Come to think of it, the sports festival will be coming soon. In the end, all of Asuya's progress was cut short by the Sekurite's confusing words. Sports festival? The blonde asked doubtfully, as she didn't understand anything. Wasn't her friend going to buy something? It's a sports competition between classes. Our sports festival is shortly after the start of the second semester classes, Murayama informed after looking away from the window to focus on her blonde friend. I'm not good at those things, Asuya muttered with slight nervousness, since training and physical activities weren't her best strength, so to speak. Deciding to move on, Murayama brushed the matter off as she did. Together they resumed their steps, or at least they would have if the blonde hadn't tripped over the sidewalk's asphalt protrusion and fallen face first into the ground. Murayama quickly turned around upon hearing a small scream from her friend, whom she was about to try to catch in her arms, but all her efforts were in vain when mysterious arms grabbed Asuya by her shoulders, stopping her fall and restoring her balance again. Are you okay, Asuya? Murayama asked, worried about her friend and not giving importance to the guy behind the blonde. Yes, this person saved me, Asuya replied, smiling and relieved after being saved from what would have possibly been a humiliating fall in public. I'm sorry, thanks very much. The blonde thanked him, showing a beautiful smile as she turned around to see her savior. Once she turned around, the first thing Asuya saw, as did Murayama, when they finally paid attention to the man who had helped the blonde, the two of them found themselves facing a handsome, gentle-looking young man with dark green hair. That person strangely seemed familiar for different reasons to both women who remained observing the young man, but something that confused them more was seeing how he smiled at them while keeping his eyes half closed. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he belonged to the upper class because of his expensive-looking clothes. We meet again, Asuya Argento. The young man spoke to the blonde's surprise upon hearing his full name. Huh, you are? Asuya questioned with doubt as she didn't recognize that young man, but it seemed that he did recognize her. Good morning, Asuya. I've come to see you, the young man continued with his words, not showing himself affected by the blonde's confusion about him. Huh, Asuya said, more and more confused than before by the young man's words. Aren't you one of the young demons of the underworld? Murayama asked suspiciously after faintly remembering seeing him during the meeting. Asuya, did you forget who I am? The young man completely ignored the brunette and kept his attention on the confused blonde. This, Asuya stuttered, being nervous at that moment, especially when she saw how that young man approached her. Well, what do you want with Asuya? Murayama intervened, quite angry at being ignored and at the audacity of that man with her friend by approaching her without her consent. We've seen each other before, long before you met her, the young man commented shrewdly as the brunette looked at him in a bad way. What? Murayama and Asuya expressed at the same time at the revelation of the mysterious subject. Deciding to take their conversation to a more private place, since they were attracting a lot of attention from the people around them. The three of them moved to the city park in one of its areas away from the public to continue with the topic of the blonde and the young man. In the middle of nature and on the way to the park, Asuya and Murayama remained static while looking forward where the young man was exposing his bare chest, where both women could see how in that area of his body there was a large scar in the shape of an X. That wound, could it be? Asuya began to say, showing surprise at seeing again that wound that she had seen before in her past when she was in the convent of nuns. Yes, I am the demon you saved with your sacred gear. My name is Diodora Astaroth. The young man finally introduced himself, turning out to be the younger brother of the Mao Beelzebub, as he buttoned his shirt again. After that revelation, Asuya was surprised and shocked to be in front of the demon she had cured in the past and for which she had been exiled from the church, being considered an hermit and a traitor for using her gift from God on enemies. Saying that she was not affected was a big lie, because at that moment, even if it was only for a few seconds, she relived that tragic and painful past for her. The one where she was abandoned by her mother in front of a church when she was a child and ended up being raised there, and at some point, during her childhood she had awakened her twilight healing to heal an injured puppy she discovered, which was witnessed by one of the members of the Catholic Church, causing her to be symbolized as the Holy Maiden. But in all that time, she had no friends or people to talk to, as most people saw her as a monster that could heal wounds. And then came a day when she came across a badly injured demon who she decided to heal because she was a benevolent woman to those who needed help. That noble deed ended up causing her banishment from the church, with people labeling her as a witch with nowhere to go. Asuya had to rely on the fallen angels where she met Yuma, her older sister. I was surprised to see you in the underworld, but it was so difficult to talk with such commotion that happened that day, wasn't it? That's why I came to find you, Diodora mentioned, charisma and smiling at the blonde. Look for me? Asuya questioned nervously, unable to feel that way because of the demon's words. Without a response for the moment, under the surprised gaze of Murayama and Asuya, they saw how Diodora put one of his knees on the ground while with his hands he took the blonde's hands, kissing them on the back of her wrist. The image they gave seemed like some kind of marriage proposal as the young man was kneeling in front of the beautiful blonde who didn't know what to do in that situation. Our meeting and our reunion, I think it's destiny, Diodora began to say with longing for the woman in front of him. Damn, what are you doing with Asuya? Murayama expressed, annoyed, ready to enter balance break and break the face of that damn opportunist. I want you to be my wife, I love you, Diodora confessed with his hand on his heart, making the blonde blush with embarrassment. You know, those are strong words, my friend. At the new voice unknown to Diodora and familiar to Asuya and Murayama, the three subjects turned their eyes to the side where they saw two things. The first of them was that they were in a dimensional space outside the human world, and the other was a rather muscular young man of above average height with short dark blue hair and eyes, who was accompanied by a short woman with short black hair and a two-tailed style and black eyes. Those two subjects came with swords sheathed at their waists, and a look full of seriousness directed at the demon. "What is the devil doing in the territory of the Gremory and Citri heiresses? Do you have permission to be here?" the Gremory Knight, better known as Wave, asked seriously. "Mere humans," Diodora questioned doubtfully, resuming his stance again. "We may be humans, but if we are in Issei Gremory's entourage as his knights, it is because we are different from the humans you know," the second knight mentioned, Jerome being the one who pointed at the demon with the sharp tip of her weapon. "Gremory," Diodora whispered in alert when she saw that if she continued there she would be in trouble, and also when she saw that her plans had not gone according to plan with the arrival of those dangerous subjects. "I won't repeat it again. Are you allowed to be here? Or should I inform our king about this?" Jerome threatened fiercely, showing the blade of her sword to the demon. "No need to cause a fuss, I was leaving anyway," Diodora commented strangely seriously, walking past the two knights until he reached where the blonde was. "We'll meet again, Asya," Diodora said goodbye before disappearing through a magic circle to the underworld, under the annoyed gaze of the Gremory Knights. "That guy is despicable," Wave commented, indignant at the lack of respect that young man had for them, and even more so when he saw the look full of contempt that he gave them at the end. Dimensional gap. An area that exists between worlds and is considered a void world, birthplace of Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity, and Great Red, the true dragon. It was originally considered that the dimensional gap was originally the home of Ophis and was later occupied by Great Red. Additionally, floating within the dimensional gap are the Godmagog, golems created and then abandoned by the elder gods. Nothing can survive within the dimensional gap without magic power or other protection. Anyone without such protection dies within seconds of being exposed to the nothingness within the gap, and in those moments they found themselves suspended in the infinite multicolored space. Issei and Great Red looking at each other in complete seriousness without the need to have any kind of protection on their bodies, as they were two of the four beings who did not need any intervention to survive in the dimensional gap. "Why did you summon me here?" Issei asked seriously while standing with his arms crossed in front of the great dragon's head. Recently, when he had left his home, he had not done so because he had to attend to some task, either at work or with his acquaintances, but rather because through his dreams Great Red had summoned him to the dimensional gap, much to his dismay, since he had no business to discuss with the guardian of the gap, but it seemed that the great dragon did have something important to discuss with him. "Nothing special, I just wanted to know how your life has been going all this time," Red answered monotonously as they floated aimlessly through infinite space. "Nothing out of place, the same as always I guess, Red," Issei commented without much enthusiasm, while maintaining his same attitude as always. "And from what I see, the same Issei as always too," Red mentioned tiredly when he saw that the brown-haired boy was still the same. "You just called me for that. My time is not something to be wasted on nonsense," Issei questioned seriously, arching one of his eyebrows in the process. "Tell me, Issei, did Ophis and I ever tell you about Trahexa?" Seeing that they wouldn't get anywhere, Rojo decided to get straight to the point of why he had called the brunette. Only that it was a legendary entity known as the Beast of the Apocalypse, and the Beast Emperor of the Apocalypse. In addition to surpassing the power of Ophis and yours, Issei responded with suspicion and being alert at the mention of his friend. "Just that, huh? Let me tell you a story that no one but Ophis and I know. A long time ago, when the first life originated in the vast universe, either by Chisato-sama or a strange force that gave rise to the creator, Chisato-sama gave life from her enormous power to three existences that would balance life. Ophis was the one selected to rule infinite time, I to house dreams and light," Great Red began to tell, but when he saw how the brown-haired boy scratched one of his ears he had to stop. "Nice story," Issei mentioned, completely uninterested in the topic for two reasons, because it was boring and because Chisato had already told him about it in the past. The brown-haired boy could remember that back then when he and she were barely forming a relationship without the need to be wanting to kill each other every second, Chisato had told him the principles of life and the three existences she had created to preserve it. To say that he had paid attention was a truth that no one would believe, since as soon as the goddess had spoken and continued with her story, by the time she had finished Issei was sleeping because of such a long story that he remembered very little of. The only thing the brown-haired boy could remember at that moment was that he had woken up in his room completely bandaged, and with Irene taking care of him from the result of making Chisato angry by ignoring her when she told part of her story. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only time Issei had gotten into trouble with his girlfriend, since at first they were like cats and dogs, mainly with every action Issei performed, he ended up provoking Chisato's wrath on him. It was incredible that in the end they both ended up together and full of love for each other. After all, it is said that those who fight love each other, and those two were proof of that. Although those stories of their coexistence will be told at another time. And the third person you know as Trihiksa is actually called Albedo and was the one entrusted with governing darkness and evil. Roho related the most important thing to the clueless brown-haired boy in front of him. Really? Issei questioned, slightly confused as he didn't remember that fact. Or well, how would he do it if he had fallen asleep when they told him? I didn't even remember it, but now that I think about it, that's how it was, Albedo mentioned in the same state while she was standing on the brunette's shoulders. Albedo was like Ophis and I, neutral and excellent at carrying out the established jobs. But at some point the darkness dominated her, and she lost control and reason of herself, becoming a beast, devastating. Life, the one who was once our companion, became our greatest enemy, and as darkness is the one that dominates everywhere, her power was fueled by this and managed to surpass the powers of Ophis and me, Roho reported with regret as he remembered his old friend and secret love interest. That's not true. Although I let myself be carried away by the darkness and I made it, but I never lost my mind. I was simply doing my job, eradicating worlds that were already lost or were about to be. But I have never lost myself or let myself be carried away by my power, Albedo commented strongly to the great dragon, being only heard by the brown-haired boy. I believe you, Issei mentally mentioned to his friend as he looked expressionlessly at the god of dreams. You do? Albedo questioned with surprise and happiness, not being able to help but blush a little. If you say it's not true, then I'll believe it. It was the vague answer Issei gave her that made her heart skip a beat. Idiot, Albedo muttered, slightly blushing and pouting as she rested her breasts on the brunette's head. Why are you telling me all this anyway? Issei asked the dragon with intrigue, crossing his arms. Because you, Issei, you are a dragon god who is above Ophis and me by far, as is Albedo. And most importantly, I fear that just like her, you will begin to lose yourself and become the enemy, Roho answered seriously, showing his sharp teeth to the brown-haired boy. Ugh, Issei expressed at the dragon's display of hostility, making his aura of destruction present around him. It's just a warning, Gremory. But you better stop talking to the shadows, nothing they tell you is true, Red mentioned strongly, making the gaps shake a little, but it wasn't something that worried the brown-haired boy. Is he? Albedo thought suspiciously of her former colleague as she stood on the brunette's shoulders. What happens with my life is my problem. Those cold words from Issei, accompanied by a slight current of air, made Great Red step back a little, demonstrating which of the two was the male in the pyramid of power. Whatever happens in your life is everyone's problem, Red counterattacked seriously, but keeping his distance from the brown-haired boy and his aura of destruction that could damage anything. Let me ask you something, Gremory, and I want you to be totally honest with me. Did you already know Albedo's name? I say this because when I mentioned it, you didn't show any reaction, Great Red commented with suspicion and anger. And what if he did? Issei replied coldly without giving the dragon a clear answer. You know, I can read people's minds just by looking at them, but in this life there are 4 beings that are impossible for me to decipher. The first would be Chisato-san for obvious reasons, then there would be Ophis and Albedo, who would take their time to be able to enter their minds, Roho began to say while looking at the brown-haired boy seriously. How interesting, Issei mentioned without much interest, yawning immediately to the dragon's irritation. And the last person, and of whom no matter how hard I try I can't know what he's thinking, is you. Your mind is heavily guarded. What are you hiding, Gremory? Asked Roho, wanting to know what was in that mysterious head. Nothing that is any of your business, Issei replied, ending the conversation even if the dragon didn't want to do so. Without any impediment, the brown-haired boy turned around and opened a small opening in the multicolored space that would serve to take him home before leaving on the mission entrusted to him by Chisato. But to do so he had to first go get 2 members of his entourage to accompany him, or else everything would end in a disastrous scenario and a goddess furious with him. You know, Red, if I had to choose between light and darkness, I would definitely go for the darkness, Issei commented with amusement before entering the rift. Gremory, the dragon god of dreams, growled in annoyance at the brown-haired boy's use of words and what they meant. Because unlike light, darkness is the only one that correctly understands what life is really like without believing in illusions or false thoughts. Besides, it is much more beautiful, Issei finished saying, as he entered the crack, waving his hand at the dragon. Idiot, the brown-haired boy heard Albedo say, a little embarrassed, which made him smile as the crack closed, leaving Great Red floating adrift behind. For a few seconds, after the brown-haired man left, the god of dreams remained motionless, carefully and seriously observing the place where Issei was previously located. For an instant, the dragon found himself surrounded by a crimson mantle that shook the dimensional gap, but as it came, it immediately left, leaving the dragon in a serene state. Issei Gremory, no matter how hard I try, I can't understand you. Are you good, or bad, or are you simply what you should be at the time when it is your turn to be? Rojo said to himself before turning around and starting to walk into the gap. But before starting, his sight was lost in the infinite multicolored space while the image of a beautiful woman came to his mind. Albedo, have you already? Rojo thought with some bitterness as he began to walk, feeling sad. As the dragon was lost in the wide space, behind him there were several unanswered questions, such as, what happened between him and the goddess of the apocalypse? Since from what was known and said by Albedo, she had never been interested in anyone else apart from Issei, so if it were about feelings they would go one way. But the most important question is, if Great Red felt or feels something for the dragon, how will he react to knowing that she already has a defined male to procreate life? That, only time will tell. Occult Research Club. A few minutes after the encounter with Diodora Astaroth in which Murayama and Asya were involved, the latter being the cause of the young devil's arrival. Once Diodora had left, the two members of Issei Gremory's entourage left for their club to inform their master about the events that had occurred, although they were not alone as Wave and Kirom decided to accompany them to the club to avoid any incident in case the devil decided to come back again to try to take Asya. After arriving at the occult club facilities, the four individuals met with the other members of the Gremory heiress's entourage, and the two exorcists commissioned by heaven to prove that coexistence between the three enemy races was possible. Once Asya proceeded to recount her experience with the young demon, her friends were a little upset to see that the guy wanted to take their friend, being something more noticeable in Yuma, who promised to stick a spear of light into that man in case he tried to take his little sister. The others had similar reactions but to a lesser extent than the fall, although the only ones present who suspected that young man were only two people with high experience, something that a certain redhead lacked. Diodora Astaroth is the successor of the prestigious Astaroth family that gave rise to the Mawajuka Beelzebub, and I must say that I am surprised that you know him, Asya, Rias mentioned with surprise from her desk where she was reviewing some documents regarding her clan, as the heiress should already be practicing and solving all the problems of her clan. That was something that Rias hated, and she couldn't help but think that her brothers had left all the work to her, but she knew that was not the case. Surzex, according to the law of the underworld, being a Mao could not hold the position of heir to the Gremory clan. On the other hand, Issei was the most justified in having several positions as to be worrying about things of his clan. Everything fell into the hands of her father and soon her, or well at least until she had to give up her position to the next candidate, who according to the rules would be the children of the Gremory brothers in order from the oldest of the brothers to the youngest. I don't remember his face very well, since many painful things happened at that time, Asya responded with some nervousness as she looked at her president. Asya was exiled from the church for saving demons and fallen angels, Yuma thought regretfully, resting his hand on the blonde's shoulder for support. Today he just came to say hello and left immediately, Asya reported calmly, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm sure he was just excited to find the girl who saved him. Sounds like something Diodora would do, Rias managed to say while moving the pen between her fingers without noticing a certain disapproving look from two people in the room. Just let it be, the redhead finished by saying with humor, downplaying the matter. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Gremory heiress, Kirom spoke seriously, as she was leaning on the window frame next to her partner. Kirom, what do you mean? Rias questioned without understanding why so much hostility towards her. It seemed when her older brother was disappointed by her actions. What had she done wrong? That young man may show a serene, good and trustworthy appearance, but his eyes and smiles say a lot of things and they are not good at all, Wave commented in the same state as his girlfriend, observing his friend's sister with sharp eyes. But I don't think he, Rias began to say with some nervousness as she shrank in her seat at the look her older brother's knights were giving her. Let me tell you something, Rias, traitors can be hidden and be the ones you least expect. I say this from my own experience, Kirom mentioned coldly and bitterly as she remembered something that was not pleasant for her. Even now with the passing of the years, she couldn't forget her former home and how it was destroyed by human greed, which was supposed to be her race and family but ended up betraying them all in order to achieve her ambitions. Of that ancient world, only the dusty waste remained in oblivion and Irene, Isabella, Wave and her as the only survivors of what once used to be a planet of coexistence between four races, At least those responsible for all that disaster had gotten what they deserved for having eliminated half of the life on the planet and subdued the other half. All thanks to Issei, who finished off those corrupt guys by eliminating them from the face of life forever. Just stay alert with that guy, Wave finished saying as he hugged his girlfriend and looked seriously at the redhead. At least show something about your brother. These were the harsh words spoken by Jerome that made the Gremory heiress lower her head a little, hurt by what she was told. No matter what or how good things are, Issei never lets his guard down, much less completely trusts people, because he knows well that there may be a possibility of being stabbed in the back. Don't be so gullible, Wave commented, noticing out of the corner of his eye how the redhead's friends looked at them in silence. You are warned, Issei Gremory. If something bad happens due to your carelessness, it will fall into your own hands, Jerome finished saying, deciding that the time had come to leave the room. You can come out now, Crow, Wave spoke forcefully, looking towards one of the corners of the room to the surprise of many. Wow, I can't surprise anyone anymore. It was the voice that came from the shadows in the corner, which ended up surprising the young people as they had not felt that they were being spied on all this time. With a calm demeanor and his arms crossed behind his back, Azazel emerged from the shadows showing an amused smile at the reactions of the young people to his unexpected arrival. But seeing the serious looks of the Gremory Knights directed at him caused the governor of the Fallen to let out a false cough in what showed a more mature and responsible attitude towards those guys. We're leaving, Wave and Jerome said at the same time, not bothering to greet the Fallen or stay there any longer. Passing by and ignoring him completely, Azazel stood with his arm outstretched once Wave and Jerome passed near him, receiving from them only rejection and a cold look that made the Fallen think that one of the requirements to be part of Issei Gremory's entourage was to be like him. Without a word, both knights left the room, leaving behind a sea of doubts about their warning with Diodora, now a redhead emotionally affected by having been judged and compared to her greatest role model, who seemed to be still far out of her reach. Even if it's not him, I always get scolded by someone, Rias mentioned bitterly, resting her face on her desk. What could they possibly mean by that? It seemed like they knew something really important. Akeno expressed a little worried as she left a cup of tea on her friend's table, since it seemed like she needed it. I don't know, Wave and Jerome are very reserved and are always going on trips, but I presume it's because Onai-sama orders them to do something that's a secret for everyone, Rias replied heavily, taking a sip of her drink. If it's something related to Issei, you can be sure that everything will be a complete mystery, Azazel mentioned, shrugging his shoulders and leaning against the wall behind him under the dead gaze of the young people. Damn, that guy is very annoying, dangerous, powerful, and with such an enviable luck. But he knows what he does, and if there is one thing we can be sure of about Issei, it is that he keeps many secrets, Azazel finished saying with grace, although inside he was showing after effects of the incident that he called a dark day for many, that day when it was learned that the forbidden fruit of heaven had been taken. He still had not completely overcome it. Anyway, let's leave that aside, since we're here to welcome Zenobia and Irina, who will be part of the academy and the club, Rias reported as she stood up from her seat and pointed at the two exorcists in the room. Like the redhead, Zenobia and Irina stood up and gave a small bow to everyone present in the room, who applauded them as a way of welcoming them to their home, as well as to being part of them. Nice to meet you. As you may know, my name is Zenobia Corda and I serve Lady Gabriel. Zenobia respectfully introduced herself after making her bow. It's a pleasure too, I'm Irina Shidu. I mean that until now I consider demons my enemies and I hunted them, the orange-haired girl said with some guilt as she looked at everyone, bringing her hands to her chest. The church is terrifying, Gasper whispered from his box, shaking a little to the delight of many as he watched a cardboard box constantly wobble. Don't worry, Michael-sama says that we should all get along. Personally, I would like to become his friend. I hope I can work well as one of the representatives of heaven, Irina finished saying with her cheerful tone and hopeful of forming good ties with the young people. I also think and request the same as Irina. You can count on me whenever you need me. Let's promote peace and coexistence within the biblical alliance, Zenobia commented, showing a positive attitude that pleased everyone, because that was the meaning of the alliance, to forget all disputes from the past and create a better future together. After the words of both, a round of applause was once again present, provided by the Gremory entourage to their new friends. Once they finished, Zenobia and Irina returned to their seats where, like everyone else, some sandwiches and cups of tea prepared by the beautiful Gremory queen were waiting for them. These are the faces that will fight for a long time. I'm sure there are those who feel uneasy with the sudden alliance. But if they work together from now on, there will be nothing they can't face. They say that unity is strength, so together there is no one who dares to mess with them. From now on, fight with all your power and life will surprise you. Believe with your heart, continue in action and finish your mission. You will overcome problems with friends to defeat enemies, because the will in every moment of life must always be shown, and it doesn't matter what others say. Fight giving your maximum power, and you will see that nothing will make you fall. Do not give up because you are not losers. Raise your head and say I am a winner, Azazel wisely advised his young pupils in the room. Understood, Azazel-sensei, they all responded, moved by the words of the black-haired boy with a blonde lock. Moving on to another point and the reason for my visit, Rias, have you thought about the rating game? The fallen one asked the redhead seriously, much to the confusion of many. None of those present understood what Azazel was referring to, but seeing how Rias only nodded her head made them feel confused, even more so when they saw the strange look that was engraved on the beautiful redhead's face. It was a look full of determination. It is said that the difference between the impossible and the possible lies in personal determination, and at that moment, just by looking at Rias, everyone could tell that she was serious about whatever she was thinking of doing. I see, you're definitely just as crazy as your brother to want to do something like that. Even Serzex was hesitant when he found out what you wanted to do, but in the end he agreed, as well as giving you a little help, Azazel commented with resignation, shaking his head at the redhead's question. What thing? Rias asked intrigued, as she had not been informed that her brother would help her with what she planned to do. He told me that his queen will help you achieve what you want to do, were the only words that Azazel revealed, which ended up making the Gremory heiress open her eyes wide as she had the image of one of her sisters in her mind. Graphia, Rias thought in amazement, seeing that she would have the help of one of her sisters. Now she wished with all her might for that day to come. Thanks Oni-san, Rias mentally thanked her red-haired brother for the great help he would give her. Rating game, Kates asked a little hesitantly, since the name sounded familiar to me. It's a tournament to test the strength of the next generation of devils. If Kuroka hadn't appeared, it would have been held during the summer break, Rias informed her pink-haired knight sitting on one of the sewn for alls in the room. I'm afraid to fight, Gasper said tremblingly from his box, to the dismay of many. Young demons, which means that, Yuma began to say, stopping his words as he had the image of a certain person in his mind. Will we face Serorg? Murayama dared to ask, what his fallen friend wanted to say. He is the favored candidate for the championship, his strength is on another level. Well, fortunately we don't have to face him in the first round. In fact, I wasn't going to participate in this tournament since I had something else in mind to do, but when talking with Serzex Nisan, an agreement was reached that if I participated in the end I would be able to make my request freely. Rias mentioned smiling and full of determination to fulfill her dreams. And what is that request, President? Koneko asked, a little distrustful of the redhead. That's a secret, guys, Rias replied flirtatiously, winking at her friends. Tell me I'm not the only one who has a bad feeling, Kiba whispered barely audible to them, earning a nod from his friends. It's as if the president had already condemned us to death or rather sold us to it, Murayama replied nervously, since the redhead's smile promised anything but pretty things. They are not that lost, although I would say that she rather sold them to the devil, Azazel commented humorously because of the fright that the members of the Gremory entourage would get that day when they found out what the redhead wanted to do. Hey, it's not that bad, Rias complained as she saw that everyone stopped supporting her before time. Rias, even I wouldn't do that dangerous act you want to perform, Azazel mentioned with a dead expression on his face, causing more than one to swallow hard with his words. Gulp, what has the president gotten us into? The redhead's friends thought in fear as they saw that their lives were already at stake, and they didn't know why. It's not that bad, Rias expressed with her arms crossed and her cheeks puffed out, turning her gaze to the side. Have the groups been decided yet? Deciding to change the subject for her own good, Koneko asked the question. Yes, perhaps it is fate or a bad turn of events, but our opponent is Diodora Astaroth, Rias commented between sighs, forgetting the fact that she was being taken for crazy a little while ago. What was wrong with challenging her older brother to a rating game? Him, Murayama shouted angrily as he thought of that bastard who wanted to take his friend away. At that revelation, the club room fell into a deathly silence, while a rather tense atmosphere began to grow in the room. While the young people remained trapped in their thoughts regarding the situation that was approaching them, Azazel found himself observing everything in silence, coming to think that soon new problems would begin to follow. Any hunch, rather, it was a realistic thought, because wherever Issei and the people around him were, there were always situations that could not be left aside, and above all, wherever the brown-haired boy was. there were always problems. Outside the club. In the middle of the school campus, out of sight of the humans in the area, Wave and Kurom were leaning against the wall of the school building, shoulder to shoulder as they looked forward at the blue-haired boy's hand holding a small communicator where a hologram of Issei's face was reflected in it. And that would be all, Issei. What do we proceed to do? Wave asked, after telling him about Diodora's situation and what they had discovered about him in their secret investigations. For now, nothing, guys. Let's wait for that young man to show his true plans and then we will carry out our countermeasures. Issei responded without showing any reaction to the news that there was a traitor in his faction. Understood, both Gremory Knights said, nodding their heads at their king's orders. Still, I'm amazed to know that Ajuka's younger brother is allied with the Chaos Brigade, Issei mentioned, shaking his head. Great, if he killed that demon, he would have to talk to his old green-haired friend. In every kingdom there will always be traitors, Kurom commented monotonously while eating a chocolate cookie. I know, Kurom. For now, stay in the shadows of the enemy and unravel their plans. Also report Diodora to Elohim, Serzex and Azazel so they are ready for a possible attack during my sister's raiding game, the brown-haired man ordered, showing his role as the leader of a faction and of the Biblical Alliance. Do you think they will attack during the meeting? Wave questioned the brown-haired boy's thought. I mean, what kind of man would attack an event where leaders and their strongest followers are gathered? That demon will go after Asya. There is no doubt about it, and the duel is his opportunity to get her, as well as the enemy's opportunity to attack since technically we would not expect it, or at least that is what they believe. Shrugging his shoulders, Issei downplayed the matter. Even he thought that was stupid, but considering that it came from the descendants of the original Maos, what could be expected? I understand, we will notify the leaders about the enemy movement. What will you do about all this? Kurom asked the brunette, since knowing him she knew that he would have everything planned and that he would take action during the event. Nothing, it was Issei's simple response, which took the two Gremory Knights out of the picture. Nothing, Wave and Kurom repeated doubtfully, since it was the first time their king said he wouldn't do anything. Everyone always counts on Issei Gremory to solve all the problems, but this time I will let you solve everything on your own. Also, I have to attend to Chisato's matter, so I won't be there or I might be late. For that reason you must inform the leaders since they will have to be the ones to solve everything without resorting to my help, Issei reported, leaving the weight of what was going to happen in his small absence to his friends. He just hoped that something like when he was absent for years wouldn't happen. I see, Wave whispered when he saw that the brunette had left everything in his and the others' hands. It goes without saying that you must protect the girls, right? Especially Tiamat and Mirajine, Issei questioned with a raised eyebrow to his friends, since according to him it was something that did not need to be remembered. Friend, your women could easily defeat anyone. I highly doubt they need any protection, but we will take care of them anyway, especially your pregnant women, Wave replied smiling, since despite the situation his friend was still the same as always. Issei, what will we do if she shows up? Kurom's question ended up erasing her partner's smile and placing a serious expression on her friend's face. It's a fact that she will also show up, or at least that's what I think, but you don't have to worry about anything. Ophis only wants me, so until I show up, I highly doubt she'll do anything, and if she did, I would immediately go to stop her, Issei answered seriously, keeping in mind the little infinity dragon goddess, not knowing that she wasn't that small now. You've got everything covered, haven't you? Wave commented with humor when he saw that nothing escaped the brown-haired boy. I used to be tied to the threads of fate, now this is who is tied to me, he replied in the same state as his friend Issei, showing a small smile. See you guys, the brown-haired boy said goodbye when he saw that they had already covered the most important things regarding the subject of Diodora and his actions to take into account in the event of a possible attack. See you, friend, Wave mentioned as he said goodbye, receiving a nod from the brown-haired boy in the hologram. Don't go destroy another planet, Kurom commented in a scolding tone to her friend before the communication was lost. I don't promise anything, Kurom, was the last thing Issei said before his hologram disappeared from the blue-haired man's device. Once the communication was finished, Wave proceeded to put the device away among his clothes, as Kurom also prepared to deposit the wrapper of the cookie she was eating in a trash can near her. Calmly, both knights holding hands began to leave the school campus, noticing how there were several students entering and leaving the academy, probably because it was noon and some were leaving their school duties while others were just entering. Fortunately, none of them seemed to take them seriously or even notice them thanks to a high-grade camouflage field they maintained around them, which made it impossible for any being other than a deity at the level of the dragon gods to sense or see them. That was something Chisato had given them for tasks in which stealth was necessary to complete a task. Upon reaching the entrance and exit of Kuo Academy, Wave and Kyurem were going to prepare to have a date during the afternoon before going to inform the leaders of each biblical faction of Issei's words of warning, as well as that it was in their hands to resolve the situation, since they could not count on the brown-haired boy this time. Likewise, they had to also inform their friends' women so that they would be alert for a possible attack on their person in order to cause some harm to Issei through them. But before that, they had planned to spend some time as a couple, since apart from their responsibility at work, they also had to do it in their relationship. No matter the years, time or circumstances, Issei is still Issei, Wave commented calmly, putting both hands behind his head as they left the academy. That's right, Knight Gremory. After those words, Wave and Kyurem quickly turned around as they recognized the voice that had spoken to them in a fraction of a second, and there they saw her. A few centimeters away from them was the same woman they had interacted with the day Issei and Rias had returned from their training trip, and just like that day she was still a young girl, very beautiful, slim, tall and with a well-defined body figure, with crimson-red eyes that reminded both knights of their brown-haired friends when he became serious and changed his violet eyes to crimson. Wave and Kyurem couldn't help but think that both Issei's eyes and those of that woman conveyed the same feeling, one that was impetuous most of the time, and those same eyes were the ones that looked at them calmly accompanied by a small smile drawn on the face of the beautiful young girl. You, both knights said, being alert for a possible attack from the mysterious woman. It's a pleasure to see you again, the black-haired woman greeted both knights kindly with a slight bow. The feeling is not mutual, Princess, Kyurem answered seriously, internally wishing not to be in the human world since the slightest carelessness could bring the supernatural to light. That was why she had not taken out her sword. Why are you here? Wave asked in the same state, taking a step forward and keeping his guard up, since from what he had previously experienced with that woman, he could affirm that he could not let his guard down at any time since she was a mysterious person to the point that he could compare her to his brown-haired friend. I was just passing through. His master will be gone for a few days, so I'm hanging around everywhere where the Gremory are, Princess spoke with disinterest, turning her gaze to the side where the occult club building could be seen in the distance. Do you have something against that family? Kyurem asked, surprised to see if her friend's family had some issues with that woman. Not really, it's more of a personal thing that I can't answer at the moment, Princess said between sighs as she placed one of her hands over her heart. You are a very mysterious and dangerous woman, Wave commented, relaxing his posture when he saw that the woman did not have any bad intentions towards them. Thanks, I guess. Oka-san is usually like that, or at least that's what I think, Princess answered calmly as she put her hands behind her back and felt the wind brush her fine face and silky hair. Issei, Kyurem murmured, drawing not only her boyfriend's attention, but also that of the woman. Ugh, Princess expressed upon hearing the name of the person who meant a lot to her. Why do you follow him? Or rather, what is he to you? Kyurem dared to ask, hoping to clear up her doubts. Issei Gremory, Princess repeated in a sweet and affectionate tone, keeping her eyes closed with the image of the brown-haired boy engraved in her mind. He is, she began to say with a certain nostalgic, joyful and longing feeling in her voice. He is the answer to what you were looking for, Princess said lovingly, her hands on her chest as if she wanted something with all her might. And that's it? Wave asked, a little confused by the woman's behavior when they talked about his friend. The answer took several seconds to arrive, but by the time it did, both knights were surprised by Princess's actions. Without being able to notice or express it, Wave and Kyurem were in shock when the black-haired woman had stopped being in front of them and instead was now between them both. Her speed was incredible, so much so that it had taken them by surprise and they had not anticipated her movements. But it was not just that. Slowly turning their faces, they both could see how the darkness was around them and how their shadow appeared larger than normal, making them understand that their mastery of the dark element was exceptional, as well as dangerous. Neither of them could do anything or move, as they barely glimpsed out of the corner of their eyes Princess's crimson gaze along with her smile. For a few seconds they didn't see her but rather Issei, which ended up leaving them confused by the strange resemblance in both. My family, were Princess's last words before magically disappearing from the school area, leaving behind a completely confused knights. Gosh, that woman always does the same thing, Wave commented with a sigh when he saw that they had once again been left with more questions than discoveries. I wonder what relationship she has with Issei, Kyurem wondered out loud, being the only thing that mattered to her on the matter. Romantic, Wave suggested hesitantly as they resumed their walk away from the academy. I didn't think so, From what he said, he is always stalked by her in silence. That woman does not represent any danger, even if she is very powerful. The only strange thing about her is that eagerness to follow Issei everywhere. She almost seems like a child closely following her father, Jerome commented with doubt as she looked across the street at a human father holding hands with his little daughter. She said that Issei is the answer to find her family, or at least that's what I understood. Did he do something to her family? Or does he know something that we don't? Wave wondered in the same state as her partner, waiting for the traffic light to indicate the pedestrian crossing. I rather feel that Issei, in a strange way, is related to that woman, Jerome mentioned, having in mind the image of both her friend and princess, not being able to help but find a similarity in their actions. What, a lost sister as a result of one of her parents' infidelity? Wave commented doubtfully, bringing one of her hands to her chin at the possible crazy scenario she had imagined. Or a daughter, Jerome seriously sentenced her boyfriend, stopping both of them in their tracks. Issei's, come on Jerome, we both know that he wouldn't be unfaithful to any of his partners. If we were to talk about his children, they would be those of the young ladies Ophis and Tiamat, who are yet to come, Wave mentioned with humor, since his friend was very serious in those areas where his partners were the most important thing to him, and he wouldn't dare to do them any kind of harm. It was just an assumption. But you know well that even from us Issei hides several things, and the only one who knows all his secrets is. Jerome spoke calmly while thinking about the strongest existence in the universe. Chisato, Wave whispered, earning a nod from the short-haired brunette. I guess, until that woman shows herself to all of us, we will know the truth about who she is. But mainly, Jerome began to say while looking towards the sky, being imitated by her partner. What relationship does he have with Issei? Dimensional gap. Traveling through the infinite multicolored space, there were 6 people inside a red dome that one of the individuals maintained so that the others would not be affected by the atmosphere of the gap. Of the 6 people, 3 of them were squatting, holding their heads tightly, which showed a large bump on them. The one responsible for that turned out to be Issei, who was standing in front of the 3 people, or rather women, while behind him were 2 older women looking with perplexed faces at the situation that their peaceful trip had become. Explain to me again, how did we get to this? I understand that Irene and Isabella are here with me, because I myself asked them to come, but you, Issei seriously questioned the demoness dragon, magician and Nikomata in front of him, who were looking at him suspiciously for the blow he had given them once he was tackled from behind upon entering the dimensional gap. Faced with such a serious tone and his cold gaze, the girls on the floor of the Crimson Dome were nervous and tense at being the brown-haired man's prey, although internally they felt hot because of the dominance that Issei showed in them, that being something more present in 2 of the 3 women, who licked their lips a little and rubbed their thighs discreetly, longing for something in their bodies, or rather the specimen in front of them. Well, we saw you enter a strange crevice, so I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to accompany you. The first to talk about the trio turned out to be the half-dragon better known as Valerie Lucifer, who avoided the brown-haired boy's gaze at all costs for 2 reasons. You might be wondering, wasn't she locked up with Yui? Well, when Issei returned home for the redhead and albino, he decided to go to the Lucifer's room to check that everything was okay, finding a totally strange sight that left him perplexed. He had seen how Valerie and Yui were sitting on the mattress laughing and talking as if they were best friends. To Issei's confusion, weren't they killing each other? Whatever had happened in his absence in that room, it was something he didn't want to know. Getting back to the point, Valerie didn't want to look at the brunette for 2 reasons. One of them was because that show of seriousness was truly intimidating and terrifying. But the most important of all was because of the heat that was beginning to appear in her intimate lower regions. She might be a human with demon descent, but she also possessed a draconian artifact that made her a percentage of a dragon. So just being intimidated by Issei caused her instincts to awaken and make her yearn with her darkest desires to be taken by the best male of their races to father their offspring. Valerie is right. We had never seen that kind of transportation before, and we were even more amazed to see that we were inside the dimensional gap once we entered with you. In my opinion, it is your fault for showing us something very interesting and not telling us anything about it, commented the magician, this being Lavinia Rennie, who was the only one who maintained eye contact with the brown-haired boy. Unlike her friend, sister, the blonde was not affected by Issei's dominance, but she did think that his tough bad boy appearance was truly attractive and hot, which earned her a small smile accompanied by a slight blush on her cheeks when looking at those 2 beautiful and dangerous violet orbs. Yeah. I only came because I wanted to be with my master after waking up from my nap, but like them I was curious to see where you were going, the Nikomata of the trio mentioned nonchalantly, being better known as Kuroka Hellcat, and the one who seemed the most relaxed of the 3 as she looked at the brown-haired girl without any shame in a flirtatious and hungry way. The beautiful Nikomata couldn't take her eyes off such a spectacular specimen, and worthy of being the father of her kittens. Power is something that Kuroka has sought for a long time to restore her almost extinct race, and Issei was the perfect candidate to do it, but for that she had to be patient, since according to the agreement they made, they would first get to know each other properly before crossing the line, even if that didn't prevent her from wanting to rape him at that moment where he was so intimidating and dominant. At that moment, as she looked at the brown-haired boy with desire, Kuroka unconsciously moved her two tails from side to side, while in her cat-like gaze there was a feeling of lust, not forgetting to mention that she began to acquire a hunting pose, like when a feline is about to jump to catch its prey. Internally, the Nikomata, like the Hakuryurai, wanted to be taken without any hesitation by the brown-haired boy, ending up being devoured in an unbridled passion with him. Elohim, give me peace, Issei sighed tiredly, capturing everyone's attention and bringing the demon dragon and Niokoma out of their perverted daydreams. We can go home and leave them there, Irene suggested when she saw that her plans for a quiet trip with her beloved were affected by the women present. No, it would be a waste of time, and that's the last thing I want to do, Irene, Issei answered seriously, turning around to face the dome and turn his back on the girls. So, are you coming with us? Isabella asked, intrigued, keeping in mind that the three women were not suitable to accompany them, not because she hated them or anything like that, but because where they were going they had to fulfill the role of the Dimensional Guardian and his team, so the albino did not know if the girls would be suitable to go with them. It's not like we have another option, the brown-haired boy commented with a sigh, bringing one of his hands to his front. In a matter of seconds, the space of the dimensional gap began to move and distort to the astonishment of Valerie, Kuroka and Lavinia. To say that they were not scared was an understatement, since at first the first thing they thought was that their time had come, but when they saw how a white wormhole began to form in the gap, and noticed that Irene and Isabella did not show any concern, the three assumed that it should not be anything alarming. Listen carefully, Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroka, the place we are going to is outside of our world, Issei began to say as his dome approached the dimensional portal that he had opened with the help of Great Red's powers to travel between worlds. Out of our world, yeah, Kuroka questioned doubtfully, scratching one of her ears in the process, giving the brunette an adorable view of her. Out there, Kuroka, there are thousands of universes that house their own life, just as there are several different dimensional realities that are created based on people's decisions, Isabella responded to the Nikomata's doubt, pointing out the entire multicolored space to emphasize her point. Different realities. This time it was Lavinia's turn to show her confusion at the Demon Queen's words. As a human, the blonde only understood what had been discovered and assumed by her race and Azazel, that parallel universes or different realities were the name of a physical hypothesis in which the existence of several relatively independent universes or realities come into play. The development of quantum physics and the search for a unified theory, quantum theory of gravity, together with the development of string theory, have suggested the possibility of the existence of multiple parallel universes making up a multiverse. Think how in some alternate world, Valerie instead of being a woman is a man, or maybe you can be a seraph, demon, dragon, as we can also take Issei-kun as an example and think that somewhere there exists a human, feminine, angelic version of him, among many more. The possibilities are endless since even if the difference is minimal with different eye or hair colors, it becomes an alternate reality to ours, as well as, there may be independent worlds with their own life, Irene reported to the amazement and understanding of the three women. So if there are millions of different worlds and realities, which one is the true one? Albion asked as he appeared on Valerie's back using the wings of the divine dividing. Nobody knows, Albion, since as far as every living being is concerned, their reality and world is the original, Issei answered seriously without turning around, silently admiring the portal in front of his eyes. I see, Albion whispered, at the brown-haired boy's response, which turned out to be not very informative, let's say. Fufufu, can you imagine that there is a perverted version of Issei out there in some dimensional plane that acquires his power from breasts? Lavinia's simple assumption threw everyone off guard with her strange thought. That would be so disturbing and ridiculous, Irene commented with displeasure, not being able to imagine her boyfriend like that. I would lose all respect for him. Isabella's harsh and cold comment caused an invisible arrow to be stuck in Issei's heart. He would be scum, Valerie mentioned with disgust for a perverted man who acquired his powers from something as tribal as breasts, although if Issei did it he would be more than powerful because of such pairs that killed his partners. A pervert, yeah, no thanks, I prefer the cold and serious Issei-kun. Kuroka shook her head, after seeing that theory turned out to be too unpleasant to think about. Ugh, how horrible that would be, Issei whispered in shame as he imagined himself as a hopeless pervert who loved breasts, who would rather die than be such a horrible thing. "Don't worry, if you were to do it I would kill you immediately so that you don't suffer or make others suffer," was what the brown-haired boy heard Albedo say in his mind. "Please do it," Issei mentally begged after taking in his thoughts and discarding that absurd assumption, because a version of him couldn't exist like that, right? Returning to the main topic, where are we going? Valerie dared to ask after everyone came to the conclusion that it was better to forget the topic brought up by the blonde. "We are heading to a dimensional universe linked to ours. As you know, Chisato is the ruler of all the worlds in this kingdom, and when some kind of problem occurs in her domains where the light or darkness is overshadowed by its counterpart, it is the duty of the guardian of the goddess to attend to those worlds on behalf of the ruler," Issei finally responded, turning around to look at each of the girls. "Guardian, you're talking about yourself, aren't you?" Lavinia questioned, bringing one of her fingers to her lips, something the brunette found tempting. "Exactly, Lavinia. Issei is the dimensional guardian of the worlds," Irene responded calmly as she stepped on the brown-haired boy's foot so that he would stop seeing the blonde's lips. "Wow, how many titles do you want to acquire in this life, Issei-kun? It's amazing how far you can go. You're definitely good material for my kiddies, nya," Kuroka mentioned flirtatiously while happily jumping on the brown-haired boy. For a few seconds, Issei visualized that he would be tackled by the Nikomata and would end up on his back against the floor of the dome. But his worries went to second grade when he saw how Kuroka gave off a tin shine all over her body, and in a matter of seconds before reaching where he was, instead of the beautiful Nikomata, there was an adorable kitten with black fur and yellow eyes. This being the one that ended up falling on the brown-haired boy's head while licking his paws. "Whatever, don't go causing trouble. Am I clear?" Issei mentioned seriously, but the fact that he said it while petting Kuroka on top of her head took away several points from his rough acting. "Yes, Gremory-sama." Even so, the girls were respectful towards the brunette, and in the place of the Nikomata basket she only licked the brunette's fingers while she leaned on her head. "I wonder how the others are," Irene said, thinking of her friends on Earth. "Probably doing their chores. It's not like I care about them, more like," Isabella began to say while looking with suspicion and concern at her partner who was in his own world caressing the happy Nikomata. "You feel it too, right?" Irene asked somewhat seriously, noticing how Valerie and Lavinia were engaging in their own conversation, so no one was listening to them. "Yes, I don't know how to explain it, but I have a bad feeling, and all this is related to him," Isabella responded a little out of her usual self, serious, correct, proud, etc., as she looked at the brunette without taking her gaze off of him. "Maybe it's nothing bad. You know that Issei-kun goes hand in hand with danger, so there wouldn't be much to worry about when he's capable of solving everything." Irene tried to improve her spirits, but even she knew that when a woman felt something it was for a reason. "That won't ease my heart. I just hope that nothing bad happens during our absence on Earth, as well as where we are headed," Isabella commented, downplaying the matter as she walked over to Issei to take one of his arms and hug him against her chest. "That, my friend, is difficult to know. We can only wait and see what happens." Likewise, Irene imitated her best friend's action and took the brunette's free arm between her breasts, so that both of them could convey to him that they were together in everything and whatever happened on that trip. Meanwhile, Issei remained static with his gaze in front of him, feeling the feeling that his dragon and demon wanted to transmit to him, not being able to feel moved by it. Even Kuroka on his head gave him her affection through her caresses on his hair with her little paws, and it was not only her but Valerie and Lavinia had arrived behind him, resting their bodies on his back, ending up with him having them all close to him, feeling how they were telling him through silence, "We are here, you are not alone." Well, it seemed that the girls were not the only ones who felt a bad feeling, since Issei, although he could not digest it, felt that this trip would be interesting as well as worrying for some strange reason. He did not know if it was because he was going to a world he did not know or because he had left his world, unprotected, with his momentary absence. What Issei did know was that the gears of his life had begun to turn, attracting to him everything that was destined to come. Because destiny is wise, it knows well what to put in your path, whether so that it stays in your life or simply to leave you with a great lesson. Underworld. Gremory residence. Issei. Issei. Son. Where are you? Searching every corner of the immense mansion was the Gremory matriarch in search of her firstborn who had apparently hidden from her. Venilana was opening every door in the long hallway to see if her son was in any room, but all attempts were in vain since he was not in the kitchen, dining room, garden or his room. Where had that child gone? Without finding any positive results, the beautiful brunette stopped her walk, remaining on the first floor near the stairs that led to the second. With her arms placed on her narrow hips, the demon inflated one of her cheeks in a pout, unable to find her son's whereabouts, without knowing or taking into account that a pair of eyes similar to hers were watching her with amusement from above. In her arduous search, Venelana had looked everywhere a child could be, but she had overlooked one of them, not because she had forgotten it but because it was ridiculous to look there, her first mistake. Above the annoying woman was a huge, bright chandelier hanging from the ceiling, where inside or in the center was an energetic, smiling boy with brown hair and eyes matching his mother's, who was the one he was watching from above, covering his mouth so she couldn't hear his laughter. Where could that child have gone? The Gremory matriarch wondered as she looked in every direction except up. Oh well, I guess the chocolate ice cream will be just for me. The beautiful brunette shrugged her shoulders as she began to turn around to head to her home's kitchen. But she didn't even manage to take a step when something strangely heavy fell on her, knocking her to the ground, falling on her back while her stomach and chest ended up receiving whatever had hit her so savagely. By the time Venelana opened her eyes, a little sore from being caught off guard, Issei, who would expect to be the landing strip for an unidentified object, obviously not her. But all the woman's discomfort and anger went to second degree once she saw what had caused her accident, or rather who had done it. Sitting on her stomach and with his hands placed under her breasts, was the little person she was initially looking for and who showed her a radiant smile on his face accompanied by a dazzling shine in his eyes. I got you, Oka-san. This time you couldn't find me, so I win and the chocolate ice cream will be all mine, said the little brown-haired boy named Issei Gremory, the firstborn of the Gremory matriarch. Ugh, that hurt a little, Venelana said, rubbing her head and noticing that the chandelier on the ceiling was swinging from side to side, so that's where her son was. How the hell did he get on the chandelier? Are you okay, Oka-san? Issei asked, somewhat nervous and worried that he had overstepped his boundaries. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm too strong to fall for these things, Venelana replied smiling as she began to stand up until she was sitting in the hallway of her home's entrance with her son sitting slung over her lap. Can we keep playing? Issei asked, his bright gaze showing excitement. First we have to eat something or our energy will go down, then we can play, and even when Dad and your brother come back, we can all play together, Venelana mentioned, affectionately kissing her son's cheeks to his delight, who laughed at the affection she gave him. Yes, Issei expressed, smiling as he threw himself into hugging his mother by the neck, ending up with their cheeks colliding and laughing. Let's go to the kitchen for that bowl of ice cream, Venelana commented happily as she began to get up with her son in her arms. Can we eat it in the library? Issei asked sweetly, tilting his head slightly to the side, dealing a fatal blow to the woman's heart. Do you want to read a little? Venelana asked, blushing slightly and resisting the urge to hug her son to death and kiss him. He was so adorable. I like that place because it's quiet, but above all I like spending time with Oka-san, Issei replied, placing his face on the brunette's neck, feeling safe by her side. Oh baby, I also enjoyed spending my time with you, no need to say more, go, Venelana expressed, overflowing with motherly love as she walked towards the kitchen. And as mother and son began to walk away down the long hallway that seemed to have no end, the further away they went, the more a pure white glow began to form in front of them. A person from afar watched the happy mother and son get lost in the intense glow that began to make everything blurry for his violet vision. What if none of that had happened? Yeah, if it were a world like that. By the time the intense glow ceased, the person who had seen the mother and son leave into a lost past had before his eyes various images of what his life could have been like if that tragic day had not arrived. Before his eyes, a life began to appear as a result of not having lived through that incident that would mark his destiny, a life in which he grew up happily with his family in a time of war that would end with the unanimous death of the leaders of each faction. He would live a quiet life as the weak demon, and help his brother in any way he could to confront the insurgent group of demons that followed the ideals of the deceased original Mao. Peace would come to his home and his younger brother would be in charge, along with others, of leading his home to a better future. His lack of strength would only make his other qualities come to light, such as his intelligence and his noble heart, which would help him improve his home, and also help him find love with a beautiful black-haired woman with similar eyes to his and of high status, whom he would marry and start a beautiful family with. Living a happy but empty life. An insignificant one. Life. You think so, right? I'm just assuming things. These thoughts are useless. But you're different, aren't you? After seeing a possible life, the person who turned out to be Issei found himself in a totally black space with no signs of life whatsoever. only darkness wherever he looked. But he was not alone, since in front of him and who was speaking to him was none other than himself, or more or less because the one looking at him smiling was his past self, that child full of joy and dreams that he had buried a long time ago. Child and adult looked at each other in silence, one smiling and the other serious, but showing in their violet eyes the same feeling, happiness. The happiness of seeing each other again, or rather of being able to interact. Both were the same person, and at the same time they were not. One represented the one who was and possibly would have been, the other the one who was and who would be. You look happy. I never thought I would see you again, that I would see myself again. Listening to his older self, little Issei was cheerful and smiling at his words. Your hair, my hair, has grown, and so has our body, mind, everything. Yes, I have changed a lot. I even met and made many friends and even had one that I can call a best friend. I also have several girlfriends who love me and I love them in the same way. But above all, I was finally able to fulfill my dream, our dream. The man and the boy remained silent as they stared at each other, their eyes reflecting a certain feeling of sadness and regret. There was no need to say anything, because there was no one who knew them better than themselves. You're finally facing me. I'm sorry. Can I ask you something? What thing? As his younger version spoke to him, the older brown-haired boy looked expectant of what he would say, but being himself, he could get an idea of what he was about to tell him. Why? Why do you hate me? Why don't you accept me? I'm afraid. Just like me. Taking a few steps forward, the little brown-haired boy stood right in front of his adult self, showing him a sincere smile, to whom he gave an expression of pain and fear. I don't want to suffer anymore. I don't want to feel the same as that day again. That day when everything changed, it was a lot for me. Even if you are an adult, I see that you are still a child. After his words, the little boy gave the adult's leg a slight push as they both laughed, ending again in a comfortable silence. Oka-san. It's not their fault, and it's not yours either. We were just unlucky. You must let go of that pain, heal that wound and live life to the fullest. Looking up, the young, past version of his current self conveyed his words or wishes to him while giving him a sympathetic but above all hopeful look. Not like Issei Gremory, the man most feared by the factions, the one with cruel methods, and a rather cold personality, no, but also not like who we once were, someone weak, fearful and powerless. So what should I be? That's easy, you just have to let go of the past and live in the present, keeping the lessons of what was, to use them in what will be. It's not that easy. I know, after all I'm you, right? Taking a step back, the boy began to walk away from the man, turning his back until he stopped halfway along the dark wasteland they were in. Do you remember what you were like, what we were like? I'm starting to forget him, but sometimes I miss him. Maybe. Someday we will recover what we lost that day. Our happiness and innocence. I don't know if it's possible. It was then that the dark world they were in began to shake and crumble under the surprised gaze of the older brown-haired boy and the calm gaze of the infant. Before you wake up, I will give you a piece of advice. Start looking inside yourself, and mend the bond that pride has modified. I don't understand. I know you don't, but soon you will. Ugh. Opening his eyes somewhat confused by what he had seen in his dreams without understanding any of it, Issei woke up finding himself in a strange room to his eyes, this one being of an old and rustic type that confused him a little about why he was there in the first place. But as he fully woke up and put his mind to work, all doubt went out the window once he noticed the situation he found himself in, being one that he had never expected before in his life. And there, lying on his body wearing nothing more than a set of light blue lingerie, was Lavinia performing an action that was too surprising for the brown-haired boy, which left him out of it for a few seconds. The beautiful blonde was with her eyes closed, and what was impressing Issei was that she was currently joining her lips with his in a calm and warm kiss, where he could feel how she made soft movements with her lips on his. What was happening? Although at that moment when they were kissing, Issei couldn't help but think that Lavinia was perfect, from her smile, her gaze, her hair, her voice, her body, everything about her was perfect. What she said, what she did, what she touched, what she looked at, everything about her, was perfect, because he looked at her, and he saw no flaws, with her angel lips, her star shine, and her goddess dance. For Issei, Lavinia was a rebellious and mysterious woman, I would say very mysterious in fact, because every time he saw her she became his greatest intrigue, a great thought that connected his neurons to her existence. She is that woman who inhibits your sleep and spatially disrupts your senses. She stuck in his veins and became the most addictive adrenaline. She was like a soft, delicate, and aggressive dandelion. It is difficult to discover an aggressive dandelion, isn't it? Well, that's how she was. Hard to discover, hard to hold on to. She would vanish from his hands because he could caress her, he could smell her. But if he didn't act quickly, she would slip from his hands. She is a bit abstract. Like watercolor art that you splash with surrealism. You might have an idea of what it is, but you will only understand its great meaning when you talk to the artist who painted her. You will understand her when you have the necessary and sufficient skill to converse with her being. That being that between harmonized sighs of words will break down for you the infinite portion that makes up her soul. Thanks to the momentary shock and being deep in thought, Issei made a small movement that caused the blonde to open her eyes and notice the violet gaze on her. That simple look was enough to make her blush furiously as she found herself caught in her little prank. What? Issei began to say after coming out of his impression, even though he had some contact with the magician's lips. Hey, Lavinia said nervously, quickly standing up in the process until she was sitting on the brunette's waist with her hands placed on his chest, giving him a clear view of her entire figure covered only by her lingerie. It was just to see if you were still breathing while you were sleeping, if that, Lavinia began to say hastily, looking for any way to excuse herself and save the little dignity she had left. For a few seconds, Issei remained motionless, appreciating the blonde's beauty as he judged her with his cold gaze for the ridiculous excuse she had given, but he didn't want to know anything about what had happened. It was then that out of the corner of his eyes he noticed that on the bed in which he was lying with Lavinia on top of him, not only were the two of them in it, but on both sides of the brunette were sleeping glued to his arms, Valerie and Kuroka, wearing like the blonde only their intimate outfits while rubbing their voluptuous bodies against the brunette's. What was going on? In that suggestive moment in which Issei was in the same bed with three beautiful half-naked women, the brown-haired man remained with a dead expression and had his gaze fixed on the nervous Lavinia. At that moment he began to remember how he had gotten to that strange situation. Flashback. It all happened when they had arrived at an unknown world in the dimensional plane, Chisato Kingdom. In this world, or more specifically a planet similar to Earth, there was a civilization of men and women, beasts, since they had different parts of animals in their bodies, such as cat ears, rabbit ears, etc., even tails of various animals and wings, something not so out of place considering that in Issei world there were yokai. And among this civilization, strange to the eyes of anyone, there was one kingdom among all that had more power and prestige than others, in addition to being the one where a ceremony of dubious results was taking place, performed by some men between chants and dances around a pentagram with various strange symbols. The ceremony progressed, being watched from a prudent distance by two men who seemed to be of high rank due to their clothing and attention. It was then that after so much waiting their efforts had finally borne fruit, or at least that was what everyone thought when they saw how right in the center of the pentagram a crack began to open and expand over space, from which to the astonishment and happiness of many they saw how first four beautiful women with white, silver, crimson, and golden hair emerged, giving off beauty wherever they passed. But the attention of all the villagers present was mainly on Issei that emerged from the crack with a small and adorable kitten on its head that was licking its paws, the arrival of both of them being a great commotion for the beast people present for some strange reason. "Where are we?" Valerie asked after leaving the portal, noticing how they were the center of attention in what seemed to be a ritual led by some yokai. Lavinia questioned doubtfully upon seeing the race present around her. Were they in their world? Had the teleportation failed? "Are we in the right world? Or did Issei open the wrong portal again?" Irene wondered thoughtfully, carefully observing her surroundings, noticing the hundreds of gazes on them. "No, if we're in the right one because I can feel the corrosion," Isabella commented with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, since the current situation was irrelevant to her. "Hey, why is everyone staring at us?" Valerie asked, a little irritated at being the center of attention of a bunch of strangers. "I don't know, maybe because we came out of a portal in the middle of what seems to be a ceremony or something." Lavinia's sarcastic comment caused Lucifer to have a small twitch in her eyebrow. "Nobody asked you," Valerie mentioned, clenching her teeth tightly, resisting the urge to hit her best friend whom she saw as her older sister. "Yeah, it feels strange to be the center of attention," Kuroka said after finishing cleaning her paws, leaning back on the brown-haired boy's hair, which was very comfortable. Decided, they would be her new favorite bed to sleep in. "I guess it would be best to prison," as Issei spoke while letting the Nico Mata do whatever she wanted. At that moment he was interrupted when he saw the yokai approaching all of them. Among all those who came, there were two in the crowd who were hurrying to get to where they were, one being an old man who wore fox ears on his head and 9 tails on his back, and next to that elderly man came a handsome young man with white hair wearing a royal outfit, and it was this same one who looked at the brown-haired man with devotion and desire. Just seeing that young man made some of the women present sigh with love and feel their bodies eager for that subject who could be said to be the best specimen to engender life, although that was only on the side of the natives of that world, because in the case of Lavinia, Valerie, Kuroka, Irene and Isabella, for them he was only a poor devil who could not compare in any way to their favorite Issei, owner of their hearts and darkest desires. Everyone, listen up, our call has been answered, and the heavens have sent us to the divine excellence. The young man who turned out to be a 9-tailed kitsune began to shout, after kneeling in front of the brown-haired boy. "Yeah, and what did that weirdo bite?" Kuroka asked mockingly while playing with her king's hair. "Believe me, I'm the same as you," Issei responded totally out of place without understanding anything of what was happening. "Let us show his excellence their due respect," again the young yokai shouted to his followers as he placed his forehead on the ground. One by one they began to kneel in front of the brunette and his group of women, showing respect and devotion to Issei, who did not know what was happening like the others, but it seemed that they saw them as deities, or at least that's what they thought when drawing conclusions from the young kitsune's words. "Long live the goddess," shouted all the people gathered together, looking forward at the group of newcomers. It was thanks to that Issei, Irene, Isabella, Valerie and Lavinia noticed that in reality the one the citizens were looking at with such devotion was not the brown-haired boy, but rather what was lying on top of his head, where Kuroka was sitting, totally lost from the current situation. "Just in case, is the divine being me or her?" Issei asked with intrigue, pointing at the kitten on his head to emphasize his point. "What kind of offensive question is that? Obviously our savior is her," the old kitsune responded with displeasure, feeling his blood hot at such a question. "You are only his transportation without any importance," the young kitsune commented coldly and angrily to the brown-haired boy, spitting venom in his words. "Pfffff, I can't do that." Kuroka began to laugh uncontrollably while she was spinning around the brunette's head. Although she wasn't the only one, as Valerie and Lavinia also found that funny and let out a small laugh, the only ones who kept their composure, albeit with a small half-smile on their beautiful faces, were Isabella and Irene, who did their best not to laugh at such an offense to their boyfriend. "I'm going to kill them," Issei declared coldly, ready to take Ascalon out of his pocket dimension and start cutting off heads for being treated as the center of ridicule. "Haha, hey, don't do that. They don't know and it's not their fault, just let them be." Unfortunately for the brown-haired boy, Irene came up behind him and gave him a hug that ended up convincing him not to do anything rash. Or at least that was one of the reasons why Issei calmed down, since there were 2 other very big reasons that the Scarlet Beauty brought with her that ended up distracting the brunette from his irritation, giving him 2 incredibly soft and firm objects on which to concentrate. "But if everything goes wrong, you can kill them." These were Isabella's wise words that reached the brown-haired boy's right ear, who felt 2 new large, soft and firm objects resting on his back next to Irene's, ending up convincing him. "Thanks, Issei whispered, discarding the idea of bringing Ascalon and carrying out a massacre. "Yeah, but I think you're confusing me with someone," Kuroka mentioned, drawing attention, and then jumping from the brunette's head to the ground. As she was falling, the little kitten began to give off a blinding glow for a few seconds, until it went out, leaving in front of the brown-haired girl and in everyone's sight a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with parted bangs and hazel eyes with feline pupils. Her attire consisted of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and a highly detailed headband. The kimono featured a red interior and was open at her shoulders, revealing her large breasts that rival Rias and Akeno's in terms of size, as well as featuring a pair of black cat ears and 2 black tails. Just by seeing that beautiful woman who emerged from the little kitten, all the citizens present were amazed and surprised by the divinity that had descended from the heavens to help them. Were they really worthy of being in the presence of such a majestic woman? "My lady, you are really very beautiful," the young yokai began to say as he took a few steps towards where Kuroka was. But everyone was surprised to see how the young kitsune stopped abruptly without reaching the Nikomata, once the edge of the tip of a black sword intercepted him and pointed at his neck. The people present held their breath when they saw that their prince was being threatened or almost killed, so several guards in the area quickly came to where he was to save him, but just a cold look from the one holding the sword was enough to stop any advance. The one responsible for all of this was none other than Issei, who with a serious expression and a cold look faced everyone present while holding Kuroka by the waist, holding her protectively to his chest while he pointed Ascalon at the young kitsune, who was very annoying to him, especially after seeing how he wanted to get closer to his kitten. "Take one more step and I'll cut off your head," the brunette threatened coldly, giving a push with his sword, causing a drop of blood to come out of the kitsune's neck. The simple fact of seeing how the goddess was taken so intimately by that subject made the young kitsune start to get very upset, since for him no one was worthy of being at the level of the Nikomata, everyone except him. On the other hand, seeing that protective and jealous side of the brown-haired boy caused Kuroka to feel very comfortable in her king's chest, as well as loved, even letting out a few small purrs for Issei's enjoyment. "Who do you think you are?" the young man asked angrily after taking a step back from the sharp weapon. "I am," Issei began to speak, ready to throw everything to hell and present himself for who he really was. "We are His Excellency's bodyguards." Unfortunately not for him, Irene came to the rescue of the situation, while silencing her boyfriend with one of her hands over her mouth. "Huh, Kuroka," Lavinia and Valerie expressed, completely confused by the redhead's words. "Play along, we must do so in order to complete the mission," Irene spoke to all her acquaintances through telepathy. "Yeah, she's right. All of them are my most trusted guards who always accompany me wherever I go." Getting into character, Kuroka introduced herself and her group while still in the brown-haired boy's arms. There's no way she was going to get away from them. "I see, but I don't understand why he," the kitsune began to say bitterly while pointing at the brown-haired boy who was hugging the goddess. "Oh, he's my personal guardian who always takes care of me," Kuroka managed to say calmly while giving her king a small kiss on the cheek. "But someone of his kind is not worthy of power." As she spoke, the kitsune clenched her fists tightly upon seeing the closeness of those two. "As long as it's okay with me, nothing else matters, pup," Kuroka mentioned with a dangerous and sharp look as she hugged the brown-haired boy, surrounding his neck with her arms. "I understand," the yokai expressed with discomfort, lowering his head, totally frustrated. Incredibly, as the more or less tense scene unfolded, Issei had remained silent, much to the shock of Isabella and Irene, who thought he would make a scene on the spot. But looking at it from one side, it was good that he hadn't done anything wrong, as it could have compromised the mission. "We have been called by you, but we do not know why, so we would like you to tell us your reasons for making your divine excellence come to the world of mortals." Isabella began to speak, taking a step forward with her red-haired friend until she was in front of the young kitsune. "Kuroka, stay with them. Since these guys think you are some kind of goddess, the best thing would be to take advantage of that and get some information," the brunette whispered in the Nikomata's ear, then released her from his hug. "Okay, but you should know that I don't like any of this," Kuroka responded lazily and displeased by the attention she was receiving from everyone. Slowly, the brunette stood next to Isabella and Irene, causing the young kitsune to become excited and nervous when he was in front of the Nikomata, almost taking one of her hands if it weren't for the fact that the demoness present gave him a murderous look that made him give up on any contact with the brunette. Something that Kuroka was internally grateful for, because the only one who would touch her and who would allow it was her king and no one else. And while the three beautiful women gathered information, behind them were Issei along with Valerie and Lavinia, keeping their attention on the current situation. "What do we do?" Valerie asked, barely audible to them while keeping his guard up in case an accident happened. "For now, nothing. We must find out what is happening in this world for Chisato to have felt the obligation to send me here," Issei began to say, crossing his arms, unable to help but think that there was something dangerous in that world, as if it were a premonition. "These guys, they don't seem to know you," Lavinia commented, discreetly pointing at the old and young kitsune in front of her friends. "Although the name, Gremory, is heard in every corner of the multiverse, not all worlds know who I am or even my existence," Issei answered without much importance in the matter. "That man," Valerie said seriously, giving the young kitsune a sharp look. "Did you notice it too?" Issei questioned seriously without taking his gaze off the irritating prince, who was trying to get Kuroka's attention, but she didn't give him any attention. "He acts very strange and from afar you can see that he has an interest in Kuroka. The question would be, what?" Lavinia commented thoughtfully, having a bad feeling inside her. "From now on, keep your eyes wide open and your senses alert. Remember that we are in a world far from ours," Issei reported, looking at both women out of the corner of his eye, giving them his orders to follow. "As you command, Issei-sama," the blonde and silver-haired girls responded respectfully, nodding their heads. It was then that the three of them noticed how Irene, Isabella and Kuroka approached them under the gaze of everyone else present, and that of the young kitsune who looked at Issei in a bad way, as if he cared. "Did you find out anything?" the brunette asked, looking seriously at the three women. Yes, apparently in this world there's only the beast race, a group of several species of living beings. We could say that they would be the yokais of our world, Irene informed her boyfriend and king in the same state he was in. I see. Anything else? The brown-haired boy said while he was sorting through all the information in his mind. Yeah, they believe that I am a kind of goddess that is represented in a story of their ideology, which speaks of the arrival of a divine being that will come to their call when the shadows awaken or something like that. To say that Issei was not surprised was an understatement, since that information in a short form could be important, and even revealing if more was found out about her, he had to make sure to reward Kuroka later, because despite being his newest piece, she had adapted very quickly. We also found out that the town we are in and the most important one in this land has been attacked by dark beasts according to the young prince's reports. Isabella finished by saying the report to her boyfriend. Prince, Valerie asked, confused as to who the women were referring to. The man over there, Irene replied as she pointed with her gaze at the young kitsune from before. Finally, they have offered us accommodation in the royal castle, Isabella commented with some discomfort, for being in a place that technically could be very dangerous. For some reason they always used to sleep outdoors in their adventures throughout the universe, but having three young people with them they could not do the same. Ugh, Issei expressed in the same state, being a little confused as well. Supposedly to provide a comfortable experience for the goddess, Irene mentioned between sighs, shrugging her shoulders in the process. Yeah, it's not like it bothers me, but the last word is yours, Issei-kun. After Kuroka's words, everyone looked at the brunette awaiting his orders. Okay, we'll go with them and continue playing along until we find the one who caused the darkness to dominate the light in this world. Kuroka, you will play the role of a goddess and all of us as your servants. If those guys believe that, it's better for them to keep doing it, Issei ordered, taking a more leadership stance. And what about that man? Lavinia asked, pointing with her index finger at the kitsune who was looking at them impatiently. I don't like him looking at me, Kuroka commented in displeasure, hiding behind the brown-haired boy's back, finding refuge in him. Stay alert and Kuroka, Issei began to say as he turned his face back to where the Nikomata was located. Yes, the brunette asked confusedly, tilting her head slightly. Don't leave my side, the brown-haired boy finished saying, drawing the Nikomata into his arms. As you command, my lord, Kuroka responded happily due to the proximity to her future husband and father of her kittens. Let's go with them, Irene suggested, receiving a yes from everyone. After that interaction, they left with the prince towards his palace where they would be better informed of the situation, as well as accommodated for the duration of their visit, something that Issei hoped would not be much for his little or rather non-existent patience. And a flashback. After that and arriving at the palace, they had been given some rooms for all of them, but Kuroka's, for reasons of chance, had been assigned to one that was right next to the prince's, sufficient reason why everyone had decided to share 2 rooms, in which they were distributed in 2 groups of 3, one being Issei, Irene and Isabella since they were couples and were used to living together, leaving Kuroka, Lavinia and Valerie as the second group. Or at least that was the initial idea that had been agreed upon by everyone, but by the time he realized it, the brown-haired boy found himself flying through one of the rooms thanks to Isabella's incredible strength, ending up with Issei in the blonde, black-haired and silver-haired girl's room, where without being able to resist he had to sleep with them because of his fiancée's crazy ideas. Issei still vaguely remembered that before going to sleep, everything was very quiet with the young women. It was not until Kuroka had begun to undress that everything had gone to hell. Suffice it to say that Valerie became very jealous and furious at the Nikomata's action, and between screams and fights they had reached a strange situation in which the brown-haired boy had ended up lying down with Valerie and Kuroka hugging his arms and placing their heads on his shoulders, while Lavinia rested on his chest, and to top off the situation they had all ended up wearing only their intimate outfits. I won't ask more about the kiss, I'll just say that if it were to happen again I would like to be awake. Issei began to speak after coming out of his thoughts while he saw the beauty sitting on his abdomen. Maybe another time, Lavinia whispered, blushing slightly, looking in another direction. How long have you been awake? The brunette asked, not bothering to have the blonde on top of him. Not much, about 20 minutes, Lavinia replied, encouraged to see the brown-haired boy, noticing that he had a dead expression on his face. Have you been stalking me for 20 minutes? Issei questioned the mage expressionlessly, not being able to help but feel that he had been sullied while he slept. Look who's talking, Lavinia mocked, regaining her flirtatious manner as she traced a path with her fingers over the brown-haired boy's chest covered by a shirt, much to his displeasure. "What do you mean?" Issei questioned if he understood what the blonde meant. Had he done something wrong? "Your hands," was the only thing Lavinia said, pointing at the brown-haired boy's limbs, showing a mocking smile in the process. At first Issei hadn't stopped to think or consider his current situation, being focused on the blonde sitting on his abdomen. But after her words that had a certain accusation, he decided to turn his head to see what Lavinia was talking about, and it was there that he got a pleasant surprise when he saw how his right hand rested on one of Valerie's breasts, while his left hand rested on one of Kuroka's breasts. But that wasn't all, since it seemed like his hands were on autopilot as he was gently kneading and squeezing the breasts of the sleeping brunette and silver-haired girl as he felt the soft, firm and elastic textures of that part of the two women's bodies. What the hell was wrong with him? But what? Realizing his situation, Issei quickly released the Nikomata and half-dragon's breasts, causing both of them to make a grimace of disgust while they slept. Were they enjoying it? "While you were sleeping, you have been touching them unconsciously. In fact, you also touched my butt, that's why I woke up," Lavinia revealed to the horror of the brunette when he saw that he had been doing such an indecent act. "I'm sorry," was the only thing Issei could say, feeling a little sorry for himself and his actions. Maybe he should cut off his hands as a symbol of regret. "Don't worry, you didn't do it on purpose," downplaying the matter and stopping the brunette's rich plans. Lavinia waved her hand disdainfully to forget the subject. "Now that I think about it, I haven't heard her speak," the brown-haired boy thought, thinking of a certain person who was inseparable from him, and who had been silent for quite some time, to his surprise. "Albedo," Issei called out hesitantly to his faithful friend and rival, not getting any response for a few seconds, until some interesting sounds reached his ears. Zzz, the brown-haired boy could hear the soft whistles and snores of the dragon in his head, so he didn't have to think about it much to know that she was asleep. "Lazy dragon," Issei mocked internally, although touched by how adorable Albedo sounded while sleeping. "Issei-kun, taking advantage of the fact that Valerie and Kuroka are asleep, don't you want to play a little?" Lavinia commented in a flirtatious and purring tone as she lowered her brow a little, showing a little more of her cleavage. "Not for now, Lavinia." Unfortunately for her, Issei was not one to fall so easily for provocations of that type. "What a pity," the blonde mentioned with sadness, pretending to cry by covering her face, which didn't affect the brown-haired boy either. "You know, taking advantage of the fact that only you and I are awake, I want to ask you something." Issei began to speak, appearing serious, something that made the magician stop her performance to focus her attention on him. "What is it?" Lavinia asked, a little nervous about having upset the brunette. "Did you really like me or am I romantically attracted to you?" was the question that came out of Issei's lips, leaving Lavinia frozen in her position. "Hey," was the only thing the blonde could say as she began to blush and get nervous. What kind of question was that? And why was she coming here at this moment? "I know that Valerie is interested in me since I defeated her in the battle fought at Kuo Academy on the day of the meeting of the three factions. Being half-dragon, when she lost to me she acquired a love interest in me, where she sees me as the ideal male to be her partner and father of her offspring, something that is part of the draconian ideology, and I'm lying if I say that I'm not attracted to her, being also part dragon. Then there is Serafall's younger sister, and her queen is also interested in me, but it is something that I must see in due time. My sister's queen has already clarified her feelings to me and I am trying to respond with mine, but that will take time. Kuroka is another who proposed that we get to know each other to see if we can reach something, which seemed interesting to me and I accepted. But what about you, Lavinia?" Issei finished saying, calmly observing the beautiful blonde trembling in her abdomen with her face down. Lavinia began to say with difficulty, slowly raising her face to face the brunette. But she never expected what was next. It was a matter of seconds when she had felt how the base she was sitting on began to move and become steeper. That was the first surprise. The second came when she noticed how she was sitting on the brunette's lap, when he got up and sat on the bed with her on his legs, and the third and last surprise that came to her, being the most shocking of all, was when her lips were stolen by Issei's in a sweet, soft but demanding kiss that elicited a sigh from her. The impression was so great that Lavinia was unable to react, and just remained frozen while her lips were assaulted by the brunette, who had one of his hands placed on her thin and slender waist, while the other rested on the back of her neck, ending up having her totally imprisoned by him. Was it his revenge for having kissed him while he was sleeping? His feelings, desires, she didn't understand. Those were seconds that seemed eternal for the blonde. But finally Issei had decided to release her lips, but not before giving them a small bite that caused Lavinia to let out a small moan and sigh as she felt her lips come away from the brown-haired boys, leaving them joined for a few seconds by a small, thin thread of saliva. "You don't need to say anything for now, it will be something we will discover together," Issei mentioned after separating from the kiss, showing a smile to the blonde while caressing her blushing cheeks. "It's not fair that you say something like that to me after stealing a kiss from me," Lavinia reproached, a little agitated, resting her forehead against the brown-haired boys and looking at his lips, eager to try them a little more. "You didn't do it," Issei asked with amusement, taking the blonde by the chin so that she would look him in the eyes. "You're right," Lavinia responded softly, entranced by the brown-haired boy's violet gaze, beginning to let herself be carried away by the situation and her feelings. "Issei," the beautiful blonde whispered, starting to bring her face closer to the brown-haired boy to receive another kiss from him. But all progress on her part was interrupted when she felt something hard rubbing against her intimacy, barely covered by her underwear, so feeling something in that area was not very difficult at the moment. If biology and the current position they were both in work to determine what was touching her down there, Lavinia could only blush as she assumed what was touching her. "And maybe you," the blonde began to say, embarrassed and happy to have provoked that reaction in the brunette while she looked down. "Ugh," without understanding for a moment what she was saying, Issei directed his gaze to where the blonde's was, being surprised to see that his little friend had woken up. "Oh well, in my defense I'm surrounded by 3 beautiful and half-naked women, where one of them is on my lap rubbing her sexy body on me. It's impossible not to react to that," Issei commented calmly as he looked at the blonde who was about to reach the colors of a tomato, if she hadn't already. "I'll let it go this time," Lavinia mentioned after taking a breath, focusing her gaze on the brown-haired boy and putting aside the sensations she felt down there. "It's that or you just like her," Issei teased the blonde in a mocking tone, stealing a small kiss from her in the process. "Shut up," Lavinia screamed, embarrassed, reaching to take the brunette's face in her hands, then pressing him with her very well-endowed breasts in a deadly hug. And while Issei began to feel the lack of oxygen in his lungs as he was in the middle of those 2 incredible round masses of the blonde, as he was drowning, the brown-haired man came to think 2 things. One was that it wouldn't be so bad to die in that situation if he could enjoy the body of the magician, and the last one, being the one that was stronger than the other thought, was, what would your family be doing? DxD World. We are on the air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The show begins. These were the words spoken by a female presenter from the demon race, who was in the middle of a worldwide recording studio of the supernatural world. But the woman was not the only one present, since sitting in what appeared to be seats in rows, some lower than others, were sitting the members of the Gremory entourage of the heiress of the Gremory clan, and at that moment, from their expressions, one could tell that they were not very comfortable, or rather they were embarrassed to be on a live program. Good afternoon, demons and demonesses, as well as supernaturals who are tuning into today's program, which I must say brings us great news and highly prestigious guests from the underworld. The presenter began to speak while the main camera focused on her. Let's give a big round of applause to the Crimson Ruin Princess, better known as the heiress of the Gremory clan, younger sister of our honorable leaders, Issei Gremory and Serafall Gremory. Joining you is one of the young beauties of the underworld, Rias Gremory. Okay, maybe I had exaggerated, or so the crimson-haired beauty thought as she looked somewhat embarrassed. At that moment within the television program, several applause began to be heard in the background, these being directed at those who the studio cameras were pointing at, and who everyone was watching at that moment, Rias being the one who showed her face through any means of technological communication. The beautiful redhead showed a smile as she waved her hand to greet the audience, although internally she wished the earth would swallow her up as she felt quite embarrassed by that introduction to her person. Couldn't they be more normal? Though the real question might be how they got there in the first place. Well, it turned out that before the Young Devils ratings game started, they had to first attend an interview on the most watched TV show in the underworld, as well as elsewhere in the supernatural world, so the Devils wouldn't be the only ones who would see the Gremory heiress in the middle of her interview. But not only was the redhead in the studio, but her friends were as well, having to accompany her as members of her entourage. Fortunately, Rias was calm on the outside, being a princess, so she was already used to those spectacles, plus coming to the recording studio hadn't been so bad, since she and her friends could distract themselves a bit before their duel against Diodora Astaroth. In addition to that, when they arrived they had met with Serorg and his queen, Keisha Abaddon, who had just finished their interview and told the Gremory heiress that they wanted to face them with only pure power, something that Rias had accepted but not before having fulfilled the true purpose for which she had agreed to participate in the Young Devil tournament. At that moment, while waving at the cameras and looking somewhat tense to the delight of her friends, Rias began to recall the events before the show actually started. Arriving at the recording studio hadn't taken them even half a second as they were transported through a special magic circle made for them. Upon reaching their destination, they found themselves in a kind of room made for celebrity gatherings, something that in some ways had certain similarities with human society. Many things from human society are used in the current underworld. That shows the great influence that the reincarnated currently have, Kiba informed his newest teammates. Still, according to what you said, they are treated as beings of little value by the nobles. Murayama's opinion made silence of value for an answer. I know it's not like that with Rias and Sona, but with the others, I want to be more cautious, Keites commented, receiving a nod from her best friend in support of her words. The main thing now is that we go to. Just as she was speaking, Rias was interrupted by the arrival of the staff members who looked happy to see them. Oh well, first what we came for, the redhead let out a sigh as she watched the staff coming towards them. Good to see you, Rias-sama. The one who seemed to be the leader of the group did not hesitate to show his joy. You too, members of the Gremory entourage, the man greeted, to which the boys only responded with a friendly smile. Great, another one who treats me with titles, she thought, bored when she saw that she couldn't escape from those things, and that he was similar to his older brother, who didn't like to be treated above others or status, something that made her admire him even more. After that meeting, everyone started walking to begin the interview, although some were a bit tense like Gasper, Asia and Keites. Others were more inclined to just go with what was happening. It was then that in the middle of the road they saw a person they hadn't seen for quite some time. Serafall. Rias was glad to see her cousin a few centimeters in front of her, and something that was funny to her was the clothing he was wearing, a jacket on one side, giving him a wild air, and in the sight of several, he had no openings in his guard, ready for anything, and next to the young man was his queen. I'm glad to see you, the redhead greeted her familiar by giving her a gentle tap on the shoulder. Likewise Rias, Serafall responded as he ruffled his cousin's hair, much to her annoyance but to his delight. It was then that he turned to look at the others. There were faces he didn't recognize among them. A pleasure, the young man formally greeted everyone, and they just returned the gesture. I see that things are going to get more interesting around here, Serafall mentioned, focusing his gaze on the redhead and showing her a challenging smile. Bringing his hand to his right shoulder, Serafall went to look at his cousin, wanting to measure their strength, since ever since he had found out that she had been instructed and trained by his older cousin, whom he wanted to face, he knew even more that he wouldn't even manage to scratch her. The demon had his gaze at the moment on his familiar who was on equal terms with him. I wish to face you one of these days, a fight of pure power, Serafall commented with excitement, while Rias smiled upon hearing that, a sign that she accepted the challenge while the rest just watched everything carefully, feeling that they couldn't get in each other's way. Serafall-sama, it's time, Serafall's queen, reminded the demon who nodded and left after saying goodbye. Wow, no matter how many times we talk to him, he always leaves an air of imposingness in his wake, Yuma couldn't help but comment, which was undoubtedly the general opinion of everyone. It's like having a lion in your face, it always gives you that feeling of being alert and not letting your guard down. Koneko wiped the sweat off her forehead at the sight of such an imposing presence that this man had. I wouldn't want to fight him at my current level, Keites mentioned nervously, an opinion that most shared. Well, I saw him as someone interesting, Asia muttered, acting shy at being seen by her friends as if she were crazy. Welcome, the interviewer approached the young people after they entered the studio. There were several demons doing their job and preparing everything. I'm glad you're here, the woman expressed with relief, to which Rias stopped her and then began to clarify a few points about the interview with her classmates, also saying a few things, asking her opinion on what she can and cannot do to her friends. I'm nervous, Gasper trembled a little while Murayama tried to calm him down. I want to go, Asia cried comically in her older sister's arms. Come on sis, it's just a few questions, Yuma seemed normal as he caressed the blonde's fine hair. Look, I know you're nervous, but don't worry, it's just a few questions, that's what the presenter said, approaching the group to explain their fears, or at least what they could. It will be an interview with the group Gremory, the interviewer informed, ushering them into the studio, marking the beginning of their suffering. It's a pleasure to be here, Rias replied after coming out of her thoughts. The pleasure is all ours, Rias-sama, It's not every day we can say that we have on our show a member of the most prestigious and powerful clan in the underworld, the presenter began to say while the program was on the air. The Gremory clan is like any other clan of the underworld. The only thing that makes it special, I think, is because it has Issei Gremory and Serafall Lucifer as figures of power and admiration, but from there on it is an ordinary one, the redhead commented calmly, noticing how the studio placed the images of her brothers on screens for the public to see. How much dedication. It must be difficult being the youngest of the Gremory siblings, right? The woman asked, waiting for the young woman's answer. Is this a question from the show? Rias asked doubtfully, noticing how the presenter was reading a sheet of paper in her hands. One of many, the woman said with a smile, waving the document in her hand. Well, I think everyone would understand the answer to that question if they put themselves in my place. Having as siblings two of the most powerful devils of all time, and not only that, but one of them was the one who freed us from the dictatorship of the original Mao and ended the civil war fought in what was formerly known as the Lucifad capital. If you see all that, you would understand that being the younger sister of such incredible men turns out to be very hard, Rias began to say, bringing her right hand to her heart as she revealed her feelings. You grow up with an admiration for them and you wish to one day be able to be at their level. But as you advance you realize that the road turns out to be very long, and with each step you take, the silhouettes of both of you begin to become larger and larger. You begin to doubt whether you will ever be able to reach them and you feel miserable for not doing so, the redhead expressed with some sadness but at the same time with motivation. Wow, that's something hard. Now I see that being the younger sister of the Gremory brothers is not as easy as it seems, the presenter commented, smiling a little tensely due to the atmosphere in the room. No, it's not. Rias shook her head while showing a small smile. May I ask, how have you managed to carry that burden? How do you manage not to succumb to the weight that your brothers generate? Question after question was asked by the presenter that made the redhead's friends laugh subtly when they saw that she was the center of attention. Well, Oka-san once told me about their achievements and history, who they were and everything they had done. Listening to it all, it made me realize that I am not even the shadow of my brothers. That I was a complete shame to the Gremory name, which had more weight than I thought, and I had no idea about it. And although it is something I do not like to admit, the truth is that all my life I have been in their shadow and I do not hate them for it. In fact, I admire them a lot and I am proud to be the sister of such incredible and powerful men. But I also want them to be proud of me. I want to get out of their shadow and be with them, walk by their side instead of behind them, Rias began to say, vaguely remembering her childhood and the feelings that she has been carrying with her since then regarding her brothers. I remember that as a child, every night before going to sleep, I would look at a large painting that was in the living room of my home. It had a photograph of my older brother and call me crazy, but even if it was just an image, just looking at it made me feel great happiness and admiration for him. From that day on, a dream was born in me, the redhead mentioned, looking closely at the cameras, giving a look full of illusion and longing. And that was it? The woman asked, interested and curious about the Gremory heiress's words, as did the other young men who looked at their mistress, expecting what she would say. I wanted to be worthy of carrying the Gremory name. I wanted to be recognized and respected like my brothers, and I also wanted them to be proud of me. But above all, Rias began to say, looking straight ahead towards the cameras, showing a smile and a treacherous tear falling down her cheeks. What I want and dream of the most is to be recognized, loved and accepted by my older brother, Issei Gremory. Maybe I've improved a little and become quite strong over the years, but I still have a long way to go until the long-awaited day when my brother accepts me as his sister, the redhead finished saying as she wiped away the treacherous tears she had shed. I'm sorry, but talking about this topic always makes me sensitive, Rias apologized, recovering her posture, a little embarrassed to show weakness in public. Don't worry, it's normal when your dreams are so strong, the presenter commented in a supportive manner. So, have you managed to move on? Deciding to continue with the program and interview, the woman continued with the questions. As I said, I still have a long way to go, but I'm close to achieving it, Rias replied, smiling, showing confidence in her words. Well, let's move on to a separate topic. As you know, the ratings games are about to start and you, Issei Gremory, are the one who will open the tournament in a duel with the heir of the Astaroth house. Do you feel ready? Changing the subject, the presenter brought up the topic that was possibly of greatest interest to the young people of the underworld. I'd be lying if I said yes, since this will be my first competition legally. But I feel capable of doing it, giving it my all with the help of my friends, right guys? The redhead commented, turning her face back to see her team. Hi, they all answered cheerfully to their mistress and friend. That's the youthful spirit, Continuing with the established questions, this is one for the Gremory Queen, the woman mentioned, shifting her gaze to the eldest black-haired girl of the Gremory group, who was surprised by those words. Really? Akeno asked without expecting that turn. She knew that they were opening some questions for her and her friends, but the objective of these interviews was mainly to deal with that king. And he says, "Miss Akeno, what should I do to capture your heart?" asked an anonymous demon. The presenter commented, showing a confused expression due to the strange questions scheduled in her notes. Ara, Akeno expressed, showing a mischievous smile, bringing one of her hands to her cheek. "I just hope he doesn't say something that causes a scandal," Rias thought nervously, because her dearest best friend decided to reveal the interest she had in her older brother. Unfortunately for the male audience, the heart of this priestess of lightning has already been stolen. It was the vague and unrevealed answer that Akeno gave, causing the redhead to let out a sigh of relief. Crack. But with that answer, many on the set, mainly the Gremory group, could swear that far away and near their position, several hearts were heard breaking into pieces when they saw that one of the famous reincarnated young women from the underworld already had someone to give her heart to. Who was the lucky one? That was what many were questioning as they went to hunt him, not knowing that by doing so they would only end up seeking their own death, since Queen Gremory had her sights fixed on possibly the most dangerous man on the planet. But that was something that Akeno didn't care about, because she recognized that strange happiness that came from loving someone without knowing why, that strange happiness that sometimes is so great that it can be confused with sadness, and meeting him was destiny and being his friend was a choice, but falling in love with him was beyond her control. "May I ask, who is the lucky one?" the presenter spoke, noticing how the Gremory Queen entered into a loving phase, blushing slightly, thinking about who knows what. "That's a Issei Ret," was the only thing Akeno said with a wink, showing a flirtatious attitude. With that, the interview progressed with different questions for the other boys, such as what were their goals, their tastes, hobbies, and some stranger ones, as in the case of the women of the Gremory group, these being what are their measurements. Are they virgins? Who do they like? Although the only two men present were not spared from them either when they were asked about their love interests and favorite position in the act. Okay, someone had to check what would be shown in the show before, especially since he had asked Rias about whether she had any love interest or sexual desire for her older brother. What the hell? They were siblings, not some damn incest eroge. After several questions that left more than one person uncomfortable, the boys thought it was time to end it all, or at least that's what they thought, but the presenter had another surprise in store for the end. This interview has been very interesting, but the surprises don't end here, and we have before you, viewers, a special guest who will accompany us along with the Gremory heiress and her group, the woman revealed, getting up from her seat, causing the cameras to focus on her. Really? The members of the Gremory group thought, confused at not being informed of that news. "Here is one of the queens of the underworld," the woman said energetically, pointing to a space in the room. Under the gaze of everyone, both those present and the viewers, a thin young woman of below average height with long white hair that curled slightly at the ends, with two bangs that framed her face and reached her chest, entered the recording set. She had big blue eyes and a voluptuous, curvy body, with large breasts. This beautiful woman entered the studio with a firm and flirtatious step, moving her hips from side to side in a mesmerizing way, and despite showing her slightly swollen belly, that did not detract from the beauty of her curvy and proportionate figure. "Mirane," Rias mentioned in astonishment upon seeing one of her older sisters present at her interview. Smiling subtly, the beautiful albino headed to where the young people were, while in the background applause could be heard for her arrival to the program. Once they arrived, Mirajin sat next to Rias with the help of Kiba, who got up to offer his help to the albino even if she didn't need it. Her special condition was something that many took seriously, as in the case of the Gremory Knight. "Thanks for the warm greeting and help, Kiba," Mirajin mentioned, smiling after taking a seat with the cameras on her. "No problem there," the blonde replied as he returned to his seat, always displaying that gentlemanly attitude. Surprised Rias, the albino questioned with amusement after seeing the redhead and the face she was making. "Of course you do. Why are you here? It's not that it bothers me, but you shouldn't be resting next to Tiamat," the redhead commented, confused and smiling, hugging her older sister. "Well, they called me to attend this program with you. In fact, it was me and Tiamat. But that lazy girl said she wouldn't get out of bed until Issei-kun came back. Sometimes I think he spoiled her a lot," Mirajin answered as he remembered how his blue-haired dragon friend spent the whole morning curled up in the covers, as if it were her cave waiting for her boyfriend to come back from his trip. Pathetic, or so she would say if she hadn't been through almost the same thing. "I see," Rias whispered, showing a drop of sweat on the back of her neck due to the state of the one who was once her guardian. It's a great pleasure that you could come here, Mira-Jean-sama. Capturing everyone's attention, the presenter stepped forward to continue with the program. The pleasure is all mine, miss. The albino woman politely greeted the woman in charge of the program. Let me tell you that it looks good on you. Well, the presenter began to say, pointing to the white-haired girl's slightly swollen belly. Elsewhere. Damn you, Gremory. How dare you touch my Oni-san? She should only be carrying my children. You'll pay for this, bastard. Oh, I really appreciate it. I'm very happy with my baby, Mira-Jean replied smiling, caressing her belly and overflowing with happiness, unaware that somewhere in the supernatural world, a certain relative of hers was cursing her future husband and father of the baby she was carrying in her womb. If it's not too much trouble, how many months are you now? The woman asked with interest, unable to help but think that despite being pregnant, the albino showed pure beauty. How envious. Well, if I remember correctly, it's only been 2 months, very different from Tiamat who beats me by 1. Mira-Jean replied thoughtfully, bringing her index finger to her lips. 2 of the many women of Issei Gremory and the first to give birth to his children. I think this is something we would all like to know. How did Issei-sama receive the news that he would be a father? The questions came and went, and for the one who received them she couldn't help but think that they were all nosy in the brown-haired boy's life. Fufufu. At first he was in shock, but then he became very happy for the lives we carry in our wombs. Even from now on, he has already gotten into the role of a father, already built and bought everything necessary for raising children. Mira-Jean commented with a little laughter, as she remembered how one day Issei had arrived with many baby things. As he had also started to build in a room everything necessary for his 2 children who were on the way. I must say something new. I mean a new change in the life of our leader and his family, the presenter dared to say, relaxing her posture in her seat. You have no idea. Mira-Jean mentioned, smiling while thinking about what her man would be doing at that moment. She already missed him and it had only been a day. Except for the fact that Miss Tiamat is pregnant and will be the one to give birth to Issei Gremory's firstborn. You, Mira-Jean-sama, will in a way be the one to bring our king's first demon heir to the underworld. What do you think of that? The woman asked, leaning forward to put all her attention on the demoness. I don't think it will change much. I mean, he or she will be a healthy boy or girl with good principles who will most likely follow his or her father's ideals. It was the vague answer that the albino gave to get off the subject, since she knew that many demons or nobles would aspire to have close relationships with the future children of the Demon King. Of course, if they didn't die before for the possible overprotective father. Mira-Jean could assure one thing, and that is that when all of Issei's women gave birth to his children, her man would be completely overprotective with all of his children. If he was like that with them, what prevented him from being like that with his offspring? The albino could feel sorry for those of her harem sisters who gave birth to women, because they would certainly be daddies, princesses, and knowing how Issei is, well, she could imagine a chaotic future with whoever dared to touch the daughters of the devil. We can say that the underworld already has a replacement for when Issei-sama leaves the post, the woman mentioned, getting more and more involved in the matter. I don't doubt that one day he will give his position to someone, and his children would be a very big possibility. It's just a matter of who it will be, because as you know, Issei-kun doesn't have just 1 or 2 women, and at some point all of us will give him, or rather bring into this world his children, his heirs. She commented calmly, but she would be a bit like Mira-Jean as she looked into the eyes of the presenter. Is it too soon to ask about the sex of the baby? The presenter's question attracted the attention of many on the set as well as those watching the show, as it was something that many wanted to know. Fufufu, scientifically speaking, the only condition to know what sex a baby will be in the mother's womb is that you must wait until the middle of the pregnancy, weeks 18 to 22, to know for sure if you will have a boy or a girl. But well, either Tiamat nor I could wait that long, so we asked a certain brunette friend of ours for help to find out the gender of my baby. Mira-Jean began to say, calmly hiding as best she could the treacherous laugh that was invading her. So it is, the woman asked impatiently, ready to take note of that news. I don't know if it's a matter of luck, chance or what, but it seems that Tiamat won't be the only one to bring one of Issei-kun's princesses into this world, Mira-Jean half revealed while lovingly caressing her belly. So you're an Issei-sama's baby is, what will her name be? To say that many weren't surprised by that news was a big lie. Secret, Kanturo Mira-Jean winking her eye, leaving the name that her identified daughter would have anonymous. Gosh, well, since we're talking about Issei-sama, it's said that he's currently outside the underworld. Is that true? deciding to change the subject because of the demonist's gaze, the woman opted to bring up topics related to the brunette. Well, you know how he is. He's always busy with various things that warrant his presence. But in a few days he'll be back, so the underworld is in the hands of the mouse. Shrugging her shoulders, the albino gave her answer, noticing how the young man remained silent and attentive to her. I wonder what Onai-sama is doing, Rias wondered silently with her hand on her heart, while looking at her sister. I asked if Issei-kun would miss me. I already want to have my date with him, was what was going through Akeno's mind, while on the outside she showed a smile. Something that has been heard a lot in the underworld is the topic of the alliance of the three biblical factions, which have as their leader our Lord Issei Gremory. Will it be possible to know if the alliance plans to expand its ties? The question launched by the woman made an impression on the young people due to how well informed the media was. They never missed a single thing. What gossipy questions? Mira Jean commented, laughing, covering her mouth with one of her hands. You can't blame the public, the presenter said with a shrug. Well, I'll just say that we are currently working on friendly ties with the Asgardian and Yokai faction. In fact, we have already established contact with their leaders, so your meeting with Issei-kun is pending to define something. The Lucifuge responded half-heartedly, since she could not fully give the information that was in a certain way secret and not yet suitable for the public. I see. Another thing that is being talked about in the supernatural world is the rise of the supernatural alliance led by the Greek god Zeus, as well as the terrorist group known as the Chaos Brigade. Is there anything you can share with us, Mira Jean-sama? The woman asked, throwing aside the sheet of paper containing the questions she had to ask. About the Zeus alliance, I wouldn't know what to tell you, since it's something I don't know much about. Only that the three biblical factions were invited to be part of it, but it is still under consideration by the three leaders of each faction. And about the Chaos Brigade, you can rest assured, because while they have their vile plans, we have the hero on our side, the albino mentioned, showing a radiant smile as she thought of her man. I have no doubt that with Issei-sama's help, any problem can be overcome. Before concluding the interview, I would like to ask one last thing. Rias-sama, I understand that you were not going to participate in the demon tournament. What made you change your mind? Moving her gaze from the albino, the host focused on the redhead. This is being broadcasted to the entire supernatural world, right? Instead of an answer, Rias asked a question that confused more than one. What was he up to? As far as he is concerned, yes, the woman responded, a little confused as she looked at the beautiful young demon. Perfect, Rias expressed, showing a radiant smile and a look full of determination. After her words, the beautiful redhead stood up, capturing everyone's attention, just as she did with the studio cameras that focused on the figure of the Gremory heiress, being a broadcast that was made worldwide by any technological means. In her gaze, Rias transmitted security and firmness with what she was about to do, or rather say, because after that there would be no turning back. The reason I accepted was because I reached an agreement with Lucifer-sama about who I would face in the last round if I ever got to this one, the redhead began to say, confusing many who did not fully know that information. What do you mean? The presenter asked, intrigued, writing down every word the young woman said in a notebook for future publications. Even I'm intrigued, Mira Jean commented with intrigue, without taking her eyes off her boyfriend's younger sister. Hey, don't you have a feeling that something really bad is going to happen? Murayama whispered to his friends, having a bad feeling about all of this. Yes, they all responded in the same state, beginning to tremble from fear. Today, before all of you, I, Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan, want everyone who sees this to witness the following. At this moment I make public my challenge to Issei Gremory, the leader of the underworld, so that we fight together with our entourages in a raiding game where we will bet our dreams. The Gremory heiress revealed, smiling and with a dangerous look, causing surprise in everyone present. What? All the members of the Gremory entourage shouted in shock at the death sentence their mistress had given them. The presenter said, surprised by this unexpected turn of events in the interview. Oh wow, Mira Jean mentioned a little more calmly, but internally she questioned what had led her little sister to make that decision. Although looking at it from the one hand, if the confrontation were to take place, the redhead would have two less opponents to face since Tiamat and she were pregnant. Have you gone crazy, woman? Completely losing her temper, Akeno jumped out of her seat to land right in front of the redhead, whom she grabbed by the collar of her shirt and began to shake frantically. I don't want to die so young, Kates and Murayama cried as they hugged each other in an air full of depression. I guess it was good while it lasted, partner. Giving his support, Drade communicated with the brunette, getting her tears to increase. Father, very soon I will be able to visit heaven, Asya mentioned between prayers, being able to hear from afar several heavenly bells calling her in their melody. "I wish I had done more things," Yuma whispered in a dark and depressing aura, kneeling in a corner of the recording set. "Better kill me already," Gasper cried from his box, which was shaking and strangely enough had lost its colors, leaving it white. "What if I just saved myself the suffering?" Kiba thought, thinking of using one of his swords to end his life and receive eternal rest away from pain. "Nei-sama, maybe when you come back I won't be here anymore. I leave you my sweets and please restore our race with Issei-sama," Koneko murmured as she wrote her will, leaving all her assets to her older sister and leaving as her last request that Kuroka have 10 or more children in her memory. "Hey, you're supposed to support me," Rias expressed with irritation at the lack of support for her, what friends she had. "Support yourself, you fifth-rate redhead. Because of you I will die before Issei-kun takes my virginity," Akeno shouted without measuring her words after letting go of her best friend. "Hey," the presenter's eyes widened at such a revelation. So the one who had managed to capture the brunette's heart was the king of the underworld. That was valuable information. "I think this has gotten out of hand," Mira Jean thought, showing a nervous smile when she saw that the program had become anything but calm. A certain person was going to be very upset when she came back and the press fell on her. "You had to say it out in the open, damn fifth-rate sadistic queen," Rias screamed, losing her temper and pushing her best friend as her aura of destruction became apparent. "You know what, I'll hit you better, maybe that will help you settle those suicidal thoughts of yours," Akeno commented, smiling, but enveloped in an electrifying yellow aura. "I'm not afraid of you, Himejima," the redhead challenged her best friend, preparing to beat her up. "Gremory," the lightning priestess shouted, launching herself forward against her best friend, both starting a small fight that began to destroy the recording being. Someone would pay for all that later. "Cut! Cut! Cut!" the presenter said in desperation as she ran from one side to the other, dodging the debris falling from the ceiling. And a few meters away from her was Mira Jean, shaking her head as she protected herself and the members of the Gremory entourage with a force field based on her magic, while the redhead and the brunette fought each other, destroying everything in their path. The last thing that could be seen in the live broadcast was how the desperate presenter took the central camera of the set to say her last words before the cut. "We apologize for the inconvenience." Night had fallen again on that strange world in which Issei and company found themselves. During the morning they had been trying to gather information regarding the absence of light in that world, but the citizens and regents of the town they were in were not helping much, so to speak. Mainly in the kingdom, where the prince always wanted to be with them, but especially with Kuroka, to her chagrin, who remained in her feline form on Issei's head to be out of the reach of that irritating man, although she also did it to be away from everyone she saw, who treated her like a goddess. Damn lunatics. As for the mission, unfortunately he hadn't found anything useful the first day, or rather he hadn't informed them of anything. Something very strange to tell the truth, considering that the beast tribe or yokai was constantly attacked by dark entities according to the few reports they had. It was too strange that they didn't take the matter seriously or want to tell them something about it. They only spent their time following him and trying to make contact with Kuroka, inciting her to stay with them, something that Issei and the others weren't very happy about. The day passed quickly, and the lack of information only made Issei more and more stressed, reaching the point of considering leaving Kuroka's farce and doing things his way, something that would end very badly for everyone. So Isabella and Irene did the best they could to keep their boyfriend calm, something that while it wasn't very difficult for them being his partners, it didn't take away the fact that it wouldn't cost a bit. If only they had Serafall by their side, they could ensure that the brunette would be calm 24/7, the Mao Leviathan being the most effective medicine to use on Issei. With the lack of information and low spirits, they had returned to the prince's palace, which turned out to be their lodging place, much to their chagrin. There, an agreement was reached thanks to a suggestion from Lavinia, that of looking for information in the town of the kingdom, more specifically in the areas of chaos and resources where there was always the weed of every city and where many things that happened throughout the kingdom were known. And if they couldn't find anything, Valerie had proposed the idea of sending everything to hell and using brute force to get the information they needed to complete the mission, something that Issei immediately accepted without thinking and which earned him a blow to the head from his queen and bishop, while Valerie received one from her sister. That plan was left as a last resort if everything went wrong, something that Irene and Isabella hoped they would never have to use, or at least not for now. With that, the night had arrived, and while everyone was sleeping, including Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroka in the same room, which was close to the brown-haired boys, Issei, along with Irene and Isabella, remained awake in their bedroom talking about topics regarding the mission that Chisato had entrusted them with, from which they had no gratifying results. The scarlet and white-haired beauty sat on the bed in the bedroom, watching her thoughtful boyfriend standing in the window frame of the room, looking up at the night sky. "This is really frustrating," Issei sighed after stopping looking out the window to focus on his girlfriends. "Calm down, love, we'll find the cause of all this," Irene commented calmly while using a file to polish her nails. "I hope so. I don't like being away from home for long periods of time," Issei mentioned tiredly after getting rid of his crimson trench coat that he always used to carry with him wherever he went. "Anything you left pending?" Isabella asked from the edge of the bed, combing her hair to get ready for sleep. "Not really, it's just that with the experience I had after returning home, I'm worried that everything will go to hell with my absence," Issei responded in a dead tone, after the experience he had some time ago when he returned from his long trip home. At least now he would only be gone for at least 3 days, really nothing bad could happen in his absence during that time, right? "Oh come on, that's the worst that could happen," Irene joked after finishing refining her nails, being pleased with the result. "You just raised a friendly flag," Isabella mentioned with a poker face as she looked at her best friend. "Yes, I guess I shouldn't have said that," Irene commented, sticking out her tongue and gently tapping her head. "Anyway, tomorrow we will explore the town as Lavinia suggested, so you two with her will go to the northern sector, and Kuroka, Valerie and I will check out the southern sector," the brunette informed, putting aside his girlfriend's antics. "Why those teams?" Isabella asked doubtfully about the strange groups. Wasn't it better that it was just the 3 of them since they were the ones who were used to those things? "Does it bother you?" Issei questioned, raising one of his eyebrows as he looked at the demon queen. "No, I'm just curious," the albino girl responded calmly, settling into her padded seat. "Well, the 3 of us are the strongest, and if we go together the girls will be at a disadvantage against an enemy attack. I don't doubt their strength, but it's better to be prepared," Issei began to explain calmly, but at the same time a little irritated as he felt a little hot. Had he caught a cold? "I see, that's why Lavinia will go with us, to ensure her safety, and if Kuroka and Valerie go with you, there will be nothing to worry about," Irene commented after seeing her partner's intentions. "Partly it is, but the real reason I'm going with them is because I want to talk about something with Valerie. Besides, I can't leave Kuroka alone. Who knows what the citizens here would do if I do, or rather what that guy would do," Issei mentioned with displeasure as he thought about that damn yokai that gave him a headache. "That man has been trying to make contact with Kuroka since we arrived," he said in the same voice while Isabella showed her displeasure through her facial expressions. "It could be admiration," Irene suggested, being the calmest and most serene of the 3. Because if there was one thing Issei and Isabella had in common, it was their character and way of thinking. "Or obsession," Issei commented seriously, his gaze showing pure coldness, but not directed at his women but rather due to the topic they were discussing. "Are you sure?" Isabella questioned doubtfully, not showing herself affected by her boyfriend's attitude, rather seeing him like that made her feel many things when witnessing a true demon king, just like her. "Believe me, I've seen the eyes of a man obsessed with a woman before," Issei replied without changing his attitude as he remembered a certain Siscon with serious obsession problems with his 2 older sisters. How despicable. "Anyway, let's leave the conversation for the morning. For now let's rest a little before." Ugh. As he spoke, the brown-haired boy began to walk away from the window, but he didn't manage to advance much. It was seconds in which Issei felt a rumble throughout his body, which made him fall on one of his knees while he brought one of his hands to his heart that strangely began to beat strongly to the point of being a little painful. But it didn't end there, because he could also feel how his body began to feel very hot and a horrible migraine began to form in his head. "Damn," Issei complained internally upon learning what his situation was about, unable to help but curse what that would awaken in him. "Issei," Irene shouted worriedly, immediately going to her partner's aid after jumping from where she was sitting. "Are you okay?" Although she wasn't the only one, since Isabella hadn't wasted a second when she had seen her man collapse, so she and her friend went to help her boyfriend. "Calm down, it's nothing serious," Issei began to say as he slowly stood up and stopped the girls from advancing. "What's wrong?" Isabella asked worriedly, helping her man to get up, her eyes showing fear and nervousness, something not often seen in her, but if it was the brown-haired man, all appearances and hers would fall overboard. "As I said, it's nothing bad, I'll go patrol a bit, you guys can rest," Issei responded hastily as he lovingly stroked the demonist's head to chase away her worries, and after that he began to walk towards the door of the room to get out of there as soon as possible. As he walked, the brunette could feel a sharp pain in his head, which he held tightly, Deep inside he cursed the fact that this thing had arrived at this moment. Couldn't it have been another time and place? Preferably desolate and mainly without any of his women present. Issei, Irene expressed angrily, managing to stop her boyfriend's steps who remained with his back to her and her friend. What's wrong with you? This time it was Isabella who spoke, her tone showing suspicion and anger at her boyfriend's actions. It's not really, the brown-haired boy began to say a little nervously without looking back, as he felt two beasts behind him about to kill him if he dared to turn his face. Issei, Irene scolded, causing her boyfriend to shrink a little in his position. We're a team, aren't we? Isabella began to say in a calmer tone, which earned silence from her partner. We have faced many things together, we have had good times and some not so good times, but always together. If we fall, you help us get up, and if you fall, we will help you get up. More than a couple, we are a team, the albino finished by saying with some sadness and affection for the brown-haired girl taking a step forward. So please, just as we believe and trust in you, you do the same. Irene supports her friend by taking a step forward without taking her eyes off her stubborn boyfriend. If there is something that bothers you or hurts you, please say it and we will help you the best we can, they both said in sync, ending up destroying the brown-haired barriers. It's really nothing bad, it's just that they're going to laugh at me, Issei began to say without showing his face so that they wouldn't see how his face was a little flushed from the embarrassment he felt at that moment. What was happening? Oh come on Dragosito, you're probably exaggerating, Irene commented jokingly to lighten her partner's spirits without knowing the state he was in. So what's wrong? Why did you almost collapse on the floor recently? Isabella asked patiently, crossing her arms, highlighting her bust in the process. For a few seconds silence reigned in the room. It was not until the two beautiful women heard Issei speak but very softly, so much so that it was impossible for them to understand anything he said. You can speak louder and clearer, even with our enhanced senses it is impossible to hear what you babble, Isabella commented, becoming irritated as she tapped her right arm with the fingers of her left hand. I just entered my mating season, Issei finally revealed, facing his girlfriends. After those words, Isabella and Irene were a little lost so they could only blink in confusion at their boyfriend's information. Okay, it's a bit difficult to understand since as a dragon I know that we have a special time of year to mate, but I've never heard or seen that the mating season harms you before, Irene mentioned suspiciously, narrowing her eyes as she looked at her partner. Well, you see Irene, Issei began to say a little nervously, turning his gaze in another direction so as not to see the dragon. What did you do now, Issei Gremory? Irene questioned seriously and glaring at the brunette in the process. Maybe, just maybe I've been resisting and postponing my season every time I feel like it, Issei began to say, showing a tense smile as he scratched his cheek with one of his fingers. How much? Irene's question was accompanied by a serious and cold expression on the redhead's beautiful face. Since we met, Issei answered nervously about what could happen to his life after that revelation. Yes, you will be, Irene expressed irritated and annoyed, holding her forehead tightly, trying to resist the urge she had to beat her boyfriend to a pulp. I don't understand. I know that dragons have their mating season to release their stress and procreate new life. I understand that very well, but what happens if he refuses to do what nature stipulates? Isabella said, showing confusion at her best friend's reaction. The idiot here present is the answer to that, Irene replied scoldingly, pointing with her finger at the imbecile she had as a boyfriend. Hey, Issei complained, outraged by his dragon's words. He expected it from Isabella, but not from her. 3,000 fucking years you've been resisting the season. Obviously there would come a point where your body would ask to release everything you've held back. Why the hell didn't you say anything? Irene began to scold, turned into a fury. She didn't rush to hit the brunette because she didn't want to lose the little composure she had left. They never asked, was the vague answer the brown-haired boy gave while looking away. Issei, Irene shouted, stomping hard on the ground, ending up cracking it. Well, I didn't want to succumb to such pathetic worldly desires and be someone who thought only about sex every time the mating season came around. That's why I thought it wouldn't be so bad to resist her and let her pass without doing what she dictated, the brown-haired boy began to say, showing himself sure of himself and his thoughts and actions. And you say it with pride, you're an idiot. The redhead's discomfort, far from going away, only increased more and more. How is it that we only now realize this? But more importantly, how have you managed to conceal it without raising suspicions until now? Isabella asked, being the calmest one in the room. Something very strange, to be honest. Well, Issei-chan, you already know that I like to keep some things to myself, About the last one it will sound familiar and seem funny. But every time I entered the season I would take Ascalon and stab myself somewhere in the body to be focused on the pain and not on the desires. Something very efficient. Issei responded, smiling and proudly crossing his arms. Being a little disoriented to see that his women looked at him without any expression. Enough of all this stupidity. I'll tell you what's going to happen now. You're going to let nature take its course, and Isabella and I are going to be the ones to help you with all of this, Irene began to say as she began to strip off her clothes until she was left only in her underwear, which was black lingerie that accentuated her curves and figure very well. To be honest, I had this scenario planned out already. Second, Isabella taking the same actions as her friend, leaving the brunette in full view in her violet lingerie. Hey wait, you can't just, Issei began to protest, hoping to get out of this situation. It's not that he didn't want to do it, it was just that at that moment it was very dangerous. Issei, Irene called out loudly, stopping her boyfriend from complaining. Hi, the brown-haired boy responded, assuming a military pose, because if there was one thing he couldn't face and win, it was a fight, whether physical or verbal, with his women. We're going to have a long night of love, we're going to heal your health, and you can even get us pregnant. Any complaints? The redhead mentioned seriously, facing the brown-haired man. Do I have a choice? Issei questioned nervously and swallowing hard as he saw the dragon's beautiful and sexy body near him. Just by looking at it he could feel his whole being starting to spiral out of control. No, was the answer that came from Isabella before roughly grabbing her boyfriend by his shoulder and throwing him face down onto the bed to begin their long-awaited night of love. Line break. After several hours of intense, unbridled love between the happy couples, being influenced by his peculiar state of drunkenness, as he was going through his decades-long mating season, Issei had given free rein to his desires where he had subdued and satiated his sexual appetite with the help of Irene and Isabella, who were left practically without any strength or energy after having luckily managed to control the dragon and satisfy their desires with their bodies. The girls had definitely broken some record by having endured so much from a lustful dragon who only wanted them. Was it worth it? Every damn second. While they might need time to regain mobility in their hips, nothing that a little rest and magic couldn't help with, either of them regretted having given themselves to their man, because they only wanted to fuse their bodies, souls and hearts with him. After a few hours, as dawn broke in the unknown world, Issei came out of the room where the three adults were sleeping, half naked, wearing only a black sweatshirt, barefoot and shirtless for anyone who saw him to see. On some parts of his chest and back there were scratches caused by his two women who were currently sleeping smiling and naked in his bed. Fortunately, Issei felt better after the love session with Irene and Isabella, since he did not feel any pain in his chest for having resisted his mating season for so long, and the reason why he had decided to leave the room where his women slept was to get some air since he was not sleepy at all, something very strange considering all the action he had. It was then that Issei walked out of his room, that he noticed a certain unpleasant individual for him, heading towards the room in front of his where Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroko were sleeping. Thanks to the darkness and silence of the early morning, it seemed that the guy hadn't noticed him as he headed to the girl's room. It was either that or his mysterious plans had him too distracted to notice the brown-haired boy's presence. Are you going somewhere? Issei asked loudly, catching the person's attention, the young prince being the one who was going to where Kuroko was sleeping. Hey, the kitsune let out an alert when he saw that he was discovered, so he stopped in his steps and turned his body, finding himself right in front of the detestable brown-haired boy leaning against the wall of the hallway. I asked if you were going somewhere. Do you have business to discuss with His Divine Excellency? Issei mentioned seriously after starting to walk towards the yokai, showing pure coldness in his gaze. I just wanted to know if you were okay, the prince answered seriously, clenching his fists tightly as he saw the brown-haired boy standing right in front of him. He is, you don't have to worry, Issei commented seriously, facing the young man who kept going after his tower. What motives would he have? Since they had arrived, that guy had shown an interest in the Nikomata. The question was why. There had to be something hidden more than just attraction. You, the prince began to say, keeping his gaze down and his face shadowed. Ugh, Issei expressed confused, being alert for any attack from the yokai. You are not worthy of her, the prince mentioned coldly, raising his face, showing his sharp fangs and slanted brown pupils. What are you saying? Issei asked in doubt and anger at the insinuations to the unpleasant subject in front of him. What's so different between you and me? I'm so much better. Kuroko-sama deserves someone better. If only she'd give me the chance to prove to her that I'm worthy of her, I could make her stay with us. But no, she only has eyes for you, a damn good-for-nothing servant. As he expressed his disgust and anger, the young prince couldn't finish speaking because of the brown-haired boy's rude action against him. Without any regret, Issei had taken the yokai by the neck with one of his hands, to later crash him against the wall behind him, leaving the prince suspended a few centimeters from the ground, in addition to the fact that he was beginning to choke as he was being held tightly by the neck by the brown-haired boy, who only gave him a cold look without any feelings other than death. Let me make something clear to you. I care little about you and your people or what happens to them in their moment of crisis. But I am not willing to tolerate disrespect to my person, much less a puppy coming and telling me that I can't be by Kuroka's side, you know. The only difference between you and me is that I am original and you pretend to be someone you are not, and she knows that very well. But I want you to listen carefully and get it engraved in that stupid head of yours. My kitty is mine and I would only share her with her mom and dad, and very rarely with her other relatives. From then on I will always protect her from vermin like you, Issei finished saying coldly, releasing the yokai from his grip. Ack, the prince said in pain and panting, once he regained his breath while looking at the brown-haired boy with fury and suspicion. Believe me, you don't know me and it's better that you never do it, but if you provoke me you'll regret it. Get out of this place and leave Kuroka alone, or as her servant, I'll be forced to finish you off for disturbing her peace. No one messes with my kitty in my presence, Issei declared coldly, showing a slight layer of the power of destruction around him, which gave him a more intimidating appearance. Damn you, the prince whispered after getting up from the ground and leaving the hallway, somewhat hurt and scared by the brown-haired boy's appearance. But he was far from furious. He was in very soon he would get what he wanted. He just had to wait for the right moment. Watching him walk away and get lost in the darkness of the hallway, Issei remained motionless with his eyes in front of him, verifying that the subject had moved away from his sight and especially from the girl's room. But as he remained concentrated, he noticed a certain movement above him on the ceiling of the hallway that made him sigh. That guy doesn't give me a good feeling. Maybe he could be the cause of the corruption of this world, Issei wondered internally, shaking his head as he perceived a certain aroma in the air. You know I can feel you, right? The brunette asked out loud without taking his gaze off the front. Yeah, and here I thought I had managed to get past your radar, a certain kitten that was perched on the ceiling of the hallway pouted. Slowly and stealthily and agilely, Kuroka descended from the ceiling until she fell right in front of the brunette, showing him a cat-like smile as well as part of her cleavage as her black obi fell a little, something that, although attractive, for Issei was not very relevant to the situation he had experienced recently. There were too many things to think about to worry about those things. Did you hear everything? The brunette questioned with a raised eyebrow at the Nikomata. Yes, and it makes me very happy that you consider me your kitten, yeah, Kuroka expressed flirtatiously, leaning her body forward and leaving her breasts resting on her kings. It's because you're beautiful, Issei commented in a seductive tone, bringing his hands to the brunette's waist. With a simple movement, the brown-haired boy drew the Nikomata closer to his body by means of his thin, fine waist. But he wasn't the only one to take the initiative, as Kuroka, following the moment, brought her arms behind the brown-haired boy's neck, surrounding him, making the contact of her proportionate body with his closer and stronger, and she had also raised one of her legs up to Issei's waist, surrounding her, remaining in a compromising pose in the middle of the hallway. Oh, didn't the bad boy have enough with the demoness and dragon and now he's going after the kitten? Kuroka asked in a sexy air, licking her king's cheek and rubbing her breasts and hips against his body. How? Issei questioned, surprised to see that his love session with Isabella and Irene had been heard. Hadn't they put up a silence barrier? I was just passing by, was the vague answer Kuroka gave, without giving any clue as to how she had heard them. I see, deciding not to ask further about it, Issei put the subject aside since something told him it was better to do so. In that moment of tranquility and closeness between them, the brunette for no reason brought her face to the brown-haired boy's chest, gently laying him down, listening to the beating of his heart that she found calming and relaxing. That guy gives off an evil aura and his constant desire and longing for me makes me sick and worries me, Kuroka began to say with a certain tone of fear, as she buried her face further into her king's chest seeking his protection. You can rest easy, Kuroka, nothing will happen to you while I'm here, Issei reassured the brunette, bringing one of his hands to her head to caress her. But yes, Kuroka tried to speak, but was silenced by the brown-haired boy's finger placed on her sweet lips. Even if I have to go to the other world or the end of life, I would never let them take my beautiful kitty away from me, Issei mentioned, smiling and with a look full of affection to the brunette while caressing one of her cheeks. Fufufu, I see why so many women surrender at your feet. I am very happy to know that I am very special to my master, Kuroka commented gracefully after the beautiful words that Issei had given her, according to her. Don't lower yourself so much, we're friends, right? Issei expressed strangely cheerfully, almost a little childish in regards to the lively tone he had used. Weren't we a couple, yeah? But Kuroka didn't care much about that, and it only made her act her way to the point of leaning her face closer to her king's. And if it's better if I turn you into a mother, right now in your room, Issei suggested in a funny and lustful tone to the Nikomata, taking her by the chin. Oh, that doesn't sound so bad, Kuroka accepted smiling, licking her lips as she brought her face closer to the man in front of her. The atmosphere in the hallway was calm, and with the night present a somewhat romantic atmosphere was generated. Their eyes did not separate from each other. On one hand, Issei was lost in the beautiful hazel eyes of the brunette. Also, having her so close to him, he could feel her sweet aroma and warmth that her body gave off. But what captivated the brown-haired man's heart was that beautiful and radiant smile on Kuroka's beautiful face. A smile that deserved to be protected, or at least that was what he thought. Having her so close to him made him never want to let her go, and mainly made him never want anyone to take her away from him. He could be very greedy, but at that moment he wanted her to be only his and no one else's, his kitten. On the other hand, Kuroka was lost in those two violet orbs that she loved, but as for the situation they were in, she could also list more things that she liked about him. Like the warmth and feeling her body felt from having him so close to her. His radiant, sincere and pure smile captivated her heart and caused her cheeks to acquire a slight pink tint. But she was not upset, rather the opposite, because there in front of and near her was her friend, the man she had chosen as the future father of her kittens, whom she loved and was secretly grateful to for saving her and giving her a new life. In simple words, she loved her king very much. And it was at that moment, motivated by the atmosphere and the feelings inside them, that slowly Issei and Kuroka began to bring their faces closer to each other's. Either of them understood why they were doing it, but they both felt like they had to do it, as if a force was motivating them to do it. They felt the desire to taste the other's lips with their own. It was a strange thought in their heads, but the closer they got to each other, the more they wanted to do it. So with that feeling present, Kuroka, her cheeks slightly flushed, began to slowly close her beautiful eyes, an action that Issei imitated. The two could feel the other's breathing nearby, so close that it caused tingles in their bodies and stirred their hearts. The two wanted to find out what the other's lips would taste like, and for that, one more simple push was enough. There were only millimeters left before their lips melted into each other's in a first kiss that could be the first of many more. But just when they were about to kiss, strangely they both began to show a mocking smile that spread further and further along the corner of their lips until it finally turned into a laugh. What was happening? Yeah, you don't fall easily, that only fuels the fire in me, Kuroka commented between laughs, moving away from the brunette after seeing her failed prank plan. I'm just playing along with the naughty kitty, Issei replied in the same state as the Nikomata, winking at her in the process. One day I might not be playing, Kuroka suggested in a flirtatious tone, licking her lips in a sensual manner. That day will be written in stone as the day a dragon devoured a naughty kitten for provoking him, Issei mentioned with a hoarse tone that sent chills down the brunette's body. I think I would like to see that day arrive, Kuroka commented, hiding well the agitation that the brunette caused in her after his words. Lavinia and Valerie are, Issei asked, staring for a few seconds at the door of the room where the all for honor mentioned were. Asleep, yes, Kuroka answered, ending up separating from the brunette, much to his displeasure. I see, Issei whispered, nodding his head and noticing out of the corner of his eyes how the night was still present as he looked outside through a window. They're only wearing their underwear, don't you want to take a look? Kuroka asked jokingly, giving the brunette a soft nudge in the ribs with her elbow. What the Nikomata never expected was to be taken by the brown-haired boy bridal style, which made her scream a little at being caught off guard, something that Issei found cute coming from Kuroka, who looked at him reproachfully and a little blushed at being in his arms like a princess. What if I do it with you instead? The brunette suggested in a charming tone, pointing to the brunette's room. Fine, but if the kimono falls from my body, I don't guarantee that you'll come out unharmed, Kuroka replied smiling, pointing forward, encouraging the brunette to walk towards the room. Ha ha ha, you are quite a case, Kuroka. Issei shook his head ready to start walking. Seriously, can I sleep with you? But Kuroka's question made the brunette stop his initiative. Sure, it's not like I mind if you ask, but why do you want to do it? Issei asked, a little confused but not annoyed, because as long as he was asked for permission to enter his personal space, he was very likely to accept. It's just that I feel safer with you, Kuroka mentioned softly, hiding her face in the brown-haired boy's chest. She almost looked like a little girl who was afraid of the darkness of the night and sought the protection of her father. Seeing that, and finding the Nikomata's behavior cute, Issei performed an action not often seen in him with someone other than his partners. He leaned his face a little towards the brunette's head, ending up placing his lips on Kuroka's forehead, leaving her surprised to be kissed on a part of her body. "If that makes you feel better, feel free to ask for it whenever you need it," was the only thing Issei said after separating from the contact to begin his walk. "Thanks, Issei," Kuroka expressed happily, showing a radiant smile as she snuggled into the brunette's chest. At that moment, she could assure that when she was in her feline form, her king's head was her favorite place to rest, but when she was in her true, human form, there was no better place to be than on his chest. "Not at all," Issei replied as he entered the room and closed the door with a small push of his foot. The door of the room closed slowly on that quiet night of dawn, leaving out of sight the silhouette of the Nikomata and the dragon who were getting ready to go to sleep a little before the Holocaust unknowingly came into their lives. "Yeah, Issei-chan, shall we play a prank on Valerie and Lavinia? What's on your mind? Just trust me, you're going to love their reactions when they wake up." "Alright. Fufu, it will be very funny to see how they think they lost their purity as a woman, seeing themselves in such a situation with the man of their dreams. I'm starting to regret it." Very late. Unknown location. Chaos Brigade Research Labs. In the secret facilities of the terrorist group that has begun to cause various ravages throughout the supernatural world, guided by their leader, Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Although that was a screen to hide the green leader, at this moment this same subject turned out to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. This man, better known as Resivim Levon Lucifer, leader of the Chaos Brigade and one of the 3 known super demons, in addition to being the firstborn of Lucifer and Lilith, Adam's ex-wife and mother of all demons, and lastly the older brother of Yui Lucifer and the grandfather of Valerie Lucifer. This subject was in the technological facilities of his lair with his faithful follower and servant, Euclid Lucifuge. Both albinos remained in what could be considered a huge room with strange devices. But among everything there were 4 tubes or capsules that kept 4 people asleep and intubated inside, in addition to the fact that these people were naked while being monitored by electronic devices. The 2 men stood looking at the fruit of years of research, which despite not being finished turned out to be a great achievement and advance for their plans. Among the capsules one important thing could be highlighted, and it was the names that each one had on its lower part, these being Lucifer, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan. "Euclid, how is the devil project going?" Resivim asked his faithful colleague and friend as he looked at the capsules and their occupants. "Lord Resivim-sama, I am pleased to inform you that we have made significant progress on a large scale. The host bodies have already been designed to perfection and incorporated the DNA of the former Maos. What has brought us several inconveniences was the incorporation of the memories for subjects 1, 2, and 3. Euclid responded respectfully as he pointed at the 3 men in the tubes, leaving aside the only woman present. "I see, it is to be expected coming from simple soulless puppets that will be fed only by desires and memories," Resivim commented without regret, then turned his gaze to the only woman in the capsules. This was a beautiful woman of thin build, black hair, 2 horns coming out of her head and wearing only black lines that extended from her hair, which barely managed to cover the breasts and intimate area of the woman sleeping in the capsule. "And Leviathan, how is she?" Resivim asked with interest, not taking his eyes off the woman, not because he found her attractive, but because she was more special than the others. Obtaining her soul was successful thanks to the help of the vampire faction by lending us the Holy Grail. We have already operated the soul with its new body, so we are waiting for the results. At this point it depends only on her to be able to function correctly with her new being. Euclid responded with respect to his lord while also observing the sleeping beauty. "Interesting. With this we will have 3 artificial super demons, and not only that, but we will also be able to bring back from the dead one of the great original Maos of antiquity," Resivim mentioned, smiling and pleased with his progress to achieve the future he so longed for. "It's a shame we couldn't bring the others, sir," Euclid commented regretfully as he watched the other subjects in the capsules. "My father, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus died under the hands of that bastard, who erased their souls from the face of life. Fortunately Leviathan did not die because of him, but rather because of the Dragon Queen. That in a way was a benefit for us and our plans," Resivim mentioned thoughtfully, bringing his hand to his chin. "When is he scheduled to wake up?" the albino asked his servant, turning to look at him. "The estimated time is within a month, but it could be sooner or take a little longer, my lord," Euclid respectfully responded to his master. I see. Well, as long as you fulfill your mission I can wait as long as necessary, Resivim mentioned, showing a wicked smile as he looked at the capsules again. Bring misfortune and despair to that bastard, Euclid whispered, barely audible, being heard by his master, who showed a more sinister smile. Issei Gremory. He may be very strong and out of our league, but he's a poor devil if you know how to exploit his weakness well. Resivim spat out his enemy's name with displeasure as he turned his gaze to a wall in the room. On one of the 4 walls of the room there were many documents stuck to the stone wall, but among all of them one stood out as it was the largest, and the one highlighted in red with the words, "Goal to achieve," written on it, being the image of a beautiful girl, looking at the end of her adolescence with black hair, tied in 2 ponytails and pink eyes, that was recorded in the photograph placed on the wall. My lord, I do not doubt your reasoning, but what you want to do, are you completely sure you want to do it? Euclid asked with some concern as he looked at the image of the woman who turned out to be the trigger for his plans to be satisfactorily achieved. Completely, my friend. I want to see the face of that wretch when the light of his eyes is stolen from his life, Resivim replied, smiling, showing a crazy expression as he thought of his enemy suffering. There will be a lot of chaos, Euclid commented, keeping in mind a disastrous and chaotic scenario caused by a single man. I don't doubt that, but it won't be something we shouldn't worry about, since at that moment the underworld will be in danger of extinction by who at least expected, Resivim mentioned with disinterest, shrugging his shoulders, since he didn't care about the lives that were lost when carrying out his evil plans. The hero will become the bad guy of the story for all the harm done to him. Sooner or later the time will come when the masks will have to fall from his face, and he will show the whole world what he really is, Euclid commented, showing a funny half-smile when thinking about his most hated enemy. A monster, and the only way to get the beast out of its confinement is to get rid of whoever is holding it, Resivim finished saying, smiling like he was mad as he looked at the image of the woman placed on the wall. Serafall Leviathan, Euclid named the woman who carried out the most important task of his plans, awakening the beast. If they achieve their goal and eliminate that woman, the gates of hell will open and the demon, fueled by anger, revenge and death, will destroy everything in its path, Resivim began to say while looking up at the ceiling and laughing like a villain. I'm dying to see that. Just wait, Gremory. Very soon you will know true pain and despair. Coming soon. You will see the one you love so much and protect with desperation die before your eyes. Very soon you will lose your beloved Serafall. And the monster will be released. Destruction and fire were what could be seen everywhere in what was once considered the capital of an ordinary town. The intense flames burned over the rubble of premises and the bodies of innocent people, resulting in no life in the area. The clouds of smoke produced by the fire on the ground dyed the sky black and polluted the air in the place, making it difficult to breathe properly. What had happened there? Well, the answer was simple. Everything had happened because of the vile plans of those who have no salvation whatsoever. Cough. 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 Walking through the rubble of the area and pushing aside the flames around them were 3 beautiful women with different shades of hair, these being golden, crimson and silver. These women walked over the remains of the town while looking in all directions, apparently searching for something, or rather someone. Issei. Valerie. Kuroka. The one screaming was none other than Lavinia, who was desperately calling out to her 3 missing friends in the chaotic and brand new town in the world they were in. While the blonde shouted the names of the missing with her heart in her hand, near her were Irene and Isabella, who with their extremely high strength lifted all the rubble that crossed their path and threw it aside when they saw that they could not find anything. Damn, Isabella complained as she pushed aside a stone wall with extreme ease. And something worth noting is that at that moment her expression suggested that she was worried and distressed, since 3 of her friends, one of them her partner, were missing. This is starting to worry me, Irene commented while biting one of her fingers to avoid losing her calm and getting upset. If only we hadn't let our guard down we would have anticipated all this. Isabella's face of annoyance and concern was clear to the 2 women present. At that moment, Lavinia and Irene witnessed how the albino woman frustratedly hit a destroyed structure of the town, ending with the building in ruins, in addition to a current of air that spread throughout the area, knocking down walls and cracking the ground before the force of the demoness. Friend, I know you're worried about Issei, but getting upset won't solve anything, Irene scolded, trying to be the one of the 3 who still remained calm, but it was difficult for her, because the love of her life could be under some rubble, or even worse. TSK. Clicking her tongue angrily, Isabella took a breath to calm her being. Her friend was right. Getting upset would only complicate things further. But how could she not want him to, her man, the love of her life, the one who saved her from death and gave her a home with a family that she had wanted for so long? The mere idea of living without him, without his caresses, is too much helplessness. Living without his words is too much loneliness. Living without his loving, naive and clear gaze is too much darkness. She really needed him, because he was everything to her. We've looked everywhere for them and we haven't found any results. You don't believe them, Lavinia began to say, bringing her hands to her chest, tightly gripping her clothes. Don't you dare finish those words, Isabella shouted angrily and fearfully, because she would not accept that her boyfriend had. Isabella, Irene said loudly in protest, because when the albino screamed, the blonde had shrunk in place at the reception of the demon's anger. Issei he couldn't. As she spoke, Isabella began to put aside her cold and intimidating appearance and look, giving way to a few small tears falling from her beautiful red eyes. We'll find them, Issa, Irene supported her friend, giving her a hug and bringing her face to her chest, where they both hugged each other tightly, and the redhead couldn't help but shed a tear at the feelings and worries present. And you're right, we're talking about Issei, the man who put an end to the war between the three biblical factions, who formed a new government in the underworld and is the pillar of the biblical alliance. If it's him, nothing is impossible, and he'll surely be fine with Valerie and Kuroka. Well, if one is by his side, there's nothing to worry about. That's Issei-kun, right? Lavinia mentioned with her spirits recovered, joining the hug of the two women, resulting in the three of them showing a sincere smile. You're right, Lavinia, Isabella confirmed, being in a better mood as she looked directly at the blonde. Let's keep looking for them, Irene suggested, receiving a nod from the two women. Minutes passed as the three beautiful women walked over the remains of the town, moving everything in their path and using their powers and instincts to find the three people who had disappeared in that hellish holocaust. Unfortunately, nothing they did seemed to yield any results, because the more they searched, the more they found nothing, and their spirits began to fall as time went by. But mainly, negative emotions began to flood the dragon, human and demon. And it was then that in her walk and search, halfway along the path, Lavinia managed to visualize for a few brief moments something under some rubble that strangely seemed quite familiar to her, even if it was somewhat far from her. That's it, Lavinia expressed in surprise, but at the same time she began to feel afraid that her assumptions were real. Irene and Isabella let out in confusion, not understanding what was happening to the blonde. And without saying anything or giving a concrete explanation, Lavinia hurried to the said area where she had seen something strangely familiar. Seeing this, Irene and Isabella did not waste time and opted instead to follow the human and discover what had made her upset. It didn't take long for them to get there, but when they did, they wished they had never done so, or rather, that they had found anything but that. There, beneath some rubble engulfed in small flames of fire, was a crimson coat with a very basic design, with a turned-up collar and short sleeves. The simple fact of seeing that piece of clothing under the rubble, being torn and burned, just seeing that, was more than enough to make Irene, Isabella and Lavinia abandon all calm and instead be horrified by what they saw, since there was only one person who really liked that type of clothing and color, and if that was there, did that mean that its owner had? What the? Irene couldn't even speak or think properly, because the image of that coat had affected her greatly. It's not true, Lavinia's tone was accompanied by a trail of tears that fell and painted her cheeks. Issei, Isabella murmured in pain, beginning to present in her red gaze a rather unique and crystalline glow. It can't be real. This is a dream, a nightmare. That was what went through the minds of the three women at the same time as they looked at the destroyed coat. No matter how hard they tried not to, their bodies didn't react. It was as if something inside them had died. And finally, their emotions got the better of them, forcing all three of them to fall to their knees in front of the rubble that held the crimson coat. None of the beautiful women was spared from tears, as a river of water ran down each cheek, ending up to their chins. Did it really all end like this? That thought ran through each of the women's minds as they clenched their fists tightly and tried not to burst into tears, not wanting to accept that it was all over. She couldn't, she shouldn't, not like this. It was then that in the midst of their sadness, a slight tremor began to be felt in the area, which caught the attention of Irene, Isabella and Lavinia, forcing them to leave their negative emotions behind to focus on what was happening. Was it another explosion in progress? Enemies? They didn't know. What is this? Lavinia mentioned alertly, standing up to be prepared for any danger that might show up. I feel a strong energy growing every second. It comes from below, Irene expressed confusedly, looking at the earth, noticing how it was beginning to show a red glow through its cracks. Was that perhaps? Get out of the way. Isabella's loud scream made the dragon and human react, making them see the seriousness of the situation. And where they were located, several red flashing lights began to form between the cracks in the ground and under the rubble, while they began to feel warmer than usual, and the proof of this was the steam coming out of the ground. Seeing that, Isabella reacted first and quickly grabbed her best friend and the human, before jumping away from that area of apparent danger. And in seconds, once the three women were a considerable distance away, where the crimson coat and the remains of rubble had once been, a torrent of fire emerged, burning and destroying everything in its path, dyeing the sky red with the intense flames of the crimson tornado. That's it, Lavinia mentioned in amazement and with renewed hopes, showing a radiant smile on her beautiful face. Issei, the three women said in jubilation, because there was only one person who could do such a feat, according to them. Under the girls' watchful, shocked, and horrified gaze, by the time the fire had ceased its intense appearance, where the remains of rubble had been found before, there was now a small smoking crater with a burnt floor that had an egg in its center. Or at least that's what it seemed at first, but looking closer it could be seen that it was two large wings piled together, giving the shape of an egg. The reason Irene, Isabella, and Lavinia were horrified by these wings was because they turned out to be completely charred, and not only that, the flesh could be seen red hot and small threads of blood ran through them. What were once the largest and most beautiful wings of a demon were now the unfortunate accident of a series of tragic events. Just by looking at them, the girls could feel pain and pity at seeing those wings that had not healed. And then, the useless wings began to slowly open until they revealed that inside were Issei and Valerie hugging each other. Just seeing them was enough for the three women outside the crater to let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that they were fine and intact, or at least that's what they wanted to say. Although Valerie did not have any injuries or damage, the problem fell on Issei, since the girls noticed that the hurt wings were his. Issei, Valerie, the first of the three to react was Lavinia, who took a great leap forward. It didn't take long for the beautiful human mage to descend through the air towards where the brown-haired and silver-haired girls were, who could only watch as the blonde fell upon them with several tears in her eyes and a smile adorning her soft and delicate lips. Although that was just the beginning, because later the two subjects in the crater saw how behind the blonde came the red-haired and albino girl in the same emotional state as the human. Lavi. Unfortunately, Valerie only had time to separate herself from the brunette before being hit by the blonde. Fortunately, she managed to keep her balance, or she would have ended up on the ground. Valerie, Lavinia said happily, relieved and wanting to cry. Damn, she was too happy to help herself. Bringing her face to the Hakuriyudi's chest, the blonde leaned against it before bursting into tears as she hugged her tightly from the waist to Lucifer's confusion, not understanding the reason for her best friend's emotional state. Idiot, you don't know how worried I was about you. I was afraid something bad had happened to you when I couldn't find you, Lavinia began to say through tears as she took refuge in her friend's chest. I'm sorry, Oni-san, but as you can see I'm fine, all thanks to Issei. Seeing what that was all about, Valerie wrapped her arms around the blonde's neck in a warm hug between sisters. After Lucifer's words, Lavinia looked to the side where the brown-haired boy was, noticing how he still kept his wings out, but mainly how he was trying to calm down the dragon and the demon who were crying in his chest while they hugged him tightly, implying that they didn't want to let him go. Not after the scare they'd had. That was something that caused a small smile in Lavinia, something that was noticed by the brown-haired boy. Issei-kun, thanks. As she spoke upon seeing that she had the attention of the man of her dreams, Lavinia was abruptly interrupted by his words. I understand your concern, but we don't have time for this now, Issei expressed seriously and coldly to the four women, where strangely he had his eyes of red tones, being the most noticeable tear when he was angry. Slowly but at the same time in a hurry, Issei broke free from the grip of his two girlfriends, but not before kissing them on their foreheads to take away all the worries that had been tormenting them. He was fine, and that was what he wanted to convey to them in that little affectionate touch on his part. After that, the brown-haired boy passed by his girlfriends with his eyes in front of him, where in the distance a large structure rose that turned out to be his objective. But Dragosito, we must heal those wounds of yours, Irene began to say hurriedly, hoping that at least her boyfriend would let him treat her. She didn't understand what was happening to him, but at the same time she felt like she was forgetting something. She's right, your wings, seconded by her friend. Isabella also tried to reason with the brown-haired boy, failing miserably in the process. My wings are fine, they've always been that way, Issei replied without looking back as he walked, leaving small threads of blood on the ground in his wake as he still had his demon wings out. What the? Faced with such a revelation that was unknown to them, Irene and Isabella were surprised and at the same time upset to see that their boyfriend had hidden that information from them all this time. "Oh my God, what happened to you?" With her hands covering her mouth, Lavinia blurted out the question that everyone wants to know. "Nothing important. Too bad that topic turned out to be one Issei couldn't talk about, not yet. That will be something I will regret for the rest of my life. Forgive me, Issei. At that time I didn't think things through and I ended up tearing off your dragon wings and burning your demon wings. It's okay, Albedo, you and I haven't met yet, I don't blame you for anything," Issei spoke to himself as he heard his rival's voice in his head. "Sorry. Issei, how did you?" Not knowing what was going on in her boyfriend's head, Isabella tried to delve deeper into the subject. "If you want, I will tell you at the end of the mission, but for now we have no time to waste, not when she is in danger." Stopping his queen in her dialogue, Issei spoke, showing seriousness in his words. Where's Kuroka, by the way? Don't tell me that." Finally realizing the Nikomata's absence, Irene turned her gaze around in search of her. Maybe her disappearance was what had her partner in a bad mood. And apparently the redhead was not entirely wrong, as all the girls could see how Issei, still with his back to them, clenched his fists tightly to the point of injuring himself, causing small drops of blood to emerge from his hands. But it was not only that, since in the area where they all were, a terrible pressure began to be felt that ended up mitigating the fire that was still alive, and this same pressure caused the sky to turn pure black as Issei was surrounded by a thin layer of crimson energy that gave him a frightening and intimidating appearance. "Everything happened so fast and I couldn't act in time," the brown-haired boy said bitterly and angrily, clenching his teeth tightly, making the sky roar as his anger grew. "Issei," Isabella and Irene whispered, worried about what was bringing their partner into a bad mood. "That damned prince of shit kidnapped Kuroka when I let my guard down, and not only that, he blew up the whole damn town to bury Valerie and me," Issei revealed, holding back his desire to destroy everything, because if there was something that made him very angry, it was when they messed with his family. "What?" Isabella, Irene and Lavinia almost shouted at such a revelation, unable to help but look surprised but at the same time beginning to understand the brown-haired boy's discomfort. "It's true, by the time we realized that the explosion was already upon us and Issei barely had time to protect me," Valerie mentioned bitterly, clenching her fists tightly as she remembered how the day of a date had ended badly, very badly. "So Kuroka is currently in," Irene began to say, as she moved her gaze towards the structure that rose in the distance of the town. "The palace," Lavinia finished saying, looking in the same direction as the dragon. It was then that Issei turned completely facing the four women, showing in his crimson gaze nothing more than desires for blood and fury that worried the women a little. "This has become personal. That damn son of a bitch dared to kidnap my rook, my little cat," Issei spoke forcefully, cracking the ground beneath him at the release of his power. "Wait, Issei, please calm down," Irene tried to reason with her partner, but his anger was too much for her. "No, Irene, I've had enough of all this. The theater is falling down now, and what I should have done from the beginning in this world is opening up, destroying it," the brown-haired boy said without any feeling. His cold tone was not directed at his wife but rather because at that moment he was worried and furious about what had happened to his kitten. "I won't forgive anyone who messes with my family, and that guy is more than dead. Whether or not they go with me is their problem, because I already have very clear what I will do," Issei finished saying before seeing himself wrapped in his crimson cloak and flying away into the sky, but not before having put away his wings. Honestly this is shit," Irene commented with regret as she watched her boyfriend leave the place. "That's a nice mouth, but you're right," Isabella supported, shaking her head at her friend's vocabulary, as she watched the brown-haired boy leave for the palace. Blood was definitely going to flow. "Issei is furious," Lavinia commented worriedly without taking her eyes off the sky. But at the same time controlled, Valerie mentioned seriously as the divine dividing wings appeared on his back. Not wanting to leave Issei alone, the girls quickly took flight using their skills or characteristics, as in the case of Isabella and Irene with their demon and dragon wings respectively, or Valerie with her sacred gird. In the case of Lavinia, she made a staff appear in her hand, which she mounted like any magician, and yes, all of them managed to catch up with the brown-haired boy, staying behind him as they quickly flew through the skies. "Really, I don't think it's any different, it's very strange," Lavinia commented, while they continued with the previous conversation. "No, it's different," Irene said without stopping to look at her lonely boyfriend in front of them, appearing calm as they flew. Was that very strange considering what was happening? What do you mean, it's different? Lavinia asked the crimson-haired beauty in doubt. At this moment what exists within him is not the relentless anger that drives him out of control, destroying everything in its path, but an anger that consumes everything in silence like the bottom of the ocean, Isabella revealed, showing a subtle smile, because seeing that state of the brown-haired boy was very attractive to her, since that is what her demon king must be like. Right now Issei is controlling his anger to let it all out when the desired moment arrives, Irene finished saying, noticing how her boyfriend increased his speed, so they had to do it too if they didn't want to be left behind. And as they flew towards the palace where a confrontation between the Gremory team and the residents of that world they were in would most likely take place, Issei's red eyes did not move away from the front, where he only looked with clear desires for blood and death at the royal structure, having a single objective as he remembered how they had gotten to that point. I'm coming for you, Kuroka. Moments before the disaster. Rations. Rations. Bring your rations. In the middle of what could be considered a shopping center, passing by the various stalls that were in the market-type area, were Issei, Kuroka and Valerie, walking through the open air, attracting the attention of all the townspeople they passed by. It was all because it was not normal for them to see two beautiful women in their lands who could easily overshadow those of their world, and on the other hand, the most important reason is that walking among their premises was the goddess, who had descended from the heavens to help them all in their current situation, a situation that was still unknown to the brown-haired group. And speaking of this, at that moment, while Issei was walking, he had a dead expression on his face, as well as a red mark engraved on his cheek in the shape of a slightly thin hand, so one could say that it was that of a woman. At her sides were Kuroka and Valerie with different reactions, as the beautiful Nikomata was laughing uncontrollably as she walked, holding her stomach from the fit of laughter she was having, all while the Hakuriyurai was walking with her arms crossed and had a clear expression of annoyance accompanied by a slight pink tint on her delicate cheeks. Nyowajajaja. Wherever they went, Kuroka's laughter was a melody for those who heard it. Too bad for a certain woman it wasn't like that. Just by hearing her laugh, Valerie pressed her fingers tightly against her arms and could feel a vein beginning to stand out more and more on her forehead, all because the brunette's laughter involved them and the brown-haired girl in some way due to an incident that had occurred in the morning. Could you keep quiet, damn Nikomata, Valerie expressed with annoyance, looking at the brunette in a bad way. If she could, she would have already hit her, but having to pretend that they were subordinates of the goddess, she couldn't afford to act, not if she wanted to face the consequences with her husband. Oh come on Valerie, are you still upset about that little joke? Kuroka joked without wiping the smile off her face as she made a feline gesture to the silver-haired girl with her hand. Are you kidding me? I almost had a heart attack, Valerie shouted, upset and blushing deeply, remembering the reason for her bad mood. Thanks to the dragon's cry, all the villagers around them looked at them with suspicion and intrigue. What busybodies. Or at least that's what the two beautiful women thought when they saw that silence reigned in the trading posts. HAA. Keep walking and stop attracting attention. Remember why we are here. The words spoken by Issei made everyone go back to their jobs, as the brown-haired boy's cold gaze told them that it was better not to butt into where they were not called. After the brown-haired boy's words, he passed by Kuroka and Valerie, now being the one who led the way, while the two beautiful women without putting up any resistance began to follow him closely. Despite this, the silver-haired girl was back in a bad mood when she noticed how the tower of her love interest looked at her with mockery and sarcasm. Damn cat. I still think you're exaggerating, Hakuriyurai, Kuroka mentioned as she gently bumped the silver-haired girl's shoulder next to her. I didn't hit you because that would compromise the mission, Valerie answered, keeping her eyes closed as she walked, trying to appear calm. But the idea of entering the Juggernaut Drive and beating up the Nikomata was tempting, very tempting. Nya. At his threatening words, Kuroka childishly stuck her tongue out at Lucifer without caring much about his threat. And you Issei, I never thought you would do those things with this indecent woman, Valerie scolded while making a gesture of annoyance while watching the brown-haired boy walk with his back to him. In my defense, I had no idea what Kuroka was up to, Issei replied without much importance, shrugging his shoulders. To Shishio, Valerie this time showing embarrassment for what had happened. At that moment she wanted to hit the brown-haired boy for his lack of interest in a subject that she considered very important. With shame and embarrassment flooding her system, Valerie began to remember the reason for her discomfort caused by a bad awakening hours ago in her room. all because of the damn Nikomata and her dirty jokes. Flashback. Waking up from a rewarding nap, the beautiful Albion wielder began to open her beautiful eyes, first meeting the rays of the sun entering through the window of the room in which she slept and shared with her best friend Lavinia Rennie and the Nikomata Kuroka. As she woke up, Valerie let her eyesight adjust to the daylight, while also letting her senses awaken before getting out of bed and starting her day. Or that's what the silver-haired girl would have liked to have done. But once she thought about the sensations on her skin, she noticed a strange weight on her waist, and something itself surrounding her in that area in a warm embrace. Valerie let out at that strange sensation that made her wake up immediately. Motivated by curiosity and having a bad feeling, Lucifer moved her hands out of the sheets to the corners of them that covered her entire body, where she took their hems and slowly began to lift them to discover what was at her waist, discovering two shocking surprises that left her speechless. The first of them was that on her narrow waist rested a muscular arm that held her in a warm and comforting embrace, and the second of them, being the most shocking of all, was that at that moment she was completely naked under the sheets. What had happened? Quickly overcome with nerves and fear of having done something indecent, Valerie jumped out of bed with a great leap that took her to the floor, landing on her feet, revealing her nakedness. Once out of bed, the beautiful silver-haired girl slowly turned her face towards the bed, where she was once again in for two big surprises, which caused the color of her skin to rise in intensity to a vivid red. Being in shock by what she saw, Valerie couldn't even articulate a word. And there in the bed it was supposed to be only her best friend. She and the Nikomata were sleeping decently dressed. But at that moment Lucifer could see that that fact had been taken out of place when Issei was resting asleep in bed, displaying his bare chest while he had on his body a completely naked Kuroka who kept her tails wrapped around the brown-haired boy's right leg and used his chest as her pillow. And on his right arm rested a sleeping Lavinia. And like the first two, she also found herself lacking any clothing as she held onto the brown-haired man's arm, rubbing, like the Nikomata, her voluptuous bodies against Issei's, a sight too strong for the silver-haired beauty. Just when Valerie was going to scream for her life and most likely kill the brunette for having defiled her body without even being able to remember anything of the event that led them to that, but more than anything kill him for not only having done it with one but with three women, when he should have only done it with her on his first time. It was then that the silver-haired girl noticed how slowly for her convenience Issei began to wake up, slowly opening his eyes as he realized the situation he was in until he found his sight on the naked figure of the Hakuriyutai who had forgotten about her exponent state as she was focused on what the brown-haired boy would do when he woke up. I must say, it's a really beautiful and sexy sight. These were the first words Valerie heard from her love interest, who kept his violet gaze on her. At first Valerie didn't understand what the brunette meant by that. But as she lowered her gaze she remembered that she was naked and therefore showing all the glory of her body to Issei, even that private and intimate area that only her future husband should know. Kaya, the silver-haired girl let out as she fell to the ground on her knees, using her hands to cover her breasts and intimate area from the brown-haired boy's curious gaze. Although she had accepted her feelings and assumed that she would make Issei Gremory her partner, it was still too soon to show her nakedness to him, at least not until their wedding night. Thanks to the loud scream of the Albion bearer, which I must say made some birds located on the window ledge of the room fly away, it also caused Lavinia and Kuroka to begin to wake up from their pleasant sleep under the gaze of Issei, who without knowing how he had gotten to that situation decided to remain silent, while the Nikomata and human opened their eyes, and the Hakuriyutai was shown on the verge of collapse on the floor. Valerie, can you let me sleep a little? As Lavinia began to wake up, she showed her displeasure with her best friend for not letting her sleep longer. Unfortunately, the blonde's words were cut off halfway once she noticed that the person she was hugging was not her little sister, but rather someone with a muscular and warm body. So when she looked up, Lavinia found herself lying on Issei's shoulder, who was looking at her quite calmly to her dismay. Hadn't she gone to sleep the night before with Kuroka and Valerie since they had to share a room? Why was Issei there with her? Issei, am I dreaming? Lavinia mentioned, confused and affectionate, as she moved her hand towards the brunette's face. No, you're not Lavinia, and by the way it's also a very beautiful sight, Issei replied, showing a small smile to the blonde while taking her hand and kissing her wrist. The human said, beginning to feel confused and nervous, because she wasn't dreaming. But something that threw Lavinia off were the words spoken by the brown-haired boy, which at first she didn't quite understand, but feeling her body strangely more free and a little cold, she looked down where she noticed to her surprise and shock that the sheets she used to cover herself were up to her ankles. But that in itself wasn't the important thing. Rather, What caused the blonde to start going into a crisis was seeing how Yasha was there glued to the brown-haired boy's body, completely naked, showing her beautiful figure to the sight of anyone who in this case turned out to be Issei. Kayawa, for the second time in the room, a loud scream was heard, this time being given by Lavinia when she realized her state and situation. Quickly grabbing the sheets, the blonde pulled them up to cover her entire body, in which she blushed at the fact that she had slept naked with the brunette. And not only that, but who knows how she had gotten to that state, because she didn't remember. But if her assumptions were correct, and not only she was the one who was naked but also Valerie, Kuroka and Issei were, or well, that was what she could say when she saw her two friends naked and the brunette's chest exposed. For Lavinia, she didn't have to think much to find out what they had done to get to that. They had happened, the blonde asked, upset, since if her assumptions were correct she could no longer call herself a pure woman. "Yeah, don't you remember?" Kuroka questioned with amusement as she rose from the brunette's chest until she was sitting slung over his abdomen. Being in that position, Valerie and Lavinia blushed as much as possible, because the Nikomata was not wearing any clothes like them, but she did not seem to care about that fact. Not even if at that moment she was showing her entire body to Issei, and when everything was said, it was everything, because the brown-haired boy had a perfect view from the Nikomata's delicate shoulders, to her breasts, abdomen, waist, thighs, but mainly, that intimate area of Kuroka's body that she should not show lightly. This is already becoming a habit, so much so that these situations don't surprise me much anymore, was what Issei thought as he looked at the Nikomata with a dead face, to which she winked at him to his dismay. She didn't care if she saw her entire being. Although the brown-haired boy couldn't help but admit that after seeing the naked bodies of the three women, he had to admit that the girls had an excellent figure. Both Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroka were a beautiful apparition of the light of an angel in the dark city. Their silky hair was the madness of 1,000 demons from hell. Their voices were desires about bedroom fantasies for the stubborn heart. Their wet lips were the drink that intoxicates the minute hands of time. Their intimate bellies the ideal dinner to make a man feel complete, and their select laughter the cherry on top of heaven's dessert. Almost without realizing it, Issei was slowly exploring that unforgettable beauty of them with beautiful curves. It was not once, nor twice. There were many more that followed that first glance at their beautiful bodies. "Remember that?" Being kneeling on the floor and covering her body with her hands, Valerie asked the question while using both hands to cover her intimate area, while her long hair fell over her breasts, half covering them. "Oh, well, basically last night I was walking down the hall and I ran into Issei-kun, so I invited him to sleep with us," Kuroka began to explain to the silver-haired girl, looking at her as she ran her fingers over the brunette's chest, not bothered by the fact that she was naked on his body. "I see. Well, that explains why Issei is here. But why are we naked?" Lavinia asked with only her face out of the sheets, unable to believe how careless the Nikomata could be at such moments. "That's the crucial thing, but before that, how can you be so calm in that state?" Unable to resist it any longer, Valerie let out her discomfort and embarrassment, while pointing at the shameless Nikomata. At that outburst from Lucifer, Kuroka only showed a cat-like smile full of perversion, as she shrugged and gave the brown-haired boy an erotic look as she licked her lips in a sexy manner. Don't worry, Valerie-chan. Besides, weren't you interested in knowing what led us to this state of nakedness?" Kuroka questioned without giving much importance to the matter of her status and position over her king. "Why, yes," Valerie answered a little embarrassed, giving a slight nod of her head. "Yeah, I see. How could I put it?" Kuroka mentioned, bringing her index finger to her lips as she better accommodated her hips on the brown-haired boy's abdomen, feeling something brushing against her, but in the process, that simple fact brought a complacent smile to her beautiful face as she saw that she had managed to tempt and attract her king. "I think it would be correct to say that it's like a destiny that can't be cut off, a passion that can't be separated. In conclusion, it's a relationship that can't be interfered with by anyone," Kuroka commented in a certain affectionate and lustful tone while pointing at herself and the other two women with the brown hair. "Hey," Valerie and Lavinia said as they blushed furiously upon understanding the brunette's words and their meaning. "I can assure you that we now know every part of Issei-kun's body, because we have carefully inspected it by licking it completely," Kuroka continued as she gave her lips a slow and sexy lick. That moment when he entered our room, it was a very passionate night. Just when we gave ourselves to Issei-kun, a warm object entered our bodies," the Nikomata expressed, blushing slightly as she held her cheeks with both hands, showing herself as a fragile and in-love teenager under everyone's gaze. Those words, plus the revelation of what they already assumed had happened, was enough to send Valerie and Lavinia to the point of collapse, feeling like they were about to faint from that information. And so much was their shock and shame that they felt at that moment, that they quickly checked their private parts to see if there were any residues of something. I think we'll have to hold him responsible for that, Kuroka finished saying as she lay back down on Issei, placing her breasts on his face while caressing his hair lovingly. I'm not complaining, but this joke is already crossing the limits, Issei thought without having any intention of getting up or moving while he looked sideways at the mental mess of the half-human dragon demon and human mage. How strange. Albedo, I didn't know you were already awake, Issei spoke to himself upon hearing the voice of his rival, friend, and something more. I woke up recently and what a scene I found. Slowly, Issei noticed how at the edge of the bed he was on he saw the silhouette of Albedo sitting on the edge of the bed while she looked at him with a smile present on her beautiful face. Although of course, her presence was something that only the brown-haired boy could notice by having a link with the dragon within his body, being more specific a small portion of her power within him that served as a means of communication between the two. Without that essence of albedo present in Issei's body, any type of communication between the two would be cut off and therefore the beautiful dragon of the apocalypse submerged in a dark and lonely space far from the only thing that brightened her days. For this reason, Albedo put a lot of emphasis on the brown-haired boy and not allowing himself to lose control of himself, because if he did, that link existed as a means of help. But the sacrifice of using it was very high, and between the two, one came out losing and the other was emotionally hurt. What did you mean by it was strange? Issei asked, forgetting about the outside world and what was happening in it as he looked at the black-haired beauty. That, deciding to show her point with more than just words, Albedo raised one of her fingers pointing towards the front where the brunette, following it, noticed it was directed and pointing at the Nikomata on her chest. This is the first time I've seen you allow, or rather, let a woman do whatever she wants with your personal space, and that's something you strongly defend. I guess it's empathy for her. After the dragon's curious words, Issei caressed Kuroka's ears in an affectionate act. Either that or you have feelings for her. Not understanding Albedo's insinuation for the moment, the brunette looked confused by her words. I don't doubt that you love your current partner's Issei-kun, but the heart is something that no one can command and only perhaps with a simple meeting in words, your being feels attracted to that Nikomata. What are you saying? Some kind of love at first sight? I think you're, for a moment, Issei thought that Albedo had already lost her mind with that strange joke, but she didn't allow him to drop the subject. Even the great Issei Gremory can feel things that normal people tend to feel. After all, you are like everyone else. The same applies to that Valerie and Lavinia. You let them do whatever they want with you as you usually do with your current partners. Isn't it because deep down you see them as good women who will be by your side for the rest of your life? Albedo, Issei whispered to himself, thinking more carefully about the dragon's words. Maybe she was right about them. Think about it, Issei. At least it's a step forward that you're considering your sister's queen, the Nikomata, Serafall's sister and her queen, as well as that human, half-dragon and demon, as your future partners. I know everything takes time, but not only they must do their part, Issei, you must do it too. I'm clear about that, Albedo. I assure you that from now on I will pay more attention to them, Issei promised, showing a smile to his friend. Who told me to come as Cupid? Just don't forget those words of yours. After finishing, Albedo slowly stood up before beginning to fade from the brunette's consciousness. Hey, and what category are you in? Before he left, Issei asked that question, waiting for what the dragon would say, who turned her face while showing him a sweet smile. It's simple. You and I, we are the clear result of what happens when love and madness cross paths. Those were Albedo's last words before disappearing from the room, leaving behind a surprisingly slightly blushing Issei, something that the brown-haired boy managed to control in time before feeling his forehead being gently hit. So he turned his gaze forward, finding Kuroka with a rather adorable pouting expression with her cheeks inflated. Nya, don't ignore me, the Nikomata complained after getting the brown-haired boy's attention after calling him for a while. What was he thinking? Ugh, I'm sorry Kuroka, I didn't do it on purpose, Issei replied, after calming down from Albedo's confession, something very strange since he didn't usually show himself so affected when his partners did it. That dragon was very dangerous for his tough guy image. Well, whatever, look, they're about to explode, Kuroka mentioned mockingly while pointing at the silhouettes of the two remaining women in the room. As he turned his gaze to them, Issei noticed how Valerie and Lavinia were super blushed as they trembled a little, holding their bodies tightly. But at the same time, to his confusion, he saw how an air of danger began to appear around them. telling him to get out of there as soon as possible if he didn't want to get hurt. Strange, it was then that he noticed how, of the two of them, Valerie was the first to come out of her state of shock, strangely appearing a little threatening. Valerie, Issei called, starting to feel nervous about the strange dark aura that grew around Lucifer. How? The silver-haired girl began to whisper as she stood up again, not caring about the fact that she was naked and showing everything to the brown-haired boy. How could you take my first time and make me forget that magical and long-for moment that I've wanted to happen since you defeated me at the Biblical Factions meeting? Valerie shouted, blushing and furious at the same time as she looked at the brown-haired boy with fire engraved in her beautiful eyes. Valerie, Issei began to say a little nervously as he felt that his life was beginning to be in danger. You'll pay for this. Vanishing Dragon. Balance break. Where the naked beauty of Lucifer once stood, now stood the towering female figure in white armor embodying the power of the White Dragon Emperor. Oh no, Issei let out when he saw the silver-haired girl in her armor ready to probably beat him up. Because he didn't think she would give him a hug. Unfortunately, the bad news didn't end there. Absolute demise. At the edge of the bed on the left side where Lavinia was, there appeared the shape of a 3-meter-tall doll made of ice in the form of a woman in a dress with 4 slender arms. Her face had no nose or mouth, but 6 eyes on the left side of her face, while the right side of her face is studded with something resembling the thorns of a rose. Just seeing that made Issei understand that he was screwed, and badly. Everything happened while the blonde next to him got off the bed until she was standing, exposing her nakedness, and having her face shadowed to the brown-haired boy's further fear. Issei Gremory. In a way it makes me feel happy, to have given my first time to the man I'm interested in, but I think it was a bit hasty, and the shame I feel right now is so much that I can't find another way to regain my dignity than making the one who defiled my body pay for his actions, Lavinia began to say, approaching her ice doll, placing her right hand on it. Oh Lavinia, the brown-haired boy mentioned, showing a nervous smile as he had Valerie in her balance break on one side of the bed and a fucking ice doll on the other. So please Issei-kun, could you die for me? Lavinia asked sweetly, turning her face slightly where she showed the brown-haired boy a radiant smile. Yeah, I think the joke got out of hand, Kuroka whispered when she saw that everything had gotten complicated and now they had 2 women ready to kill their king. You think so? Issei questioned with a tense smile as he saw the look full of death and bloodlust that the 2 crazy women in the room were giving him. And without hesitation or consideration, Valerie launched herself first into the attack, targeting Issei, creating in her armored palm a considerably large sphere of light ready to be launched at the man who had stolen her purity as a woman. Although she was not the only one to act, as Lavinia, taking the same initiative, gave the order to her wrist to move towards where Issei was, who only closed his eyes at his imminent fate as he awaited the beating those 2 would give him, all because of a joke by the Nikomata. At least he wouldn't fall alone, as Kuroka would too, or so he thought. It wasn't until he felt his abdomen feel lighter that he realized the Nikomata had jumped out of the reach of those 2 enraged women. Traitor, where was the feeling of protecting his king? Damn it, Issei let out before receiving the Hakuryurai and the damned ice doll Lavinia head on. Once on top of him, Valerie discharged the energy stored in her palm against the brunette on the bed, while using her ability to divide his defenses and make her blows hurt more. And on the other hand, once activated, Absolute Demise not only summons the tall doll of the Ice Princess to its wearer's side, but also the princess obeys every order she gives me. It was then that she used her immense ice-based abilities, capable of instantly freezing an entire area in a frozen world, or in this case the brunette, so that he could not escape the beating she was about to give him. That morning had turned out to be a very busy one for Issei. Between the screams of the 2 enraged women and the uncontrollable laughter of a naughty kitten who enjoyed watching the show, the day passed between laughter, complaints and protests in that room where a fight for survival was taking place between a man against an ice doll and a woman in armor. Something strange to tell the truth, but considering the life of Issei Gremory, everything was possible. End of flashback. It was just a little joke, Valerie, Kuroka commented, uninterested in her friend's sorrows. Well, I'm sorry for thinking that she was no longer pure, Valerie said reproachfully, giving the Nikomata a gentle blow on the head. Yeah, I think that your discomfort is because you wished it were real, Kuroka commented, bringing her index finger to her delicate lips. Shut up, you damn cat, Sishio Valerie, showing a little blush knowing that the words of that woman were less true. Oh, so that's it, the little dragon wished to join Issei-kun and finally consummate their love. Guessing from the silver-haired girl's facial reactions, Kuroka hung on her neck as she rubbed her cheeks and took one of the Hakuriyuriai's breasts, kneading it to her annoyance. Just when Valerie was about to explode and send everything to hell, a rather peculiar sound appeared around her. In sync, both women's stomachs growled for some food, which made them both blush noticeably when they noticed that the brunette turned his face looking at them in surprise as he stopped walking. "Why don't we go eat something?" Issei suggested, seeing that hunger was beginning to attack. "If you want, it's not like I'm hungry," Valerie commented, turning her gaze to the side to avoid the shame she felt at that moment of vulnerability. "Yeah, that doesn't help much, Valerie," Kuroka mentioned, a drop of sweat falling down her neck as she heard the silver-haired girl's stomach growl again. "Ha, let's go to that place. If we continue like this we won't be able to complete the mission." Letting out a sigh in the process, Issei pointed and directed to one of the nearby restaurant-type food establishments, although in a village style. Without putting up any resistance, both women followed the brunette because although they didn't want to admit it, they were dying of hunger from not having been able to eat breakfast when they woke up due to all the commotion caused by the blonde and silver-haired girl. While they walked behind Issei at a slow pace and with their sad faces lowered, Kuroka and Valerie looked at each other for a moment before directing their gaze at the imposing figure of the brunette. I've always wondered since I joined Issei's entourage, does he ever act nervous or embarrassed?" Kuroka murmured with intrigue, unable to imagine an image of her king looking embarrassed. Was it even possible? "As far as I remember, never," Valerie let out in the same state as the Nikomata. "He always gives the impression of being a cold and serious guy," Kuroka commented with intrigue, assuming a thoughtful posture. "I heard you, Kuroka. Are you going to talk back there or are we going to eat?" Issei mentioned loud and clear, causing both women to jump slightly into the green uncovered. "We wouldn't have to go out to eat if you had given me my morning milk." Kuroka's simple, harmless comment caused both Issei and Valerie to stop their walk and look at her in surprise. Had she said something wrong? "I hope you're talking about the dairy product," Issei let out as he tried not to appear upset by the Nikomata's insinuation. "Me too." Unfortunately, Valerie couldn't keep it imperceptible, so the red colors rose up his face. Seeing those reactions from her friends, the brunette blinked a couple of times without understanding why they were looking at her. It wasn't until she thought about what she said and what could be implied if she thought in a bad way, that she blushed at what they accused her of. Kuroka accepted that she was playful, carefree, and enjoyed teasing people, also a little vulgar when using her beauty and sensuality as a weapon in her arsenal of teasing, but she knew the limits, and what those pair of idiots accused her of was, perverts. Kuroka shouted in pain and dying of bluing when she realized that her comment had been misinterpreted. She was referring to dairy milk, not the chocolate one. Damn, she still didn't feel ready to try that milk. Between laughter and complaints, the trio entered a food establishment, drawing the attention of everyone present inside. Once they entered, the people in the establishment were astonished to see the arrival of the holy goddess and her subordinates, going so far as to kneel on the floor to Kuroka's disgust. After greetings, welcomes and pleas from the villagers to Kuroka to stay with them in their world, she denied the last request, because she was only on a mission and she really wasn't a goddess as everyone believed, and she would never leave her king's side, not when she was special to him. Ending the interactions, the owners of the establishment gave the three of them their best table located in a private area of the room, where Issei sat on a single chair facing Valerie and Kuroka, who shared a chair for two. In the end, the only thing left to do once they sat down was to order their food. "This is really tedious," Kuroka mentioned in disgust as she saw how almost everyone present was looking at her with devotion. "I want this drama to end once and for all." Unable to help but agree, Valerie gave her friend her consent. "Until we find out what's going on in this world, we can't relax. Honestly, I would have already destroyed it, so we solved everything," Issei commented in his cold and serious air, looking around in fright at those who looked at them with only their penetrating violet gaze. "It's scary that you say you would destroy an entire planet. Can you?" Valerie asked a little nervously, because of the brown-haired boy's words. Was he really that strong to do such a thing? "Oh my beautiful Valerie, you wouldn't believe me if I told you," Issei replied, showing an evil smile that the girls found quite sexy. "Beautiful," Valerie almost shouted at the compliment to her, as well as at the devilish smile that the brown-haired boy showed her. Damn, how much she wished he would take her. "Nya, and me," showing a little jealous of her king's interaction with the Hakuriyuriai, Kuroka managed to catch the brown-haired boy's attention with her question. "Both are as beautiful as a butterfly that is very difficult to catch, which I do not wish to catch in a net. I only wish to contemplate its beauty," was the gallant response that Issei gave before focusing his gaze on the restaurant's menu. Thanks to that, the brown-haired boy didn't notice or realize how Kuroka and Valerie's faces began to show raised red tones on their cheeks, due to the embarrassment and happiness of his compliment to her. At that moment, both girls could say that in all the time they had been with the brown-haired boy when they woke up, they had already lost count of how many times he had blushed. That mouth is dangerous, Kuroka muttered embarrassedly, hiding her face in the menu banner in her hands. Very dangerous, Valerie supported, doing the same action as the Nico model while hoping that her blush would go down a little, because at that moment both Kuroka and she looked like two pairs of tomatoes. With tranquility as the perfect companion for the trio, Issei raised his gaze for a few seconds to carefully observe the beautiful faces of Kuroka and Valerie, letting out a small smile when he saw how adorable they looked when they were embarrassed. And as he looked at them, Issei couldn't help but think that their sweet faces, the light in their eyes, red lips, silence and laughter from their own soul, were like delicate shadows that stopped time, simple and complicated in the face of their battles, rebellious and tender in the face of love. They were truly beautiful, such was their primary essence, their tone, their voice, a tireless melody that sweetened, that intoxicated. Two women who invite you to the unknown, who point to the forbidden and the irremediably desired. They were perfect in what they provoked. Tenderness and pride, euphoria and irremediable peace reaching his mouth. That's how they were, beautiful and perfect. And when he looked into their eyes he lost himself in their life and remained in their soul, filled with their being. After appreciating both women a little more, the brown-haired boy couldn't help but let out a smile because maybe Albedo was right. Maybe he had started to see certain women close to his life differently. Speaking of women, at that moment, Issei began to think about what his two beautiful girlfriends would be doing in the company of their human friend. Lower areas of the town. In the middle of a lonely passage in the town where there were houses, these were deteriorated on a large scale, and even throughout the area there was a large amount of waste, as if that area was some kind of dump or perhaps a previously inhabited area that had suffered some incident that forced all the residents of the town to evacuate it. Not a soul could be seen in the distance on the roads, only deterioration, rats and insects in the area, or at least that was the case before three beautiful women emerged from an intersection on the worn road and walked over the plastic waste and unimportant objects, kicking them or simply pushing them aside with their feet. So you're saying that the scandal this morning was because Kuroka played a prank on you and Valerie, to which you took out your shame and grief on Issei-kun? Questioned a beautiful woman with scarlet hair, turning out to be Irene, the second bishop of Issei Gremory. If you put it that way, it sounds a bit bad, a beautiful human by the name of Lavinia Rennie answered, looking ashamed of herself for what she had done. A little, a beautiful white-haired woman questioned, this being Isabella, the queen of Issei Gremory. Well, maybe we went a little overboard, that's all, Lavinia mentioned, turning her gaze to the side so as not to look at the women beside her. After those words from the human, the redhead and the white-haired girl looked at each other with a raised eyebrow, since the blonde's words were questionable. Something to highlight about the members of Issei's entourage is that at that time Irene had a draconian mark or tattoo on her right thigh, this being proof that she was already engaged and had a male as a partner. Thanks to the dragon's revealing clothing, it was easy to notice the mark on her body, very different from Isabella who hid it with her blouse as it was located a little below her breasts. But it was there, because it was proof that they had finally become one with their partner, leaving a mark on their bodies as a symbol of union, love, eternity and protection. Girl, when Irene and I arrived at your room, we were met with the strange sight of Issei on the floor being stomped by an ice doll and Valerie in her balance break, all while you were shaking poor Kuroka from one side to the other, Isabella commented, presenting a tour of sweat on the back of her neck after remembering that strange scene. Sorry, Lavinia mentioned, giving a rather tense smile to the women in Issei. Leaving that aside, was it really that bad if something more had happened with Issei? Irene asked as they continued walking through the desolate district. Ugh, the blonde blurted out in doubt at the dragon's question. What did she mean? Seeing the confused state the human was in, both Irene and Isabella stopped their advance and therefore that of the blonde, leaving the three of them halfway there looking at each other, one nervously and the other suspicious. You know, Serafall may be the matriarch of Issei's harem, but the rest of us have an important task that we can't overlook even if the queen accepts it, Isabella began to say, acquiring a strange serious attitude to the bewilderment of the magician. What is it? As Lavinia spoke, she was interrupted by an action from the white-haired girl that she had not expected. Unable to believe what she saw in front of her, the blonde began to feel very afraid of what was in front of her face. this being a red energy sphere the size of a ball, which Isabella held with one of her hands pointing at her face. Was it going to kill her? Why? I'll ask you just once. What are your true intentions with Issei? Isabella spoke, showing the blonde clear murderous intentions that made her start to tremble. Since for the Demon Queen, they could hurt her, but never touch her favorite person in the world, because if they did, they would know and see their demons act. And among all the brown-haired women, the demoness turned out to be the one with a strong, overprotective character with her partner. It could be said that when she was angry, Issei would sit, watch, listen and learn from the white-haired woman how to be a true demon king. What's more, he would go get holy water in case she got out of control. Hey, Lavinia said nervously and scared at the energy sphere in front of her face, as well as at the words of Queen Gremory. Don't get us wrong, Lavinia. It's not that we're jealous of you, Valerie, or whoever comes into our boyfriend's life. Being Issei's partner isn't easy, especially when you have to accept that his heart won't be entirely yours, plus a small part of it is just for you, Irene began to say calmly as she took the hand in which her friend held the energy sphere, to lower it, cancel her attack and not scare the blonde anymore. I don't understand, Lavinia said a little more relaxed when she saw that her life was not in danger thanks to the redhead. Look, Serafall has already talked about it with all of us behind Issei's back, this being about a possibility that his harem will grow more and more as time goes by, Isabella commented more calmly as she crossed her arms. Currently we are only Serafall, Mirajin, Yui, Tiamat, Gabriel, Penamune, Chisato, Isabella and I, Issei-kun's partners. But we all know that this will not stay like this forever, since our boyfriend has already fallen in the sights of the young girls Sona and Tsubaki, in addition to the queen of Issei's sister, and his recently acquired piece, Nikomata Kuroka. They both have already made their intentions clear to Issei, Irene said while listing each woman mentioned with her fingers. Wow, there were a lot. How many more were missing to satisfy her boyfriend? Akeno confessed her feelings to Issei and Kuroka asked her to get to know each other to see if they could reach something. And there is no need to talk about Valerie. Since she lost the day of the meeting of the biblical factions, she has made it clear that she wants to be with Issei. And as a dragon I understand it because she lost against him and her instincts chose him as her male. Irene continued speaking while looking directly at the blonde. But what about you, Lavinia? Isabella finished saying, also looking at the blonde. The blonde began to murmur, lowering her face and ending up covering it with her hair. Of all the candidates for Issei's partners, you are the most mysterious and I really don't know if you are serious with. As Irene spoke, she was interrupted by the human's surprising outburst. Stop, please stop, Lavinia shouted in response to the words of both women, raising her face, showing, to the surprise of the dragon and demon, small tears in the corners of her beautiful eyes. I understand very well your concern in wanting to protect Issei-kun from possible loves that poison the soul, but maybe at this moment I don't have a clear answer about my feelings towards him, but I want to tell you that really, I would like to be able to get to know him like you did and for my heart to decide whether to love him or not, Lavinia mentioned, beginning to shed some tears that gladdened the hearts of the women she was addressing. Lavinia, Isabella and Irene murmured, feeling happiness deep inside, because that was the ultimate representation of a person's feelings for another, tears filled with emotions. I don't understand much about love, because I've never experienced it before, but seeing Issei, being by his side or simply exchanging some moments and words, makes me feel things that I don't understand. I like him but I don't know why, the blonde finished saying as she wiped away the tears that rested on her cheeks. You know, Lavinia, an old proverb says, if you like someone for their looks, it's not love, it's desire. If you like them for their intelligence, it's not love, it's admiration. If you like them for their wealth, it's not love, it's interest. But if you don't know why you like them, then that is love, Irene mentioned, placing her fingers on the human's face to finish wiping away her tears while giving her a sincere smile. Irene, Lavinia whispered, moved by the dragon's words. Did she want to make her cry again? Because that's what she would achieve if she continued supporting her like that. Your words and feelings shown in them are more than enough for us for now, Isabella commented smiling, lightly rubbing the human's blonde hair with her hand. What a habit. Issei had definitely passed on his bad habit of petting heads to them, although if they were his caresses they were well received. Go ahead and find out what your heart wants when it comes to Issei Gremory, Irene finished saying, giving the blonde's shoulder a light squeeze. Thanks, I will, I won't let you down, Lavinia replied, showing a radiant and beautiful smile full of affection and determination. She was definitely going to find out what her heart yearned for from the brown-haired boy. Was it love or just admiration? She didn't know, and that was why she wanted to do it. I hope not, because if not, I'll kill you for hurting my king, Isabella threatened the blonde, giving her a cold shoulder as she turned around to continue her walk. Hee, I think I'm starting to understand when you joke, Issei-chan, Lavinia mentioned, smiling but tense, while watching the white-haired girl leave. You're wrong, Lavinia, I wasn't joking. Unfortunately, the words spoken by Irene ended up erasing the smile from the human's face. Hey, so, Lavinia let out as she jumped in place. I'll give you a piece of advice, girl, don't screw up and make that woman angry, because out of all of Issei-kun's partners, she's the most volatile when people mess with her. Demon King, Irene advised, giving the blonde a gentle pat before starting to walk. Gulp, noted, Lavinia replied, gulping as she said, following more girls closely. Hey, leave the chat for later, I remind you that we are on a mission, Isabella shouted, standing a little far away while delaying her. Yes, here we go, Irene responded, letting out a long sigh in the process. She couldn't help but think that at that moment her best friend was acting like a mother and Lavinia and she were the daughters. After that strange thought on her part, Irene shook her head as she looked to the side, noticing that Lavinia was next to her, watching her with confusion. It was probably because she was doing questionable actions, so the beautiful dragon only shrugged her shoulders as she smiled at the human and placed her witch hat on her head. As she did so, she couldn't help but think that it looked good on her, although it looked better on her. So where are we going? Lavinia decided to ask while giving the hat back to the dragon. She didn't like it, and she preferred Princess Tiara's. After all, she was a beautiful, plump young woman with long blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, something that gave her a certain princess-like air. In addition, she was known as the Ice Princess, and the strongest Ice Princess. So yes, she preferred tiaras over hats. After all, she was a princess. To the corrupted energy source of this planet, Isabella answered the human's question while using her instincts to find something very close to them. Energy, Lavinia questioned doubtfully, not being able to feel anything around her, even though her sense of detection was very strong. Well, it's normal that you can't feel her. In fact, I don't either, but Isabella, being a demon from another world different from yours, does it by being related to the dark element, Irene mentioned while pointing to the albino in front of them, who moved her head from side to side looking for something. Great, wait, another world, the blonde blurted out, looking confused by the dragon's words. You didn't know, Isabella and I aren't from her world. It was Irene's vague answer that ended up surprising the human greatly. Wow, that would be hard to believe if I wasn't on this planet. So if they're from another world, what are they doing? Well, Lavinia began to say while they had a certain problematic brown-haired boy in mind. Thinking about it, what would he be doing right now? With Issei, Irene mentioned, to which the blonde gave a slow nod of her head in confirmation. Well, that's a long story, but in short, he came to our world and saved us from death. Sometime later, when it was time to say goodbye, we went with him, Irene explained a little lazily, because their story with Issei was very long, too long to tell in a single chapter. What a poor explanation, Isabella commented after glancing at her best friend. Nobody asked you, Osa, Irene shouted in response, childishly sticking her tongue out at her best friend. Anyway, that's the story, Irene spoke more calmly after regaining her composure. Yeah, and what happened to your world? Lavinia asked curiously, stopping her steps when she saw how the albino did it. He ceased to exist, Isabella said loudly as she raised her right fist in the air. Without warning, both Irene and Lavinia witnessed how the Gremory Queen lowered her fist until it hit the ground beneath her. Okay, that was too hasty. Unfortunately, the blonde and redhead didn't have time to say anything when the ground beneath them began to crack, much to their confusion. And seconds later, the three beautiful women found themselves falling through a hole created by Isabella when she hit exactly where there was apparently a passage to an internal cavern in the sector of the town they were in. As they fell, the ground soon arrived, so Irene took one of the blonde's hands before beginning to float, while Isabella simply fell without any harm. It's not like a pathetic fall would hurt her. Upon stepping onto the ground, the three women realized that they were in what appeared to be a cave that apparently had as its only exit the hole created in the ceiling by the demoness. If you looked closely, it almost seemed like that place had been sealed to the stranger himself. Could you please warn us next time you do something so abrupt, you idiot? Irene complained after dusting off her outfit while looking suspiciously at her friend. Then, it's here anyway, Isabella answered disinterestedly as she looked towards the back of the dark cavern. Here? Lavinia asked doubtfully, as she did not feel any kind of dark energy, which was what they were looking for. In fact, she could not see anything nearby due to the absence of light. This is where the essence of corruption comes from, Isabella reported, being more serious than usual. There was something strange in that place, something bad. Let's see what it's all about, Irene mentioned as she prepared to do the following. Morgenlies. After the beautiful dragon's words, she raised her right hand into the air where a sphere of light formed that began to rise to the ceiling of the cave. That sphere was a form of magic that allows the user to manipulate light. This form of magic allows the user to generate and manipulate light at will, such as the case of the dragon who had used it to create a light source and make the interior of the cave visible, although after that, the faces of the three beautiful women were filled with astonishment at what they saw in front of them. Hundreds. No, there were thousands of human bones all over the cave and even further back, making it impossible to know how far the cave went because of so many bones piled up among others. The worst thing of all is that those bones were not from animals but from people. What had happened there? That sight was too much for Lavinia, the beautiful human, to the point of vomiting at such a sickly scene, to which Irene and Isabella only rubbed her back waiting for the shock to pass, although they also found what they saw unpleasant. Having lived many adventures with Issei throughout the multiverse, they were more resistant to such things. But what? Lavinia blurted out after recovering a little from her nausea. This doesn't look good at all, Isabella mentioned seriously, having a bad feeling about all of this. It was then that in that moment of uncertainty and doubt, Irene noticed how near her there was a complete skeleton that held between its bones a red book that caught the dragon's attention. Maybe it could have some important information. With that in mind, the redhead headed towards where the skeleton was while Lavinia, accompanied by Isabella, began to inspect their surroundings in search of clues or the source of corruption. Upon arriving in front of the skeleton, Irene deduced that it was some kind of boy or girl due to the size of the bones, as they were smaller than those of an adult, and she slowly moved her hand closer to the book, eventually removing it from the bones of the skeleton, which ended up collapsing as it held the book as a means of stability. With it in her hands, Irene proceeded to open it and read what it had inside as content. First day. On the first day that would see the union of all the races of the world, we, Dragers, had the worst possible start, but, at that time, something much more terrible was brewing. Several days later I recorded this here, for my dear Amelia, from Lizette Lockhart. Second day. The second day is over. There are 5 days left until the predestined day. Third day. Liz-chan, even now, when I close my eyes I can see it all again, the boys playing, singing, eating, dancing, the night of the third day, filled with jubilation, a night of intertwined feelings. We are heading towards that day. There are 4 days left until the fateful day. Fourth day. That day, we believed in victory. The last day was a very close battle. Do you remember, Liz-chan? And then on July 7th, we lost to fate. That person died. That person, whom I loved. I can't put it into words, Liz-chan. I can't bear it anymore. Please someone help me. Please. Someone save us. I can't take it anymore. Help. We need to be saved. Please, gods. Hear our call for help. Please, 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 please. 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 Save us. Bam. The loud noise of something falling to the ground was what caught the attention of Isabella and Lavinia, who turned their faces noticing how Irene was in a state of shock while a strange book rested at her feet, so that caused the noise. Irene, Lavinia called, somewhat nervous to see how the dragon seemed to be horrified. Is something wrong? Did you find out anything about dark energy? Isabella asked, approaching where her friend was with the blonde following her step. I think we should have given Issei the reason, Irene began to say while regaining her composure, not being able to avoid looking at the scene of bones in front of her. If what she had read was true, those were. What do you want from? Just when Lavinia was about to ask a question, she was interrupted by the dragons. This is bad. This planet was already lost before we arrived. Now I understand why the beast race of this world has so little interest in corrosion, Irene began to say as she began to bite her thumb nervously. I don't understand anything, Lavinia commented in doubt. Was something wrong? What was it about that book that put the dragon in that state? Irene, if you know something, why aren't you clearer? Isabella was increasingly losing patience with her friend's actions. That's not how she was. It's just that, you know what, you better see it for yourselves, Irene concluded while groaning and turning her back on both women. Under the gaze of Isabella and Lavinia, they witnessed how the redhead opened her personal dimensional space or pocket dimension, taking out of it a staff the size larger than her height. This strange object was open at the top like the shape of a pair of horns of some animal such as a deer, and was apparently made of wood with a decoration consisting of engravings that simulated the skin of a leopard. That staff, Isabella expressed in astonishment upon seeing said object, as it turned out to be a weapon below the level of Ascalon. Lavinia expressed doubtfully. Being the only one who didn't know how important that cane was, for her it seemed to be very normal. May I know why you will use that weapon created especially for you that Gisato made? Isabella asked, somewhat doubtful of her friend's reasoning. Because it's the only one that allows me to perform this spell, was the only answer Irene gave before hitting the ground hard with her staff. Ga tilbakeited og vis meg hva jegvil se. From the delicate lips of the dragon, words began to come out that for most would be understandable, but for those of her race they turned out to be very clear. Since at that moment Irene was subtracting a spell using the language of the dragons, where in seconds it was seen how under the redhead and therefore Isabella and Lavinia being close to her, a magic circle began to form that had the shape and characters of a clock, the dragon being, so to speak, the center of the hands. Tidine's arc. An intense glow appeared in the cave after the redhead's spell was cast, which caused a change in the surroundings of the place where Lavinia and Isabella noticed how a holographic reproduction of what bones used to be before being bones, began to appear before them. It almost seemed like time was going backwards, which could and could not be considered because Tidine's arc was a special technique of Irene's that allowed her to see the past of living beings, and that was what the three women saw of the thousands of skeletons present in the cave, something they wished they had not seen. The faces of the three contorted into grimaces of astonishment and horror at what they were seeing. There weren't even any words to explain such a disgusting and despicable act that they saw, how, why, and again Lavinia couldn't control her nausea and vomited a little, something that Irene and Isabella couldn't judge because they also had some discomfort in their mouths because of what they saw, since what they had before their eyes was anything but pretty. A massacre would be better to call it. I can't believe those guys did, Lavinia began to say between quickened breaths as she tried to calm herself. But how to do that, if what she had seen was... We must get out of here as soon as possible, Isabella said, worried about her partner and friends. We must go with Issei before. As Irene spoke, she was interrupted by something totally unexpected. Boom! A gigantic explosion accompanied by a strong tremor was what the three beautiful women felt happen in the center of the town if their senses did not fail them. That surprised them at first as they did not understand what had happened, but thinking about it. Wasn't that where Issei, Valerie and Kuroka were? At this revelation, the three women's faces turned pale at the thought that something bad had happened, so they quickly flew out of the cave leaving behind the heinous discovery they had found. Before taking action and punishing those responsible for leaving thousands of corpses in the cave, they had to make sure that their friends and love interests were safe and sound. Unfortunately, by the time the girls got out of the cave they were faced with the worst possible sight. Where the city used to be and where Issei and company were supposed to be, there was now a sea of fire with an explosion as a companion. Just seeing that was enough to make the girls' hearts stop for a few seconds while in their minds there were only a few names rolling around in them. Issei, Valerie, Kuroka. With Issei and company minutes before the explosion. Before the Holocaust was unleashed on the town, our trio consisting of a demon, dragon, a semi-human, dragon, demoness, and an adorable, Nikomata, these three distinctive subjects were currently inside a restaurant, in the rustic, village style, where they were sitting at the finest of their tables as people of great importance to the residents of that world they had been in for a day. Although that was more because of the presence of the Nikomata than anything else in particular. At that moment, Valerie and Kuroka were enjoying a cold dessert that made their mouths water, as well as causing reactions of pleasure and happiness on their faces for what they were eating. Even the brunette was wagging her tails with excitement because of the happiness she felt when trying that dessert that the brown-haired boy had bought them. And while they were enjoying their delicious cold dessert to death, Issei stood with his arms crossed in front of them while he kept a glass of water on the table near him, since it was the only thing the man on the menu had ordered as soon as they arrived at the restaurant. Are you sure you don't want to eat anything? Valerie asked, stopping the spoon she was holding in her hands halfway to her lips as she looked at the brunette. I'm fine, don't worry, Issei replied without abandoning his character and signature of being serious and cold, something that the Hakiri Yuriai and Nikomata had become accustomed to seeing. Yeah, but breakfast is the most important part of every day when you wake up, Kuroka tried to convince the brown-haired boy, bringing a spoonful of her dessert towards him. More seeing how Issei only remained silent while looking at her intensely and coldly, made the brunette move her hand back with the dessert on the spoon. Kuroka could only lower her head and focus her gaze on the said dessert after the look the brown-haired boy had given her. It's not that it was bad or anything like that, because it was the look that was always seen in Issei. A cold, dead and emotionless one that made you doubt whether to continue looking at those two violet orbs that sent you to an infinite abyss. And because of that, just by seeing it, both women understood that they were not going to change the brown-haired boy's mind and that the best thing for everyone was to leave him there without further ado. Because if there was a rule to be able to understand Issei, it was that if he didn't want something it was best not to continue insisting, not if he wanted to avoid alterations on his part. Well, thanks for inviting us to dinner anyway, Valerie mentioned, trying to change the atmosphere that was beginning to develop. You know, this seems like a date between the three of you, Nya. Understanding the silver-haired girl's intentions, Kuroka also spoke according to her thoughts. You're not bad at all, Kuroka, Valerie accepted, showing a sweet smile accompanied by a slight pink tint on her cheeks, considering that at that moment, even if it was only for a few seconds, she was having a date with her love interest. I remind you that we are on a mission, Issei commented between sighs as he finished drinking his glass of water. Don't ruin the moment, Issei-chan. Why don't you tell us something about yourself so we can pass the time? Kuroka suggested curiously, resting both elbows on the table while resting her face on her hands. What do you want me to say? The brown-haired boy asked, raising an eyebrow in the process at his Rook's strange request. It wasn't like he cared to do it, but it was strange. Your story. Joining in the conversation, Valerie suggested the idea after finishing her dessert to put all her attention on Issei. Really, I don't think that. As Issei spoke, he was interrupted when one of the Nico Mada's tales passed by his face. Nya, I support Valerie. I would like to know more about who will be the father of my kittens, Kuroka mentioned, smiling while teasing the brown-haired boy with her tails tickling his nose. Kuroka, that's out of... Again when he was speaking, Issei was interrupted again by the same person. Yeah, these are details. One day that moment will come. Shrugging, Kuroka removed her tails from her king's face as she settled better in her seat. A child with Issei, Valerie murmured while blushing, while holding her cheeks with both hands. You see, Valerie likes the idea too. With enhanced senses, it wasn't difficult for the brunette to hear what the Hakuriyudiai was saying in murmurs. Shut up, Valerie said loudly when she saw herself discovered. She had been careless in her daydream. Yeah, anyway, could you tell us a little about yourself, my king? Kuroka asked sweetly while showing the brown-haired boy an adorable smile. Well, where do I start? Unable to resist his kitten, Issei ended up accepting her request. From the beginning, or well, a little bit of it, Valerie suggested, putting all his attention on what his destined partner was about to say. To tell the truth, there is not much to tell. I was born into one of the families of the underworld, being the firstborn of the Gremory clan. I grew up in a difficult time where the three biblical factions were at war. Issei began to recount as he remembered his past, bringing with him a memory that was not at all pleasant for him. No, Mom. Run. Save yourself. Leave me here and run away. Mom. Please leave her. Don't touch her. Please. No. Damn you. I'll kill you. TSK. Why does that memory still torment me? It's over. You're not the same as before. So just forget it, Issei said to himself, appearing calm on the outside, although if they had seen under the table they would have noticed how he was clenching his fists tightly. There are some incurable, and terribly painful, wounds that do not smell of blood but of memories. Many saw Issei as an impassive man who does not get upset, disturbed or show any emotion at an external impression or stimulus that normally produces disturbance, triggers an emotion or induces a certain action, someone incapable of having feelings or emotions that affect his mood. But Issei's true face was very different, because behind that confident and impassive look, he hid the saddest memories, with the biggest screams and despair, with the most painful cuts and cries. But despite that, he continued to appear calm as if nothing bad was happening to him. The bad thing about this is that the problem arises when your mind controls you, creating fears, as well as making you suffer and feel insecure about certain situations or painful memories of the past. Issei knew very well that this memory that he refused to let go of was doing a lot of harm to him, but he still wanted to live, keeping his memories, no matter how painful they are, even if they were memories that hurt him, even if sometimes he wanted to forget them. He believed that if he kept them, if he was brave, the day would come when he would be stronger than them. What he didn't know was that in order to overcome that memory that had always been hurting him all this time, the way was not to do it alone, because there was not only one person who had lived and experienced that fateful day. since the only one who could heal that wound and help the brown-haired boy move on, overcoming that memory, was Venelana, his mother. The problem with this was that she wanted to get her true son back and denied the one she had, because deep down she was afraid of what she had created because of her weakness. And Issei, he denied any help to her person because ever since that incident had happened, he had to face it alone, and that's why he believed he had to overcome it in the same way, alone. It must have been hard, I mean, growing up in such a time. It can't have been easy. Valerie's words were enough to bring the brunette out of his complicated mind again. No, it isn't. But you end up getting used to it, I guess. Anyway, when I reached my adolescence, I formed a team with my brother, the Mao Beelzebub, Serafall, Miragene, Graphia, Issei and Tiamat, which I led on the battlefield, Issei said, pushing aside that bitter memory from his head. Oh, that is worthy of admiration and respect, Kuroka mentioned with surprise and admiration in her words. What thing? Issei questioned, not understanding what the Nico motto was referring to. Seeing that after so many years have passed, Serafall, Miragene, Issei and Tiamat are still faithful and devoted to their love for you. That, in my opinion, is worthy of admiration. Kuroka praised the pure feelings of the brown-haired couples who until today continue to be so. Yes, it is, Issei responded, slightly showing a smile on his face that moved Valerie and Kuroka a little when they saw it, since that characteristic was not very common. I really am lucky to have all of them with me. Even despite my flaws, they continue to love me and watch over me. Issei thought carefully about what he had in his mind, the image of his partners. Well, in my fights on the front, I ended up meeting and interacting with Gabriel and Penamion, as well as starting to carry out my plans. Issei continued speaking, this time more relaxed as he had the owners of his heart in mind. The most beautiful seraph of heaven and the most beautiful cadre of Gregory, it is surprising that you could achieve what in historical records no man could do, win her heart, Valerie commented with amazement and admiration, because to this day that achievement by the brown-haired man was still historic. Especially in Azazel, who always complained to Issei for having stolen his fruit of Eden, to which the brown-haired boy responded with mockery, telling of his experiences with the most beautiful seraph in heaven, which turned out to be daggers for Azazel's poor heart, who had him bothering and complaining to the man who had gone down in history as the man among men for having achieved what many tried and none achieved. Taste the forbidden apple of heaven. And also the apple of sin of the fallen angels. I think it was the other way around, since those two were the ones who always looked for me on the battlefield, which generated fights with Serafall. But in the end I think it was me who from one moment to the next ended up giving them my heart, Issei answered as he remembered how in those times of war, his two angels always followed him around seeking his attention after having saved them from being raped by the deceased Maus Beelzebub and Asmodeus. What times? Then would come what is in the historical books of the underworld. The heir of the Gremory clan, fed up with the mandate and dictatorship of the original Maus, put an end to his reign and took command of the underworld, Issei mentioned, presenting a drop of sweat on the back of his neck as he remembered that indeed, his heroic act was study material in the schools of the underworld. Did the Maus give you any trouble? Kuroka asked curiously, because according to the stories those guys were really strong. Not even a bit, because by then he had already surpassed his powers. In fact Surzex, Ajuka and I already had more than enough potential to be levels higher than those guys, for a reason we are classified as transcendental demons. Issei responded with a bit of arrogance as he remembered how he had kicked those guys' asses. TSK. Valerie let out while biting his lower lip as he remembered a certain relative of his who boasted of being a transcendental demon. That action was noticed by the brown-haired boy who decided to remain silent for the moment. Then came what was the civil war in the underworld because of the children of the original Maus being dissatisfied with my reign, which ended with their defeat, and then moved on to what would be the fight against Ares, where they began to call me God's Slayer for killing that guy. But that's a story for another day. Issei finished by telling, moving his neck to both sides, making it crack in the process while making stretching movements. Yeah, it's not fair, it was interesting, Kuroka protested, pouting at such a vile act by the brown-haired boy. Someday I will tell you that story, although it is not very pretty, let's say, Issei commented a little tense as he looked in another direction. Did something bad happen? Valerie asked suspiciously, because the story of Issei Gremory facing Olympus was one that was not usually told or known much. Strange. Maybe, Issei muttered, even though he didn't want to see the two beautiful women, he preferred to see nothing for now. Although while he did so, the brown-haired boy could remember for seconds the moment in the past in which he had crossed the walls of Olympus while a strong fight was taking place against the Greek god-in-chief, Zeus. where in the heat of battle he had reached the top of Mount Olympus, and it had also been in that area where the fight had begun to intensify with the arrival of the god of the seas and the underworld, Poseidon, and Hades, ending the fight in 1 against 3. Being Zeus, Hades and Poseidon against him, where Athena would later join the battle to give him her help and power against her father and uncles. That was definitely a tough battle, which he had managed to win, although he had not come out completely unscathed from it. Issei could only remember how that intense fight had left traces of destruction, blood and more blood all over the ground, a fight that almost ended the lives of 3 great deities like the brown-haired one if it weren't for the intervention of a certain beautiful purple-haired goddess who had arrived to stop the problem that her faction had generated. "You know, I don't see you as a bad person, Issei-kun," Valerie mentioned, catching the all for honor mention's attention after his words. Issei expressed confusedly, not quite understanding what Lucifer wanted to tell him. "You may be a cold, serious, and almost emotionless person most of the time, someone who, thanks to his actions, methods and way of thinking, gives a lot to say. Maybe some see you as the bad guy in the story, an evil of the world or a villain instead of a hero, but let me tell you that for me you are not bad, and that is because you don't really do anything wrong, only the right thing, what no one else wants or dares to do," Valerie commented, smiling, still keeping her hands on her cheeks. "Valerie," Issei whispered, moved and happy by the Hakuriyudi's words. "Okay, your hands may be stained with blood and carry lives in them, but it has not been by your own choice but rather for a greater good," Valerie mentioned, feeling a certain admiration in that regard for the brown-haired boy, because he did what many refused to do. Valerie is right, the original Maus, the god of war, the underworld advisors and others, have died because they asked for it, and they did not bring anything good to the world. You are not bad or anything that should not exist, rather Issei-kun, you are an exceptional person who always makes sure that everything goes well and does not get out of place. Kuroka supported the silver-haired girl while looking at the brown-haired man with affection. "No matter how good a person you are, we are all the bad guys in someone's story, so enjoy your role and at least be a memorable villain," Valerie finished by saying, giving him a wink that was too sexy for her, man. "Haha, they are really weird for thinking that way, although I am too, unable to help it," Issei let out a soft laugh at the girl's words. "Yes, we are weird, but life is a little weird too, that's why when we find that person whose weirdness is compatible with ours, we join them and fall into a satisfying mutual weirdness," Kuroka mentioned as she brought one of her hands forward until she placed it on top of her king's. "Yeah, so Issei-chan, let's be weird together," the Nikomata finished saying, smiling tenderly at the brown-haired boy, to which he smiled in response. "Okay," Issei agreed while shaking his head at the girl's actions. "Yeah, we'll continue with this when I get back," Kuroka commented as she stood up and separated her hands from her king's, much to the confusion of the latter and the silver-haired girl. "Are you going somewhere?" Issei asked with doubt, since they could still stay a little longer in the restaurant. "To the boudoir. Why, do you want to join me?" Kuroka asked flirtatiously, licking her lips in the process as she thought of all the atrocities she could do with her king alone in the boudoir. "I'll pass," Issei replied, showing a dead expression as he assumed what was going through the Nikomata's mind. "Yeah, bad," Kuroka complained childishly, sticking her tongue out at the brown-haired boy. Afterwards, she turned around before starting her walk towards the place's dressing table, not before doing her thing, so while she walked she made sure that her hips moved in a rhythmic and hypnotic way that managed to capture Issei's merksta in them, action that was achieved when Kuroka, looking out of the corner of her eyes, noticed the brown-haired boy's gaze on her hips, point for her. "That kitten," Issei murmured after seeing how Kuroka sat down at the dressing table, but not before giving her a wink and a kiss in the air. It was then that a comfortable silence fell over the table where Issei and Valerie were together. The brown-haired man remained serene as he watched the silver-haired girl move her cutlery over the empty porcelain jar. "You know, this might be the first time we're alone," deciding to take the initiative, Issei caught Lucifer's attention. "Does it bother you?" Valerie asked, looking at him with a little bit of nervousness because he didn't like her presence. "No, actually there's something I wanted to talk to you about," Issei replied as he leaned forward, resting his arms on the table. Valerie said confusedly, tilting her head slightly to one side. "But first, how is your relationship with your grandmother? Did you resolve your differences?" Issei asked while keeping in mind the older Lucifer who happened to be one of his partners. "Oh, of course, Yui, Oba-san and I left all conflict behind and decided to form a family bond, because after all that we are, family," Valerie answered smiling as she remembered her relative. "That's good to know," Issei let out a sigh, as he no longer wanted to continue living with the confrontations between the two Lucifers. Yes, she even gave me some tips on how to get your attention, Valerie started to say, while gaining a more confident and flirtatious attitude. Huh, Issei expressed confused, fearing the worst. Something told him that his tough guy image was in danger. What a strange fetish you have hidden. Who would have thought that the great Issei Gremory would have sexual desires to have his granddaughter and grandmother in his bed, Valerie mentioned mockingly while looking mischievously at the brown-haired boy. That dwarf, Issei muttered indignantly, as there was only one person who knew that. Well, it's not like I cared much. After all, we are married, Valerie commented affectionately as she took the brown-haired boy's hand. By the law of the dragons, that's how it would be if I defeated you in a fight. Anyway, did you say anything more humiliating about me? Without giving much importance to the contact, Issei took the silver-haired girl's hand, joining their fingers. I have very good material with me to always have your attention. I didn't even know that fact, but looking at it carefully, maybe she's right, Valerie began to say while playing with the brown-haired boy's fingers with hers. I don't understand anything, Issei mentioned while watching Lucifer act like a child. Oh, it's just that a certain brunette can't help but look at a Lucifer's rear end. Okay, those words from Valerie had been a low blow to the brunette's pride. Hey, that might be true, damn. Unable to contain his embarrassment, Issei dropped his face onto the table. That was it, goodbye to his image. If it makes you feel better, you can always look at me all you want, Valerie mentioned while caressing the brown-haired boy's hair, who was supposed to be the adult and the teenager. I'll keep that in mind, Issei replied as he regained his posture and lifted his face from the table. It was at that moment that for no reason at all, both he and Valerie let out a soft laugh, feeling at ease with each other's company as they waited for the Nikomata to return. Resivim Levon Lucifer, that name said by Issei, was enough to make the Hakuriyudai jump in her seat. Ugh, Valerie let out, starting to feel tense and nervous upon hearing that detestable name that had brought nothing good to her life in the past. I know him, in fact, and I've interacted with him many times. You could say that we're good friends, Issei commented next as he thought about his brother-in-law. What would he be doing right now? Probably sleeping next to his other brother-in-law. I doubt it. Valerie didn't know much about the relationship between the brown-haired boy and his detestable grandfather, but if there was one thing he could say, it was that there was no friendship between them. Valerie, would you tell me your story? Issei asked without giving it much thought, deciding to attack directly while taking the silver-haired girl's hands. After those words, Lucifer looked surprised but also scared, because she was afraid that the brown-haired boy would leave her once he found out about her past and origins. I don't, Valerie began to say nervously as she tried to free herself from the brown-haired boy's grip, failing in the process. I've told you part of mine, Issei mentioned, taking the chin of the woman in front of him so that she would look him in the eyes. It's just that, you'll hate me, Valerie whispered, her eyes showing fear of being rejected by the man she loves. No, I won't, Valerie, trust me, Issei replied calmly as he caressed the silver-haired girl's cheek. For a few seconds, the Hakuriyudai remained silent as she considered whether or not to tell the brunette her story, but upon thinking about it a bit, she saw that she really shouldn't be afraid because Issei wasn't like all men, he was different. As you know, I am half human thanks to my mother, and I am half demon because of my father, Valerie began to tell while lowering her head, with her hair hiding her face. But unlike any other hybrid, my mother never loved Razavam, my father. He only kidnapped her, and forced her to have me. That man, if you can call him that, raped her, and kept her under his care until I was born. When I reached a certain age and found out what happened, I felt terrible, and despite everything my mother suffered, she never hated me. At that point, Valerie began to let out several solitary tears, as she remembered those days that would never come back. She raised me in the best way in that place, and only with her could I smile. When Razavam beat me while he was training me, my mother protected me from his mistreatment. That man only wanted more descendants of Lucifer to one day achieve what he planned, while my mother only wanted a son to care for and love. Not caring even if I was the result of a rape, she continued to take care of me, Valerie said through tears while holding the brown-haired boy's hands tightly. And while Issei listened in silence, unable to believe the story of Valerie and her family. He knew part of it, but not the whole story itself. It seemed that everything that wretched Resivim brought to life was destined to make innocent people suffer. Although he had to admit that Valerie's mother was a very kind person despite the abuse she suffered, well, having a daughter who was the result of rape, and despite all that, loving her as if none of it mattered, it was something to be admired. Since without a doubt that mother had a big heart of gold. And then, one day, without expecting it, I woke up Albion. When Razavam and Rezavim found out that I possessed the Hakuryoku, they called me a miracle or an unexpected move of the world. Still, both of them became obsessed with it, and wanted to turn me into something to use for their plans. Even Razavam planned to force my mother to have another child to see if she would give him someone just as miraculous as me. But as he spoke, Valerie tightly squeezed his hands over the brunettes. I didn't want her to suffer with that again. I wasn't going to let them use my mother as a vile object. So I confronted them as best I could with my own strength, and we fled from that place. We managed to escape for almost nothing. My mother was exhausted and fainted, so I carried her as best I could, and we arrived at a certain place in the underworld, where I met Azazel. When I met him and he told me that he wouldn't hurt us, and that he would help us, I trusted him and accepted the proposal he made me. But I only asked him for one thing before that. I asked him to erase my mother's memory, so that she would forget that she ever had me and that she suffered because of me, Valerie mentioned with pain, shedding a tear while Issei was speechless at what she said, because he did not know that. I know it was selfish, but I didn't want to involve her in this. Knowing that, tell me Issei Gremory, could you really love me, even if I'm a mistake, the result of a rape? Can you love someone like that? Valerie asked as she finished her story while closing her eyes in pain and sadness. Because I will understand if you don't. Valerie couldn't finish her words, because without warning, the brunette had given her a warm and comforting hug as he passed by the table, which surprised her. Issei, Valerie whispered, not knowing how to take the action of the brown-haired boy with her. Valerie, I don't care what you are because I will love you the same, Issei responded after separating slightly from the hug to be able to look Lucifer in the eyes. How can you love a being like me? I am the result of a rape, the Hakuryoku began to say, but was silenced by the brown-haired boy's fingers on her lips. For me, none of that matters, Valerie. You are not the descendant of Lucifer, nor the result of a rape. I only see a very beautiful and determined girl who wants to help others, Issei mentioned while taking the silver-haired girl's hand, to which she blushed a little. Even if you are Lucifer's descendant and the result of a rape, for me, you are only you, Valerie. Even after hearing everything you told me, I will never hate you or abandon you, because I love you, my beautiful wife, the brown-haired man finished by saying, accepting at that moment his feelings for the woman in front of him kept since the day he won. Hearing those words, Valerie felt as if her heart was beating even harder than normal as more tears came out of her eyes along with a small smile of happiness. Seeing that, Issei tried in vain to wipe away the tears that were coming out of his eyes, where Valerie, out of pure impulse, kissed him, showing all the love and desire she had stored up. Although Issei was surprised at first, he reacted immediately and returned the kiss. If you tell me those things, I wouldn't, Valerie let out after separating her lips from the brown-haired boys, remaining just a few centimeters away from them. I think we've gone up another step in our relationship, Issei commented with an amused tone while he had his gaze on the silver-haired girl's two celestial orbs. Yes, I think so, Valerie whispered affectionately, losing himself in the violet smile of Issei. Unable to resist it any longer, they both joined their lips again for a few seconds, enjoying the moment and present emotions before separating and returning to their respective seats in the case of the brown-haired boy. It was then that thanks to this Issei noticed that the place that was previously full was empty. Strange. Valerie, Issei called while standing and looking around. Something told him that something bad had happened. Yes, darling, Valerie answered with the attitude of a girl in love while she looked at her man in a daze. Don't you think Kuroka is late? Having his thoughts clearer, Issei realized that a considerable amount of time had already passed since the Nikomata had retreated. Maybe he's just, as Valerie spoke, at that moment the brown-haired boy's instincts went on alert, which confused him a little at first. Issei, the silver-haired girl called out when she saw the brown-haired boy standing still in his spot. Issei, the entire area is going to. Valerie. Boom. Current affairs. Flying at full speed through the skies, Issei and the girls went at an incredible speed as they headed towards the palace where Kuroka was apparently kidnapped by the hands of the yokai prince who had decided to carry out his evil plans still unknown to the boys. Since they had arrived in that world, everything had turned out to be very strange. First, there was the fact that according to the inhabitants and the prince himself, their world was being attacked by dark beasts. But when they wanted to investigate further into the matter, they were denied any extra information. And secondly, all the citizens seemed not to be affected by that situation and only paid more interest to the fact that the goddess had come to them. Something strange was happening, and the boys knew that it was all connected to that strange interest and desire of the people for Kuroka and for her to stay in their world. There was something that they didn't understand or know. But they knew that their only answer was in the palace they were heading to, where their partner was trapped. But in those moments when they were flying, Irene, Isabella, Lavinia and Valerie, being the ones who stayed behind Issei. All of them flew with difficulty because keeping up with the annoying demon was truly difficult when he didn't even show any intentions of stopping and waiting for them. It seemed that Kuroka's kidnapping had affected him a lot. Or maybe it was because of something else they didn't know about. They didn't know exactly. What the four beautiful women could affirm was that Issei was upset, and it was written that today there would be blood, a lot of blood. Well, they say that you should never provoke a good person. They observe, and when they act they do so with a single intention: to destroy whoever hurt him. I'm gonna kill that son of a bitch. World DxD. Occult Research Club Room. Very good friends. How is everyone doing at your schedule? I hope you are doing well. Let's start today with shocking news. These were the words of a famous underworld idol second only to Levi then. This woman had as her characteristic her short violet hair, which turned golden at the ends. She also had long curly horns, and she wore a typical idol dress, with a puffy pink and blue skirt and a black and purple corset. Around her neck hung a purple batwing suit tied with a pink bow tie, and lastly she wore white thigh-high stockings that ended in heavy boots. Attitude and image were everything in the world of entertainment, and this beautiful presenter was not far behind with her youthful and outgoing image. And how could we not be shocked if the famous Issei Gremory showed off the day of her interview before starting the ratings games? Let's start. Once the show started, after the idol's words, right behind her, a recording of the star of the day was played with her on-air statement, which was the unmatched. Today before all of you, I, Issei Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan, want all who see this to witness the following. At this moment I make public my challenge to Issei Gremory, the leader of the underworld, so that we fight together with our entourages in a rating game where we will bet our dreams. As you heard, guys, for the first time in the history of the underworld, someone has had the guts to challenge our respected king, Issei Gremory. With great emotion the presenter raised her arms high after a photograph of the ruler of the underworld appeared behind her, causing the darkest and most perverse desires in the female audience whenever they saw him. It's a shame he already had several women with him who enjoyed him. Damn lucky ones. Is this stupidity or bravery? We don't know, but what is clear is that the challenge of the century is coming, my friends. In the background behind the idol, an image was present that highlighted the faces of Issei and Rias, to make it clear that they were the ones who were going to put on the show of the century, a fight between brothers for the fight of their dreams. And if we do a rematch, the Gremory heiress's chances of victory are very low, considering that she would not only face our king, but his entire team. Pass the list. To one side of the woman, a painting opened with the image of the brown-haired man and some of his girls who made up his entourage, the Demon King's entourage, the strongest in the underworld. First let's move on to our king's famous bishops. On one hand we have our princess, and the last to carry the genes of our former ruler, Yui Lucifer. She plays a supporting role in Issei-sama's team, and it's not for nothing that she's one of the strongest women in the underworld. Have you never seen her Meteor Symphony? Believe me, you will not receive it. And on the other hand there is the beautiful Irene Belsarion, a dragon classified according to the words of Issei-sama himself as a dragon queen. Boy, our king really likes queens. We enter with the famous Rook, and the only one at the moment in our lord's entourage, Kuroka Hellcat, a former SS-rank criminal from the underworld who was taken in by Issei-sama. This kitten may seem cute and tender, but it's best not to be taken lightly, because it's not for nothing that she was once one of the most wanted in the underworld. It's incredible that two humans can become so strong, but here's the proof that with work, dedication and a very good mentor you can go very high. Wave and Kurom, the knights of Issei-sama, highly loyal to their king, and according to his own words, the pair of swordsmen who are by the way a couple. They are even more expert and superior in swordsmanship than our great lord. Surprising. Coming to the finals, we have the women who have been the talk of the town lately in the underworld for their peculiar health conditions. We're talking about the famous Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat, and the beautiful and one of the last descendants of the Lucifuge lineage, Mirajine. Two women who fulfill the role of pawns, each carrying 4 evil pieces of Issei-sama and carrying with them an immeasurable magical power that would put their enemies in a bind. Unfortunately, or rather by medical orders, they too will be the only ones of the Gremory entourage not to participate in Issei Gremory's challenge, as they are both pregnant, carrying in their wombs the first heirs of our king. Cool. And last but not least, the strongest of the group, the kings. Isabella Osa, a beautiful demoness who is said to be one level above the mouse and below her partner, and the strongest of the team, and how could she not be, if it's about our Lord and Master, Issei Gremory. Just as the reunion of the members of the Demon Kings group ended, the idol who was presenting the show returned to the scene to continue with the program. Great fighters with many techniques, experiences and power that make them difficult opponents to overcome. Seeing this, was Issei Gremory aware of this when making the challenge? What do you think, friends? Leave it in the comments on the ACU Idol site. I am GREMORY, and this was the news of the moment from the underworld. Continuing with the program. Through a television located on one of the walls of the old building where the meetings of the Gremory heiresses group were held, in this room, the television that was broadcasting the underworld program was turned off, leaving its screen black, thanks to the remote control that rested in the delicate hands of a certain redhead. The declaration of war by Issei Gremory had been clear and put on the table. If she were asked what she was planning with all that, the answer would be somewhat sentimental, since it was mainly due to that, a complicated relationship between siblings not yet fully resolved. Unfortunately, it was something that Issei didn't talk much about with her friends, and currently it was these friends of hers and part of her family, who were looking at her in a bad way with a withering look for the live statement she had made a day ago in the interview with their people. At that moment, Issei remained self-conscious at her desk where she rested and hid a little from the cold gaze of her friends. Why were they like that? It's not like she had done anything wrong, or at least that's what she thought. But those gazes made her feel nervous and embarrassed. Can you stop looking at me like that? What else do you want us to do if you sold us to death, you damn redhead? At Rias's request, which was accompanied by good intentions and shyness on her part, the first of her friends to react was Akeno, who conveyed in her words her anger but also concern with what her friend wanted to do. Hey, more respect for your king. After her best friend's outburst, Ria stood up and hit her desk hard with both hands while glaring at the brunette who always got her out of her way. But well, she wouldn't be her best friend if she didn't. More respect for your king, Issei Gremory. I challenge you to a duel. I am Issei Gremory and I am stupid. Akeno began to repeat between mockery and a childish tone, simulating her friend's voice as best she could, only in a more shrill way. You'll pay for this, Himejima. Rias declared, very annoyed by her friend's jokes, being ready to jump to the other side of the table and beat her up. Maybe too much time with her older brother was making her act bad. Who cared? She just wanted to beat up that semi-fallen a little and see if she could get her brain working again. How was it possible that her best friend was after her older brother? Akeno definitely needed a good slap on the head to get her ideas right, and she was going to give it to her with much love and pleasure. Unfortunately for Rias, all progress was interrupted when the loud clash of palms was present in the room, which caught the attention of everyone present. And it was not that the Gremory group was the only one in the club room. Moving their gazes, Akeno and Rias found the source of the applause, being given by Mao Leviathan herself, who was present in the room in the company of her younger sister and her queen, who were resting next to her on the zone for alls in the room. Okay, calm down, okay. Serafall spoke, showing her charming and characteristic smile on her divine goddess face, although it would be more correct to say demon, but who cared? Once she clapped, Serafall, who was there as a visitor, stood up to calm the tempers that were rising in the room on the part of the redhead and black-haired girl. But Leviathan-sama, this woman. Why don't we let Rias explain to us why she made that challenge publicly? After the Mao's intervention, Akeno was going to protest her words but was again interrupted by the woman with pigtails who could not erase her beautiful smile from her face. Once Serafall made the suggestion that sounded more like an order, everyone present turned their gaze towards the redhead, and there they saw her. Rias at that moment had her face down, shadowed by her fine red hair, something that worried her friends to a certain extent and made Serafall remain calm while waiting for her little sister's explanation. Should I? Rias let out a whisper, showing a bit of nervousness in her voice. Why? Only if you want, Rias-chan. Serafall encouraged, letting out a soft voice that made the redhead feel more comfortable, because that was the point. If she didn't feel ready and confident, she couldn't do it. Nodding slowly, Rias let out a sigh as she raised her gaze, and as she did, the boys let out a loud breath as they saw the state of their mistress, as thin rivers of water fell down her delicate cheeks, trailing across her skin as she simply smiled at the sight. Madam President. Each of her friends expressed their astonishment, as it was not common to see their mistress in such a vulnerable state. This is my last chance to achieve what I so long for. Rias began to say softly as she wiped away her treacherous tears. Damn those emotions, always acting up when she least wanted them to. What do you mean? The question was thrown by Sona, who from her seat on the couch looked expectantly at her friend, rival. For a few seconds, Rias remained silent, searching within herself for the best words that could express her feelings and dreams, and after a certain period of time, she opened her delicate lips, letting out her melodious voice. Gremory, you don't know how hard and heavy it is to carry that surname in your name, a simple name but one that represents a great man who imposed terror and order in this chaotic world, bringing peace and destruction in his wake, a man who is loved and hated by many. But more than anything, the name, Gremory, far from representing my clan, has always been used to refer to Issei Gremory, my older brother. Rias began to tell her story while leaning on her desk with her elbows and her face in her hands, showing at the time a look full of sadness. Well, that was something that had always tormented her since she was a child, not being able to carry the weight of her last name with her. And it was no wonder. Having a brother is one of the most beautiful gifts that life can give us. You create an indestructible bond with a person that goes beyond blood. You know that you have at your side an older brother, a younger brother or a twin who will always be faithful to you and will never leave you alone. Well, she didn't just have one brother but two, and they were extremely powerful and respected, very different from what she was, and that made her feel miserable. And that was something that the redhead's friends noticed when they saw the falling moods in her eyes. My brother, he has marked the history of this world and has made a legacy for his people, because without him, or his actions, the underworld of today would not be the same. Rias. Seeing that while she was talking, her friend looked sad even if she was faking a smile. Akeno saw that she felt like crying and also that she was keeping many emotions inside her, all being directed towards one person. Or isn't that true, Serafall Ne-san? You better than anyone can tell us what the underworld was like before. Well, my brother did what he did. Rias said, smiling but sadly as she looked at the black-haired girl with pigtails who until now had remained silent, just watching her. After the words of the Gremory heiress, everyone else also turned their gaze towards the Mao, who smiled somewhat bitterly, now being the one who had everyone's attention. Far from being a nice place to live, it was a kill or be killed place where the weak had no place but to be trampled by the stronger. Bloodline unions were very important, and so they didn't care about the opinions of those involved. A case of this would be Issei, Marajin and Yui. Oni-san, what do you mean? Sona asked doubtfully at the revelation, unknown to many, including her, because at that moment even Rias had been surprised by the fact that her older brother was in the same circumstances as her with the forced marriage. It's normal that they don't know, but in the past when we were children of about 9 years old, Yui's father, Lucifer, he forcibly engaged his daughter and the eldest of the Lucifuge to Issei, in order to guarantee better genes and descendants with the union of their blood. She explained a little about the Serafall topic, remembering her and her friends' past in those times where the original Maos had not yet fallen prey to her boyfriend, those times when Issei was dark with his ideals and actions. That's it, what a despicable man. Tsubaki blurted out in a gesture of displeasure towards the father of the princess of the underworld. Compromising your own daughter at the expense of her decisions and opinions was already a despicable act. But they say that a father is not the one who gets her pregnant. A father is not the one who had sex and just sat back to watch the baby grow. No, the job of a father goes beyond spending a weekend, paying a certain monthly amount, beyond having a woman as a trophy who raises her baby alone, because if you don't contribute with education, time, understanding, values and more, then you're not doing anything. Many times the father becomes the one who does not get her pregnant. The one who knew how to give her everything that the biological father should have been responsible for and was not. But Lucifer was neither of the two good examples. Rather, he was a guy who just by pursuing his ideals and evil desires condemned his family to misfortune. The proof of this was in what the history books did not tell children in the underworld by decree of Issei when he saw that it was something unnecessary to know. It was about Lilith, the woman known as the initial mother of all demons, and wife of Lucifer, and what the historical books did not tell about her was that she was murdered by her own husband in a brutal way once she was found in her room having sexual relations with one of her husband's commander. The reason her death was erased from demonic history was because Yui had altered history so as not to stain her family any further than it already was. So the true story of Lilith's death ended up being forgotten and remembered only by a few people that could be counted on the fingers of one hand. But why am I telling you all this? Well, only Yui knew something about her mother's infidelity after having witnessed her father kill her in person, and in the end Lilith had done what she did out of simple spite after finding out that her husband and the Mao Leviathan, a trusted friend, were in a relationship as lovers. Maybe, if Lucifer had been a better husband and father, his fate would not have been to die at the hands of Issei Gremory. But in the end nothing could be changed. Lilith and Lucifer were dead, and their children ended up taking different paths. Yui the one of light and Rezavim the one of darkness. Yes, but thanks to that Issei met Mirajin and Yui, so in the end it wasn't so bad. What I was getting at with all this is that the underworld before and now are very different. Before, even children could not go out to play freely, because the war of the three biblical factions was present, so the children could not waste their time on such things because they were on the list of enlisted in the army. But today you can see children running freely in Lilith Square. Serafall finished by smiling as she thought about what her beloved had achieved with his ascension to the throne of the underworld. Thanks to the beautiful Mao's smile, many of those present were influenced by it, as well as by her words. So in the end, Issei-sama's actions were beneficial, right? Tsubaki expressed in doubt, adjusting her glasses that made her beautiful heterochromatic eyes look a bit strange. Somehow, yes. Serafall replied with a tense smile, because although her beloved's actions had brought well-being to their home, not all of them had been beneficial. Proof of this was the incident against the Olympians where more was lost than was gained. It is true, Issei had won that fight, but everything has a price in this life. Once finished, everyone present turned their gaze back to where the Gremory heiress was so she could resume her explanation and tell them the reason for her decision to challenge her older brother. As I was saying, Onai-sama's actions and achievements make the Gremory surname a significant value for those who carry it, and how could it not be? Being related to Issei Gremory would be great, right? Or at least it seems that way when you are not their shadow. My two brothers are extremely powerful, and I, who am currently the heiress of the Gremory clan, and the only daughter of Zeoticus Gremory and Venelana Bale, am a complete disgrace to the Gremory family name. A tear fell from Rias's eyes and traced its way down her pale cheek. Seeing herself in that state, the redhead clenched her fists tightly while biting her lips so as not to let her sadness escape in front of her friends. But it was hard. Being the weak one in the family was not nice for her. You're not Rias-chan. It was then that Rias felt warm arms pulling her body to the side, where she ended up resting her face on the Mao Leviathan's chest, the latter being the one who had moved to her spot upon seeing that she was about to collapse. I don't know if you say this out of pity or compassion, but I know it's a truth that can't be denied. The redhead let out in a whisper as she listened to the heartbeat of the matriarch of her older brother's harem, as well as feeling her caresses on her hair, something that worked to calm her down. Rias. I couldn't get out of my commitment to Riser, and while I was in the duel at the end I almost died if it weren't for Ascalon's intervention. Just as she was about to speak, Rias stopped Serafall as she remembered the defeats of her past, as well as looking to her side where Ascalon currently rested on her desk. What was he doing there? Well, it turns out that Issei had forgotten to take it when he left the world, so it had remained at home until a certain mischievous woman with crimson red hair, wanting to have something that would keep her close to her brother in his absence, took advantage of the fact that Ascalon didn't hurt her if she carried it, and had taken it with her to the club. And not only that, I always tend to be overconfident, and that's why a renegade almost crushed me once. And what happened? The little princess had to be saved by her brother. Kokabule appeared, and again the same thing. Rias being saved by her brother. Do I always have to be rescued? Can I fight for myself? After Rias' words, her friends remained silent, feeling guilty for having judged her without knowing what had led her to make that decision. Now everything was clear. The pressure and helplessness of reaching her brothers had driven her mistress to a dead end where the only thing left for her was to demonstrate her will and power in the only way that exists for the brave, facing the problems head-on without taking a step back. They all felt bad. It's true that they were scared, and who wouldn't be? Facing the Demon King and his group sounded like suicide, but had Rias made excuses when she welcomed them into her family and helped with their problems even if they didn't want her to get involved? She was always there for them, offering her friendship and protection, and how were they repaying her? Not by supporting her in her dream. Rias, we all make mistakes, we all have difficulties, and we even regret things from the past. But you are not your mistakes, nor your problems, and you are here with the power to change your day and your future. Those were the comforting words that left Serafall's lips as she caressed the woman's head on her chest, something Rias smiled at before breaking away from the Mao's embrace to regain her composure. They asked me why I did that challenge. Well, I'll tell you. Taking a breath, Rias looked at all of her friends this time, showing a more confident smile and a look full of conviction to reveal the following. My two brothers are amazing and powerful, and I feel very proud to be their family, their sister. But I also want them to be proud of me. I want to get out of their shadow and be with them, walk beside them instead of standing behind them. I want to be recognized and respected like my brothers, and I also want them to be proud of me. But above all, what I want most in this world and dream of is to be recognized, loved and accepted by my older brother. Rias began to say with feelings present as she stared at her brother's sword on her desk. It was true, ever since she could remember she had always dreamed of meeting her older brother when he was absent, and now that she does, she firmly wishes to be able to live up to his expectations and gain his appreciation. The little sister who idolizes her older brother, Issei-sama, is a role model of yours, right? Was the question that came from Yuma, accompanied by a beautiful, understanding smile from the fallen. She is a friend, and that is why one of my dreams and goals is to be accepted by him, and for him to recognize me as his sister. But as you have seen, it has not been an easy task to accomplish, or at least not until now. After finishing her words, Rias remembered for a few moments the last words said by her brother the day she had to fight him on her last day of training for a month, where she ended up losing the fight but gaining a great life lesson. Go on, your master has approved you, but your path is not yet over. Life is ahead of you, so more arduous tests await you. Have confidence in yourself, I know you can do it, and now let me talk to you not as your master, but as your brother. Not everything is about magic power, but I know how you feel, your desire to win. Age or experience have nothing to do with it. You see, I'm the same. I don't want to lose against you, that's why I'll fight you again whenever you want. Go ahead and become a supreme class great demoness. Rias. She could still remember it. After those words, the only thing she could do at that moment was cry like a little girl, moved by her brother's words but also by the fact that she was close to getting what she longed for. But something was still missing, something that he still did not know how to get or achieve, but apparently was inside him, in an unexplored area of his being that had not yet emerged. Since Issei met her and interacted with her, he had told her that to be at her level and gain her recognition she had to wake up, a term that can have many variables of meaning, but in Ria's case it only applied to one thing: awakening her true potential. Today has shown that you are close to achieving your dream. During this month I gave you what you needed to move forward, now it all depends on you. I will be there watching you grow, and when the day comes when you show me your awakening, you will get what you have always wanted. This duel, this challenge, is my one and only chance to show Onai-sama what I'm made of. Rias said with determination and firmness, looking at all her friends, who were looking back at her. I'm not asking you to fight by my side, because even I'm afraid of facing Issei Gremory and his group, but if I let myself be overcome by fear I'll never be able to advance. That's why this fight isn't yours, it's mine, so if you want to abandon it there won't be any problem with. You are such an idiot. As she spoke, Rias came to the realization that she couldn't endanger her friends when the problem was hers, but Akeno's interruption was accompanied by a mocking laugh from the latter as she looked at her. Akeno. Rias expressed confusion by her best friend's words, although also a little upset by the insult to her person, but well, that's how they were. Guys, who are we? At the question of the beautiful priestess of lightning, all of her friends stepped forward with a decisive smile on their faces before giving their answer in a loud shout. We are Issei Gremory's entree. They each shouted in great astonishment to their mistress, as they were practically saying that they would support her in her fight. You heard us, my friend, we are your entourage, your friends. You gave us a new life and for that we will always be grateful. Our power is at your disposal, so let's face your brother together and achieve victory. Akeno finished saying, convinced by her words as were the rest of her friends, and who knows, maybe that would be a story to tell her children in the future when Issei takes her as his wife. Akeno. Rias let out happily, feeling the urge to cry for her friend's support. President, I am your sword and shield for every battle you fight. Kiba. These were the words of the Gremory Knight that caused a commotion in the redhead, and after these came the others from her friends. I will help Riasne-san defeat Oni-san. Koneko. Drake and I will do our best, President, right buddy? Fighting Gremory again, I want to see that. Murayama. I will cut and burn all the challenges that are shown to us in the duel. Keitase. I may not be very good at fighting, but I'll help you in any way I can. Asuya. The time has come to put Penamian-sensei's teachings into practice. Yuma. Maybe I'm a little scared, but I'll do my best. Gasper. As she finished the words of support and encouragement from all her friends, Rias couldn't help but shed a tear as she smiled. They were all definitely crazy, but so was she, and that's perhaps why they were good friends, a good team. Guys. Slowly and under the gaze of everyone present, Rias stood up next to Serafall, then looked at her team with the decision to pursue her dream firmly engraved in her gaze. "Let's win together." "Yes, Madam President." After Rias's cry of encouragement, all her friends gave a unanimous cry supporting her and being 100% sure to accompany her on the path she wanted to follow. They were her friends and team, and her place was where her king was. At the end of the day, that was what it was about, because a true king or leader is one who not only conquers territories and is filled with power, but one who has also conquered the spirit of all those who fight by his side and accompanies them in battle, and his people faithfully followed the path that their king decided was best, helping him achieve victory as one. After a few minutes, the celebration and the mood were present in the members of the Gremory group. Unfortunately for all of them, the excitement lasted little when a certain black-haired woman chose to speak and remind them of the important events that were approaching and to which they should pay attention. "I remind you that you must first concentrate on your confrontation against Diodora Astaroth." These were the harsh words that came from Sona, as she settled into her seat and completely ignored her sister's attempts to get her attention. "True, I had forgotten." Rias responded by hitting her head with her left hand, as well as sticking out her tongue in a gesture of clumsiness. "You're just like him." It crossed Sona's mind to see similarities in her friend's behavior with that of her sister's boyfriend and love interest, but, after all, they were brothers and came from the same mother, so it was not surprising that stupidity was inherited. "When was the duel?" Rias asked in doubt, her delicate fingers poking the corners of her lips as she tried to remember that information. "Tomorrow." Fortunately for her, Tsubaki took the trouble to remind her of that important fact. "Wait a minute, did he say tomorrow?" Just hearing that caused all the members of the Gremory group without exception to be astonished, but it also caused them to relax afterwards as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Strange. "Well, I don't think it will be that difficult. Besides, we are already prepared for the duel with our training, so for today we can rest until tomorrow comes." Rias encouraged her friends, receiving various feelings with their heads, very different from the dead looks that the heiress Citri and her queen gave her. What a mentality. That attitude is so Issei-like. Sona's thoughts were right. Perhaps during training Rias had not only learned what the brunette had taught her but also his bad habits. "Hey, wouldn't you like some tea?" Akeno's proposal made everyone present nod happily, so the Gremory queen headed towards the club's small office where all the food souvenirs were stored. Only a couple of minutes passed before the beautiful Semi-Fallen returned, pushing a small cart that carried a jar of tea with several glass cups around it, not forgetting of course some small snacks as a side dish. One by one Akeno handed out the snacks like any good waitress, being the last one to be handed to the Mao Leviathan, who was standing in the window frame looking out of the building. "Leviathan-sama, would you like some?" The question asked by Akeno ended up bringing the beautiful woman out of her reverie, as she was apparently thinking about something. "Oh sure, why not?" Serafall responded with her characteristic humor and cheerful mood, but it was something that did not entirely convince those present, because far from looking like she used to, many noticed that she was a little tense but above all sad and worried. "Oni-san, are you okay?" Sona asked, worried about her sister's condition, because even though she tried hard not to show it, the truth is that she was not the Serafall she always was, or at least not at that moment. Yeah, it's just that, well," the brunette began to say between ramblings, not finding the best way to describe what she felt, since it was all due to. "It's about Issei, right?" Maybe she was a little surprised, but Serafall couldn't deny that Tsubaki's deduction was wrong because her mood was due to her boyfriend, but mainly to his absence. "Maybe," the Mao whispered as she took a small sip of her drink, feeling it slowly pass down her throat, leaving a hot trail in the process, all while her mind was directed at her boyfriend and everything that involved him. 3,000 years ago Issei had disappeared without a trace. Then he came back after so many years. But, it's just that I don't like being without him for a long time," Serafall began to say, looking a little sad as she spoke, and it was no wonder, since not only her but her harem sisters were also greatly affected when their man was not present. Since that fateful day when Issei had left without giving any explanation to an unknown place, it took exactly 3,000 difficult years of waiting for all of them before seeing him again. Years in which sadness and fear of not seeing him again were the bread and butter of every day, and above all years in which hope threatened to die but they did not allow it. For that reason, since his return, all of them always tried to at least spend a few seconds with him to forget the sadness they once felt with his absence, and that was why all of them had somehow developed a small trauma, and thanks to that trauma, none of them liked being away from Issei, or rather none of them liked him going to a faraway place because they feared that it would take another long years to see him again. Oni-san. Sona let out in a whisper as she watched her sister and her emotional ramblings. It may sound crazy considering that he's only been out of this world for a day, but I miss him. And not just me, the girls too, but they get distracted by their activities like Gabriel, Penamune and Yui who are currently working. As for Chisato, Tiamat and Marajin, those three were going to receive an important person. Now that I remember it, I must go to that meeting too. Serafall began to say a little more relaxed as she remembered the last thing about the unexpected visitor that would arrive today at the underworld and deserved her presence. Leviathan-sama, you are very much in love with Issei-sama, aren't you? Tsubaki's innocent and curious question made the Mao let out a small laugh as she showed a dreamy look. Hee, am I in love with him? I don't even need to say it, my eyes have reflected it, and my being has confirmed it. I wake up only to dream of him. I walk on his footprints and discover another world on his skin. I could list his virtues, thus overshadowing all your defects, but it is not necessary to describe him because for me he is already perfect. I write on his lips a kiss called love. Then I glaze his waist with the caresses of my hands. Maybe she had gotten carried away by her feelings and hadn't measured her words well. The proof of this was when Serafall noticed how the girls' faces were noticeably blushing at her words and how the only two boys present seemed a little uncomfortable by them. Yes, it was a mistake, but they couldn't blame the heart of a woman super in love with her man. I'm going to love him until the end of my days. I want to discover his chest, leave my nectar on his lips. I die for him, to be reborn. His body is a work of art, and he is my most beautiful inspiration. His soul always comes to me to give me better moments. He erased the word, sad, from me and brought me joy as an answer. That's why I'm in love with all my heart with Issei Gremory. I truly love him. She ended up saying Serafall, not caring if they thought she was crazy, because that was what she was, a woman madly in love with Issei Gremory. The smile on her face was proof that she wasn't lying and the cute little pink pimple on her cheeks was proof of her feelings. Serafall-sama, you care a lot about my brother, don't you? Rias asked, moved by the brunette's words, something that didn't stop her from thinking that Issei had a very good woman by his side who always helped him to be better with each day. With her question thrown, the redhead noticed how the Mao Leviathan was still smiling but at the same time showed in her smile a certain sadness that did not go well with the image she wanted to give. I do it, huh? Serafall weakly let out as she looked at the ground for no reason thinking about the love of her life. Something that did not go unnoticed by those present when they saw her changing state but always showing sadness. Their actions, their way of life, everything. Oni-san. As she spoke without coming up with anything in particular, Serafall heard her sister calling her, her voice expressing concern for her. You know, sometimes I think that demons like Marajin, Yui, Isabella and I have a limited lifespan of about 10,000 years. The same goes for angels like Gabriel and Penamune. Unlike other races that have long lives, all dragons have an unlimited lifespan, as they don't age after reaching maturity, and will only die if killed, so Irene and Tiamat are saved at that point. Serafall began to say, showing bitterness and displeasure at that truth that could not be denied, because even supernatural beings like them had their own life limit. Serafall. And not to mention a deity like Chisato, whose lifespan is in a way unlimited. Oni-san. Seeing that they were getting into a delicate subject for the Mao, Rias tried to intervene but she continued anyway, something that only worried her younger sister more and more. But what about Issei? Just like Irene, Tiamat and Chisato, Issei will live forever, because I am sure and convinced that his peculiar change into a dragon has more background than what is seen. As she spoke, everyone present witnessed how Serafall, a cheerful and energetic woman, began to shed small tears while holding her chest tightly. He will live forever and see everyone he knows die, leaving only Tiamat and Irene with him if nothing bad happens to them, and if that were the case he would only have Chisato for all eternity. I've always been worried about that scenario. Issei has always been a man very dependent on something, his partners, family, but above all, on me. What will become of him when I'm no longer alive? Before she could even continue, Serafall took a small breath as she tried to calm her treacherous emotions that made her look vulnerable. But it was difficult, because her words were full of truth. No one in this life is eternal or good, not like Chisato and apparently her partner, and that was something that had always worried her. It was no secret to anyone that she, Serafall Citri, was a very important person to Issei Gremory. She was the only one who could control his anger in an immediate way because within his darkness, she was the light that illuminated him. But what would happen when the light went out? She was not eternal, and the day would come when old age would reach her, and she would have to leave this world. what would become of Issei without her? That had always been a question that tormented her. That's why I always try to make his life less burdensome, so that he can experience and live to the fullest with those around him and make memories that stay engraved in his heart. Now that I think about it, maybe that's why the girls and I don't have a limit on partners for him, because we all know that one day we will have to leave this world and that he will be left alone. Maybe that's why we all want to bring his children into the world, so that at least a part of us lives with him in his eternal life when we are no longer here. But even if we die, he'll take us with him. He's our Grim Reaper. I know he'll take me too when my time comes, but what about him? What about Issei? Who'll keep his soul? Serafall finished by saying through tears everyone saw as she wiped them away as she took a deep breath. Look, making me cry when you're not here is already a lot. You'll pay for this when you come back, you big idiot, my idiot. The Mao thought, showing a small smile that spread across the corner of her lips as the image of her boyfriend appeared in her mind. Oni-san. Calm down, Sona, it was just Once Sona tried to get her sister's attention, even getting up to go with her and give her support. Serafall interrupted her, but she was also interrupted when a certain vibration was present in her body, more specifically in her hips. So curious, the Mao brought her right hand to said part of her body under the silent gaze of the young people. Later, she took out her mobile phone from her skirt, which had the words, "Incoming call from Mirajin," written on its screen, so she decided to take the call and brought the phone to her ear to see what her friend needed. "Hello? May I know where the hell are you, you damn big-breasted loli?" If you asked Serafall if she expected those words from her friend, she would obviously say no, proof of which was the comical expression of pain she made when her poor eardrums were prey to the furious woman's scream. Don't yell at me, look," Serafall complained, rubbing her affected ear, who had her answering calls, and she had done it with all the intention in the world. "How do you want me not to? Wait, Tiamat wants to talk." Well, at least I got rid of the crazy girl. Or at least that was what Serafall thought when she brought her ear closer to the electronic device again, a big mistake. "Serafall Citri, you better come to my teacher's office immediately, or else I'll tell him about that damn program you created in his image. Did you listen to me, you wretch woman?" Okay, I didn't expect that one, so Serafall ended up receiving the full force of the loud scream of the furious dragon, or as she would call her at that moment, the second crazy one. Boy, being pregnant was bad for their character. Ahem. Fortunately for the beautiful brunette who was rubbing her poor affected ear and was now afraid to bring the phone close to it again, Serafall managed to hear a softer and mostly calm voice coming out of the device, very different from the crazy duo she had as friends, and thanks to Elohim, the new voice coming out of the microphone turned out to be Chisato's. "Serafall, what the girls mean is that the Norse god is about to arrive, and we need your presence to receive him, since you are the one who organized this whole meeting and a possible alliance with the Asgardian world," she reported on the call Chisato from the other side of the line, where Serafall could hear Mirajin and Tiamat's complaints against the brunette in the distance. "I see, but why are Tiamat and Mirajin annoying?" "Well, it all comes down to the fact that they miss Issei." "I see." Serafall let out a little nervous at her friend's words. Pregnancy definitely changed you, and for temperamental women like Mirajin and Tiamat it brought out their dominant personalities. "Per you, my love, the one waiting for you when you return." The Mao thought about it, feeling sorry for Issei since he was the one who had to endure everything that came with living with two pregnant women, especially if he was the father of their babies. "I'll go there immediately, Chisato, see you there." Okay, so, Tiamat stopped destroying the damn room. Mirajin stopped crying. "Damn it, it's like taking care of two little girls. Come quickly, friend, I'll hang up before those two do something stupid." Ending the call, Serafall let out a sigh without noticing that all the boys around her who had heard her conversation with the dimensional goddess had several drops of sweat running down the backs of their necks. Boy, the women of Issei Gremory were special. "Oni-san, is everything okay? If not, don't worry." At her little sister's question, Serafall turned to the young people, this time showing herself as usual. "Because Chisato-ne-san said that the Asgardian god would arrive. Is there anything we don't know?" Rias asked, confused, to which the brunette thought for a few moments about revealing that information to them. Oh well, sooner or later they were going to find out. In short, Mirajin and I had been working for some time on economic treaties and alliances with the Asgardian and yokai factions. Their leaders had been waiting for a response. But in the end everything turned out well, I suppose. Incredible. The boys all expressed their feelings about the shocking revelation of the Mao Leviathan, If the fact that the biblical alliance existed was already impressive, now that it was expanding to new supernatural realms it was admirable. I believe so, but no treaty has been signed yet, not until the leaders speak personally with Issei. But he's not here right now. Once finished, Serafall went to see Tsubaki as she was the one who had spoken after her. Yes, Odin was supposed to arrive in a week, but it seems he arrived early. Now it's my turn to receive him, while Issei is absent, but it won't be for long. As I understand from Chisato, he will arrive tomorrow. I just hope Odin doesn't mind the delay. And the yokai Oni-san, when? Sona asked after her sister finished speaking, wanting to know more about the topic regarding her faction and the new treaties she wanted to achieve. Oh, if I remember correctly, your academy organizes a trip for second graders every year, right? Yes, it is Oni-san, this year it will be in. Seeing her sister's intentions, Sona was stunned once she realized where she was going with this. Kyoto. That day Issei will personally go with the second graders as a master, but it will only be an apology for him to meet with the ruler of Kyoto and discuss the alliance. I see. After Serafall's revelation, her younger sister could only nod in understanding at the information. At the same time she began to think that she had to create credible permissions for Professor Issei Gremory to resume his lessons that day. Well, I have to go now, bye. Serafall said goodbye when she saw that she was late for her commitment, so she quickly left the room using a magic circle, but not before saying goodbye to all the young people with her hand, and in the case of her younger sister a kiss thrown into the air that Sona dodged to her horror. But she would see. One day she would have her all to herself, where she would fulfill a fantasy of hers, which was to have her younger sister and her man in the same bed, the two of them just for her and her lustful desires. After the departure of the Malleviathan, the club room remained silent for a few seconds as many of those present were surprised by the revelation of the possible new alliances. Wow, I'm not very knowledgeable on these issues, but the biblical alliance is gaining strength. If it is possible to include the Nordic and yokai factions, well, Yuma began to say, not finding the words that would express what he wanted to convey. This only shows that the world is changing and so are its inhabitants. Far from living in isolation and conflict, the best thing is to create bonds of friendship. Sona spoke, appearing serious but also surprised by the things that were about to come into their lives. The ruler of Kyoto is a woman, right? Kate asked doubtfully, catching everyone's attention with her strange question. According to reports and stories, yes, why do you ask? Tsubaki answered the pink-haired girl's question, appearing surprised to see her start to laugh secretly. I just thought maybe the president would have a new older sister. Thanks to those words from the bearer of Führerschwert, everyone present except the redhead sitting on the desk in the room let out a couple of laughs, fully understanding the implications of those words. Hey, Anasama is not a Casanova, rather he is a lucky idiot who effortlessly conquers the hearts of women. The words in defense of Rias, far from stopping the boys' fun, only increased their laughter, something she couldn't help but join in with. You know, I wonder what he's doing right now. Who knows, friend, probably getting into trouble as usual. At Akeno's question, who seemed dreamy thinking about her future husband and father of her 10 children, Rias answered as best she could, but even she wanted to know what her brother was doing at that moment. It was then that everyone's attention was caught once Sona got up from her seat followed by Tsubaki. Was she going somewhere? Well, I guess we'll talk later. After the words of the Citri heiress, the Gremory group looked surprised, and even more so when they saw her leave towards the doors of the hall that led outside. Are you going somewhere, Sona? Rias's question was answered when Sona slowly turned towards her while keeping one of her eyebrows raised. It's 12 o'clock noon, the break is almost over and we must return to our regular classes. That revelation from the brunette fell like a bucket of water for many, since they had completely forgotten that their school days had not yet come to an end. Ugh, I had forgotten about that. Damn academy. From her seat, Murayama seemed depressed by this revelation, very different from Yuma, who only silently cursed his fate, strongly wishing that something would come and destroy the academy so he would not have to attend it anymore. If you don't hurry up, you'll be late, and I assure you that I won't turn a blind eye to that again. These were the last words spoken by Sona before leaving the club with Tsubaki, leaving behind many long faces. Damn school president. Rias muttered resentfully towards her friend as she watched the doors of her club close. But nothing could be done now. Slowly and with little encouragement, all the members of the Gremory group collected their belongings before preparing to leave the club to go to their respective lessons and not receive late marks from the teachers on their student records. The last to leave and who remained a few seconds in the doorway was Rias, who with several feelings present turned around smiling and looked at the painting of her older brother located above her desk on the wall. No matter how much you irritate me, how much we fight or how annoying you can be, I love you with all my heart. You are a rare specimen on this planet, but that is what makes you special. It would be boring to have a normal brother. See you, Anasama. I love you so much. These were the last words Rias let out before saying goodbye to her brother with a smile and closing the doors of the club, leaving it abandoned until classes ended and she had to return to it again. Underworld. Issei's office. In this workplace of the king of the underworld, one could see in the room the presence of 3 beautiful women who were performing different actions and were in different ways. Because lying on the desk in the room was Chisato, completely disheveled and panting. What had happened? Well, it was all due to certain women who were sitting on the sofas in the room and who were enjoying a delicious ice cream dessert between laughs and sighs just like little girls, to the stress of the goddess who wanted to kill that pair of troublemakers after having to calm them down in their senseless anger, which ended badly for her and her appearance. Ugh, who would have thought that taking care of 2 pregnant women would be so problematic? Chisato's complaint came from the desk, where she was lying down totally tired, something incredible considering that her energies should be infinite. You're exaggerating a lot, my friend. Yeah, it's not that bad. Mirajin and Tiamat's words, far from making the brunette feel better, only made her angrier, because thanks to them she was feeling bad and had a headache because of them, all because of her bad behavior and tantrums when Issei was not present to pamper them. And as if it were a horror movie, Chisato slowly began to stand up on the table until she was sitting at the edge of it, where she looked at her 2 friends with a beautiful smile, but with a tick in her right eye and a prominent sign on her forehead. It's not that bad, they destroyed the whole damn room. Indeed, just as Chisato said, what was once Issei Gremory's tidy and clean office was now the sad memory of what once existed when it had fallen prey to the fury of the 2 women on the couch, leaving everything in tatters. The furniture was smashed, books and documents scattered everywhere on the floor, walls were burned and scratched, and the peculiar characteristic that there was no roof at all, just a huge flaming hole. Definitely if Issei were to see that, he would have a heart attack seeing his work torn to shreds. Just use one of your many skills and fix it. Mirajane spoke without giving much importance to the matter as she looked up at several birds flying through the sky. At least now the room had a good view of the sky. That was good, right? You are the most broken existence that can exist. Or are you going to tell me that you can't do something as simple as cleaning? Tiamat refuted after finishing her dessert and placing the glass cup on the small table in front of her, a table that ended up collapsing like glass to her amazement. Seeing how carefree her friends were being and also the fact that they didn't plan on taking responsibility for their actions, Chisato let out a deep sigh as she rubbed her forehead. How much she wanted to hit those 2, but they were pregnant, and she couldn't do it much to her chagrin. You guys, Issei really needs to stop spoiling you so much. Seeing that she wouldn't get anywhere dealing with the 2 future mothers, Chisato looked up, this time more relaxed. After that she raised her left hand and with a simple snap of her fingers, in a matter of seconds the room began to restore itself to how it was from a cliff, which earned her the applause of Tiamat and Mirajin directed at the brunette, but far from making her feel happy it was quite the opposite. Just seeing that behavior on their part made Chisato lose her temper more and more, and just when she was going to scold them as if they were children, at that moment a magic circle with the Citri clan insignia appeared in the center of the room, from which Serafall appeared seconds later, to the brunette's relief. I'm late. I'd say just in time. At Serafall's question, the first to answer turned out to be Mirajin, and it was there that the brunette noticed how her friend looked towards the door of the room that turned out to be the origin of a singular soft knock on it, implying that someone was knocking. Slowly and under the gaze of the 4 girls the doors opened, revealing a woman from the staff of the building they were in. Sorry for the inconvenience, but there is an older man and a young woman who say they have a scheduled appointment with Issei-sama. Those words from the demoness caused the girls to look at each other, and also made them understand who that woman was referring to with visitors looking for her boyfriend. Let them in, Serafall ordered seriously, to which the woman responded with a slight nod of her head before leaving the room, leaving the 4 beautiful women immersed in silence for a few seconds. Tiamat, Mirajin, you better behave yourselves. Serafall's threat to her friends only made them groan and pout at being treated like children. They had just destroyed the room and that was it. It's not like it was the end of the world just because of that. Yes, Mom. That response from the dragon and demon caused Chisato to let out a small laugh and Serafall to just snort at her friend's antics. Boy, Issei's presence was missed by those 2. By the way, where's Kuroka? Isn't she supposed to be Issei's secretary? The Leviathan asked as he turned his face until he looked the beauty directly in the eyes. Didn't I tell you, she, Valerie, and Lavinia went with Issei-kun, Irene, and Isabella on their trip, although of course, it wasn't something our boyfriend approved of. I see. Serafall whispered at her friend's response. It was then that the doors rang again, but this time it wasn't the staff but rather those who had come to see Issei Gremory. The doors opened slowly, drawing the attention of the four women as they watched an old man with long gray hair and a matching beard enter the room. He wore a gold and white monocle over his left eye, without the addition of the chain, and also wore a tunic, which is short and blue with a gold lining at the top and bottom of the collar. Next to this man came a beautiful young woman with long, straight silver hair and aqua-colored eyes, and she looked like she was in her teens. Lastly, her attire consisted of a simple business suit. After the arrival of these two beings, the girls straightened up from their positions, and Tiamat and Mirajine, being the most problematic at the moment due to their special states, chose to behave as they should so as not to put the name of their king and father of their daughters in bad shape. So each of the girls positioned herself in front of the newcomers to welcome them. Good afternoon, it is a pleasure to greet you and finally meet you, Odin-sama. The cordial greeting came from Serafall, being the representative, for the moment in the absence of her boyfriend, as well as the one in charge of today's meeting. After her greeting, the visiting deity in her lands caressed his long beard while looking at all of them and their breasts. Not bad, actually. Odin-sama. Faced with the old man's brazen comment upon seeing the voluptuous female bodies that were shown to him in front of him, this man received a strong blow to his head that almost sent him crashing to the ground, thanks to his companion being the one who had hit him. Do not be rude, Odin-sama. Do not put the name of Valhalla in a bad light. The silver-haired woman scolded the old man, while looking at him seriously for daring to look indecently at the women present. Damn, you're always strict. That's why you can't make any of our heroes yours. Those words from the old man to the woman were like a bullet to her heart, since from one moment to the next the silver-haired beauty collapsed on the ground while crying. Seeing that, neither Serafall nor her friends knew how to react to that unexpected turn of events. Now everyone knows that I'm the only Valkyrie who doesn't have a boyfriend. That's what the silver-haired woman said as she cried profusely on the ground. She's my companion. Her name is Rosweiss. She's nice but a bit strict. She can't get a boyfriend either. Odin introduced his attendant to the women who welcomed them without waiting for his attendant to quickly wake up from her sleep, dying of shame. Odin-sama. The Valkyrie scolded her harshly, blushing and with her eyes full of tears, much to the girls' delight when they saw the spectacle those two were putting on. Hee, well, Leviathan, I came because of your invitation. A little earlier than expected, isn't it? But I guess there's nothing more to be done. Let me introduce you to Chisato, Mirajine and Tiamat. Deciding to put aside his companion's problems, the Norse god went on to talk to the brunette, to which she responded happily, even introducing her friends, pointing at each one as she named them. It's a pleasure to meet and see such beautiful women. Odin spoke cordially and respectfully while giving a small bow to Issei's women, so he could be a good guy if he wanted to. Thanks for the compliment, and it is a pleasure too. The girls greeted each other in a friendly manner while also making a small bow to the deity. It was at that moment when they were resuming their initial posture that Chisato noticed a strange movement in the woman called Rosweiss, as she looked from time to time in all directions in the room searching for something strange. Excuse me, Rosweiss, right? Are you looking for something? At the brunette's question, the young Valkyrie was a little startled, not expecting to be noticed, so she got a little nervous. And no, it's just, well, me. Rosweiss began to say between murmurs that only made her feel sorry for not being able to speak properly. Haha, are you looking for your hero? It's not that. Hero. After Odin mocked his companion and her nervous reaction, the girls seemed confused by those words, which caught the attention of the visiting god. Oh well, it's just that this young lady is an admirer of that man. Who is it? Just as Tiamat was about to ask more about the subject, she was interrupted by Odin when he started looking around the room looking for something, or rather someone. Speaking of him, where is he? I mean the famous Issei Gremory. I thought I would have my meeting with him. At Odin's question, the girls couldn't help but smile a little nervously, because they couldn't tell him that her boyfriend was on a mission outside of their dimensional plane. They would be taken for crazy people and would reveal things that Issei would dislike, defaming them. You see, Odin-sama, Issei is currently out of the underworld attending to certain responsibilities that will keep him busy for the rest of the day. But apparently he will return tomorrow, so I hoped you wouldn't mind waiting a little longer before meeting him. Serafall began to explain, lying a little in the process regarding her man's whereabouts, but not the fact that he would be absent tomorrow, since according to Chisato's words, Issei would return the next day. I see. Odin said a little disappointed and discouraged, as he hoped to meet today the man who is causing so much talk in all the kingdoms of the supernatural world. It is not. That small, quiet murmur from Rosweiss was only heard by Chisato, and it was those words that made the brunette suspicious as well as curious. How strange. Staring at the Valkyrie with no bad intentions, just curiosity, Chisato noticed how she looked at times at a framed photograph of her boyfriend stuck high on the wall near the window of the room, and it was that look full of admiration that Rosweiss gave to the image in the room that caused the goddess curiosity. He asked me if, deciding to do something forbidden, Chisato silently used her powers to see people's future. She focused on the silver-haired girl whom she couldn't take her eyes off, and it was there that she saw her future or destiny, whatever you want to call it. Suffice it to say that Chisato was more than surprised by what she saw, so much so that she almost felt sick from laughing hard, not expecting to see that future in a person, much less in a woman she didn't know, or well, not yet, but boy, fate is tricky and that woman's fate had many surprises in store. Holding back her laughter as best she could, Chisato remained static and smiling after seeing Rosweiss' future, but if you looked closely you could notice that she was shaking a little and that her lips threatened to make her smile bigger. What had she seen to make her about to have a fit of laughter? Friend, is everything okay? Being the closest to her, Mary Jane watched strangely as the brunette tried her best not to laugh. Yes, it's just that. I think I saw something I wasn't supposed to see, or at least not yet. After her friend's forced response, Mary Jane didn't understand what she wanted to tell her, but Chisato remained there without erasing her smile. Oh little Rosweiss, you don't know what awaits you. Fufufu. In fairy tales the dragon always captures the princess, but on this occasion we can rather say that the dragon will go after the Valkyrie. A funny thought crossed the beautiful brunette's mind as she looked at the silver-haired girl, to whom she winked when she turned to look at her. Rosweiss, noticing Chisato's gaze on her, and seeing how she smiled at her in a friendly but also amused manner, made her feel a little strange, as if she had a bad feeling. Then we will have to postpone our visit until tomorrow when that man will return. It seems so, Odin-sama. Serafall answered, smiling and a little tense to Odin's question, not being able to show a little regret for not being able to deal with the god, since the subject of the alliance was something that corresponded to Issei as the pillar and leader of it. I just want to know one thing. Odin began to say, his tone strangely more serious than the one he had shown at the beginning. What do you want to know? Tiamat asked, standing with her arms crossed as she looked at the Asgardian, as she also felt small movements in her swollen belly. It seemed like her princess was awake. Oh, how she wished her love was with them. Issei Gremory, is it like the stories say? At Odin's question, the girls became serious, because they knew well the rumors that spoke of their partner, and although they were not entirely out of the truth, none of them liked it when they said that Issei Gremory was a heartless man who was not afraid to take lives and impose his order on the world through the shedding of blood. I can't say no. Serafall began to say softly, but just as she was about to continue speaking she was interrupted by the old man. Oh, then it's okay because it wouldn't have been fun if not. After his words, Odin let out a couple of laughs that greatly confused the girls. Doesn't it bother you? Chisato asked doubtfully, since many saw the actions and methods her boyfriend used as wrong, and Issei was also considered more of a villain than a hero. Why did that man say that was okay? Don't worry, young lady, this world is full of evildoers. That is a truth that cannot be denied, but this world needs darkness, because the excess of light does not illuminate us or shelter us but rather blinds us and burns us. Darkness does not hide the evil of the world but rather hides what the world believes is evil, and for me Issei Gremory is anything but evil, because only he is capable of doing what many, including myself, are afraid to do. The right thing even if it involves blood. Odin finished speaking while looking at the girls who were happy with his answer. It seems that our visit today will be postponed until tomorrow, so I'd like to explore the underworld a bit while I'm visiting. Would that bother you? Not at all, feel free to stroll along our paths. In fact, tomorrow will be the end of the raiding game of the young demons of the underworld, and it would be an honor for us if you would accompany us. Merigen invited the Asgardian god after he requested permission to walk through his lands. Plus you'll be able to entertain yourself while my master returns from his trip. I second her friend Tiamat by flashing a smile at the man and his companion. Okay, if two beautiful women asked me, I can't refuse. I'll be there to see the initial duel. I suppose the rest of the Maos will be there too. That's right, Odin, although it won't be just them, as the ruler of the fallen angels and the leader of heaven will also be there. That fallen brat and old Elohim, that will be interesting to see. After Chisato answered his questions, Odin smiled at the idea of being with the leaders of each biblical faction. On one hand, he could speak calmly as the leader of heaven, while he could go to parties with the leader of the fallen, and with the one from the underworld. He wanted to talk to that one and see what he was like in person. Well, let's finish this little visit and look forward to tomorrow. Come on, Rosweiss. These were Odin's last words before saying goodbye to the girls and then turning around and starting to walk towards the door, leaving his companion behind him for a few seconds, who stood looking at the girls. My. Rosweiss began to say nervously as she approached Serafall. When she got to her, she took out a small envelope from her long-sleeved shirt that confused the Mao Leviathan. Was she going to propose to her? I admire the man who can smile in the face of trouble, who can draw strength from misfortune, and who grows in courage through reflection. It is characteristic of small minds to shrink. But he who is firm in his heart, and whose conscience approves his conduct, perseveres in his principles until death. And to me, Issei Gremory is a man to admire since I was just a little girl. Rosweiss began to say, putting aside her nerves as she continued with her words, even getting up the courage to place the envelope in Serafall's hands. Why, if it's not too much trouble, it's something I feel embarrassed to do in person, but I would like to know if you could send that letter to your husband. It's nothing romantic or anything like that in case you're thinking about it. It's just a letter with the gratitude of a little girl. Rosweiss finished saying, showing a small smile to the Mao before removing his hands from hers, leaving the envelope in them. I'll send it to Rosweiss. Serafall replied, somewhat confused but smiling, putting the Valkyrie's letter away among her clothes. She wanted to know what was in it, but she would respect her privacy and send it to her man, or as Rosweiss said, her husband. Speaking of which, she had to set a date for her wedding. Oh well, that would be seen later. Smiling, the beautiful Valkyrie said goodbye to the girls before following behind Odin, eventually leaving the room, leaving the girls alone. You know, I bet anything that Valkyrie ends up falling in love with Issei-kun. Haha, who knows? After Miragene's words, Serafall seemed amused by them and even laughed a few times. The good thing was that the meeting had come to an end and on good terms. She just had to wait for tomorrow to come as soon as possible to see her beloved again. And it was in that moment of tranquility present in the room that Tiamat noticed how Chisato was about to burst out laughing. What's wrong, friend? It's just that Myra's words could be more like the other way around. Unable to bear it any longer, to the confusion of Serafall, Miragene and Tiamat, they watched as Chisato collapsed to the ground while laughing uncontrollably as she remembered what she had seen of Rosweiss' future where her boyfriend was involved. You know, I think Issei's absence is affecting us all equally. After Serafall's comment, she was the one with a drop of sweat running down her neck. Miragene and Tiamat couldn't agree as they watched the brunette laugh uncontrollably and roll around on the floor. They were all definitely crazy. What he didn't know was that the dimensional goddess's amusement was due to the fact that in her vision she had seen something that no one would have ever expected to see in their lives. A dragon in love chasing a poor, innocent Valkyrie. Occult Research Club room. A few hours into the afternoon, classes at Kuo Academy had finally come to an end to the relief of the students, who had already left the school campus to retreat to their homes. And in the case of the Gremory group, they had left for the Gremory mansion with Sona and Tsubaki, leaving at the academy. In addition to the nighttime staff, a certain redhead of incredible beauty. Arranging and listing documents, Rias was in the room of her club reviewing certain papers referring to her clan, since being the heir of this her duty as such was to carry in her hands the destiny of this until her title passed to the next heir who turned out to be her nephew Milikas. But since he was still a child, she had plenty of time to think about a retirement, so she had to attend to the needs of her clan with the help of her father, who was the one who passed her the documentation to review before sending it to the king of the underworld so that he would be informed. That was something that every leader had to do, not just Rias. The underworld was governed in order, and for that Issei always asked each clan for a status report as well as complaints or suggestions to guarantee a better functioning of their lands, or to keep him informed about the events that happened in each clan. Hiya, this is really boring. Letting out a snort, Rias dropped a stack of sealed documents onto her desk much to her relief. Even she at this age couldn't get away from paperwork. Paperwork. The worst creation in the world, capable of tormenting even the strongest and causing good people to end up corrupted. Where did it come from? Nobody knows. But Issei had once blamed Chisato for creating such a catastrophe in his life. Let's just say that the brown-haired boy ended up crossing some dimensional planes after the beating his girlfriend gave him on that occasion. You should never anger someone stronger than you, especially if it's one of your partners. Taking a last look at the paper at the top of the tower, Rias dropped a small seal with her clan's insignia on it, finishing her arduous and detestable work of each month. I'm finally done, and just in time to go home and get some rest for tomorrow's duel. As she spoke, Rias raised her arms upwards, stretching her muscles as she began to head towards the room's window that gave her a perfect view of the academy. Upon arriving there, she leaned against the window frame, feeling the wind brush her fine hair and cheeks, something that brought a smile to her face. But it didn't last long, as she remembered the event that would take place tomorrow, where the raiding games would be inaugurated with her and her group against the heir of the Astaroth clan. Diodora Astaroth, Wave and Kurom have warned me that something bad could happen tomorrow. If I were the same as before, I would ignore their warning because I am too trusting, but now... Looking up at the sky, Rias brought one of her hands to her chest, holding it tightly as her thoughts turned to a specific person. Onai-sama, I. As she let out her words in a whisper, Rias was interrupted when a strong current of air suddenly appeared. It wasn't strong enough to destabilize her, but it was strong enough to send some important documentation flying and falling to the ground. Plop. Rias could only curse silently as she looked with a dead expression at all the documents she had arranged, now resting on the floor beneath her desk. Great! You don't want to throw a fucking lightning bolt at me too, huh? Damn life of... Okay, maybe she was going a bit too far with her words, since they were not worthy of a princess and lady like her. But how could she not curse when all her work was thrown on the ground? At that moment, Rias believed that if there was someone superior to her sister Chisato, she definitely had something against her family because they were always pursued by misfortune. Those knights are right. The best thing you can do tomorrow is not to let your guard down. As she gathered up the documents on the floor, Rias' eyes widened as she heard a voice unlike any she knew present in the room. This new voice that she had never heard before came from behind her, and from the tone and softness she could tell that it was a woman. Keeping that thought and wanting to find the intruder in her club, Rias slowly turned around, leaving the papers aside since the unexpected visit was much more important than a few papers on the floor. And it was there that he saw her. She was a young girl, very beautiful, slim, tall, and with a well-defined body figure, with crimson-red eyes just like her brother's when he got serious about fighting. But it was not only that, but just like hers were impetuous. Her black hair was quite long, reaching down to her legs, and she wore it loose in a cut that got longer in the front, with some strands falling in the middle. She had fair skin and her outfit consisted of a black sleeveless dress and a miniskirt. Seeing her, Rias couldn't help but think that she was a very beautiful woman, not that she had those tastes, but she couldn't help but admire the appearance of some of her same gender either. But the more he looked at her, he strangely found a kinship with his older brother, especially in the area of her eyes. He could tell that they were exactly like his, the same color, outline, feelings, everything. Was it something very strange? And also, when he saw her, he felt her presence. No, he could not perceive any energy emanating from her, so there was only one possible explanation for it. A human? Is she a student from another school? That was what went through Rias's mind as she looked at the peculiar clothing the mysterious woman was wearing, as well as the fact that she had zero magical power. So she didn't have to think much about it to know that she was a human, and therefore she had to act as if she were one so as not to reveal the supernatural. Excuse me, can I help you with something? If it's about enrollment for admission to Kuo Academy, you should go to the student council and talk to their Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan and the younger sister of Issei Gremory, king of the underworld, and Serafall Gremory, Mao Lucifer. As she spoke, Rias was interrupted by the mysterious woman, whose words had caused great astonishment in the Gremory heiress. Just by listening to them, Rias jumped back slightly, becoming alert to this woman who seemed to know more than she had anticipated. It was now clear that she couldn't be a human, not with this kind of information. But if she wasn't a human, then what was she? And why couldn't he sense her magical presence, or any kind of power? Who was this woman? Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. It's questionable when you enter my club, you know. As they spoke, Rias let out a portion of her power, materializing an orb of the power of destruction in her right hand, something that didn't faze the woman in the slightest. as she remained calm in her place looking at the redhead. And in a matter of seconds, to Rias's amazement, she looked totally vulnerable when she had that woman in front of her in a matter of seconds. How? The doubt remained in the Gremory heiress's head when she came face to face with those crimson eyes. Those eyes that turned out to be the same as her brother's. If I wanted to, you'd be dead already. After those words, Rias, out of pure instinct, looked down, and there she saw with surprise and nerves how in the area of her heart was the woman's right hand surrounded by a strange purple energy that formed a pointed leaf, the tip of which was resting a few centimeters from her chest. You. As I said, I'm not your enemy. Jumping back, the woman moved away from the redhead while canceling her energy. Once she was at a distance equal to the initial one, the brunette remained motionless, watching the crimson beauty hold her chest while looking back at her, confusion and nerves being noticeable in her. I didn't come here to fight or anything like that. I was just passing by and I saw you were a little distracted. Are you okay? Yes, no, wait. At the change of atmosphere in the woman's words, Rias looked confused to the point of shaking her head to accommodate her thoughts of the current situation. Something difficult, since the way that woman was confused her a lot. On the outside she gave the image of a serious and cold-hearted woman, but seeing her up close and how she acted, Rias could also tell that she was socially awkward. Her way of being dangerous and at the same time relaxed was a living image of how her older brother always used to act. That was what confused the redhead, that strange kinship with him. 1 second, you who? Excuse the intrusion, but do you happen to have some meat? You see, I haven't eaten anything for 3 hours and I'm starving. The woman spoke, telling Rias in her words as she presented her pale face and dramatically held her stomach to the point of fainting, something that took the redhead out of the picture due to that unexpected turn. It was the sound that came from the lips of the Gremory heiress, as she remained stupefied by the strange request of that woman. It really confused her more and more as they passed face to face in the same room. It was a fact that Rias at that moment was more than lost both by the woman's words and her actions that took her out of reality. Something very similar to when her older brother did stupid things. But putting aside her doubts, and with enough reasoning that she had, which was not much. Seeing that the situation was not going to go anywhere if she thought about it too much, Rias let out a sigh and formed her clan's magic circle with her crest in her left hand, where seconds after its appearance a simple plate of food appeared on her hand in which, as the woman had requested, it had a bit of meat in it. Meal. The desperation, longing, desire, happiness and hunger were evident in the woman's voice. That and the fact that she began to drool while presenting a rather unique shine in her red eyes as she stared in wonder at the food in the redhead's hands. Without wasting any time, she took the dish from Rias's hands and shamelessly began to devour it as if her life depended on it, something that caused the redhead to have a drop of sweat running down her neck when she saw that strange reaction and acting of her. What the mysterious woman didn't know was that at that moment Rias was once again confused by the fact that she couldn't help but compare her to her brother. Strange. This is so good, although a little squid wouldn't have been bad at all. The woman cried comically while taking small bites of her dish, keeping her eyes closed so she could enjoy more of the pleasure she was feeling on her taste buds. Yes, of course. And seeing her up close, Rias didn't know how to act or show herself in front of that woman. She was the spitting image of her older brother. Her actions, her way of being, everything was the same, and the only thing she could do was smile in a tense and forced way. It took the woman seconds to devour everything, something that amazed the redhead due to the appetite that such a thin person had. Where was all that going? It would be an unsolved mystery. Foie, that was delicious. Thanks very much, Issei Gremory, you deserve heaven. These were the words spoken by the woman before approaching the Gremory heiress, where she began to perform an act of affection by rubbing her face against the teenager's chest to her dismay. Hee. The only thing Rias could do was laugh nervously and confused at the woman's loving affection, another point in common with her brother when he played clowns. After the affection, the woman slowly withdrew from the redhead's body, maintaining eye contact with her in the process. Or at least that was the case until a peculiar glow in the room caught her attention, this being the reflection of the light touching the daughter of Ascalon who was currently located on the demonist's desk. Nice sword. It's my older brother's, I advise you not to touch it. Rias's words died in her mouth once she watched in astonishment as the woman approached her table. But that was not the most shocking thing, but the fact that she had held Ascalon's handle and subsequently lifted it to her surprise. And how could she not be surprised, if it was known from the beginning that Ascalon, after being given to Issei by Elohim, had left the heaven system and had acquired a consciousness of its own, that only obeyed the orders of its owner. While his women could lift the sword, they could not do more than that. But there before his eyes was that mysterious woman who had lifted Ascalon without any problem. In fact, he dared to say that without any effort. And the most shocking thing was that not even Ascalon had caused any harm because she had been taken by a hand other than that of her owner's family. Rather, to Rias's greater surprise, she saw how the sword emanated on its sharp blade a kind of destructive sacred aura that she had only seen emerge upon contact with her older brother. Not even she or Issei's women could do such an action. But there was that woman surpassing all logic and laws. Who the hell was she? Wow, it's quite light. If the fact that she had the Demon King's sword in her hands was already a surprising event, the next thing ended up frying the redhead's brain completely. Well, with quite a bit of agility and mastery, the mysterious woman began to make cuts in the air with Ascalon tracing behind her in a delicate dance, a dance of hundreds of cuts to nothing in particular, just in the air while she tested the sword and got used to it. That only took her a few minutes before finally stopping, noticing the redhead's gaze on her. Who are you? How come? What are you saying? As she was about to ask endless questions about the spectacle that had been set up, Rias was interrupted when the woman, to her surprise, placed the blade of the sword in front of her face and began to speak to her reflection through the blade of the sword. I see, if that's what you want, I'll do it. The woman expressed with surprise but joy as she carried Ascalon to her back, where she ended up tying her with a strap that came with her clothing, now leaving her as the bearer of the sword. Hey, wait, what do you think you're doing? Ascalon doesn't. She spoke to me, she said to take her while her master was away. What? But Ascalon, huh? Okay, that revelation left Rias confused and very upset too. Did he say that he had spoken to her, Ascalon? As far as Rias understood, the only person the sword spoke to was her brother. No one other than him had ever heard it before, so how was it possible that this woman could hear her? Something was definitely going on there. And she wanted the answers because she honestly wasn't understanding anything, and with each passing second she was only getting more and more confused. And the fact that the woman was similar in certain habits to her older brother didn't help much. Well, it's time to leave. Wait. After the woman's words, Rias took quick steps forward in the hope of getting more answers and stopping her from fleeing. But she was stopped when she saw how that woman began to submerge herself in her own shadow. What the hell? Today I just came to greet you and tell you to be careful in your grief. Wait, who are you? It's too early to say, but if you need help I'll be there. Your name, what is your name? As she sank into his shadow, the woman stopped halfway as soon as she heard the Gremory heiress question. Her name. Was it time to reveal it, to reveal her existence? No. It still wasn't the right time to do it, even if she wanted to do it, even if it made her be with her parents, she couldn't, not yet. Yo, you can call me Princess for now. Princess? Yes, by the way, I will take care of the sword and return it when your older brother returns. Thinking back on the situation, Rias realized that Ascalon was currently being stolen by that woman. Although saying that it was stolen was questionable considering that the sword did not object to going with that woman, Ascalon had still been placed under her surveillance and care, so Rias quickly rushed forward to stop that woman. Wait. See you, Ophis-san. These were the last words of the mysterious woman before she plunged into the world of shadows, disappearing completely from the room. Thanks to this, Rias ended up crashing into the ground with her face to her annoyance. Because when she was still present, the woman had jumped to intercept her without waiting for her to disappear from the place. Ouch. Rias let out a moan as she held her forehead and rubbed it after the tremendous blow she had received against the wooden floor. Who is that woman? Ugh, Serafall told me she'll take good care of Ascalon. And what am I doing here? I let a total stranger take her away without being able to do anything. Anasama is going to kill me. Rias cried comically on the ground, covering both eyes with her hands before abandoning all drama as she stared into space, maintaining a positive expression. Well, I'll see that scenario when I get there. For now I have to concentrate on what I have around the corner. Putting aside her worries and doubts, Rias stood up again while brushing off the dust on the skirt of her uniform. Diodora Astaroth, what are you up to that several have already warned me about you? After finishing those words, the redhead put on a serious expression on her face, and for an instant something in her changed. Her previously blue eyes flickered in crimson red just like Issei's. Could she? If anyone dares to hurt my family, their only fate will be death by my own hands. If they make me angry, I will make them see why Issei Gremory named me the Crimson Ruin Princess. Letting out her destructive power, Rias showed herself in an intimidating air as she held an orb of destruction in one of her hands. Her presence alone began to disintegrate the ground beneath her, as well as for that brief moment her eyes had changed color. It seemed that someone's awakening was not far from what was expected. Heaven. In one of the many floors of the kingdom of the angels and their subordinates, as well as the home of the human souls who went there after their journey in life to rest eternally. In this kingdom there were many levels, classified as regions, being a total of 7 regions, although there was an 8th that only 2 people knew of its existence. But this time, we are headed to the 6th heaven, known as Zebel, one of the cores of heaven where the seraphim reside, and where in one of their many offices was an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. And while this beautiful woman sat at what appeared to be her desk made of clouds, well, while she did so, 12 golden wings fell from her back and grew from her back until they touched the ground. This woman was better known as Gabriel, one of Issei Gremory's girlfriends, and also the one who holds the title as the most beautiful woman in heaven, in addition to being the cause of many angels falling and men dreaming of possessing her. But that would only be what they would do, because the seraph's heart was already taken. Currently, as he leaned on his desk with his elbows on the table, Gabriel's face was slightly flushed, painting his cheeks pink, as well as a slight trembling in his delicate hands. The reason? It all depended on what the beautiful angel was holding and reading at that moment, more specifically a book titled, First Time Mothers, Vol. 2. Carrying a life inside you is one of the most beautiful experiences in the world, one that fills you with love, hope and positivity. Love is the main driving force for a woman to decide to bring a new life into this world. It is up to her and her family to educate him, teach him values and take care of him with love so that he becomes a good person and contributes good things to the world. Gabriel murmured as he continued reading, then left the book on the table and looked up at the ceiling of the room with longing in his eyes. 9 months, huh? A smile appeared on the delicate and thin lips of the seraph, making her feel happy but also full of illusions. Thanks to this, Gabriel lowered his gaze to the lower part of her body, being more specific the area of her flat belly, which he looked at dreamily, beginning to caress it slowly as if something delicate was there. It was then that while he was caressing her belly over her dress, a peculiar object caught the blonde's attention, which led her to see that area of her room where there was a zone for all that had several cushions on it. These cushions were the interesting object that Gabriel was looking at, and that led her to have an idea. So she quickly moved to her zone for all. What the Seraphine did not realize was that although she was alone in the room to do whatever she wanted, her privacy would be interrupted by the arrival of the least desired person to see in those private moments of hers. Gabriel, daughter, can you help me with? The door to the room opened, revealing Elohim, who entered his daughter's office while reading some documents that were held in her hands. But when the leader of heaven raised his gaze to look at his daughter, he never expected to see her in that situation, leaving him totally stupefied by it. In Gabriel's case, upon seeing that his father had entered his office, he blushed furiously at being caught in one of his strange ideas. And at that moment she was standing near his zone for all, while she had one of the zone for all cushions on her belly under her clothes to simulate being pregnant. That was something that completely threw Elohim off, and the fact that his daughter was caressing his belly did not help much to get him out of his shock. At that moment a doubt was running through the poor old man's mind. What the hell was going on? Gabriel, what? Idiot father. Unable to contain her shame at being caught, Gabriel showed a completely different attitude than the one she usually showed as a sweet and kind woman. She wanted to drop dead at that moment of grief, and the best thing she could do to keep her pride and dignity intact was to grab her desk and then throw it at her father. Good heavens. It was Elohim's last thought before he was hit by the desk, which ended up taking it to the wall behind him, where he was embedded with the table in the wall. What had he done to rock that? And boy, had that blow hurt. The consequences of not being prepared for those situations. At least Elohim was glad that his daughter had come to him quickly once she had reconsidered her actions. Father, are you okay? Now I begin to understand how Issei is so docile with all of you. At Gabriel's question, who was nervous and worried about her father's condition, Elohim joked with her as he left the wall with her help to lower her worry and keep her calm. After all, it wasn't like that damage meant anything to him. Who could say that he had already faced death itself some time ago with his best friend, Issei Gremory? Hey! Gabriel's protest was not long in coming when she understood what her father was implying. He had practically said that she and her other harem sisters were very abusive and rude to Issei, so that he would always listen to them like an obedient pet that was afraid of its master. Maybe her father's joke had some truth in it, but it was still something that shouldn't be said. Daughter, it's not like I have to always get involved in your life, but because... Once upright and out of the way, Elohim half asked the question as he pointed to the side of the room where the pillow his daughter had previously been carrying in her belly was. Ugh, this is humiliating. And a little embarrassing. Gabriel looked super blushed and wished the earth would swallow her up at that moment, while she kept her face down so as not to look directly at her father. On the other hand, Elohim also looked less embarrassed, but more than anything nervous about having another talk with his daughter. It had been enough when he had to talk about where babies came from. That was the bad thing about not having a mother present to take care of those delicate issues with daughters. Maybe he should look for one. He would make sure to talk about it privately with his good friend when he returned from his trip. Well, father, you see, I was, well. Gabriel begins to speak, nervous and rambling, while he nervously rubbed his fingers and avoided looking his father in the eyes. I just wanted to know or feel what it's like to be pregnant. The seraph finally revealed it after mustering up the courage to do so, but it still didn't stop her from lowering her face in sadness as she revealed her most cherished secret and dream, and just seeing her in that state was enough to soften Elohim's heart, who put one of his hands on the blonde's head, caressing her lovingly. Gabriel, do you want to be a mother, right? Yes, I wish I could be in the same condition as Ophis and Tiamat. I wish I could have a child with Issei-kun. The beautiful Seraphim answered her father's question with a smile and enthusiasm while taking her flat stomach in her hands. You and Issei, how many times? As he spoke, Elohim felt more than uncomfortable to be touching on the subject of his daughter's intimacy with his best friend, but fortunately Gabriel understood the message of his senseless words. Unfortunately for him, he did not react in the best way. Father, that's not askable, idiot. And once again Elohim returned to the wall he had crashed into a short while ago, but this time it had been because of a punch from the blonde with her fist. Incredibly, this had hurt him a lot. Do you remember that he had said that no damage could compare to that of the beast? Well, at that moment Elohim could swear that his daughter's was at a higher level. She sure had strength. Ugh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Elohim said in pain as he stepped out of the wall holding his bruised abdomen, seeing how his daughter was blushing, although he didn't know if it was from shame or anger, maybe both. Well, we do it when we can. It was the only response Gabriel gave to his father's question, between murmurs, being a little more relaxed, but that did not take away the embarrassment he felt. It didn't help that her mind was playing tricks on her and making her remember every intimate encounter with her beloved since she had lost her virginity in that threesome with her sister. From that day on there was more freedom between Issei and her, even having sex in the morning when they woke up when they were the only ones awake, when they bathed together. Also when he came to visit her at work they had what was known as a quickie. Even at her house, there were times when Penamine would find them and join them. Yes, between Issei's women there was a lot of intimate activity when there was free time. Passion came to the surface, even for someone as pure as she was. I see, but you still don't. Got pregnant? No, I guess angels have the same problem as demons. Before Elohim could continue, her daughter decided to intervene when she knew where the conversion was going, something that made her feel bad knowing that her dream was in a certain way a matter of luck. In addition, there was an important fact in all this that made it doubtful whether she could have a child, and that was, well, technically, heaven has never had an angel or seraph become pregnant before. That just makes my hopes go down. Smiling with pity, Gabriel looked sad, believing that her dream of being a mother was impossible, because she was an angel and Issei a demon. Perhaps the crossing of races was not a problem for supernatural beings. The proof of this was Tiamat, who being a dragon had become pregnant with Issei, a half-demon dragon. But in her case it was different, because she was a being of light that represented purity, and since her creation and birth, there had never been a pure-blood woman from heaven who gave birth. What's more, there were no reports that an angel could get pregnant, whether of her own race or another. That simple fact made her hopes die, but at the same time made her think that maybe, just maybe, there could be the possibility of being the first angel to get pregnant and give birth. I wouldn't be so sure about that. At Elohim's words, the blonde raised her face, confused but also hopeful. Father, I don't know if it's 100% effective, but oh well. As he spoke, Elohim paused for a moment in his words as he raised his right hand in front of him, causing the room to shine for a few short seconds. It wasn't until the light dimmed that a small glass vial containing some sort of luminous golden liquid was revealed in his hand. That is, this, my daughter, is something I created for Issei, but I suppose it has several uses that can help you with your condition. Elohim answered his daughter's question, going on to hand the bottle to her. Gabriel, seeing that small object in her hands, looked confused as she did not understand what it did, so she looked at her father for answers. Father. You see, daughter, that is a distillation of the golden dragon apple combined with the fruit of the Eden tree. I originally made this as a liquor for Issei, since due to his condition he can't get drunk, so I thought, why not help my friend? Elohim expressed with pride in himself for his good deeds, making a special liquor for his friend just to help him feel what it's like to be drunk with good friends, or rather best friends, since Issei being half demon and dragon couldn't enter a state of drunkenness since he had a fairly high immune system in his body thanks to the meat of Great Red, the power of Ophis Ouroboros and the royal blood of a Gremory. All of that combined made the brunette a tough nut to crack. I see, but I don't understand how this can help me, you know. That's what I was getting at. It turns out that if Issei ingests that liquid, apart from giving him a state of drunkenness, for a few minutes or seconds I don't know, it will also make his fertility higher, and if a woman also drinks it before the act, it will be very useful for her since both will be in a high state of fertility. Or at least that's what I think according to my studies. That revelation from his father made Gabriel smile like never before when he saw that the object in his hands was a golden ticket to his long-awaited dream. Oh really? Gabriel's joyful cry didn't take long to come as he jumped around a few times like a little girl. So if Issei drank that and she also did it before the intimate act, the possibility of her getting pregnant was high. It's a possibility, daughter. Still, it's much more than I had, thanks father. Gabriel expressed euphoric and full of happiness as he jumped up to his father to give him a big hug, something that Elohim received and reciprocated with pleasure. Not at all, my daughter. Elohim whispered as he hugged his daughter and felt her fill of happiness. Although the idea of Issei having relations with his daughter bothered him a lot in the past, now it was something he could do nothing about but let his daughters live their lives. For that reason, having seen Gabriel sad, he had given her that bottle so that she could be herself again, and who knows, maybe he would even end up being a grandfather. That wouldn't be bad at all. Issei-kun, maybe now we can have a child. Maybe now I can have your child sooner than expected. That was what Gabriel thought to himself as he smiled on his father's shoulder, hoping that his beloved would return as soon as possible to put the potion into practice. But, in that moment between the two of them, Elohim seemed more thoughtful after coming out of his daydream of being a grandfather. Why do I feel like I just did something that will result in total chaos in the not-too-distant future? It was the doubt that was in the head of the leader of heaven while he hugged his daughter. And the thing is, sometimes we insist so much on something going well, that we don't realize that the most important thing is for it to simply happen. What is more beautiful when everything happens by chance, without a date, without plans, or it is just a coincidence? We have to be aware that every process takes time, because in this life destiny can be very tricky and sometimes it likes to play with people's lives. And in this case it was no exception. Elohim's potion would work when used, but with which sister, the one who dreams, or the one who is not aware? Only time will tell. What is a written fact is that Issei will have it quite difficult when the time of the revelation comes. Previously with Issei during his stay in a new world, after his arrival, the inhabitants of that world showed strange behavior towards him, but mainly towards Kuroka as she was seen as a deity who had arrived to save them. Confused, Issei and his group, Irene, Isabella, Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroka, decided to stay only 2 days in that world to look for more information about the reason why Chisato had asked her boyfriend to intervene as the guardian in that world. And on the second day, the group suffered a terrible event that none of them expected. Irene, Isabella and Lavinia discovered the harsh and cruel truth of the world they were in which apparently only one species lived. Horrified after discovering the secret kept by that town, they headed towards Issei, Valerie and Kuroka to let them know the misdeeds of that world. But later they discovered that where they were supposed to be was the origin of an abysmal explosion that destroyed everything in its path. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and Issei managed to act in time, saving Valerie from the explosion with his body. But nothing was going well, because before the explosion happened Kuroka had been kidnapped and taken to the palace where the ruler of that world was being kept. Furious, Issei, along with Irene, Isabella, Lavinia and Valerie, headed to the palace to rescue Kuroka and make the man who dared to kidnap her pay, as well as bring that world to its ruin. And that brings us here. Helvete. Hundreds of geysers made of lava emerged from the earth, incinerating several humanoid creatures made of dark matter and bones. To tell the truth, they were too grotesque, simulating a zombie in a certain way, only that black substances emerged from their bodies that they used when attacking. Despite their bad appearance as living corpses, they were not that strong, and after the spell recited by Irene, the shadow creatures were overwhelmed and incinerated after receiving the pillars of lava. TSK, this is really frustrating. The more we make them disappear, the more they appear. Irene's clear annoyance was noticeable, since despite having finished off a good number of enemies, they continued to appear from the ground like zombies. All this happened while she and her friends were getting closer and closer to the palace where Kuroka was being held prisoner. But I guess they are all the remains of the inhabitants of this rotten world. Irene sighed with disdain after learning the fate suffered by those dark entities. Those things that were once normal and full of life were now just a pile of rotting corpses, the product of the vile plans of a man. Be that as it may, there was no time to get lost in her thoughts or pity for the innocent, since the enemy did not forgive, and the redhead knew that when she saw how more of those creatures began to come towards her, releasing blood from their rotten mouths in their run. Seeing that, Issei Gremory's second bishop stood on guard ready to receive them. Half dimension. But Irene didn't count on the fact that at that moment Valerie would appear in her balance break above her in the air to offer her help against those things. And it was then that it was no problem for the Hakuriyuriite to finish off her enemies after launching one of her most powerful abilities at them, reducing the enemies around the redhead to atomic size. "Are you okay?" Valerie asked once he finished off the enemies and landed in front of the dragon, removing his helmet to look directly at her. "Fufu, little one, just because I was caught off guard doesn't mean I can't defend myself, but thanks for your help." After Valerie's question, Irene was cheerful with this, always maintaining her mature and playful air. "I was just saying," Valerie said somewhat seriously, looking ahead where the palace doors were just a few meters away from them, but well guarded by the enemy who kept appearing. In fact, at that moment, the silver-haired girl noticed how they were beginning to gather together, crowding together. What were they doing? "At this rate it will take us a long time to reach the palace. Whether on land or in the air, these things are present." Lucifer cursed in annoyance, to which Irene understood her mood very well, because since they had reached the outskirts of the palace they were intercepted by those strange entities that prevented them from advancing. It seemed that they didn't want them near the palace, this being the place where Kuroka was currently being held prisoner. For that reason they had been fighting against those inexhaustible dark beings for a while without being able to get close to the palace doors. "It's time for Gwawagag." As Irene spoke, a beastly roar appeared in the area that interrupted her. But after that roar, several more appeared, which ended up capturing the attention of the silver-haired and red-haired girl. And so both beautiful women saw how several groups of dark entities began to gather with others while attacking each other, pulling out intestines and tissues to join them with others not belonging to their bodies. An unpleasant but surprising sight for Irene and Valerie when they witnessed how these deformed creatures began to form several golems with their bleeding bodies based on their dark materials. That was an action and ability that greatly amazed the two women, since those creatures could not be very strong, but they did adapt more and more as their fight lengthened, beginning to evolve when it came to facing them. And so, after their union, Irene and Valerie witnessed how those golems began to run towards them, this time faster than a normal zombie. "Here they come," Valerie warned, to which both Irene and she took battle stance ready to receive those great creatures head-on. Perhaps they surpassed her in size, but in terms of power there was a very big difference. "And me too." It was then that, to the surprise of both of them, a feminine scream came from the sky that they could easily identify as Lavinia's voice, and indeed it was the human who was falling through the air in her usual magician's attire that made her look like a princess, an ice magician. "Absolute silver world," Lavinia shouted loudly while in her balance break, ending up throwing out one of her skills known as the Snowy World, that was believed to be eternal, having the ability to create a strong blizzard that can make a distinction between friend and foe. This is what she did when the strong icy current passed between Irene and Valerie without affecting them in the slightest until it reached the golems that were approaching them, the blonde ending up turning them into inert ice statues. After executing her attack, Lavinia descended with elegance and agility in front of the two women once she finished with the golems. These were the ones that, after a snap of the beautiful human's fingers, ended up being demolished into nothing more than ice rubble. "What a party we've thrown, huh? That Nikomata sure knows how to get us going." Lavinia's joke came to improve the gloomy atmosphere that existed among all of them after the fight they were facing. "I just hope Kuroka is okay. I don't know what could happen if something happens to her. That's why we must get to the palace as soon as possible." As Valerie spoke showing her concern, she was cut off once Irene positioned herself in front of the blonde and her. "Easier said than done." Lavinia whispered barely audibly as she watched more of those dark creatures begin to focus on the entrance of the palace, where they had been for quite some time, unable to reach the main doors as they were fighting against those entities. "Hey, what are you guys?" Valerie's words died once both she and her two companions watched in amazement as the dark entities began to join together again in a grotesque form until they rose and formed a giant. "My God," Lavinia said, swallowing hard as she saw that the situation was becoming more and more extreme, as well as dangerous. Seeing the gigantic threat coming towards them, Irene was the first to react by taking out of her pocket dimension her special staff given to her and created by her friend Chisato, suitable for this type of situation, so she began to prepare her magic to attack with all her might the newly created giant of corpses. But all three were shocked to see the giant take a huge piece of earth from the ground. Probably to crush them with this and finish them off once and for all. "Careful!" Irene screamed once she realized the danger of the situation. Maybe she could survive that weight, but Valerie and Lavinia were limited and she doubted very much if they would come out unscathed from receiving that extra bit of earth. That's why the redhead quickly took both young women by the hands, ready to fly away from that impact site. But just as Irene was about to act, she stopped when she saw a white flash passing over them at high speed towards the giant. It was none other than the demon queen Isabella Osa, who was not at all happy with the current situation, and with that feeling present in her, she rose to the sky under the gaze of her three spectators, as well as that of the giant who left the enormous mass of earth on the ground to catch the woman in the sky with his hands. "You filthy, insignificant beings, know your place before the queen." A dark sword created from her own power emerged from Isabella's right arm, and with it she gathered her energy into its sharp blade to finish off that horrendous creature. "Magic sword, Dark Moon," Isabella recited after making a dash in the air with her sword, launching a slash of violet energy that destroyed everything in its path, finishing this by splitting the giant in two, who after being split in half began to burn in violet flames until he turned to ashes. Seeing her enemy dead, Isabella chose to join her friends, so she descended to the ground until she fell in front of them, the sword she had used to kill the giant disappearing from her hand. "Was it so hard to do that, damn tomato hair?" Isabella asked arrogantly to the dragon present, Irene being the one who in a matter of seconds had a vein standing out on her forehead, as well as a rather tense smile. "You know, I like you better when you're not in your usual idiot queen persona." After the redhead's words, this time it was Isabella's turn to show a vein on her forehead accompanied by a smile just like her friends. At that moment, Demonia and Dragona looked at each other with the desire to kill each other, as their demonic and draconic auras appeared around their bodies. But well, that's how they were. "I have no problem with you two wanting to kill each other, but make sure you do it when we've rescued Kuroka." Seeing the situation and its priority, Valerie decided to intercede for the two older women, since the fight against their enemies was not over and they were beginning to appear again in abundance. She started it. Irene and Isabella complained childishly, pointing at each other in an accusatory manner while sticking out their tongues like little girls. Yeah, the best thing will be." Just as Lavinia was speaking, she was cut off once a strong explosion appeared in front of them all, destroying all the dark entities without leaving a trace of any of them. That magnitude of sound and explosion generated made each and every girl swallow hard without exception. Luckily for them, none of them were hurt or affected by the explosion when a magical barrier appeared around them that was not of their creation. And it was just when they were about to move a little, that from the sky fell right in front of them, showing them his back, Issei, who was being surrounded by his power of destruction that acted in a chaotic and violent way, in uncontrolled flames coming out of his body, freely destroying everything they touched. Slowly, the brown-haired boy turned his face slightly towards them, only showing them his right eye, which was bright red and his pupils slit like that of a dragon. That image was more than enough to make the girls understand that he was upset. No, saying that he was upset was not enough to explain the state he was in. "What do you think you're doing there? Stop playing around and get serious about this. Otherwise, you'd better not interfere." Issei's words were clear. He was more than furious at what was happening, Kuroka's kidnapping being the main reason for his mood that was affecting him, and after his scream, the girls were inhibited by the brown-haired boy's discomfort, since for none of them it was nice to see their favorite person in the world act in such an aggressive way. All of that was the fault of that damn world. It was affecting the brown-haired boy who only had present the feeling of rescuing Kuroka. Even so, it was hard for them to see the brown-haired boy act like that. Like Issei Gremory, the demon who caused havoc and death during the era of war between the three biblical factions, because at that moment he was the man who was present, the one nicknamed Terror of Death. And without a word towards them, they watched as Issei began to walk towards the palace entrance now cleared after his devastating attack, with a single air coming from him, death and blood. "You know what, I hate seeing him like that," Lavinia whispered in pain, holding her chest tightly in the area of her heart when she saw Issei acting so cold and violent. "None of us like it, but that's a part of him that we have to love no matter how horrible it is." Irene expressed the same as she watched her partner walk away from them and enter the palace grounds. "This damn world is only affecting him." Valerie spoke angrily, clenching his fists tightly even though he was already out of his balance break, leaving only his sacred gear present in his body. "Come on, let's not make him wait any longer. I know this isn't going well and that Kuroka's kidnapping has affected us all but especially Issei. The best thing for now will be to follow his orders and try to save that Nikomata, in order to make him return to being his usual self." Isabella mentioned to all of them, to which they responded with a nod of their heads before beginning to follow the brunette in silence. And while they did so, inside the palace a tough test awaited them all to overcome that would even bring the strongest to the ground, but a shocking truth also awaited them that had been kept quiet by a group of people. Inside the palace? In the main room of the palace, being the only one occupied at the moment, Kuroka was tied hand and foot by chains hanging from the ceiling, while she was in the center of a magic circle with strange runes that gave the Nikomata a bad feeling. But she was not alone, since in front of her, looking at her with pride, was the yokai prince of that world, being the one responsible for her kidnapping. "It's almost time for the extraction ceremony to begin." The man spoke as he walked in circles around the brunette, delighting in the vulnerable sight she gave him. "Damned," Kuroka expressed with a certain weakness in her voice, since at that moment the chains that held her ankles and wrists were slowly draining her magical power. And he had been wearing these chains for quite some time, more specifically since his kidnapping hours ago in that restaurant. Kuroka could still perfectly remember how she had recently innocently headed to the restaurant's powder room where Issei had taken her and Valerie. It was then that she had let her guard down as she entered the restaurant's powder room, where a strange smoke had made itself present. That was the last thing she could remember, since after breathing in that smoke, the last thing she knew was that she was chained in front of the idiot who had been after her since her arrival in that world, in addition to the fact that she woke up only to find out that her energy was being stolen and her friends were missing. "You won't get your way, you imbecile." Kuroka spat with contempt as best she could while looking at the man in front of her with clear dislike for him and the desire to kill him, but she was tied up and weakened to even be able to do anything. "I think I already did, beautiful. I kidnapped you without any problem and finished off your guardians. Why do you assume that I haven't won yet?" The yokai asked in front of the brunette, showing her a smug smile, which only made her want to kill him even more. "Because you messed with the wrong man." As best she could, Kuroka managed to say those words loud and clear, causing the man's expression to change radically to a more serious one when he knew who she was referring to. "While it is true that your friends are out there, my puppets will finish them all off soon." "You're an idiot, you don't know what you've caused." Kuroka smiled with amusement at the biggest idiocy that this guy had done, making her king angry. Although she had only been with him for a short time, it didn't mean that she didn't know the stories of the famous Issei Gremory, who no one smart enough would make angry because if not you would regret it after what happens. "My victory, that's what I got. But in this life there were stupid guys who thought they were better than others, and that yokai only bragged about himself and his guaranteed victory. Serious mistake. Why are you doing all this? I don't know, your world wasn't supposed to be in danger." Choosing to make the best of time so that her friends would arrive to save her, Kuroka decided to find out more about the state of that rotten planet, and if it was as she thought, every villain always likes to talk too much and boast about their achievements when they saw everything in their favor. Well, since you are vital to this operation, you deserve to know what is really going on in this world. Indeed, that idiot followed the guidelines to be a villain, to be a big mouth, something that the Nikomata was grateful for inwardly when she bought herself some time. She just hoped that her friends would arrive soon. I guess the main thing to say is that in this world there never existed just one race, but rather four: elves, demons, yokais and dragons. They were the four races that inhabited this world. At this revelation, Kuroka was surprised by the fact that, according to what everyone knew, that world only had a small living population, with the yokai being the only living one. Even the inhabitants of that place had told her this after her arrival. But now that she knew that there were more species, a doubt entered her. What had happened to her? Seeing the doubt etched on his prisoner's beautiful face, the prince decided to continue his story to clear up his doubts before killing her. I know what you're thinking. How is that possible if there's only one race living in this world? Well, it's all due to evolution and extinction. Evolution and extinction, Kuroka repeated doubtfully, having a bad feeling about it, as if what she was about to hear was something she better not want to know. We, the yokai race, came to the verdict that the other races were not necessary nor contributed anything to this world, so we took action against them, and it was then that our entire race evolved into a better one. When he finished, the yokai smiled wickedly, showing one of his arms to the Nikomata, and it was then that Kuroka saw how it changed into what appeared to be a claw, but not just any claw, but a dragon's. After that revelation, Kuroka was scared of that guy, and even more so when she saw his hand. He was supposed to be a yokai, but because he had a limb of a different race than hers, had he perhaps? We yokais kill and devour the remaining races to ensure our supreme evolution. Just as she supposed, the brunette's thoughts became real, and Kuroka was more than horrified by the cruelty committed by that man and his people. They were all corrupted. Monster. No, more like a divine being, or that's what I'll be soon. After the Nikomata's words, the yokai smiled as he looked at her with some desire. And what happened to your people? Them. I ended up devouring them too. I'm the last one left, and that's why my power is now in another league. Once finished, several of those humanoid shadow entities appeared around the yokai. Now everything made sense. Those things were the living beings of that world, and that was why there were a large number of them. What you have seen so far were simple puppets. Kuroka doesn't change in her surprise, much less in her fear of that guy who was crazy. What are you looking for now? To you. After Kuroka's question, she was surprised again, but this time it was because in a matter of seconds she had the yokai's face in front of her, who reached to hold her chin with one of his unpleasant hands. What I want is your power, goddess. Goddess. Kuroka murmurs confused, since ever since they had arrived in that world, they had seen her and confused her with a deity. Yes, you are the famous creator of life and sovereign of the dimensional planes who is always at the side of her guardian. Don't try to play dumb, because the name, Gremory, is not one that can be easily forgotten. After those words, Kuroka opened her eyes wide, already knowing what was happening in the plans of that guy. If she remembered correctly, when she was introduced to the women of her king, by him himself, among all of them there was one that caught the most attention, and it was not because of her beauty but rather because of her identity. Chisato. This man thinks I'm her. Of course, now it all makes sense. This man confused me because I came to Issei's side. Issei is Chisato's guardian, so he must always be by her side. But if this is true, then that means that this guy killed an entire planet to get Chisato's attention and make her come to his world. He wants to devour her and use her powers. These were Kuroka's thoughts as she came up with a possible theory of what was happening, not being too far from the truth. You want to devour me and obtain my powers, right? Yes, goddess, and I will do it so I can leave this world and go to others to continue devouring lives until I become the greatest of all life. The yokai openly declared with his arms outstretched, much to the Nikomata's annoyance. You are despicable, you will not get away with this. Showing herself serious, Kuroka let out those words as she looked at that man, but all bad mood in her disappeared when she noticed the peculiarity that guy was not looking at her directly, but rather at her cleavage. Who did she think she was? She only let Issei look at her breasts and more, not that damn man. You know, extraction takes time, but I'm surprised that it worked at all considering who you are. Maybe your reputation was fake. The yokai began to say while tracing a path across the brunette's skin over her clothing, starting from her neck to the valley of her breasts. It's been a long time since I enjoyed a woman. Maybe you can help me before you kill yourself. The man declared lustfully, bringing his hand to the collar of Kuroka's obi to put it inside her clothing and directly touch her bare breasts. But just when he was about to put his hand inside her clothes, he was forced to take a few steps back when he felt a strong blow to his jaw. When he realized and recovered from the blow, he noticed how a thread of blood was falling from the Nikomata's forehead, as well as a red mark, implying that she had been the one who had hit him previously. That only made the yokai angry, and even more so when he saw how his lower lip began to bleed because of that damn woman. And even if she gave him a fierce and furious look while presenting her teary eyes, it was something that did not matter to him in the least. Don't you ever lay a hand on me again, you scum. There's only one man in this life that I'll allow that to happen to, and it's because I feel indebted, secure, and confident towards him after everything he's done for me, and you're not that man." Kuroka spat with hatred after almost being abused by that guy while she was thinking about her king. Where was he? She really needed him by her side to give her that security that only he could give her. Damned. The yokai expressed annoyed as he wiped the blood that fell from his lip, while he looked with hatred at the Nikomata for not letting her do what he wanted to do to her. Learn to respect your god. And it was then that after those words, the annoyed man extended his right hand, closing his fist in the process, and seconds later, to Kuroka's surprise and pain, the chains that kept her prisoner were enveloped with electric shocks that ended up being directed against the Nikomata. Ah! The scream that Kuroka gave, full of suffering, pain and agony, was one of those that broke your soul, because you knew that she was not pretending and that she was truly screaming because she was suffering. Ha 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 ha, that's what you deserve, damn goddess. And for the yokai, seeing this Andrew scream in agony was more than a feast. It was simple fun for him to see her suffer after accepting his demands. Ah Issei, ah Issei. Kuroka's screams echoed throughout the room as she moved desperately to free herself from those chains that were hurting her while she cried and screamed at the top of her lungs the name of her king, desperately wishing that he would come to save her. Scream all you want, nobody's going. And it was then that just when the yokai was enjoying the black-haired girl's dying spectacle, it was interrupted when one of the room's walls collapsed into thousands of pieces in a strong explosion that made him stop Kuroka's torture. And from among the smoke generated after the explosion, 2 crimson orbs were glimpsed that denoted danger and death. And it was these 2 orbs that made the yokai feel fear, although it would not be something he would show. But as for Kuroka, when she saw herself freed from torture and saw those 2 crimson orbs, for her there was no color more beautiful than them, since they were the ones that began to make her feel safe. And so, finally, to the Nikomata's delight, the owner of said orbs turned out to be Issei, the one who had arrived on the scene showing his bright red eyes. But he wasn't alone, since behind him came Irene, Isabella, Valerie and Lavinia, showing a serious attitude but to a lesser degree than the brown-haired boy. For Kuroka, seeing her king and friends there was the most wonderful feeling she had ever felt in her life, because help had finally arrived. Although at that moment she was wondering why her king's eyes were red, there would be time for that later. What mattered now was that they were here. Issei, Kuroka whispered, full of happiness at seeing her king as she let herself hang from the chains. The electric shocks she had received plus the lack of energy in her body were beginning to affect her. And it was then that Issei, seeing how Kuroka was and the wounds she showed, became more enraged than he already was. At that moment, the aura of destruction around the brown-haired boy became present, destroying the floor beneath him and causing a heavy atmosphere to fill the room. "You, what have you done to my beautiful kitty?" Unforgivable, was the word that ran through Issei's mind when he saw Kuroka's state. He had had the faith that he wouldn't be too late to save her. Even when he was coming here, he and his group had broken through each defense of the palace with extreme ease, although he had rather done it by shattering everything with his power. But he never expected that after arriving where his tower was being held prisoner, he would find her chained from hand to foot, giving off a little smoke. Had she received an electric shock? From the smell and smoke it seemed so. That guy had dared to hurt her. That was unforgivable. TSK, you guys. The brown-haired boy's attention was caught once the yokai complained when he saw him and his group. But for Issei nothing mattered more than making him pay for messing with his kitten. Even in those moments his eyes did not see colors, but rather only red, a tone that demanded blood. Therefore, without any words, under the gaze of the women present, Issei began to walk slowly towards that man who was next to Kuroka. Seeing him walk was as if death itself was present, about to take a life. "You know what, you moron, you've already tried my patience too much," Issei began to say with his face down, keeping his eyes covered by the tips of his hair as he continued walking. "The fact that this world is rotten doesn't matter much to me, nor does knowing what happened. Treating me badly when I arrived at this dump didn't matter to me at all either." Issei's words came once he stopped, still not facing the man, as he clenched his fists tightly. The force used was so much that drops of blood began to fall from his hands as he held back from exploding. "The explosion in that town bothered me a little because my celestial dragon could have gotten hurt. Although the current moment is serious and more so because of the brown-haired boy's mood." At that revelation, a certain silver-haired girl with the last name Lucifer opened her eyes wide, as well as showing a noticeable blush all over her face. "Your dragon," Valerie thought with great internal shock, feeling his face burn more than ever at those words and their implications. "I suppose this trip has done you a great favor, my friend, since your relationship with Gremory is climbing more and more steps." If she was already fainting, Valerie felt the greatest pain and shame after Albion's words, going so far as to lower her face so that it was covered by her hair, and so that no one could see her at that moment, when her heart was beating 1,000 times every second. But do you know what bothered me the most? And slowly, Issei spoke as he finally raised his face, showing everyone present his eyes flooded with blood red with his pupils and slits just like those of reptiles, and in his expression a sepulchral one was found. And for the girls, those eyes had seen horrible things, seen the darkness, the terror, the suffering, the despair, abominations that other eyes couldn't stand. Those eyes have cried like no other, but even after all, those eyes have never stopped looking forward, and something that not only the brunette's partners had always liked, but everyone who dealt with him, is that Issei had heaven in his eyes, but if you looked beyond them you could see the hell that awaited in his gaze. Issei. Each of the girls without exception let out a sigh of concern upon seeing the change the brunette was showing. Issei-kun. And on Kuroka's side, seeing him like that and that look on his face made her feel bad, since it was her fault that he was like that and she didn't like it. She didn't like at all seeing him act outside of his affectionate self that he always showed to her. You damn scum, you had the audacity to kidnap my Kuroka, and not only that, but you also hurt her. That is unforgivable. Issei sentenced coldly, releasing part of his power, causing the entire palace to tremble, although that was not the only thing he achieved, since after his words a certain Nikomata was embarrassed and even blushed once her king had said that she was his. Issei, please control yourself, breathe. Even if the brunette heard albedo in his mind, he ignored her words, not even if she sounded worried. That was something he didn't take into account when he was blinded by his emotions. I was planning on killing you in a painless way, but now I changed my mind. I'm going to break every bone in your body one by one, and even if you ask for mercy I won't give it to you because you've made the worst mistake in your miserable life, messing with my loved ones. The fury in Issei was evident, and in that situation Isabella and Irene knew that even they being his partners would not be able to make him calm down. They were not Serafall, who had an immediate effect in that area with him. So no matter how difficult it seemed to them, they had to let him do what he wanted. They both knew that Issei's fury would not diminish until he killed that man, and if he deserved it. Both Irene and Isabella knew that their boyfriend would not do it in a nice way. And so it was, as Dragona and Demonia watched helplessly as their partner began to walk towards the yokai, and in the case of Valerie and Lavinia, seeing that the two older women showed no reaction whatsoever to Issei's state, they understood that they should do nothing but remain there in silence. No, you are nobody to say those words. The yokai expressed annoyed but on alert as he felt danger coming from the brown-haired boy, although that was not enough to make him lose his confidence or his wicked smile. After all, you are in my territory, the man finished by saying, snapping his fingers on both of his hands to the confusion of the girls but not to Issei, because he was too affected by anger to care about any insignificant action of that type, a fatal mistake. Because of that, he was not prepared or on guard when a purple and green smoke began to emerge from between the stone walls of the room, spreading easily and fluidly throughout the area. And it was then that Valerie, Lavinia, and a still-tied Kuroka were more than surprised to see how in a matter of seconds Irene and Isabella collapsed from one moment to the next on the ground, holding their chests tightly, being more specific in the area of their hearts, as they also made an effort to try to breathe normally, failing in the process, letting out a loud cough. Aha, wah what? I see, can't breathe. That was what Irene and Isabella could barely say before falling completely to the ground. Fortunately for them, Valerie acted in time, holding them and taking their heads to rest on her lap while she watched as they began to present a kind of fever. That simple fact was something that made Lucifer not know what to do or how to care for the women of her love interest. Ha ha ha. When the yokai's laughter began to appear, Lavinia and Kuroka turned their gaze to that subject in search of explanations, overlooking a very important topic. What did you think? Those were toxins released especially to deal with demons and dragons. That's how I did it in the past when this world still had them alive. What they're breathing is deadly to their kind. The man sentenced with arrogance, because it was not impossible for him to find out the race of those subjects, or well, most of them, since the blonde, silver-haired woman was a species he did not know, and after his words, he noticed how the blonde-haired woman froze the walls so that no more smoke would come out of it, but the damage was already done. Damn, it's gonna take me time to prep a healing spell, Irene said with difficulty, covering her mouth, from which blood came out when she coughed. She could feel it. Her body was beginning to burn and her defenses were beginning to drop. She had to heal herself as soon as possible. I don't understand. If that's true, why am I okay? It was the doubt that remained in Valerie after making his sacred gird appear on his back, in order to perform several divisions on Irene and Isabella, and thus alleviate their pain, that being the only way to help them that he found. That could be explained as the gene that predominates the most in your being is the human one. You have demonic ancestry, and the divine dividing gives you in a certain way draconian genes. That poison seems to only affect pure bloods of the demon and dragon race, so you are saved by being human. We could also say that the sacred element of the divine dividing created by Elohim gives you a certain divine protection. But, and just when Valerie was about to speak, a loud noise was present in the room that made her, along with Lavinia, Kuroka and a weakened Irene and Isabella, follow the source of the sound with their gaze, being surprised to see Issei with one of his knees on the floor holding his heart tightly while spitting out a little blood. It was then that reality hit each of them. Issei was half dragon and demon, and in that room 2 toxins had been released that by themselves were deadly to each species, and those poisons were now killing him. Issei. The girls' screams of horror were heard when they realized that the one in the greatest danger there was the brown-haired boy. "Let them go, it's me you want." Kuroka began to scream through tears as she saw her friends and Rei suffer because of her, and Issei's collapse to the ground was what ended up breaking her. If she had to die in order to save them, she would do it, but she could no longer bear to continue seeing that. "Curious. I didn't know you were a hybrid, but I see that only makes this situation better," the yokai expressed, enjoying seeing how Issei fell face down on the ground, trying in vain to get up. Now he no longer looked so intimidating. "Damn," Issei let out before falling to the ground momentarily defeated, tightly holding his heart that he felt burning from within, as everything also began to become blurry for him in the midst of that collapse that no one would expect to see. Well, in this life, even the strongest fall and are not defeated. What sets them apart from the rest is that they get up and act as if nothing had happened. They learn from their mistakes so as not to make them again. "Issei. Albedo." The brown-haired boy whispered weakly as he heard his friend speak to him, seeing more and more black than normal in the process. Was this his end? With the biggest problem solved, next is. Once Issei was out of his evil plans, the yokai went on to look at Valerie, she being the one holding Irene and Isabella in her lap. And just by raising his left hand, showing in it a dark mass, was more than enough to make new dark specters begin to emerge from the ground and walls in the room. These were the ones that began to head towards Lucifer with their slow steps, bleeding mouths, and their skin falling to pieces. At that point, Valerie cursed her luck as she had to stay there with Irene and Isabella to lessen their damage with her sacred gear, so she was defenseless. If she were to fight, her beloved's 2 girlfriends would be vulnerable to the toxins and entities, a disastrous scenario. This is bad," Isabella said with difficulty as she tried to get up to fight. Damn, she was the demon queen and she was lying there at the mercy of the enemy. That was a hard blow to her pride, but even so, Isabella realized that even the strongest had a weakness and they were cornered. And so, with the 3 of them vulnerable, the shadow creatures jumped at them, ready to sink their claws and teeth into them. But it was then that they were outmatched and eliminated by a 3-meter-tall disfigured doll made of ice. This doll was the reason that the entities could not reach the 3 women on the ground. "Valerie, I will protect them. You just prioritize that they are out of danger." These were Lavinia's serious words as she stood beside her ice doll, the product of absolute demise. But even if Lavinia was the only one of the 3 who could fight freely and was very strong, skilled and intelligent, the truth is that the enemy outnumbered her, and that was something she cursed inwardly when she saw that new entities were sprouting from all sides like plagues. 10, 20, 70, 100. The entities kept appearing one after another, and Lavinia swallowed hard, thinking that she alone wouldn't be enough to confront them. Maybe she had power on her side, but the numbers were against her. Curse. Frozen death. Despite being outmatched, Lavinia wasn't going to let herself be defeated without a fight. She had to protect her friends and buy time for Issei to recover. It's true, he was lying on the ground without showing any signs of movement, but she still didn't lose faith in him. My God. He was Issei Gremory, the man who has been closest to death on countless occasions and always came out of it stronger than ever. That's why he didn't. "I believe in you, Issei-kun. You are great and incredible. You are much stronger than you think and more loved than you can imagine. I know you are strong, you are brave, and that is why I believe in you. I believe that I have lived until today to be able to stand before you. I am really happy to meet you, and that is why, These were Lavinia's thoughts after looking at Issei for a few seconds before bringing both of her hands together to cast her all for honor mentioned spell, throwing an icy blizzard with sharp ice flakes at the creatures, turning it into an icy death. If we get out of this alive, Issei, I will do everything possible to be by your side, since without realizing it, this magician's heart ended up being stolen by a demonic dragon. It was the last thing the blonde thought before showing a smile and launching herself against the remaining entities after her attack, accompanied by her doll, to fight her battle. Now, what were you doing before you were interrupted? Yes, taking the goddess before devouring her. These were the words of the yokai, after seeing how the blonde-haired woman began to fight against his puppets. For now, he would leave the task of finishing them all to his toys, since now he had to attend to a pending matter. And it was then that Kuroka saw how that man looked at her with desire, licking her mouth in the process. That made her startle and show herself horrified, knowing what he wanted to do to her. Defile her against her will and then kill her. Don't come near me. Kuroka began to scream in desperation as she tried in vain to free herself from the chains by struggling against them without any favorable result for her, since the lack of energy in her body played against her and left her vulnerable to that guy. Victory is mine, the yokai declared haughtily after being about to get what he had always wanted since he had seen that feline woman. And so, with his euphoria at its maximum at being centimeters away from the Nikomata, he brought his right hand to her clothes to strip them off and thus begin his fun. Issei. It was the last thing that crossed Kuroka's mind as she closed her tearful eyes and helplessly awaited the terrible fate that awaited her. And as if it were a special device or even the arrival of a divine being like Chisato, time itself began to stop and flow slowly as the yokai victoriously directed his hands to the clothing of the defenseless Kuroka, as well as while Valerie kept Irene and Isabella protected in her lap while Lavinia fought around her with the entities so that they would not hurt them. Everything stopped for Issei at that moment as he lay defeated on the ground, watching everything that was happening in a blurry way but listening perfectly, from the yokai's laughter, the gasps and moans of his two girlfriends, Valerie's racing heart, Lavinia's battle cries and pain as she fought and was hurt, and finally there was the sound of Kuroka's tears as she fell to the ground. He could hear it all. What am I doing? Am I just going to let this end like this? Issei thought carefully as he tried to get up, but the poison his body had received prevented him from moving. No, Mom. Run. Save yourself. Leave me here and run away. Mom. Please leave her. Don't touch her. Please. No. Damn you. I'll kill you. This situation is similar to that day when everything changed for me. Issei began to remember the incident from years ago in his past during his childhood that left him marked for life. That moment, when a happy outing turned into the worst misfortune where his mother was about to be raped by some fallen angels and he, being weak, could do nothing to prevent it. It was curious, because he was just as defeated as he was on that day when he was taken prisoner by the fallen so that his mother would fulfill their demands, and that helplessness of not being able to do anything to save her was the same one he felt now with what was happening. I can't let that happen. I stopped it once. Let's not let something like that happen again. And slowly, Issei began to regain his vision as well as his strength as he placed his hands on the ground and began to stand up with difficulty. I will become stronger. I will be the strongest of all. I will surpass you, Great Red. I will be stronger than you. I will protect my family and everyone else. I will spread good and make those who cause evil pay. I will defend the weak. One day I will be respected, admired, free, and one day I will beat you. Great Red, get ready. Because I will be number one. That was my promise when I changed my lifestyle. What am I doing here when they need me? Putting more strength into his hands, the brown-haired boy sank them into the ground after cracking it, beginning to stand up with new feelings present after remembering his past and why his life had changed. His sacrifice and dream could not be allowed to go to waste. And it was like that time began to run its course. TSK. That simple, light moan made everyone in the room without exception stop their actions to follow the source of the noise, not expecting it to come from Issei as he was slowly standing up to their astonishment. Still trying to resist. The yokai said seriously but mockingly after stopping his advance on the Nikomata. A little more, and he would have had her dance for him. Nya, run Issei, leave me here and run away. It was the plea that Kuroka gave, seeing how her king, while standing up, began to falter from time to time, making her see that he was still not well. That was why she wanted him to escape with the others and save themselves even if that meant that they had to leave her behind. Love. Irene and Isabella whispered, weakened in Lucifer's lap, reaching out their hands to their distant partner. Issei-kun. Lavinia let out a worried and relieved look after defeating a dark entity, and then watched as the brown-haired boy managed to stand up, keeping his face down, staggering little by little. "No, I don't want to live this again, I can't stand it." And to the girls' surprise, they saw something they would never expect to witness in their lives. The image of several tears falling down Issei's cheeks was something that left them speechless. But what none of them knew was that those tears were the ones the brown-haired boy carried a long time ago. Those were the tears of a child who was forced to change and whose childhood was taken away from him when he experienced firsthand a destiny full of despair that no child should have to live. Those were the tears of a heart that to this day remained wounded, waiting to be healed by the hands of the woman in whom every child finds refuge. Love and happiness. I don't want to repeat it. Never again. And so, Issei let out a powerful scream that ran through the entire room while his aura of destruction began to form into a pillar that rose to the heavens. Then, to everyone's surprise, the entire planet began to tremble. Irene, Isabella, Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroka could feel the appearance of a new and powerful aura in the brown-haired boy. In every place in the world, that powerful aura could be felt, rising higher and higher. Even the yokai was a little scared, not knowing who that aura belonged to or rather, what was happening. And after a few seconds, just when the pillar of light ceased, Issei could be seen again. But he had had a great change in his appearance. His eyes once again opened to look at the yokai that was centimeters in front of him. Immediately when that man felt the brown-haired man's gaze on him, his whole body shuddered, feeling a little fear. The yokai felt as if he were facing a predator, and he was its target. Issei had a serious expression as he looked at the changes his body had undergone, which had been covered with tribal lines across the entire right area of his crimson-colored chest, while on the left area where his heart was located rested the infinity symbol of a purple hue. On the lower part of his back, a crimson tail with golden spikes running along it to the tip had sprouted. His eyes were violet, but the pupil in them was like that of a reptile. His fangs could be seen and his hair had crimson strands in some parts, implying that this was not the complete form of all his power. However, Irene and Isabella could tell that now the half-brown-haired man no longer gave off the aura he had before, but rather now he gave off a new aura as if he had divinity. Both of them realized that the one who was now standing there was a true dragon god. It's time to end this. Issei spoke with a deep but also calm voice that gave off pure power, as if his words were the law, a law that had to be followed. And without warning, Issei disappeared under the gaze of the girls, even that of the yokai. Until he appeared in front of him, who did not have time to react, being hit hard by Issei all over his chest, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. He tried to get away from him to take out the fist that rested on his chest, but Issei did not give him the chance to do so and gave him a renewed blow to the chest that sent him crashing against the wall behind him, destroying it in the process due to the impact since the blow was too powerful. To say that Valerie, Lavinia and Kuroka weren't surprised to see that display of power of their interest would be a lie. The only ones who were more relaxed were Irene and Isabella, being aware of the state or transformation of their boyfriend. But even they, like the other three, had a chill down their spine when witnessing Issei's new power. Even so, all five had a smile on their beautiful faces, since now things would be completely different. Only a few seconds passed, after throwing the yokai against one of the walls, that Kuroka was finally freed from the chains that kept her prisoner. Once Issei stood next to her, and with his tail he destroyed them and took her in his arms. Kuroka. Issei-kun. Although Kuroka was surprised by Issei's new appearance, the fact that he was finally by her side and safe in her arms made all doubt disappear from her. Thanks. Kuroka thanked through tears, being happy to be with her king after so much time apart, and maybe it was the emotion of the moment, or her feelings awakening, she didn't know. But without any hesitation, the Nikomata performed a surprising action for many and even more for the brown-haired boy. Since from one moment to the next, Issei had her joining her lips with his in a kiss full of sweetness, feelings and warmth that made him squeeze the Nikomata tighter to his chest while he held her in his arms. Once separated, Kuroka, slightly blushing at what she had done but not regretting it, went on to look Issei in the eyes, and thus showing him a beautiful smile that made Issei's complicated heart skip a beat. They say that smiles are as powerful as any medicine and as magical as any spell, and that was something he discovered the moment he saw his rook smile at him. That smile, damn, have you ever seen a sunset on the beach? Well, the same calm, the same magic, but in her mouth. And seeing himself infected by her, he returned the gesture, and now Kuroka was the one who was amazed by Issei's smile, and that was something that was not usually seen often in him, a true smile. She looked at him, and she could swear that she didn't feel like looking at anyone else, At that precise moment Kuroka understood that eyes always belong to the person who makes them shine. And once his eyes moved away, Issei looked at his two girlfriends, weakened in Valerie's arms. It was true, he had to do something to help them and heal them, and he already knew exactly what to do. King Peace command to subordinates, execute protection protocol. And so it was that after Issei's words, a crimson light sprang from Irene and Isabella's chests, produced by the chess pieces they carry on their bodies as members of the Issei Gremory nobility. Their bodies were surrounded in a matter of seconds by a crimson aura produced by the Gremory King Peace, healing them and keeping them safe from the toxins. This feels good. I can finally breathe again. Irene and Isabella did not hesitate to show their relief at feeling renewed and being able to stand up again. But what? That was amazing. Although Valerie and Lavinia were not far behind in showing their astonishment at what happened, how cool could Issei be? Even his evil pieces were unique and amazing like him. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of falling and moving debris caught the attention of everyone present, forcing them to look towards the source of the noise, where they saw how the yokai slowly began to emerge from a destroyed wall. Although saying that he was unharmed was questionable, considering that blood was dripping all over his body in small threads, the ones on his face being the most noticeable. Issei had done that with just 2 hits. Wow, the girls definitely didn't want to be that guy who was now at the mercy of the so-called dragon god. Seeing that man appear, it was truly annoying for Issei to see him again. Couldn't he just stay under the rubble like the insect he was? It seemed like his work wasn't finished, although that made him happy since they could have a little fun with that guy by making him pay dearly for all his misdeeds. Therefore, he began to walk towards where his girlfriends and friends were with Kuroka in his arms, since before attending to that man they had to prioritize the safety of the Nikomata. It didn't take him anything to get to where the 4 women were gathered, so he gently placed Kuroka on the ground next to them. Stay here, Kuroka. You will soon recover your stolen energies thanks to the rook piece that is connected to my king piece. Issei expressed calmly as he gave a gentle caress on the head and ears of the Nikomata, who let out a purr of pleasure at his person. You guys stay here. I have to take care of something. It was the last thing Issei said to his girlfriends and friends when he saw them, before turning around and walking towards where that guy was. Issei, wait, what is it that? Valerie tried to talk to the brunette, but was only answered when he made his aura of destruction present in his body, destroying the ground beneath him completely with each step he took. You better leave him alone, he won't listen to anyone right now. Isabella spoke seriously as she watched her boyfriend leave. Her words were true, there was nothing they could do about her partner's mood. In those circumstances, none of those present had the instant effect that Serafall possessed. Are you okay, Kuroka? Lavinia asked after reaching the Nikomata's side to offer her help in case she needed anything. After all, she had been kidnapped and almost defiled. Yes, thanks for your concern, but I'm already starting to feel better. I feel a warmth in my chest that heals me. Kuroka replied, a little confused as she held her chest, feeling a comfortable warmth coming from it. It must be Issei's energy stored in his evil piece. Isabella reported as she stood next to her best friend, the two of them not taking their eyes off each other. Seeing how the demoness and dragon remained serious but noticeably worried and distressed, Kuroka, Lavinia and Valerie understood that they could not look away from the front, because what was about to happen with Issei and that man was something that deserved their attention, as well as their concern. And it was the law in this life that when Issei was upset, something always went wrong for whoever he took his anger out on. Lucifer, Asmodeus, Beelzebub, Ares, Kokabeel, Kateria. There was a long list throughout his history that proved the chaos generated when he got upset. Unfortunately, there were always idiots who liked to try their luck, and in this case the yokai turned out to be one when it completely emerged from the rubble only to find itself facing a badly wounded Issei. You, damn you! The yokai said with hatred after wiping his bleeding mouth. How was it possible that with just 2 blows his body was so injured? He could feel pain in every muscle and also blood gushing from his body everywhere. Why was he bleeding? He didn't understand, since that miserable man had only hit him in the chest, so why was he bleeding? It seemed as if he had been cut in certain places on his body to be bleeding, but it was something impossible. For something like that to happen, that guy had to move at a speed greater than that of light. And while the yokai was rambling in his thoughts of the possible and impossible, Issei looked at him coldly, directly in his eyes, showing zero emotions at the moment. I'll show you what true desperation is. Who the hell are you? The yokai spoke with contempt after the brown-haired man's words, while spitting blood beside him. Me. I'm simply the being that is above sleep and infinite, the strongest dragon god of all time. Maybe that was something that Issei must have revealed. Was it because of the moment, or his emotions? Nobody knew, but after his words Irene and Isabella slapped their foreheads hard at the blunder their boyfriend had made, and when they looked to one side of them, they could perfectly notice how the faces of Kuroka, Lavinia and Valerie opened their eyes wide and turned pale at what they had heard. Had Issei said dragon god, it was the doubt that remained in the minds of the three young beauties after that discovery, and it is that, historically speaking, the dragon gods were the most powerful beings and above any living being. Anyone knew that, and knowing that her love interest was one of them, was something. But what? It's not possible. Issei is. Kuroka, Lavinia and Valerie were at the point of collapse, being shocked by that revelation that none of them expected. I mean, who would have thought that Issei was a dragon god? Although he was strong, could he really become stronger? That idiot, he did it. After that blunder by her boyfriend, Isabella didn't hesitate to smile in amusement at what was happening with the girls. But her reactions were to be expected considering that only she, Irene, Kurome, Wave and Chisato knew about that information about her boyfriend. It doesn't matter what you really are, to me you're just an aberration, a damn monster that I will kill. These were the cold words that the yokai gave after Issei's revelation, causing all the women present to become very angry when they saw that they were messing with something very important to them. You still want to fight, don't you see it's useless? The yokai spoke after noticing the expressions the women were directing at him. Had he perhaps touched a sensitive nerve? How glad he was of it. But the happiness did not last long when he was surprised when Issei appeared in front of him, where he gave him a full and strong punch in his abdomen without warning, which made him embedded again in one of the walls of the room. But the situation had not ended there, and the brown-haired boy quickly in the blink of an eye arrived in front of him, holding him by his neck after lifting him into the air. Those women won't give up as long as they can breathe, none of them will, but I have a different problem. And so Issei began to hit the yokai's chest left and right with his fists, causing him to groan in pain as well as the wall behind him to begin to give in under the pressure exerted. So much force was used that the wall ended up succumbing to Issei's blows, the yokai passing through the stone as it began to roll on the floor of another room, or rather the floor outside the palace, which was where it had taken them when it crossed that wall. I feel like I live in a cardboard world, always taking care not to hurt something or someone. I never allowed myself to lose control even for a single moment because someone would die. And leaving the wall showing himself serious and cold, Issei began his walk towards the yokai lying on the ground, causing a slight tremor in the earth with each step he took. Furious at being humiliated, the yokai quickly got up and transformed his right hand into a draconic claw that he launched forward to strike and even kill his opponent. But Issei easily intercepted it with his left arm, and with his right fist he struck him again across his face, forcing him to return to the ground where he belonged like the scum that he was. But you are very strong, aren't you, Kitsune? This is a unique opportunity to let loose and show you how powerful I really am. And without delaying any longer, Issei launched himself into the attack with a strong thrust forward with his right fist filled with his crimson power ready to attack. And it was then that when he positioned himself over the man he landed a punch in his face that generated a phenomenal sound shock wave that made the earth collapse. The roar generated when the yokai flew through the skies was so loud that it cracked the still stable walls of the palace and made the stones of the earth rise high up. All while the yokai went through any obstacle that stood in its way, from the palace columns to the rocks high in the sky. He couldn't do anything to stop himself. Much less did he manage to do anything when he had Issei on top of him in a matter of seconds, where after joining his hands high up he unleashed a powerful hammer blow that made him fall to the ground, whereupon impacting on this kind a large crater was created, keeping himself in the center of it. Showing indifference and boredom, Issei descended from the sky until he stood in front of the man submerged in the ground, looking at him with contempt but pleased to see the insect where it should be, leaving his feet. Damn you, I am a god, an insignificant creature like you is not. As he spoke, the yokai was interrupted and surprised when his right arm left his badly injured body as a red sphere sank into the ground. Ah! The scream he gave after that was one of pure pain with desperation in it, while the brown-haired boy just looked at him indifferently while keeping his arm extended. I have never prolonged my battles for very long, but what I am about to do to your exasperating life, I am going to enjoy it, like you can't imagine. Issei finished saying before launching himself forward, where he managed to hold the guy's head tightly, then raise it a little before crashing it into the ground, and by applying pressure to his grip he began to trace a path beneath the ground towards its depths while using the yokai's body to pass through the minerals in the ground. The yokai could only scream in pain as he was forced through rocks and the earth itself, beginning to lose the ability to breathe the deeper they sank. And so a couple of seconds passed for Issei to reach the point where the lava on that planet was abundant. Furious, and without any hesitation or remorse, he threw the yokai against a waterfall of lava that fell through that place that they could call the center of the planet. Once in the body, he made contact with the boiling substance. The yokai gave a loud scream of pain as he struggled to get out of that cursed deadly waterfall. Damned! Using the skills developed after wiping out all life on his world, the yokai made his body turn bright red to show off dragon scales to protect himself from the magma and its high temperatures. Once protected, he looked at his enemy and threw several dark projectiles at him that were easily intercepted by Issei by sweeping his tail in the air. Don't you understand? You're no match for me. In fact, you never were. In the blink of an eye, Issei appeared in front of the yokai, hitting him in the jaw with an upward blow that sent him flying to the ceiling of the cave they were in, thus beginning a new path through the earth to the outside, passing through everything in his path again. What is this? In the palace, Valerie showed her astonishment when the earth began to shake, as did the rest of her friends. None of them had left that place, not even when Issei had left the palace to fight the yokai. They preferred to wait there for the brown-haired boy before going anywhere else. And being off guard, they never expected that the ground a few centimeters away from them would begin to rise until it was destroyed, leaving a large hole in the place, as well as the yokai totally injured on the ceiling after hitting it until falling to the ground next to the hole. And to their greater surprise, they saw how in a matter of seconds Issei emerged from the hole probably created by himself. How insignificant! Issei began to say as he descended to the ground until he touched it, being just a few centimeters from his enemy. And to think I had to go into Dragon God mode to fight you. That poison turned out to be a nuisance and fatal at first. I guess even beings like me can get into trouble against ants like you. Walking calmly, Issei began to head towards where the badly injured man was lying on the shattered ground. But that makes him more interesting. Wouldn't it be fun if I'm so strong and can't get hurt? I have to give you credit for that. Positioning himself in front of that guy, the brunette remained serious, looking at the subject at his feet as if he were an insignificant insect. It was also my mistake to get overconfident and let myself get carried away by my anger. Thanks to that, my two girlfriends were about to get seriously injured and my friends also had a bad time. Calmly, Issei brought his right foot to the yokai's chest, causing him to jump out with a groan of sharp pain. You destroyed this world and brought its civilization to extinction because of your vile plans for domination. From the girl's point of view, they could only watch with some pity as the yokai spat blood from his mouth when Issei applied more force to his foot, cracking the ground beneath that man. You know, in all the galaxies I've visited, all the species are the same. They all think they're the center of the universe, and they have no idea. Issei finally said, feeling his leg being held by the man, so he decided to lower his gaze only to see how the yokai looked at him with contempt while holding one of his boots with his bloody hand. I will kill you. I am divine. I will kill you like I did with this entire planet. I will become the ruler of the entire universe. I will devour those women who come with you. But before, I will make sure to make you see how I rape them, and then I will kill you, you and them. Ugh. At those mad words from the yokai who had already lost his sanity, Issei looked at him furiously, since at that moment he had touched a sensitive nerve of his family. Or not. No, Issei. Seeing the change of mood of their partner, as well as his red eyes that demanded to make blood flow, Irene and Isabella screamed worried when they saw that look of their partner, one filled with uncontrollable anger. And it was then that, being blinded by his anger, Issei did not think correctly, because he has always been a man who saw himself reflected in his emotions, and anger was the trigger to make him lose consciousness and take him out of control, this being something recorded in his system after that tragic day when he experienced the worst way to awaken his power. Blinded, Issei positioned himself over the badly wounded body of the yokai who had returned to his human form, and it was there that, without any mercy, under the gaze of the girls, he began to unleash hundreds of punches on the man's face. The ground began to creak and crack with each blow received by the kitsune, who could do nothing to defend himself, only remain there at the mercy of the furious demon receiving the blows to his face, feeling like life was beginning to abandon him little by little. The sound of flesh splitting and bones breaking was something truly horrifying to see and hear for Lavinia, Kuroka and Valerie, leaving all three in shock at the brown-haired man's massacre with that man, because they had never seen anything like it in their lives, and while that guy deserved to die, that was not the way to do it. Enough, stop. Issei, please stop. This is not who you are. Kuroka, Valerie and Lavinia screamed in despair when they saw such a cruel act that the brown-haired boy was doing. Just seeing him act like that made their hearts break. On the other hand, there were Irene and Isabella who just looked at their beloved with their hands on their mouths holding their breaths as they felt their hearts squeeze more and more with each blow that Issei gave, and they couldn't stand the fact of seeing their beloved act in such a way. Issei, that's enough. I understand your discomfort, but this is not. Damn it, Issei. But it was useless. No matter how much Irene and Isabella shouted at him to make him come to his senses, he didn't listen to them. And finally there was Issei. For him there was nothing around him but darkness and a thirst for blood that had no end that demanded the life of the man at his feet. His senses had abandoned him several minutes ago, leaving in him the only feeling of murder. Issei, wait please. Don't let anger take over you. Please, don't fall into the abyss. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to leave your side. Even Albedo's voice, filled with despair, began to be distant for the brunette. And it was then that his mind played a trick on him, because the situation he was in was similar to one in his past that had left a big mark on him. That tragic day when everything changed for him, when his mother was abused by some fallen. What do you want? We have nothing with us that can help you in your situation. I wouldn't be so sure about that. It's true that they don't carry food or treasures that could benefit us, since we destroyed their transport, so it's of no use to us. But that moment that marked him came to Issei's mind, increasing his fury and therefore the severity of his blows against the kitsune beneath him, all while remembering firsthand the past that he so wanted to forget, or at least overcome. Why don't you show us what you're hiding under that dress, huh? How could he forget that incident? The one where he and his mother had been cornered by some fallen who demanded his mother to take off her clothes just to satisfy their carnal desires. The intentions were more than clear, but back then it was too weak, too useless. Issei, please stop. The girls' screams of horror, as they watched their loved one taking out all of her anger on the man who had done her harm, was too much of a sight for all of them to bear. Okay, I'll do whatever you want, but don't hurt my son. Those memories only poisoned Issei's mind, bringing back that past in which his mother was willing to let herself be humiliated and defiled in order to guarantee his safety. Just remembering that made his anger increase and the magnitude of his lethal blows. No, stop, please stop. Stop, Issei. It was as if he was living that moment again. He could hear his mother's desperation as she tried not to have her clothes stripped away by that damn man. Issei, my baby, I want you to close your eyes, and don't open them until I tell you. And I also want you to sing the song that I sing to you every night. I want you to do it as loud as you can, and it doesn't matter what you hear. My child, don't open your eyes or stop singing. Do it for me, yes. Damned. At that moment, it was no longer about anger against the yokai who had stopped moving several minutes ago. No. At that moment Issei was trapped in his memories, remembering that miserable day of his life, but nothing more than that man. He still remembered how his mother's tears while that fallen one was about to rape her were his breaking point, where his emotions, his sanity, his fury, were at the limit. All of that was something that a child should not experience, seeing his mother being raped firsthand and not being able to do anything. Kill, kill, kill. Issei repeated as he unleashed his fury on the already inert corpse of the yokai under the horrified gaze of the girls. You're a damn mon, true. You created this monster. I wonder if you can control it. It was true. From that day on, the monster had been born inside him, a side of him that only sought to destroy everything to mitigate the pain in his soul. I'll kill you. And just when Issei's fist was about to hit again the already disfigured face of the man who was bleeding everywhere, staining the floors and giving zero signs of life, in that instant in which the brown-haired man took his fist back, blinded by anger, soft hands captured Issei's, stopping his advance. Please stop, he's dead. Lavinia's pleading words came once she had had the courage to go to where Issei was to stop him from his massacre, putting aside her fears as she saw how Issei was dominated by anger, committing such a disgraceful act. And only seconds passed before Issei came back to himself again, abandoning the red color of his eyes and returning to their usual violet as he felt confused by the situation. You're not like that. And he just felt Lavinia hug him from behind, making the brown-haired boy feel disoriented, more so when he felt the blonde cry on his back while she hugged him. Calm down, we're here, calm down. Please don't continue. I don't like seeing you like that. Even to the brown-haired boy's astonishment and confusion, Valerie and Kuroka also came to his side in the same way as the blonde, crying while each one hugged him by his arms. But they were not the only ones, since Issei noticed how in front of him 2 heads of hair of different shades were positioned, these being red and white. "That's enough, Issei, don't continue. He's dead, he's dead." And just like the others, Irene and Isabella cried as they hugged him and placed their faces on his chest. What was happening? It was then that Issei reconsidered the current situation and his actions when he saw that in front of them was the inert body of the yokai completely disfigured and in a large pool of blood, and seeing his hands stained with blood he realized that he had done it. Now he could understand the sensitive state of all of them. They were crying for him. And looking forward again, this time Issei met the yellow eyes and beautiful face of Albedo, who was also crying to his amazement. "Don't think about anything, don't feel anything, just concentrate on me, just look at me and calm down, please." Even Albedo, a woman of strong character and cold feelings, had come to be affected by his state, a state that had driven him out of control like in the past when he was a child. Once again he had let himself be dominated by his emotions like that cursed day in his past. "I'm sorry," Issei let out as he relaxed his body and let the girls get closer to him as they unloaded all their worries on him. And although everything had finally ended, not everything was well because that situation left a dead man in that room and a man being hugged by 5 women who cried on his body because they were worried about him, and a spirit who feared losing her life with her beloved. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching, for supporting us. See you in the next part.